Good morning and welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge from the lovely city of Bologna in Italy. My name is Gilbert and this morning I'm in a great mood, partly because I found lasagna last night and it was delicious, and partly because I'm once again joined by the lovely Baker. How you doing, Baker?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Ross. Again, it is a pleasure to be here at DLC Bologna, and yeah, that lasagna last night was something else, out of this world. I won't get too distracted by food because we have Lorcana to play today. Yesterday we had 9 rounds of Swiss. I think it was about 1,900 players, maybe just shy of that.
About 1,900.
About 1,900, so a huge field, 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format, some of the best Lorcana players in the world competing for some of the ultimate prizes in our game. And now we have our top 64, and they'll be playing today under best of 3 format, and I can't wait to get in and see what these players have brought to the table.
Yeah, it's a different game today. Best of 3 is very different to a 2-game format. In best of 3 now, we're very generous with the timing, and then we go untimed. But there is still an element in a long game, there is an element of the clock. Conceding a game where you've got a 10% chance of winning so that you can save time to do 2 proper full games if you are playing one of those slower decks. It is a skill that does need to be managed, but it also means that going first in game 3 is huge. You want to win game 1, because if you win game 1, if there is a game 3, you will be going first in that game 3. And we know going first is an advantage in Lorcana. So if we go the full distance, winner of game 1, that's who you should be looking at a lot of the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a huge disparity in going first. That can really make a big advantage in the game. However, as I said, these are some of the best players in the game. These guys know the lines, they know decks, they know how to play on the draw when they're going second. So while, yes, absolutely, going first is a huge advantage, I think these players are skilled enough, they know how to come from behind, and I think they're going to show us some really fantastic skills today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw a few games on stream yesterday where it was 1 win each and both the win with the player going second. It's not an insurmountable advantage by any stretch, but there is a reason why we give the highest seeds the opportunity to choose whether they go first or second, and I do think most of them are probably going to choose first. And I was having a little bit of a look. We saw Frank Carsten is in top 64, name that should be familiar. Ruben Gutierrez, our second place finisher in Bochum, is back. And I mean, if you come second and then immediately come back into the top 64, you've got to be feeling a little bit confident here.
Absolutely.
That you're like, you know what? Last time was good. I can do better.
I think you're right, and also similarly, you go back to Frank Carsten, who is now topped in 2 different meta games. Obviously, in Lille, we were still under set 3 format, but now it's a very different game, and still proving that he's a fantastic player. And I'm very interested to see how he gets on today. And yeah, as I said, the best players in the world here, and some incredible prizes to play for. These guys have already secured their Cinderella, Stout-Hearted, Foil, Alternative are absolutely stunning. And if they are able to make it through to top 32, they're going to get that Rapunzel gifted with healing. Top 16 will not only get them a playmat of Rapunzel, but also the qualification for the European Championship. That's a huge event though, Ross.
And that's one of the big pinch points of the entire tournament, is that top 16 qualification. That is the #1 goal. And you know, literally we were walking in with some players, and what was the first thing they said? What was it?
2 wins.
2 wins, there we go. I'm just like counting my fingers, make sure I got it right here. They're like 2 wins, because then I get my invitation to the European Championships. And the way they put it was, I like Lorcana, I want to play more Disney Lorcana. And yeah, you know what? That sounds all right by me. So I think in a second we're going to have a little bit of a look at the caster schedule. No, that's us.
That's us.
We're the casters.
We're the casters.
The season schedule. Right before we came on, they gave us the caster schedule. These things are important. We're going to have a look at the season schedule. So we can have a look at all of the tournaments we've had and all of the tournaments right now. And of course, we are on that bottom line in Bologna. Of course, you were in Lille. I had to miss that one, but I did make it to Bochum. And we've got Toronto. Now that's huge because that is set 4 with Bucky. And then a double Lorcana weekend, Las Vegas and Birmingham.
That's going to be an incredible weekend. And yeah, as you just alluded to, this particular event that we're at now, Bologna, this is the EU swan song for the Bucky card. The Squirrel Squeak Tutor is going to be errated in the not too distant future. I think Las Vegas and Birmingham are the first event where...
set 5.
Set 5, yes, absolutely. So we're going to have a completely different meta game. So still a few events left over the course of the year to try and earn that qualification for top 16.
Yeah, and that is the goal here. You know, your European Championships, your North American Championships, that is not guaranteed. You have to earn your invite, and you earn your invite in the region. If an American player, North American player, were to get top 16 in this tournament, they would only qualify for the European Championships. And if our friend Joe gets top 16 in Seattle, he's going to have to go back to North America for the North American Championships. So yeah, that is quite important. You know what else is important?
Go on.
The tournament format, and you've already said it a second ago, we are moving to best of 3 today. 70-minute rounds for top 64, top 32, top 16. But as soon as we hit top 8, we go untimed. There is nothing which is going to get in the way. There's not going to be any, oh, if only I had one more turn malarkey. Oh no, we're finishing these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of the skill point of some of these players is being able to put on the pressure and speed up when they need to. Obviously, in first day, if you've only got 45 minutes and your games are taking a bit longer, some players are very good at knowing when they need to pick up the pace. But as you said, in this top 8, completely untimed, it's going to be a lot calmer. These guys are really going to be taking their time, making sure they've done all the math, making sure they've thought about all the options. But at the same time, like I said, these are some of the best players. They know the matchups, and I'm so excited to take a look. But we're going to be taking a more close look now at the day 2 prizing. We've already alluded to it a little bit. Some of the most beautiful prizes I have ever seen in any trading card game in history. Some absolutely beautiful stuff, which we're going to show for you on the board in just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to have it up on screen in just a second. And that's the thing, what we're playing for a lot of the time here in Disney Lorcana, we are playing for prize cards. And as a massive TCG fan, it is the prize cards I am interested in. All these players today have already locked in their Cinderella Stout-Hearted, lovely foil version of it, which is lovely. And then if they get one more win, they get that Rapunzel gifted with healing, the lovely foil version thereof. And then one more win after that, you get your European Championship invite, which is the big goal for a lot of players. Absolutely. Don't get it wrong. But foil Rapunzel playmat, that's all right as well.
I think it's beautiful. I said yesterday I had never seen a full playmat in my life before seeing this, and it is absolutely stunning. And also worth mentioning that these Rapunzel and Cinderella cards, there are non-foil versions available on our prize wall, and throughout the tournament, players can accumulate points, and I'm going to
interrupt
events.
To
Please
show
do.
the Mickey.
By all means, interrupt me for the Mickey.
The Mickey is worth interrupting you for, Baker.
I'm game.
That is how beautiful that Mickey is.
It is. Look at him.
There's one in the hall. One of the vendors has got one of these.
Is he?
And you can go over it and you can go and look at it in person.
Oh,
and see
wow.
how beautiful it is. I'm not saying I stood in the hall yesterday staring at it for like 10 minutes during one of my but I'm not saying I didn't. But I did interrupt you. Tell me more about these non-foil Cinderella and Rapunzel on the prize wall.
Yeah, no, of course. But no problem at all. This Mickey Mouse is absolutely something else. It absolutely catches the eye, and what a prize to take home for any Lorcana player. But yeah, these Rapunzel and Cinderella cards available on the prize wall. You can earn prize tickets throughout the tournament. There's also lots of side events going on, so lots of players that might not be in contention for day 2, or have made day 2, should I say, still looking to get some points so that they can try and get those Rapunzel and Cinderella non-foil versions. But Ross, let's take a look at some more prizing.
Yeah, once you get to top 4, now Mickey is a big goal for a lot of players. It's top 16 for the invite, Mickey for top 8. Those are the 2 things that everyone's talking about, but it doesn't stop there.
It doesn't.
You get to top 4, 2 boxes and 100 prize tickets to get those things you were just telling us about. And then top 2, another 2 boxes, another 100 prize tickets. So if you get top 2, you can go and rinse the prize wall very nicely.
Yeah, and just a quick mention, there's also a playmat of the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which is available on the prize wall, and I think it's just under 100 prize tickets. So that could be an immediate trade for our top 4 players if they so chose.
Oh, it absolutely could. And of course, your champion gets a complete foil set, including all of the enchanted cards from Ursula's Return. Enchanted Diablo, if you're into that. Enchanted Super Goof, which I think we can all agree is the superior of those cards. The Enchanted Ursula that you pulled on the screen.
I did.
Just yesterday.
Yes. My first Enchanted on screen. My man here got 2 on his first day on the job, and I finally got mine. Joe is now chasing his on-screen Enchanted. But yeah, there are some beautiful Enchanteds in Ursula's Return, but we are coming closer and closer to set 5, Shimmering Skies, which is looking like it's going to be a really impactful set. I'm super excited to see how it's going to affect the meta game for future Disney Lorcana challenges.
Oh, and I woke up this morning, I had been tagged on a post in X, just somebody letting me know I am not the only person that is very excited for taffeta mutton fudge when Shimmering Skies comes out. So shout out to somebody for taking time of their day to let me know about that. But what we're going to let you know about now is the top 64 game. We are heading right down to the table now. Oh, check that time.
Like magic. It was beautiful, Ross.
Almost like someone was counting me down in my ear.
Oh, don't give away the secrets. But here we go. This is going to be our first feature game for top 64. And we do actually have the lists in front of us now. Now, this is open deck list format for day 2. Both players get a full list of what their opponent is playing just before they start the game. So they know the opposing ink colors and they know the exact counts of a lot of cards. And Ross, knowing how much of a difference is your first turn knowing what your opponent is playing?
It's absolutely huge, because when you know what your opponent's playing, you know what your lines are. It's what you said a moment ago. You know what cards are super important. If you know there is a particular, if you know you need to go very, very, very aggro, then you need your cards which are getting you more lore nice and early in the game. If you know that you are, let's say you're Emerald Seal and you're going to be playing against some of these aggro decks, so you really need something like grab your swords really early as a bit of a board clear, then you can mulligan more aggressively to try and grab that.
Absolutely.
Or if it's in your opening hand, that is one of the cards you know that you keep. You identify the cards you most need for the matchup, and you either keep them if they're in your opening hand, or you potentially mulligan a bit more aggressively to up your chances of drawing those cards once you actually, you know, do your mulligan.
Yeah, so a huge benefit knowing the inks that your opponent is playing. But take a quick look at our players here. We have Luca on the right-hand side and Din on the left-hand side. Now, Din is a name that I recognize. I am 90% sure it was Fort Worth where they made Top Cut. I will confirm if that was the correct event, but they have definitely made Top Cut a previous Disney Lorcana challenge, and I believe they're playing the exact same deck that they played at that event. And we are seeing the Maui hitting the inkwell on turn 1, a Portugal drawing us a card. So yeah, Din using the Ruby Sapphire color combination, and he is playing a very spicy tech that he included in his previous Top Cut winning list, which is Dig a Little Deeper, which is getting more popular and popular, especially in these combo decks. We see Luca ink a Strength for a Raging Fire. He is on Emerald Steel and is going to be passing over.
It is indeed. I think it might actually be...
It's Sapphire Steel. Yeah, sorry.
Deck list. It is actually, it says Emerald Steel, but it is Sapphire Steel.
Yes.
So we'll get that changed in a moment for you. Luca is on Sapphire Steel. So Din here, having a little bit of a think, deciding what am I going to be doing. We're going to be inking a... Might have been a Develop Your Brain. Either way, we ink and then we pass. But remember, these Sapphire decks, it is not unusual to...
Oh, it is Emerald.
It is Emerald.
It is Emerald Steel.
It must be the deck list that we have wrong in front of us here.
Well, we have Din's list. I know that is correct. Yeah, we thought it was Sapphire Steel, and I was going to say, oh, that's pretty bad to miss the Portugal or the Fortisphere. But yeah, it makes sense. We're Emerald Steel. We skipped turn 1 and turn 2. We were able to get that Bucky Squirrel Squeak tutor onto the board. His final appearance at an EU event. Whenever you play a Floodborn, you make your opponent discard a card. And of course, he's got that ward keyword over on Din's side of the board, putting down a Fishbone Quill after inking and just passing over. I don't think he even exerted it that turn, just got it down on the board.
That's all right, though, as long as we get it down. That is the most important thing. Looks like we are getting an Aladdin, which, of course, against these item-heavy decks, when you quest, you get to banish an item. That is a very nice trick that you can use against some of these decks. So, again, that's a kind of example of a card you really want to see in your mulligan. Force your opponent to use their items earlier than they maybe would, or that they will lose them.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at Din's hand here. We see 2 Be Prepareds, 1 Madame Medusa, 1 How Far I'll Go, and I believe that was a Flavisham right at the back of his hand there. So that's certainly going to help make that hand a little bit more playable. Obviously, the Be Prep is going to be important as Lucas starts to build up his board with Bucky, perhaps multiple Buckies. A Diablo could come down before too long. But again, Lucas has made top 64. He knows what his opponent's playing. He's going to be very careful about overextending when he doesn't need to. Din choosing to discard a How Far I'll Go from that previous Bucky trigger and then passes back over to Din.
Yeah, has another one in hand, so if you want to play that card next turn, you will still be able to do so. And Din got the early Bucky down, which is absolutely huge. No Diablo yet, which is also what you're looking for, because, you know, that's your draw engine. Looks like we're actually using the ice block here. So
that's a Fishbone, I believe.
Oh, is that Fishbone? Oh, I do apologize.
No.
Oh, okay, now I can see it. it, yeah.
Yeah. He's going to choose to exert the Fishbone Quill this turn. Has a couple of uninkables in his hand. Worth noting, just for the interest of people watching, this Ruby Sapphire deck is playing one copy of Hercules, the 5-cost uninkable 7/3. Most people preferring Maui, which is, of course, inkable and has more willpower. But Hercules with that 7 strength means that it can one-shot the Queen's Castle, which is not important in this matchup, obviously, because Luca is on green steel, but certainly could be interesting as if Din proceeds through the rest of the tournament. We're going to see a Tamatoa being inked here.
Yeah, we also saw Hiram Flavisham coming down, getting rid of that Porp School, drawing a couple of cards. You called it the best draw engine in the game on stream yesterday.
I believe so.
And I think you might be right about that, honestly. So Luca's got the Bucky. If we see a Floodborn coming down here, that will force Din to discard a card from their hand. Obviously, oh, and here we see we're questing with Aladdin, and this is what I mentioned. It is going to get rid of that item. It's going to banish the Fishbone Quill. So not only do you not get to use the Fishbone Quill, but now there's no item down to be banished with Hiram Flavisham to draw cards as well. That is why the early Aladdin in this matchup, crucial.
Yeah, that was definitely a good choice to get that Aladdin down nice and early. Din's deck is very much based on item synergy, as you said, this Flavisham allowing us to draw additional cards. But of course, Tamatoa, an incredibly powerful piece, very much a finisher in the deck with gaining 1 lore for each item on the board. And of course, if we combine that with Lucky Dime, we can make huge lore leaps.
We can. I just want to confirm to everyone at home, there is a Luca playing Sapphire Steel. We just had the wrong Luca.
Okay.
There is a Luca playing Sapphire Steel.
Understood.
So that's why we had the ink colors wrong at the start. But we are back now. We know we have Emerald Steel against Ruby Sapphire, and we have Ursula.
Beautiful, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, this Ursula Deceiver of All is a fantastic card introducing into the Inklands. She's a 3-cost inkable, 2/3 quest for 1, and if she sings a song, you get a encore rush. She just does it again and then puts it back in the deck and says, oh, maybe we'll do that again later. Really, really powerful card.
Can be very big. We saw the Beast Tragic Hero getting inked by Luca there at the end of the turn. And we're back over to Din with a decision to be made that they don't look chuffed about. But it looks like they are going to be playing Fishbone Quill. Now, you can use it immediately, which is wonderful. But obviously, they're thinking, well, if I put this down, I can get a use out of it. I can get an extra ink. But I know what's going to happen to it on Luca's next turn.
Yeah, so I imagine this Flavisham will absolutely be questing and removing this Fishbone Quill so that he can at least get the 2-card draw off of it. But yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Din to be losing these items. As you say, he's already been able to, you can trigger Fishbone Quill straight away, you can exert it. But again, Din wants to build up this item count so that his Tamatoa has a nice high lore total. And again, you want to always have Flavisham draw access. But of course, there is a Porpsicle in the hand there, and there'll be a couple more in the deck. So not over, not by a long stretch, but not the greatest of starts from Din.
But the ideal situation is your Fishbone Quill sticks in play, you get to use it every turn to build up your inkwell, and stuff like Porpsicle is what you're getting rid of with Flavisham. You can't do that with an Aladdin down. You can play How Far I'll Go and get a card in your hand and a card in the inkwell. And firstly, the best playmat from set 3. That's very important. Secondly, very good card for building your hand and your inkwell.
Yeah, Din's gonna see the line where the sky meets the sea. It calls me, and take a look at the top 2 cards of his deck. One went into his inkwell and one straight into his hand. This How Far I'll Go, really nice, and obviously can be sung by 4-cost characters. Luca is using Let the Storm Rage On, double sung by Ursula, which is going to do 4 damage to the Flavisham and allow Luca to draw 2 additional cards. And you mentioned he inked the Beast Tragic Hero on the previous turn, and I imagine that's because he knows perfectly well what Din is running. There are multiple copies of Madame Medusa in there, which could immediately answer it. So again, just another example of knowing the opponent's list, potentially manipulating how you want to play, how you want to ink, all this sort of stuff.
And after the double sing, we did see Aladdin coming in and taking out the Hiram Flavisham. I thought that's where we were going there. It's such a good draw engine. You can't leave it on the board. And, you know, why use Aladdin to get rid of items when you could use Aladdin to get rid of the character that really wants the items? And we do see Beast Tragic Hero hitting the board. Love the point you just made about Madame Medusa. We might well see the punish from that, but it's still drawing you an extra card every turn. It's still one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even if you know your opponent's got the answers, then sometimes it's still worth it. If they're missing the answer, then this Beast Tragic Hero is going to put in a lot of work. And of course, because that Tragic Hero came down, Bucky is once again going to squeak, 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 and Din discarding the Be Prepared from his hand.
Yeah, it's a bit warm in here, but I'm feeling a bit of a sudden chill coming in. Luca's playing that song card, or I think it's song card.
It is a song card, yes.
Gets rid of the one card from hand, and we see a Be Prepared coming down. Luca had a nice board of characters built up, including that brand new beast, and Be Prepared just came down and ruined everything.
Yeah, no, Din started off with those two Be Prepareds and probably feeling quite grateful for it now because that was quite an oppressive board. But Luca still with a few cards in hand, immediately able to develop another Beast Tragic Hero, and he's not quite passed yet. Not sure if there's any ink available for this turn. He does pass over, so Luca's going to be well aware that Din could have the Madame Medusa. We're just going to play down Flavisham, remove that Porpsicle, drawing us an additional couple of cards. I'm trying to get a good count on what ink Din's left. I think it's 9 total. Yeah. No, 8. Sorry, that was his hand on the board. Yeah, I think it's 8 ink in the inkwell for Din. But yeah, this Grand Martala, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck, 1 in your hand, 1 to the bottom. Exactly
the same as Develop Your Brain, but it's a play skill on a character rather than an action. And of course, as mentioned yesterday, the Gaston, which is creeping into the Sapphire list, has a better version of the skill called Developed Brain. But I very much appreciate that reference.
Yeah, that overdeveloped brain. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck, but just look at the top 2. It's nice scouting.
Now, we do have a Diablo in hand for Luca, but it's just the 1-cost Inkable. Lets you look at your opponent's hand, does not give you that draw engine, and that's what you need here. This deck revolves around Bucky and Diablo. They are the 2 key cards in the deck. We had a Bucky, but it got rid of with the Be Prepared. So, is this getting inked? Is it being played? No, we're thinking of something else. Eyeing up the Robin Hood.
Yeah, Robin Hood could, of course, is an inkable, so could find its way there. But, we are going to see the Diablo making it down on the board. Luca wanting to take a look at Din's hand, which is a Madame Medusa, a 1 jump ahead, a Brawl, and I missed the top card.
Grand Martala, I believe.
Another Grand Martala.
I could be wrong.
So yeah, that Diablo allowing Luca to check what options Din has available to him. And of course, if Luca is able to find a Diablo, then that's a nice shift target on the board there. Luca seemingly considering a quest here.
I quite like this. Now, the quest for 2, the downside is that if Beast takes any damage whatsoever, you lose that skill that gives you an extra card draw at the start of your turn. Yep. You do go up to 7 strength, but you lose the card draw, which is the main reason people are playing this Beast a lot of the time. But then again, Din doesn't have many, like Grand Martala would go down against the Beast, and Hiram Flavisham would take a lot of damage you maybe don't want to take. So we did see her let the Storm Rage on into that Grand Martala, and then we're passing over. Will Din want to damage the Beast? Luca's clearly worried about it.
Yeah, and interesting that he put the damage on the Grand Martala, because obviously this Beast Tragic Hero could can draw additional cards for Luca. Oh, we do see the Dig a Little Deeper, just to change my thought trail. This card I mentioned earlier that Din used in his previous run to top cut at a DLC, and I remember him posting on social media that he considered it the VIP card of the deck, and I am a big fan of it. Looking at the top 7 cards of your deck, that's a lot of cards, and picking any 2 to go into your hand, and these any deck with Sapphire is a combo deck as far as I'm concerned, because you're looking for that lucky dime, you're looking for the Tamatoa, you're looking to have a nice high item count. So yeah, just being able to find specific pieces from a 7-card dig is pretty good. We see the Madame Medusa coming down and immediately taking out the Beast Tragic Hero, so Luke will not be drawing additional cards next turn.
No, and that's exactly what you said. The Beast is vulnerable to Madame Medusa. It's got enough utility that is absolutely worth playing, but it is something you need to keep in the back of your mind. So Luca top decks, I believe, a Sudden Chill, and then there are a bunch of options, but the deck is not running. Also worth pointing out, both players have 1 lore at this point. It has not gone brilliantly. But Luca here is, this deck is not working like it's supposed to. His opponent's got a massive Inkwell. His opponent's got a hand of 4 cards. There's no Bucky down. There's no Diablo down. We do see a giant Tinkerbell coming down. 1 damage to everything, which will take out the Grand Martala because of the damage previously placed by the Let the Storm Rage on.
Yep, no, very nice. I like that. And of course, this Flavisham with 5 willpower left and could be taken out by the Tinkerbell on the next turn if it is exerted. which I expect it will if Din is able to find an item card to gain resources. But yeah, as you say, Luca really, this isn't the sort of situation he wants. He wants his Bucky down. He wants his opponent to have no cards, basically, and just be topping off the top of the deck. But at the moment, Din still has a nice pool of resources available.
Oh, my boy Tamatoa's hit the board. You know this is going to make me happy.
Of course.
There is still an Aladdin down, so building up a large pool of items is going to be very difficult to do. But we get the Porpsicle back with Tamatoa. Play it. It looks like we're questing with Hiram Flavisham. Probably going to be banishing the Porpsicle, I would imagine.
Yep, that Porpsicle.
To draw 2 cards.
Yep.
And here's the thing. If Luca has a Diablo down, every time Din does this, Luca gets 2 cards.
Yep.
And Din is not playing a deck which really punishes Diablo that much outside of like Madame Medusa. So you'll be getting so many cards if you could just find a Diablo. But you can't. Oh, is that the Rush Queen of Hearts?
It certainly is a nice early aggro option for, well, to oppose the aggro decks, because this Ruby Sapphire deck can be very slow, wanting to spend its first few turns playing things like One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill, normally Flavisham on 4 for the draw, so you can really struggle against opposing aggro decks for sure.
Yeah, so no Diablo down, no Bucky for Luca. Still got a decent board. You know, we're still very early in the game. The problem is these Sapphire decks want a slow game. They want the game to go on and on and on and on and on. Oh, look at my giant hand and massive Inkwell. Big combo, win the game. Luca wants to be further ahead by this point, generally speaking, because these Emerald Steel decks don't have the big swings that Sapphire Ruby do. We do see Diablo challenging into Hiram Flavisham, and then we see Tinkerbell taking out the Hiram Flavisham.
Excellent.
Which of course means you activate that skill, dropping 2 damage counters, which are going on to Tamatoa.
Yeah, that Puny Pirate, so powerful, and this Tinkerbell just really good at checking opposing boards, and it put the 2 damage on the Tamatoa, which is not bad. Still has 6 willpower left. He is a big boy, this shiny crab.
Yeah, it takes a lot to take out Tamatoa. Maui couldn't do it in the film, but did at least get the Heart of Tefiti, so it wasn't all bad.
He got his fish hook back.
Yeah, he got his fish hook back. Actually, I should say Moana got the Heart of Tefiti, but still, it all worked out in the end.
It did.
Tamatoa and Maui, 2 of the big cards in Disney Lorcana. It makes me happy. Now, we do see that giant Maleficent dragon in Din's hand, which could be irrelevant later. We do see the giant Tinkerbell being taken down. Is too much of a threat, but then we see Madame Medusa taking out Robin Hood, and this is what the Ruby Sapphire decks can do, is they can use that Ruby package to start taking out all of these characters. And then a Vitalisphere?
Yep, that's a Vitalisphere, 1-cost inkable item, and when it's on board you can pay 1 and banish it to give Rush, and I think it's +2 to a character.
I believe so.
But yeah, these Madame Medusas put in an awful lot of work against the Emerald Steel deck. Obviously, the Beast Tragic Heroes, the Diablos, the Aladdin. There's so many characters in this deck that will fall under that 3 strength or less threshold. So yeah, this Medusa really strong in this deck. The Queen of Hearts putting in some work, coming down and taking out that Diablos. That's taking away a shift line for Luca. And yeah, Din with far more cards in his hand than Luca can be happy with. And I think we're now at 10. Actually, that might be the 11th thing. And as you said, Din is holding on to that Maleficent monstrous dragon who has that dragon fire.
And just inked Judy Hopps. Love seeing Judy Hopps. Don't see it a lot there, but it is a card I adore. Luca actually playing another giant Tinkerbell. Was not happy with the one that just got banished on the previous turn and went, nah, mate. Oh, and it does look like Aladdin is going to quest get rid of that Vitalisphere. And this is why, you know, we've had Aladdin down since turn 3.
Yep.
It literally came down as fast as possible. And Aladdin's put in a shift this morning.
It has put in a lot of work. I believe 2 Fishbone Quills have been removed, 2 Porpsicles, and probably another one on this turn as well. So yeah, this Aladdin has definitely earned his stripes in this game so far.
Yeah, this is going very nicely for Aladdin specifically. So here comes that Maleficent monstrous dragon. Takes out that Tinkerbell. Of course, much harder to get rid of than the Aladdin, which is why we go after the Tinkerbell. And if I'm Din, I still want to get rid of that Aladdin at some point, because it's causing me some consternation. We see the quest with Tamatoa for 2 because of the 1 item. And then that gets an item back. And then we see the questing. Oh no, do we use Porpsicle for healing there? Either way, we use Madame Medusa to take out the Aladdin, which is big, and we are packing up and going to game 2 here.
Well, there you go. Yeah, just with 2-6 lore on the board, but this was an absolutely this was just a game of board control, and I think I do believe Din is our winner.
Yes, and here's a weird thing about that game. It goes back to what I was saying like 5 minutes ago. Luca had not gotten off to a good enough start, and Din was building up his board. And because Din was building up the board and Luca wasn't, we got to the point where, like, we saw a concession when both players had like 2 or 3 lore.
Yeah.
That game was miles away from actually finishing, but the crucial thing here is Din's board was building up, and we had the Tamatoa and we had all the other characters, and Luca was not getting the board he wanted to establish established, and this is what you see in a best of 3 a lot of the time. And here's the thing, Ruby Sapphire is not a quick deck.
No, not at all.
You do not want to lose this game in 15 minutes time when Din has finally got the big combo rolling, and then you've got to try and win 2 games against this in a much shorter period of time.
Yeah, which is obviously longer than the 45 minutes that they got for day 1, but you still need to keep an eye on it to a degree, 100%, and say, you know what, I think I can see the writing on the wall here. I know that I'm playing against someone who's playing a very slow deck, but I'm hoping I'm going to win the second game so that we go to a third one. So yeah, just seeing the writing on the wall, didn't have the answers, didn't have a way to deplete Din's hand, and yeah, taking game 1.
And this can be awkward, just, you know, a little peek behind the curtain from the casters here. You know, we're watching a game like this, we're watching it same as you are, and then all of a sudden they start packing up and going to game 2, and, you know, we're pretty sure we know what happened. But obviously, you know, we're not down at the table talking to the players, so if we seem ever so slightly hesitant there at the end of the game, it is because we're looking at it going, well, it looks like Din is in a pretty good position, but it wasn't like we saw a player exerting their final character, going from 18 to 20 lore and going, that is it, that is my 20 lore. And this can happen sometimes. Sometimes you're watching a game and it is a case of one player just goes, yep, I've just worked for the next couple turns in my head, I'm not winning this, let's go to the next game. Makes things a little more challenging for us, but I think in a fun way. And as you can see on the screen now, we obviously have confirmation. It was Din who won that game 1, and it was literally a case of Luca looked at the board and went, we're 20 minutes into this game, I think your position is too good. You're not actually winning yet, but I don't think I can win. Let's go to game 2.
And again, these are experienced players, good players. They see when the writing's on the wall. Sometimes you need to make these calls and just go to game 2, and we move into it now. And yeah, just very quickly before the players get too carried away with the moves, just yeah, Din's deck here. We saw 1 copy of that Judy Hopps, and it is the only copy in the deck. Din taking a 5-card mulligan, only keeping 2. But yeah, it's only 1 copy of Judy Hopps, which can banish any item on the board, and then its owner draws a card. Obviously, you would prefer most of the time to be removing opposing items, like opposing lucky dimes, but you can get rid of your own Porpsicle in a pinch if you really need just an extra card draw, and she quests for 2.
Yeah, I like Judy Hopps. We got Judy, Nick, and Porpsicle. When Zootropolis first came around, or Zootopia.
Zootopia, yeah.
No, it's we're in Europe, it's Zootropolis.
Okay, fair enough.
North America.
I was going to say, we got told off for that last time.
Oh, this is very, very important to me. I love Zootropolis. It's a top 3 Disney film for me. Zootropolis, Wreck-It Ralph, Moana will not be swayed. But we have that little package where you've got Porpsicle, the really good item, and then you've got Judy, which can banish it to draw a card, and then Nick that can bring it back, specifically only Porpsicle. But either way, we have got a fist bump. We are rolling. There is a Porpsicle in hand for Din here, and we would imagine, yeah, Luca is going first, and it's a turn 1 Diablo.
Yeah, I missed the ink, but we see a Diablo going down. He's going to take a look at the hand. Porpsicle, 1 jump ahead. Tamatoa, Flavisham, the Monstrous Dragon, another Tamatoa, and be prepared. And I did notice that Luca was holding on to a copy of the Floodborn Diablo, an enchanted one at that as well. I'd love to get another look at his hand to see if there's an action card there, and more importantly, is there a Bucky?
That's something we're going to find out. We did see an ink coming down, and we did get the turn 1 Popsicle from Din. It was majestic. It was a dragon.
Ooh,
not a Bucky. It's an Ursula.
That's not bad as well. Opting to choose the 1 jump ahead. Really nice play, because that definitely would have been Din's preferred turn 2 move to just jump ahead in lore.
And here comes a Diablo.
Yep, it comes down. We discard that strength for a Raging Fire. We're able to immediately quest for 1. And as it moves into Din's turn, Luca will draw a card when Din does. And if this Diablo continues to sit there, then it's going to keep drawing Luca cards through things like Flavisham, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this is what Luca never got this in the previous game. We never saw the Diablo come down. Nope. It was a big difference in the game. We do see one of those Tamatoa being inked. It was inevitable. There's 2 in hand, and they're 8 cost. And now we go back to Luca's turn, and this is already looking like a different game. Still wants that Bucky, huge part of the deck. We're inking a Jafar, and we're paying 3 for... Oh, who could have guessed? It is that Aladdin that put in so much work back in game 1. But Luca needs to be aware, game 1, there was lots of getting rid of item, didn't get enough ink, fell behind too far as the game wore on. Needs to be slightly more aggressive in the lines, I think, in this second game. We do see 1 jump ahead, though. We got 1.
Yeah, found another one. Is able to jump ahead in lore and just, again, passing back over to Luca. But yeah, we saw this Aladdin put in a lot of work in the previous game, banishing multiple items, but it proved to not be enough in and of itself. Din still able to draw out of it and take that game. So you got to think Luca this time really wants to find that Bucky and just deny Din these card resources.
Yeah, Bucky's what you're looking for.
Worth noting very quickly, sorry to cut you off, Ross. But yeah, just in Din's deck, I just want to bring quick attention to the 1 copy of the Great Stone Dragon, which is coming into more and more Sapphire decks. It's very similar to Fishbone Quill, except that it enters play exerted, so you can never benefit from it on turn 3. But later on in the game, because it takes a character from your discard to put into the Inkwell, that means that you don't have to deplete your hand resources. So a lot of players really valuing this Great Stone Dragon.
You know what Luca's valuing right now?
What's that, buddy?
Double Diablo. Got another one down on his last turn. When that's exerted, for every 1 card Din draws, Luca will draw 2. Here on Flavisham would give Luca 4 cards, which would be quite absurd, frankly, if we get to that point. There were a couple of turns last game where Din was doing a good job of board clearing, because, of course, you've got the Ruby package here with the Sapphire. We're going to need a bit more of that against his Diablo. This can get out of hand very, very quickly if Din is not careful. Luca's going to be drawing a plethora of cards right now. What are we playing? Ooh.
Or that Hidden Cove coming down that we've seen utilized to great effect over the course of the weekend so far. It's a 1 cost, inkable location, 1 to move there, 6 willpower, no lore gain, but any character there gets +1 strength and +1 willpower. And
they are all in the cove.
There we go, because it's only a 1 cost. So yeah, that's going to affect some maths. Din is running 4 copies of that Brawl action card, 3 cost inkable, and you banish a character with 2 strength or less. So now that Din's got to be quite annoyed that he missed out on those Brawls before this turn, because the Diablos could have been ripe for the picking, but now that they are sitting at the Hidden Cove, Brawl is not going to get the job done.
No, Hidden Cove making a big difference, and you'll notice Luca's already on 10 lore. That's more than he managed in the whole of the first game. In 5 minutes of this second game, he's done more lore than 20 minutes of the first game. We are seeing and don't get me wrong, it's partly because you get the Diablo early, makes a huge difference, but we're seeing more of an I am going to quest and I am going to get lore, because just fell too far behind back in game 1. We see a second Maleficent Dragon getting inked, second one in the Inkwell here for Din.
Yeah, it's one of the rules of villainy. If it's going wrong, turn into a dragon. But that time, that one's going to be hitting the Inkwell. I want to see how much ink is available through. I think it's 6. And
looks
Din,
like 6 to me.
And Din is holding, again, 2 copies of Be Prepared in hand. So, yeah, this board is very likely to be removed next turn. But again, that's still quite a slow turn from Din. And Luca's got a nice big hand and will probably be able to redevelop. But again, since Din is holding a second Be Prepared, if Luca overextends, that could be a big swing. We'll see how the players take it. We're going to challenge into the Hidden Cove. Super important to get that off the board.
And it's important to note, Luca's going to be on at 14 lore minimum next turn. Even if Luca just quests with the 2 Diablo, the Earthling, and the Aladdin, you go up to 14 lore. That is getting Luca pretty close.
Absolutely.
Din's not off the not off the starting blocks yet. Now, of course, we know we can have these huge swings to Sapphire. That's fine. But you're right. It is taking care of that board. Be Prepared seems like a bit of a no-brainer. You don't need to develop your brain to know you need to play Be Prepared.
Yeah, I think it's a shoe-in that this Grand Martala is going to be challenging into the Hidden Cove. move to remove it from the board, and then more than likely Be Prepared is just going to reset us. Din may have a different line in mind. Again, there's a reason that he's the man on the stage.
But the thing is, if we can see it, Luca can see it.
Oh, absolutely.
He looks at this board and goes, oh, he's got 6 ink. If there's any chance he'd Be Prepared. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's not enough because there's 2 copies in hand.
As I said, what a relief, right?
Luca there going, and you know there was a moment you play Ursula, you're like, oh, he's got to Be Prepared. I did it. Oh, he's got 2.
Yeah.
Do we have a second Ursula? Is there any chance? Because the thing is that Ursula now is also getting banished without having done anything. So we're questing for 4, going up to 14, but Luca doesn't need to guess what's going to happen. The Be Prepared is coming down. If there was only 1 copy, Ursula would have saved the day, but there were 2, and there is 0 chance Be Prepared is not coming down. Might start doing those vocal warm-ups there, Baker.
Yeah, it's looking like we're getting closer to that time, and I think Luca's expecting it to come. We're going to pass over to Din. He's going to draw a card. That Grandma Tyler obviously readying, and yeah, I'm fully expecting that play that I've suggested. But again, Din could have a completely different line in mind. But at least worth saying that, yes, there was a double Be Prepared, which probably was a little frustrating to Luca. It was like, oh, okay, I'm definitely losing this board nonetheless. But if Luca's got a hand that he can redevelop, at least that's still 1 Be Prepared less that Din has access to. We're going to sing How Far I'll Go. I rate that very much. Grandma Tyler being a 4-cost character can sing this song. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 is going to go into his hand and 1 into the Inkwell. Oh, that's quite the choice there as well. The Flavisham obviously being an incredible card draw, but that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon is an incredible board presence and immediately banishing something when it enters play.
And there's already 2 in the Inkwell.
There you go.
2 of those Maleficent Dragons are already gone. They're already in the Inkwell. So if you put a 3rd one in the Inkwell here...
I think it's time, Ross.
I think it might be time. I'll get my headphones off ready.
We're going to wink the Maui and we're going to say, Be Prepared!
And all of those characters are gone. I believe we have caught the attention of our Italian co-casters looking over, trying to see what's happened. But they know what's happened. They're watching.
They know what's happened. You know what? I asked them what Be Prepared was in Italian last night. They told me, and I've already forgotten. I'm going to have to double check that today. But yeah, that Be Prepared 7-cost uninkable action song. Banish all characters. Nice simple card text there, Ross.
No mucking about, no ifs, buts, or maybe.
Yeah, that's it.
It's something like Sword Out Air, but something along those lines.
Yeah,
these 20 Italians. We do have an Italian stream, so if you want to hear good Italian,
yes,
I would watch them.
And this is what I was talking about, Ross. Luca, obviously that first snipe of a Be Prepared, then fell to the second one, but now he's got at least a good read that Din doesn't have another one in his hand. Of course, he could draw into more, but Luca quite confidently now extending his board, putting down an Ursula Deceiver of all. Did a Bucky hit the board there as well?
Oh, a Bucky hit the board. We got Bucky, Diablo, the 1-cost shift target, and an Ursula Deceiver of all.
Nice.
That is the board for Luca. And this is where double Be Prepared comes in. Sometimes you Be Prepared, and your opponent goes, yay, I've got lots of cards and lots of ink, because it's like turn 8 at this point.
Sure.
I'll play them all down. And a second Be Prepared is the backbreaker. So Luca did get hit with a Be Prepared, lost the double Diablo. That was rubbish, don't get me wrong. But the Ursula did at least save him from a double Be Prepared.
Yeah, for sure.
Which, I don't think I've ever played 2 Be Prepared in a row and not have my opponent concede.
Yeah, it can be quite devastating to game plans. Luckily, Luca does still, once again, have a few cards in hand. So if Din is, because Din is running 4 copies of Be Prepared, which is the traditional count in most Ruby Sapphire decks. So another one could come down, but Luca may just re-extend. But important to keep mentioning that these Sapphire decks can just make insane jumps out of nowhere, or a nice high ink count. All it's going to take is a Tamatoa to start recycling some Porpsicles. Maybe another Fishbone Quill comes down and we jump to an even higher ink, and then this Tamatoa and Lucky Dime could absolutely just win the game for Din. He's going to play that Tamatoa. That's the first piece. Going to get that Porpsicle back.
Yeah, and there is no Aladdin on the board right now, so for the moment, those item cards are going to be a little bit safe. We see a Develop Your Brain, I believe, being inked. We see a card drawn with the Porpsicle here. And we're passing over to Luca, who is going to be able to go to, I believe, 17 lore if we go full questing. But it's a bit, because, you know, Bucky has war but doesn't have evasive, so questing on Bucky, not usually the best idea.
Yeah, but at the same time, at this point in the game, as you say, Ross, we could jump to 17 here. This Tamatoa would be able to take out any of the characters on Luca's board. Luca also must be paying attention to the fact that Din has access to Maui, has access to Hercules, has the Vitalosphere, which can give additional strength and rush to a character. So just because it looks like the current board state means that Din would only be able to deal with one of the characters, Luca knows that something else could come down and then he could just really punish Luca for overquesting here. But at the same time, is this the point in the game where you just go, oh, I'm so close, I just have to go for it?
If you bench another couple characters here, you can basically say, if you don't have Be Prepared, I've got game next turn.
Yeah.
And then we're going to game 3. So, I mean, I tend to be quite an aggressive player in my playstyles, not in my mannerisms. But that would be what I would be going for here. Now, for the time being, we are getting rid of that Tamatoa. He gone.
Is that a... Must be a Zeus. Yeah, there you go. It is the long game Zeus.
The enchanted version, I believe.
It certainly is, yeah.
That takes out that Tamatoa, which is now looking very, very awkward for Din. And the difference here is that by this point in the game last time, Luca had like 3 lore and Din had a really nice board established. Now Luca's got 14 and Din has a Porpsicle. This is very, very different to game 1. And it does feel, we've got 35 minutes left. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time.
But this is justifying Luca's decision to concede early in game 1. We're going to be going to game 3 with like half an hour left rather than potentially 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Huge difference. This is what we talk about with best of threes.
And we are getting that full quest for 3. Ursa Deceiver of All moving into the Hidden Cove, which is still on the board. Diablo and Bucky questing, and of course he's put down that Robin Hood, still with wet ink at the moment, so cannot sing or anything, but another character that can hopefully close out this game for Luca on the next turn. And yeah, I think a Be Prepared is absolutely necessary here. Of course, like I said, there could be Medusas, there could be Mauis.
It's not enough.
Might be able to buy a turn.
I think it's Be Prepared or bust here. I think there's 4 characters and Luca's only got 4 lore remaining. You take 1 or 2 out, you'll buy a turn or 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think you need to Be Prepared.
Yeah, I agree.
And you need to just wipe the board and say, now you have nothing. If there's a Hiram Flavisham in hand, that would be good. But does that leave us enough ink to Be Prepared, even if we draw it?
I'm not sure if that's 5 unused ink, and of course he hasn't inked for turn. If there's 6 unused, then he could ink for turn and still go for it. And did he even find it? Has not found it. It's holding a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, a Brawl, a Grand Martala, a Maui, and that Vitalosphere that I was talking about just a moment ago.
So here is just how many characters can you get rid of on Luca's side of the board. If you get rid of 1, you stop them winning for a turn, but they're ahead 16 lore to 0 at this point, and it is a hard hurdle to overcome. And it does look like we're going to be using a lot of this clock here. The Sapphire Ruby decks tend to play quite slow. Emerald Ruby, excuse me, Seal Ruby, Steel Emerald, there we go.
There we go.
Not exactly the fastest deck in the format either here, and it is why clock does become a concern. It's why Luca needed to conserve that time, and I think we're going to be sitting here in half an hour going, it is such a good job that Luca conceded that game when he did.
I think you could be right on the money there, Ross, especially with this Ruby Sapphire deck. And again, it's a big game. This is the top 64 match. These players both want to progress through. They want more prizes. They want to get that Mickey Mouse or that invitation to European Championship. So take a moment, really weigh up all of your options. We are going to see the Maui Hero to All, or Hero to All. Hero to All is going to come down and will be able to buy Din 1 more turn, because as Ross said, there is 4 lore currently on the board, courtesy of Luca's characters. We can remove 1. The Flavisham card, to be fair, there's a Vitalosphere. If we've got have we got enough ink for it? Because if we have, then the Vitalosphere could make Flavisham hit for 3 and then could take out something else.
No,
so,
I think all the ink has been used here from the Maui and the Flavisham. I think there was...
Oh, Flavisham came down this turn, yes, of course.
So we go back to Luca here. Cannot win the game, but can quest for 3, getting 1 lore away. Merlin Goat here would be great. Of course, not an option. But I think this is a situation where you just quest for 3. At this stage, I don't think you do just flood your board with characters, because Be Prepared would be devastating. If I'm here, I just quest quest for free, and I just kind of chill for a minute, honestly.
Absolutely, because I think this is as good as over, but it is important to say that Din's deck running so many of these control-based cards, the Be Prepared, the Brawls, the Madame Medusas, there is a world where Din could constantly have the answers, and if Luca keeps missing characters, maybe draws into multiple songs, then Din could work some magic here. Again, I do think the favor is very much with Luca in this game, but it's not over yet. I think, was that Enchanted? We don't talk about Bruno?
I believe it might have
Very
been.
nice.
So Jafar comes down, and essentially, with Luca here, it's don't bench all of your characters. Don't play all of your characters because you're worried about a Be Prepared, but have enough on the field just in case your opponent starts removing characters, because you need one to quest with next turn.
Yeah.
So you need enough that you're pretty sure your opponent can take out all of them unless they play Be Prepared, but not enough that if they do play Be Prepared, you have no characters with which to answer. That is a balancing act going on for Luca right now.
Yeah, 100%. Luca's still holding on to that Beast Tragic Hero and a Giant Fairy Tinkerbell. Din is going to slam down that Vitalosphere and going to quest with Flavisham, probably to be removing the Vitalosphere, I dare say.
I feel like there's one card we might be digging for here.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And there it is.
We hit it. We hit the Be Prepared. And we're we sync. No, we can't.
No, we're going to sing How Far I'll Go with the Maui, because obviously he's about to lose it. So why not get the full use out of it? Sing that How Far I'll Go. Find yourself another card. Put another card into the inkwell. And now we are going to very likely see that 7-cost uninkable Be Prepared. Luca putting all of his characters into the discard pile. But like I said, he's holding a Beast Tragic Hero and a Giant Fairy Tink. The Beast is a bit more susceptible to the Medusa play, but Tink may be a safe way just to close out this game.
And that's what I think. You saved your ink, you've saved your cards in hand. You go, right, I know there's free Be Prepared in your discard pile.
Yep.
I really don't think you'll find in the next one. Now I can play as many characters as possible. I can play my Beast. I can play, hopefully, another character as well. What is, look, I know, just playing the Beast there. We don't have enough ink to play anything else, unfortunately. But now you're saying to Din, you're on one law. You've got to set up for your big end of game combo, but you have also got to take out every single character the second I play it, or you will lose this game.
And here we see the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, that Dragon's Fire immediately removing the Beast. So yeah, as I mentioned, this Beast was susceptible to a Madame Medusa, whereas Tinkerbell would not have been. But actually, I'm pretty sure Luca had that knowledge that the Maleficent was in Din's hand from a previous Diablo. So maybe favouring the Tinkerbell more?
Potentially, that, and here comes the Tinkerbell. That could have been a bait to try and make sure Madame Medusa...
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't get Tinkerbell, whereas, so you get the dragon out, which did work. The dragon did come out.
I like that sequencing, actually, because... because it could have been Medusa taking out the Beast.
And there we go. The game is over. We are at 1 game each. So Luca wins game 2. But I said this a minute ago. I'm going to say it again now. In a best-of-3 scenario, you really want to be going first in game 3. And we have used a lot of the clock here. We're under half an hour remaining, even with the early concession from Luca back in game 1. So we might be going right up to the wire here with this 70-minute best-of-3.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, I know we've said this a few times, but these Ruby Sapphire decks can be slow. But we'll see what happens. We are yet to really see the Bucky have a huge impact. Of course, it had some impact on game 1 more than anything, but we're yet to see Din without an empty hand, which is what Luca wants to see, preferably. But Din, of course, with that Flavisham engine, the Porpsicles are great for thinning out the deck and getting closer to your key pieces. So let's see how we do for game 3.
Yeah, and Luca had a couple of turns in that game where he did have Diablo, and for a very brief moment, even double Diablo. There was some draw going on. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't ubiquitous, but it was there. Question is, what are we going to see this game? So we didn't get really Diablo or Bucky game 1. We got a decent amount of Diablo, but very little Bucky game 2. Could Luca finally just have a game where his deck does what it's supposed to do from the get-go?
Not if Din has their way, no sir. But yeah, just while these players are shuffling up, just another quick talk through the deck list. On the Emerald Steel side, we have 4 copies of that Aladdin that's been putting in a bunch of work removing items, 2 copies of Zeus for the removal, is running 2 Babooms, which is mostly going to be for the mirror match and for opposing Flynn Rider frenemies from those Ruby decks. Baboom.
Oh, Baboom!
Baboom! Boom! Exactly. Sorry, I said it wrong. I take full responsibility for that one. But yeah, this Boom, great for the Diablos in the mirror match, great for the Flynn Rider frenemies against the Ruby decks. Probably not doing a whole bunch against the Ruby Sapphire deck. It might just be a finisher, but not really what it's there for. We've obviously got 4 Bucky, 4 Diablo, 4 of the 1-drop Diablo, just 2 copies of that Hidden Cove, 4 Jafar Dreadnought, 4 Let the Storm Rage On, only 2 copies of the 1-drop Robin Hood, but 4 copies of the Floodborn, 4 Strength of Raging Fire, 4 Sudden Chill, 3 Tink, 4 Ursa Deceiver, 3 Ursa Deceiver of all, and 2 We Don't Talk About Bruno, just for the sake of anyone that was wondering about some specific counts there.
Very nice indeed. Always nice to go through that stuff when we have a moment. So it looks like Din is keeping 2 cards from the mulligan and getting rid of 5. And it looks like Luca is keeping 2 and pitching 5 as well. So what we're essentially seeing here is players going, I want these 2 cards. The rest, I'm going to, try and get something better. Now, I did see that the Hidden Cove was one of the cards Luca kept. I'm afraid that's the only one of the 4 cards between the 2 players I was able to catch.
Yeah, that Hidden Cove can be important, though. Obviously, if we get that early curve of Diablo into Bucky Diablo, then that Hidden Cove is important because Luca knows that Din is playing the full 4 count of Brawl, which could immediately shut that down. He's actually missed it quite a lot so far when he would have liked it these first couple of games, but maybe 3rd time is the charm. But we're going to be moving into Game 3, our first top 64 match of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Day 2. There's a fist bump, and here we go.
So it does look like Din, of course, going first in Game 3. We are getting an ink straight away. It is again that Maleficent Dragon, which seems to be mostly ink in this matchup, but or at least until the late game. Yeah. But we see the turn 1 Porpsicle, your preferred turn 1 play, and we get a Beast Ink and a turn 1 Diablo, which is Luca's preferred turn 1 play.
Yeah, but of course, having a little Spire of the Hand. There's a Brawl, How Far I'll Go, a Fishbone Quill, a Flavisham, a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and I think that was to develop your brain there as well towards the back. Passing over, Din immediately draws a card. He's going to put that develop the brain to the top. He obviously wants to start digging.
And yeah, look, top 2 cards. 1 goes in your hand, 1 goes to the bottom of your deck. Important to note, cards at the bottom of your deck probably going to stay there.
Yes.
So you do need to be a little bit careful as to what goes on the bottom, because they're going to be very hard to get back.
Yeah, for sure.
A second Maleficent Monstrous Dragon and pass back over to Luca. That seems to be 2 Maleficent Dragon in every game just getting inked.
And it's worth mentioning there are only 3 copies of the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in the deck, which I think is a fine count. 3 or 4 is quite common. Players go one way or the other, but yeah, just worth bearing in mind that Luca has that information as well, so he's going to be counting these Maleficents that make their way into the Inkwell to have an idea of what he needs to, how many he needs to worry about later. And we do see that Diablo. We did not see the Bucky, so a small sigh of relief from Din, I imagine, but the Diablo, again, just a fantastic card. Whenever Din draws during his turn, Luca will also draw, and it's at the Cove, so no Brawl, Ross.
No, hiding out in the Cove, turning off Brawl, which is lovely. Brawl lets you banish a character with 3 strength or 2 strength or less, whereas Diablo has 2 until he's chilling in the Cove when he goes up to 3 and turns off Brawl. But of course, having seen the hand with Diablo on turn 1, that told Luca that if you want to keep Diablo on the board, you've got to go and hide in the Cove.
Yeah, absolutely. Din putting down the Fishbone Quill, going to immediately exert it to put a hidden another ink into the Inkwell.
No, I believe we inked the Fishbone Quill and played 1.
That's right. So my apologies. Slight confusion there. I'm used to seeing the Fishbone Quill on the board. Yeah, 1 jump ahead instead, increasing our ramp. And just for the benefit of newer players, if you ever hear us referring to ramp, we're just talking about adding extra cards to your Inkwell. Of course, you can ink once per turn in the game of Lorcana, but there are cards of like 1 jump ahead, How Far I'll Go, Fishbone Quill, Detective Mickey, all these cards that do additional, put additional cards into the Inkwell, and we tend to call it ramping.
Yeah, ramping works very nicely indeed. I sometimes use ramping for strength, which just gets confusing because really ramping is ink, but I think you can ramp your strength as well.
Absolutely.
You can even ramp willpower if you're feeling a little bit spicy.
Ooh, daring today, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. But Din's not got much going on here. Building up the Inkwell quite nicely, but nothing on the board at all. Luca at this stage, it is all about finding that bucky. You've got Diablo, you've got your draw engine established. You don't need something like Aladdin yet. I mean, I suppose you could take out that lone Porpsicle if you were feeling really mean, but honestly here, it's bucky. Get that full combo going. You didn't get the top 64 without using a lot of bucky. You need to try and dig, but of course, if you're just not drawing it, you're just not drawing it.
No, absolutely. I do see that Ursa Deceiver of All in hand, which may be an interest because we're holding also Let the Storm Rage On, which could allow a double sing of that for 4 damage and draw 2. But we're eyeing up the, we were eyeing up the Beast Tragic Hero, but we're going to ink the Strength of a Raging Fire, and down comes that Ursa Deceiver of All. That Enchanted is stunning. Diablo is going to quest for 1, which of course will enable it to draw, enable Luca to draw, should I say, whenever Din does, which he does.
Yeah, Din draws to start his turn, so Luca draws to start Din's turn. But it means if a Hiram Flavisham comes down, I think you would need still 1 more ink in addition to ink for the turn. But if a Hiram Flavisham comes down, gets rid of that Porpsicle, Luca draws 2 cards as well. We got the one of Judy Hopps in hand, just saying, you know, could play Judy Hopps right now. But instead, it looks like we are playing...
I think we brawled the Ursa Deceiver of All.
Yeah, we did indeed brawl the Ursula. And we're inking Judy Hopps. That means guaranteed no Judy in this matchup at all in top 64. But, you know, she's still a rookie. She's not been there long. You know, give her a chance to get her feet, and then...
It's all right. This isn't what she's for. She'll be for other matchups if Din is able to progress.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, this hidden cove... Sorry to cut you off, Ross, but just I want to emphasize the amount of work this hidden cove is putting in. Such a simple, cheap location. Just 1 cost inkable, giving 1 strength and 1 willpower. But that makes all the difference, especially in a meta game, which is very much ruled by how much strength you have because of these cards like Brawl, like Madame Medusa, or more recently, Under the Sea.
Absolutely, and we did see it was one of the 2 cards kept by Luca in that mulligan phase, and Luca has got that Aladdin down now. We've seen it's been a big threat to Din's items throughout this matchup so far. Having it down here is nice, and it looks like Din is going to play the Gramatala. Yeah,
nice little bit of card draw there. We're yet to see a lucky dime hit the board over the course of these games, which is quite peculiar. It's normally a pretty sure thing that you're going to see that dime in a Sapphire match, but hasn't come up yet. But there's still time. We have 20 minutes exactly left on the clock, and we are getting to that point where, as you were mentioning earlier, Ross, where Lucas must be thinking, okay, yeah, definitely the right decision in game 1 to just call it and move on.
Yeah, we would be getting to the stage now. I reckon in kind of about 5 minutes time, that's probably when we would have run out had we played that game 1 out to its full conclusion.
Potentially, absolutely.
That's why I keep saying playing the clock. Unfortunately, in top 64, top 32 and top 16, it is a genuinely relevant skill. We don't have all day until we get to top 8, when we apparently do have all day, although some of us have dinner plans. We are inking a second Aladdin here. So there's more ink in the inkwell. We got 1 Aladdin down. That's enough for now. But what are we eyeing up in the hand? I cannot see what that first card is. Oh, it's a beast.
It is a beast. Beast Tragic Hero coming down.
And Aladdin's chilling in the cove, which now means that Aladdin is actually out of Madame Medusa range.
Yeah, and the 4/4 means that it could go into the Grand Martala and survive it as well. So, yeah, really nice. Aladdin definitely benefiting from the hidden cove. And as I said, that Beast Tragic Hero hitting the board. So if it is still on the board at the beginning of Luca's next turn, and if it has all its willpower, then he'll draw an additional card. And Luca really is, like, drawing a lot this game. This Diablo has put in an awful lot of work. He's denied Din the ability to play Brawl on it. So this hidden cove really putting in so much work.
So, still not much of a board. Here's the thing, there's 2 games in a row where Din has just not developed much of a board at all. Lots of ink in the inkwell, being able to keep cards in hand, avoiding that bucky, although I think that's more Luca just not drawing into it.
Yep.
Game 1, Din was doing a good job getting rid of the bucky, but games 2 and 3, Bucky's just not making an appearance. He's hiding in a tree somewhere, and it's not going great in that regard, but Din is not able to get much of a board going. And this is kind of playing into Luca's hand. Luca's on 5 lore, and we saw in the last game, get characters down, quest a little more aggressively, aggressively and just try and build up that lead, because there comes a point in the game where Din's deck goes, oh, yeah, no, your chance to win was like a couple of turns ago. We're over now, mate.
Yeah, this Grandma Tyler is going to be singing How Far I'll Go. Look at the top two cards. One's going to go into the hand, one is the Inkwell. I believe one was a Be Prepared. I believe that's what I just saw, which I imagine will come into the hand if I was right in seeing that. We're going to ink the Queen of Hearts, and down
here
comes
we go.
That 7-cost action song, wiping the board. And yeah, the Diablo has definitely outstayed its welcome, especially with a beast on the board as well, which would have given Luca even more card draw. And the thing is, this Diablo just kind of shuts down the way Din wants to play the game, because really you want the Fishbone Quill on the board, you want a Porpsicle, you want a Flaversham, and you just want to be able to keep playing these Porpsicles, keep questing with Flaversham to draw more cards, keep inking with the Fishbone Quill. But the combination of the Diablo and the Aladdin removing these items has just kind of slowed Din all the way down.
Yeah, we now see double Porpsicle. There is a beast on Luca's side of the board, chilling in that cove, going up to a 4/6, which is a very good stat line for a 5-cost.
Very much so. Not going to be falling to Medusa anymore. Of course, there are Maleficent Monstrous Dragons in the deck. We're not.
Oh, Be Prepared comes down just to get rid of Beast. That seems slightly over the top.
Oh, and another one just immediately followed up and put into the cove. Heartbreaking. I understand what you're saying, Ross. Like, it doesn't feel like the hugest of value, but I don't think I'd have made. I think I'd have made the same move, because Luca's got 4 cards in hand, which is a lot. It's kind of a lot. But if this Beast Tragic Hero just sits there, then it's going to get carried away. So may not feel like the highest value Be Prepared, but I understand the decision. But another one just coming straight down and moving into the cove.
We got double Flaversham, getting rid of double Porpsicle, drawing double 2 cards.
See, that's what I mean. Like, could you imagine if the Diablo was exerted on the board at that point?
Yeah,
like,
that would be bad. See, I'm not saying don't double Be Prepared, but and look, I am not in top 64 of this challenge, let's be clear. I like waiting eternity. If they've got one character down, I want to sit there being like, oh no, I have nothing in hand. But of course, if you do that, your opponent plays an Ursula, picks it out your hand, and you never get a chance to use it. So do you want to use it suboptimally, or do you want to lose a chance to use it at all?
Yeah, I think
all of these things are at play.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think you're right. There's definitely arguments both ways, and this time Din choosing to just say, nope, let's get rid of it, be gone, or be prepared.
Maleficent Dragon for 2 more inks certainly would have been something I think would have been a bit more fun, leaving a big body on the board while also getting rid of it. Of course, 2 are in the Inkwell this game, so only 1 is available maximum, but I think there is 9 ink there, so if there's any way you could draw it, just saying, Din, the Dragon seems like a good call right now. I would play the Dragon if I could.
That double Sudden Chill, getting rid of Lucky Dime and 1 jump ahead, I believe. That Lucky Dime being...
Yeah, what was that? So we're playing the... I've forgotten the name of the song. The Sing Together song.
They dig a little deeper.
Dig a little deeper, which literally exactly what is happening. Din is digging a little deeper. Did get the Dragon.
Oh, that's
what
huge.
I wanted to see this turn. The Dragon gets rid of the Beast, but also leaves a very good character on the board. That is how I like getting rid of a Beast.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge, and showing the power of this Sing Together song. Looking at the top 7 cards of the deck, taking any 2. I absolutely rate it. And ever since Din used this to top a DLC, we've seen a couple of players start to pick up this card down because of the Madame Medusa.
Oh, and that's it. What we saw there was Madame Medusa came down and took out the Jafar after the Dragon came down and actually challenged into the Hidden Cove to take it out. And as soon as that was done, we saw a repeat of game 1. Marco said, Din, I'm looking at your board, friend, and I cannot do anything about this. I was just about to say, Baker, this is starting to feel a lot like how game 1 was finishing, and yeah, that is exactly what happened. 2 big cards, and that was the end of the game. We were not going to finish from there, and Din just kind of talking through those last couple of turns. Big handshake, but when you lose in top 64 of a challenge, there's going to be some disappointment.
Oh, you're absolutely right, but at the same time, I really hope that Luca is proud of themselves for making it into day 2. That is a heck of an accomplishment. It's not easy, like we said, just over 1,900 players, 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format. Making day 2 is an incredible accomplishment, and I hope he's proud of himself. But yeah, it will be Din that's moving on to the top 32, so that secures them their Rapunzel, gifted with healing. If they can go one more, then they will get that invitation to the European Championships alongside the Rapunzel playmat.
Yeah, and that is the big goal. Top 16 for the European Championships invitation, top 8 for the Serial Mickey, and then you go, right, time to try and crown myself the champion.
Of course.
Those were strange games. In game 2, we saw Emerald, we saw this Emerald Seal just running away, just going, bit of questing here, bit of questing there. No massive turns, no Bucky getting rid of all the hand, but just nice, consistent questing through the game, getting up to 20 lore. But in game 1 and game 3, we saw Din using Ruby to control the board, using Sapphire to build up the Inkwell in the hand just enough to the point where Marco looked at the board and went, there's nothing I can do.
I've had enough.
In that game 3, Marco held on a bit. The first Be Prepared came down, he was like, it's all right, I've got a beast. And then the second Be Prepared came down, he's like, it's all right, I've got a beast. And then Maleficent came down, and he's like, I've got Jafar, which is not the same, unfortunately. And then you saw Maleficent Dragon taking out the Hidden Cove. Then the Madame Medusa took out the Jafar, which it could because the Hidden Cove was gone. And at that point, Marco, you're looking at your hand, and, you know, we were looking at that. Din had, like, 1 or 2 lore, like almost no lore.
I think 0 lore in that game. I think it was 0 if the lore counter was right, but at the most 1 or 2, maybe from a Flavisham or something. But super interesting that game purely decided by the board dominance on one side of the board. So yeah, fantastic game, and I think we're building up to have a little chat with Din.
Oh, that would be nice. I think it might be you, in fact, that's going to go and have
that would be a pleasure.
Well, let me know when you need to run off to that. I don't want to keep you. But, you know, when you see the game like that, for newer players that are watching and thinking, why would you concede that early? It's game 3. There's still 10 minutes left on the clock. It wasn't like game 1 where you're conserving time. The answer is, essentially, Marco looks at his hand and goes, look, I had the 2 beasts, I had the Jafar. My hand has very little. There's Flavisham on the board, so my opponent's got a draw engine established. There is a Maleficent Dragon, which is going to out-challenge anything I can play. It's going to get rid of any locations that I play. And now they're getting into their end game. They can just quest with the Dragon and the Flavisham, but I know they're not going to do that. We're going to start seeing Tamatoa. We're going to start seeing Lucky Dime. There is no way that I win this game. That's game.
Let's call it. And we are going to be moving into that winner's interview, so we're going to go on a short break now. I'll be back very shortly, and we're going to have a little talk with Din and see how he's feeling about after that top 64 victory. And then after the break, Ross will be back with Joe for top 32. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hello, welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. My name is Baker, and I'm here with Din Khan, who just came off a victory in the top 64. Congratulations to you. How do you feel?
I feel great. I was super nervous before the match because, you know, it's kind of high stakes at this tournament, and also my goal is like to get the invite, so I was super nervous.
Yes, of course, because worth mentioning, Din here is already qualified for the North American Championships, courtesy of Fort Worth, where you came top 16. And your goal, I believe, is you want to be the first player in the world to qualify for both the North American and the European Championships. What an accomplishment that would be, and you're one step closer.
Exactly. Just, I think, 2 more matches, right?
2 more matches.
Yeah, 2 more matches.
Yep, and you are down. So that's fantastic. You're going to be hopefully a part of Lorcana history. But I want to talk to you about your deck choice. I believe you're playing the exact same deck that you played at Fort Worth.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, one more match, and you've got your top 16 qualification. I'm just getting in my ear. So you're 1 away. But yeah, you played the exact same deck, Ruby Sapphire. Incredibly strong deck. Obviously, all the ramping options with Fishbone Quill and 1 jump ahead, and then these huge creatures like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, Tamatoa, Lucky Dime. Did you consider making any changes from your previous list, or are you just fully happy with it?
So the meta prediction for the last time was, yeah, everybody's playing red, purple, right? So, but it turned out everybody's still playing steel decks, like not only green steel but also amber steel. And at Fort Worth, I faced like 8 steel decks and then 1 red purple through the entire tournament. Yep. And then I was like, well, maybe it's the same here, because people are trying to play red purple, but the, let's say, quote unquote, really good players are trying to high roll their way with like green steel, or like amber steel is really strong too, and both kind of have a good matchup against red purple. Yeah. So I expected many players to play that, so I just decided, okay, my deck at 4-4 run really well, so I just like never change.
Don't fix it.
Yeah, never change the running system, right? And then one change I wanted to make, that was the Hercules.
I was going to ask you about that, because I quite like the Hercules, but you're going off of it a bit?
For set champs it's good, because at set champs they are like more red purple than here. I regretted playing him right now. Maybe I won't regret it later on in the next match.
Depends what you run into, right?
Yeah, but most of the time when I drew him the entire tournament, I wanted any card that's inkable. Right. Like literally, I drew him and was like, oh no way.
You say that now, but like you say, who knows when it's going to come up and absolutely save you. But there is one card in particular that I would love to highlight in your particular deck. I'm going to give you full credit. I think you are the one that is popularizing that card. Dig a little deeper. Now, I'll be honest, biasly, I'm thankful that you've made this work, because when that card first came out, I was like, I think there's something here. A 7-card dig seems really good, taking 2 cards, and in a combo deck where finding the Lucky Dime, finding the Tamatoa is so important. Can you tell us about what led up to that choice and how you feel about the cards?
So, my deck building was like, I had a rule set for myself. It's like imaginary rule. I said 20 uninks, not more. Okay. So with the Hercules, I was at 19. Everything else was mandatory in my opinion, so like all play sets. And then I had 1 slot left. That was the big Sisu, but I realized the big Sisu was kind of bricky, because every time I want to wipe a board, it was always be prep, as you saw, like just be prep the board. The big Sisu wouldn't have come up. Like people told me to play it for the green steel matchup too. I'm like, you saw the matches, right? You saw the games. And then I saw the card and I read the Sing Together part. I'm like, oh, this card is absolutely broken.
Yeah.
Because this deck has basically only 4 drops or higher, and many times you have the 4 drops. And also because I play 4 B preps, the main goal is like use your bodies efficiently. Meaning normally what you do is you quest. With them, you can gain 2 lore, but in this deck, it doesn't matter, like 1 or 2 gain. The gaining of 2 lore doesn't matter. So what you want to do is like sing how far, like use the bodies efficiently for the mana, for the ink. And then what you can do here is you can do how far, dig a little deeper first. Yep. Get insane value, and then be prep the board. That's like 15 ink worth, right?
Yeah, you had an example of that, I believe, in that last game where you found the Be Prepared, have the Maui sing the How Far I'll Go, and yeah, just...
I mean, that was a misplay kind of too.
Oh, you weren't happy with that?
No, I should have destroyed the Cove, because after that...
I thought you were going to remove the Cove.
Yeah, I was too greedy. I threw him too, I think, but yeah.
Do you think, though, that sometimes in Lorcana you kind of have to just take those risks and be a little greedy? Or do you prefer playing on the safe side more often? often than not?
That's the difficult part in Lorcana, because I think that's the most difficult part, because you can always go for the value, but you have to realize when you have to push, exactly when.
Yes.
Because sometimes you can have like the 10 hand cards, but if your opponent is just finishing the game, the 10 hand cards doesn't matter. So what I should have done is attack the Cove. So I had Maleficent, I had Medusa, so I can kill the bees and then Tinkerbell. But at that point, I literally forgot about the Tinkerbell. That's why I didn't destroy it. So yeah.
But it worked out. It was okay at the end.
3, it was okay, but I mean, I could have also brick game 3, and then I would be really sad, right?
But thankfully, it worked out well for you. But yeah, you are generally a very slow deck, but we do see, was it 3 or 4 copies of the Queen of Hearts that you're running? 3 copies. Has that come in useful very much over the course of the tournament?
I wouldn't have topped without it, because
really,
for what it's worth, it's mainly for aggro or like the Flynn, but
of course,
to be honest, I didn't face both. I faced Red Purple, but they never had Flynn on the play.
Gotcha.
So what I used it for was, they played Robin Hood, they quest with it in turn 2. I summoned Queen, attack, challenged the Robin Hood, meaning now they cannot shift the Robin Hood.
Because
if I would have done it, I would have lost.
Yeah, because I imagine a lot of players, as soon as they see you're playing Ruby Sapphire, they assume that you're not playing those, because not many people are playing those Queen of Hearts like cards. They just have a slow few turns.
Basically, 2 ink removal that we don't have because we don't play steel, for example, like the Baboom.
And it's inkable, so a perfect addition.
Yeah, most of them are inked.
Amazing. Before I let you go, what matchup would you most like to run into next, and which matchup would you really hate to run into?
All steel decks, please. All steel decks up to the finals. And I really, really want to avoid the red-purple matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic talking to you. I think you're really making a strong name for yourself in Lorcana, popularizing some cards that people maybe are not valuing enough, and I'm super excited to see if you're going to be the first ever person to qualify for both the North American and the European Championships. Din, I wish you the absolute best of luck with your next game. And yeah, this is a man to absolutely keep an eye on. But we're going to go to another break. After very shortly, you'll be joined by Joe and Ross, who will be taking us into the next round. And if Din has his way, we'll be seeing him again very soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, if anyone's playing Judy Hopps in their deck list, I am going to be cheering for them. I am Ross, and I'm back with Joe. I swapped Baker for Joe, and you know what? Not a terrible swap. How you doing, Joe?
I'm fantastic, Ross. I may have started the day off with a break, but I've been watching so much Disney Lorcana. The top 64 players have all been going head-to-head. Of course, we had one on the main stage, but there's been so many other players back there. I've seen Frank Carsten coming out on top in an Amber Steel Songs mirror match, so he's still in the mixer.
Nice.
And so many interesting decks. There's some Amethyst Steel out there. There's a bit of Emerald Amethyst. Not as much Emerald Steel as I expected to see back there, Ross.
Not as much Emerald Steel. And like I said, that was always a weird one to me, because there's so many things going on. Do people want to play it more to say goodbye to it? Do people want to go, well, it's going away, I want to start moving on to new decks? Do some people go, well, I was going to build it, but I'm not going to build it, you know, because it's about to be ruined by the Bucky errata? Or are a lot of people playing it, but a bunch of other people are going, I'm ready for this now. It's been a great deck for a while. I'm countering it. My Sapphire Steel matchup. I wonder, my Sapphire Steel prediction. Wonder how that's doing. Maybe we look at the meta game. Boom.
Hello.
14%. 268 players. This is, of course, the meta game from yesterday. We said just shy of 1,900 players. I think 1889 counts. What stands out to you?
Well, I think the fact that Amethyst Ruby and Emerald Steel are the most 2 popular decks is not really to anyone's surprise. And frankly, Sapphire Steel being the 3rd most popular, not a surprise either. I think maybe the fact that Amber Steel is right up there as the 4th most popular deck, more popular than Ruby Sapphire. A lot of Amber Steel Songs players in that top cut as well.
Yes, yeah, we'll hopefully get numbers on that at some point. But certainly going in, a lot of players. And this is exactly what I expected. Like I told you yesterday, super clearly, as far as I'm concerned, there are 2 decks head and shoulders above everything else: Amethyst Ruby, Emerald Steel.
Yep.
I told you that as far as I was concerned, it was a very clear 3rd place deck at the moment. That was Sapphire Steel. And I told you that I wanted more information about the Steel Song deck, this Amber Steel, that I think, especially in and since Fort Worth, people are taking a lot more seriously. And with 215, 11% of the meta, I think that tells us everything we need to know. But make no mistake about it, 40%, 4 out of every 10 players are playing those 2 top decks coming into this tournament. We are in well, there's basically 2 top decks, and then a third quite a bit behind them, and then everybody else following along after.
Yeah, and of course, when you can come into this tournament, you would have predicted a meta similar to this, which then gives players like Ding Kong the opportunity to come through with something like Ruby Sapphire. If they're expecting lots of steel, I mean, 3 out of the top 4 decks are steel. It does just give you that opportunity to really try and build something which is good into the rest of the meta. Amethyst Steel, quite popular as well. That's definitely a deck which can do quite well into a lot of the other top decks, and is still in the tournament as well, with 1 player making it through to the top 32.
And 1% of the board, 25 decks, Amber Amethyst.
Yes.
Hyper aggro. We did get one on stream yesterday and have a little bit of a gander at it. You liked hyper aggro coming into this tournament. You said yourself yesterday that were you playing, you think that probably would have been your choice. Has anything you've seen this weekend turned you away from that?
No, I mean, in fairness, what I would have had to have done is I would have had to have tested it a lot. Of course, coming as a caster, I didn't do that prep time ahead of a tournament like I would have done, but had I been prepping for an event like this, I think the 2 decks I would have been sinking the most time into would be that Amber Ruby and Amber Amethyst. Just something a little bit more quick. I think if you can be quick enough to go under Emerald Seal, and what I mean by that is just race them. By the time they build up their board, you've already got to 20. If you can go under Emerald Steel, I think these more aggressive decks could be a really interesting spot in this metagame.
Yeah, I agree. You made an interesting point there about preparing for the event as a caster, of course. If you're playing the event, you want to try and identify as fast as you can the deck you want to play, and you test.
Yeah.
I'm playing Hyper Aggro, you test against Emerald Steel, you test against your Ruby Amethyst. You play as many games as you can against every other deck with your deck of choice, and your aim is to perfect all your matchups with that one deck, and hopefully try and settle on your deck as fast as possible. You tweak the last few cards, you get your, you really get your lines down of how you're going to play. As a caster, we don't need that real hyper knowledge of that one deck where we're expert players. We need the overall view of the metagame as a whole. We need to know, you know what, Lawrence is starting to pop up in a bunch of these steel decks. You know what, Arches was popping up a bit more in Bochum. It's still there, but it's not quite as much as it was. Tell you what, steel songs, just saying, that is really building up. We need those kind of big overview umbrella moments. So it's a very different way of preparing for an event.
It certainly is. And I think a really big benefit of coming into an event like this with something unorthodox, you can spend that time to test each matchup and then just tweak your deck accordingly. If you find out that up against Ruby Sapphire, you're just that little bit too slow, you might want to just put in a card like Lawrence, which can quest a little bit more quickly, for example.
I really like it. But, rather than focusing on now, we're going to look to the future just for a moment with some set 5 highlights.
Hello.
We've got a bunch of legendary cards there. Prince Naveen, Mirabelle Madrigal, Genie, and Camillo Madrigal. So, I don't like Naveen as much as everyone else seems to like Naveen. Tell me why I'm wrong, Joe.
Well, Prince Naveen is an uninkable card with Singer 6, and when you play this character, you play a song with cost 6 or less for free. Of course, we've seen Amber Steel doing quite well this weekend, and A Whole New World comes to mind. You can play Naveen, and that same turn, play A Whole New World. You're not singing it, you're just playing it, and that could be a pretty nice way for these Amber Steel songs deck to just get that Whole New World out. We saw yesterday people using Smash to remove aerials. Well, Prince Naveen, if you've got the Whole New World in hand, it's coming down. So it's got a lot of interesting synergy, maybe with like How Far I'll Go and Mama Odie in Amber Sapphire. I think there's a lot of potential for this card, but it is uninkable, Ross, and ultimately if you don't have enough card draw, it is taking out 2 cards from your hand in 1 turn.
And like I say, I understand why everyone likes this card so much. Of course I do. It's just a card which I don't think is for me personally, and that's okay. The fact that it's uninkable, the fact that you need to have the song in hand at the time you play it, the fact that it's a -2 in hand, so you play this and then you play the song. And if it's something like Whole New World where you're getting a new hand of 7 cards, that is absolutely fine. But it is a little more awkward sometimes when you're playing a different song it can get a little more awkward.
No, it certainly can. And then Mirabel Madrigal is the first card we're seeing with 5 lore on it. And it is, of course, also going to be the promo card for the set championships for Shimmering Skies. And a bit of a change announced recently to the set championships for Shimmering Skies, which is instead of the top 4 players getting the promo card, it will be the top 8 players. So there's going to be an alternative artwork for this Mirabel Madrigal. Genie Main Attraction is one which really interests me, Ross, because it's almost like the kind of card that Amethyst has been looking for, where a lot of the time if you pair Amethyst with Sapphire, for example, you don't have that board presence and board control that something like Ruby or Steel offers. But here, Sapphire paired with Amethyst, the Genie, I think, could be great. You ramp into it, and then while this character is exerted, opposing characters can't ready at the start of their turn. Your opponent might be at 19 lore, they might have 5 characters down, but if your Genie is exerted, none of them are going to be readying. They can't challenge and they can't quest either.
Yeah, that is always very nice indeed. I think we have some other ones we can have a little bit of a look at in just a second. Oh, and right, I'm taking this. I'm going Donald Duck Pie Slinger.
Okay.
So I know you're going to talk about Robin Hood.
Yeah, I certainly am.
Like Donald Duck Pie Slinger. It's 5 cost. It's inkable. I love me some inkable cards. Shift 4, though we don't have a phenomenal. I don't think we have a 1 cost. We've got a 2 cost, which is all right.
And there's always Morph.
And there's always Morph. Of course, there's always Morph. But we've got Humble Pie. When you play this character, if you use Shift, each opponent loses 2 lore. Well, we've seen a lot of -1 lore cards. -2 lore, really good. But while an opponent has 10 or more lore, this character gets 6 strength. Well,
wow.
Look, you're a 5 cost. So there's going to be a lot of games where your opponent, especially if we are apparently moving into a hyper aggro format like a lot of people have suggested for Shimmering Skies, this is a lot of the time, if your opponent's got 12 lore, that is an absolute sweet spot. You play this and you've got a 9/6 that loses your opponent 2 lore on play. I mean, come on. Tell me that doesn't sound like fun.
It sounds like a lot of fun. And I think being able to take lore away from your opponent could be a more common strategy for some more slow control decks in order to prevent these hyper aggro decks with that Daisy Duck we've talked so much about really coming out on top. Robin Hood Sharpshooter, you're right, Ross. I do want to talk about this card. It is possibly the most exciting legendary for me personally. I am really interested in this one. Whenever this character quests, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal an action card with cost 6 or less and play it for free, and then put the rest in your discard. So Robin Hood, if it's not removed, can quest, and even if you find a simple card such as an Improvise, which is just a 1-cost Emerald card which gives one of your characters 1 strength and draws, it's drawing you a card, so you're going to play Improvise for free, and you add a card to your hand while questing for 2, and it still remains on the board. You've also got Brawl in Ruby as a great option already, Ross, so I think Brawl and Robin Hood are going to be a really natural pairing.
It's a card I love, but there's gigantic downsides. Firstly, the fact that you're discarding free cards from the top of your deck can get pretty brutal as you go through the game. Secondly, it's a 1/4 that works on questing. There are going to be so many games where this just doesn't ever work. Like when I was on my show match yesterday and I kept benching Simba, and I'm like, they quest for free. No, they don't. They don't last 2 seconds. So there are going to be players trying to remove that before it gets rolling. If they don't, it is going to get out of hand. There is an Ana here that's it's a 3 cost, but really it's a 5 cost.
Yeah, it's a 5 cost, but one downside maybe is it is essentially a 5 cost, but it can't sing 5 cost songs because it is actually, of course, a 3 cost.
Yes.
But you can play 2 ink extra to choose one of these abilities. Which is your favorite of these 3 abilities? You can either discard a card from your opponent's hand of their choice. You can give one of your characters +2 strength, or banish a chosen damaged character.
I can't answer that question because it depends on the board state.
It really does.
My opponent's got a really powerful character with 1 damage on, then I absolutely love banishing a damaged character. If their hand is getting out of hand, or if they've got 1 card in hand, a lot of the time, and Emerald loves doing this, getting a card from the hand is great. But if they've got, say, a Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber, and I've got a 5 strength character on the board, playing this, buffing him up to 7 to take out that Queen's Castle becomes a very, very, very enticing proposition indeed. But it's not really a free cost, because if you play it as a free cost, it's a 2 free quest for 2, which are an uninkable. I don't love it. I think you've got to have that extra ink to use a skill.
But it is quite nice that if you've got a really awkward hand, you can still play Arna down on turn 3. Maybe in the later game, if you're wanting to play, for example, Arna and a Mr. Smee at the same time, you have the option of doing that as well. So it's a really flexible card, and the fact it's so flexible really makes up for its maybe lackluster stats elsewhere. I think it's a great card. I'm really excited for this one. Clarabelle's also interesting because it's a rare opportunity for Emerald card draw. We have also seen 2 other Clarabelle cards, a 1 cost and a 3 cost, one which can banish an item, and the 3 cost which can potentially draw you a card. So I think Clarabelle looks like an interesting option for Emerald to draw cards, which is an ink color which can struggle for card draw often.
Yeah, and I really like this. It really depends on the matchup again, but at the end of your turn, you get to draw up until your opponent's hand size every turn. So if you're playing against, say, a Diablo deck, you draw, they draw more, end of your turn, you get to match them. So it is a 7 cost, it's a shift 5, it takes a while to come out, but it can work. But there's one more quartet of legendary cards we've not talked about yet. Maybe we talk about them, and we might as well start off with Mufasa, or Blue Fassa, as a lot of people in the community are calling it. 8 cost uninkable, immediately makes me sad.
Yeah.
But 9 willpower, phenomenal. Questing for 4, phenomenal. When you play this character, exert all cards in your inkwell, and then return 2 cards at random from your inkwell to your hand. Yes, it is minus ink, but it is a plus 2 cards in your inkwell, and it's very hard to get cards back from your inkwell. That can get you cards that you thought were long gone. But also, whenever this character quests, ready all cards in your inkwell. That is absurd.
Yeah, this is a very, very unique card, interacting with the inkwell in ways we've never seen before in Disney Lorcana. And of course, the 8 costs uninkable, it is a downside, but if ever there was a ink color which could get away with an expensive uninkable, it's going to be Sapphire.
And there's a lot of people talking about trying to play it early. I don't love playing it early, because if you use something like Gaston to reduce the cost by 2, well, you play it as a 6 cost, put 2 ink back, and then you've got 4 ink on the field.
Yeah.
I like playing this with Sapphire. Ramp up your ink in the way that Sapphire does. Get to 8 ink, not by cheating, but by just ramping in the normal way.
Yeah.
Go from 8 to 6. But you're playing Sapphire, you're going to be able to ramp it back up again, and then every turn you get to use all of your ink twice. And you've got 9 willpower. That is hard to get rid of. It's got 4 strength, which means it's not a target for something like Madame Medusa. I think this card is great.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can expect to see this all over the place. We've got Merlin Intellectual Visionary next, and this is another unique ability, because when you play this character, if you used Shift, then you may search your deck for any card and put it not on top of your deck, but in your hand. Very powerful. Of course, there's a lot of Merlin cards in Amethyst, so most likely going to be an option in Sapphire Amethyst. There are a couple of Merlin Shift options in Sapphire as well.
This is a card which fascinates me, kind of like how the Mirabelle quest for 5, when previously, you look at the design of Mufasa, there's only space for 4 lore pips there, right?
Yeah.
But Mirabelle questing for 5 opens up the game. It opens up card design. Merlin opens up card design as well. Lorcana is not, until set 5, a game where you just search for whatever card you want. That is not the way Lorcana works. Merlin goes, hang on a second, mate. Maybe it is. The fact that you can go and search for any card is just mind-blowing to me. That is so powerful. Need be prepared next turn? You got it. Whatever you need. The possibilities here are fascinating.
Yeah, the big downside, as strong as the ability looks, is the fact that you have to shift this card in to get its ability, and that can prove to be quite expensive. So it's going to be a really interesting card, but if ever there's a really heavy combo deck, then Merlin is going to be a great option. Up next we have Jafar, and it's another legendary Jafar. and it's a 0 strength card with 7 willpower. However, when it challenges, it's going to have 7 strength because of its Challenger 7 ability. And the Intimidating Gaze is opposing characters with cost 4 or less can't challenge. Now, as much as I love the card, Ross, I want to draw your attention to the flavor text here. No one will keep me from the broken crown. We've seen the half Hexwell crown of Ursula, which was destroyed, and it seems like Jafar is going after it, Ross.
Yeah, it seems like Jafar is going to be the next big bad in the world of Lorcana. This card is fascinating to me because if we are going hyper aggro like we think here, then that is going to be a lot of low-cost cards running around, and any card with a cost of 4 or less can't challenge. Doesn't say can't challenge Jafar, doesn't say can't challenge characters, it just says can't challenge anything under any circumstances. And if they don't have a removal card for Jafar, they can't challenge Jafar to open up challenging other things. And look, there's going to be plenty of decks where they've just got powerful enough characters that this doesn't matter. But there are going to be some decks where this is absolutely brutal and your opponent goes, oh, I really want to challenge this one annoying character. Oh, I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
And I love that.
And we've got finally, last but certainly not least, Arthur King Victorious, a Floodborn Arthur. When you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger 2 and Resist 2 and can challenge ready characters this turn. I think Arthur is going to be a bit of a game changer in Sapphire Steel to add the mirrors into your favor. The mirrors at the moment are very 50-50 because the board just ends up with a bunch of Cogsworth which are readied. But Arthur is going to be able to give something else the ability to challenge readied characters and remove your opponent's Cogsworth in a Sapphire Steel mirror. So that is going to be really exciting, Ross.
And when it says, well, we say another character, it says chosen character. You could, of course, choose Arthur itself.
You could.
You know what else we could choose? We could choose to have a look at the bracket for this tournament so far, so we can have a look at exactly what inks we've got, what players we've got. I do believe, yes, here we go. So we have a look at the Cinderella bracket. We've got a lot of Sapphire Steel in this part of the bracket, but a couple Ruby Amethyst and a couple of Emerald Steel as well.
Yeah, so the first round, this is the top 32 round. You can see Jan Moy, who's going to be a bit of a fan favorite from the Podcana podcast, has made it through. Lots of Sapphire Steel, also Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel. So the top 3 decks from the whole 2,000 players have all made it through into this bracket, and none of the other decks have, Ross.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but I'm just looking at that. And on this half of this bracket is Sapphire Steel.
Yep.
It's my pick for the weekend. It's a deck I really want to see doing well with Tamatoa. And I don't believe Justin Morales did make top 64.
I'm not certain.
Who was a player who was doing very well with it yesterday. But it seems like at least in the Cinderella bracket, there are a bunch of them there. And we do expect it, generally speaking, to beat the Emerald Steel. That is one expectation we have. So if it can start sliding past some of these Amethyst Ruby, we can start getting into the quarterfinals and rolling from there. So this is something I'm going to be very excited to see as we go through. And yeah, Amethyst Ruby, I don't even mind too much about the numbers here. That deck just seems like it's going to win.
Yeah, there's some really interesting matchups in this one. That Sapphire Steel mirror definitely favored for the player going first, but maybe with the right text in your deck, of course you can't quite play that Arthur we were looking at yet because it's a Shimmering Skies card, but maybe you could manage to win that Sapphire Steel mirror when going second. That would be really exciting to see. But moving on from the Cinderella bracket into the Maleficent bracket, and we can see a bit of a different addition to this one with one player here on Amethyst Emerald and one player on Amethyst Steel, as well as some Ruby Sapphires. This is a very different bracket.
Every match in this bracket has Ruby Sapphire.
Wow.
Ruby Sapphire against Sapphire Steel, Ruby Sapphire against Amethyst Steel, Ruby Sapphire against Emerald Steel, and Ruby Sapphire against Amethyst Emerald. So, and yeah, there are some weird ink combinations we maybe wouldn't expect. What's the most surprising one there for you?
The most surprising one has to be, for me, this Amethyst and Emerald. It's a deck which can definitely be very, very good against almost every deck, with the exception it tends to struggle against Emerald Steel. Well, great news for Forsten. If this Emerald Steel player loses the first round here, then they are going to be not facing any Emerald Steel at all. It's a very real possibility. So maybe we could see the Octo Finals full of Sapphire and Ruby mirrors, but I'm not sure. I think that Martin's going to have a great opportunity. I was looking at their Amethyst Steel deck. They've got some Maleficent 1-cost characters in there which can quest for 2, and that gives you a great opportunity against the Ruby Sapphire decks. It's going to be really fascinating. I think that Forsten's going to fancy their chances up against Ruby Sapphire, and I think Martin's going to fancy their chances as well. So going to be really interested. Are you surprised to see so much Sapphire Ruby here?
Yeah, I mean, it was the 4th most popular deck coming into this weekend. It was, the 5th most popular deck after Steel Song.
It was, yeah.
Which we've not seen on either of the brackets so far, I don't believe. Stop me if I'm wrong about that, but I don't believe we saw it in the Cinderella bracket, and I'm not seeing it there in the Maleficent bracket. So that means that we're, it seems to be a pretty good conversion rate. Of course, the most played decks in day 1 and day 2 don't have to be the same, but, the more of a particular deck there are, the more likely it is they're going to force their way through into the following round. So, yeah, honestly, 4 of them in top 32 alone is surprising to me. 4 of them in the same quarter of the bracket. Yeah, that is very interesting. I do believe we're going to flick to another part of the bracket in just a second, because what we're going to do, show you some of the bracket. Nah, mate, the Elsa bracket, and... oh, no, we've actually got to play a missing from here. I'm sure there's an explanation there.
Yeah, I imagine their game is still ongoing and just finishing up.
But here, this is where this... so we seem to be theming the bracket here. Because I said there was no Steel Song. Well, there's 4 Steel Song, and none of them are playing against each other. They're all in different parts of the bracket, but we have 2 more Sapphire Steel here and 1 more Amethyst Ruby.
Yeah, so a couple of Amber Steel versus Sapphire Steel matchups. I did just watch one of them. I saw Jan Moy victorious as the Sapphire Steel player, but it's an incredibly tight matchup. We did see one on the stream yesterday as well. That Fishbone Quill can put in some serious work for the Sapphire player, but if Amber Steel can get that whole new world through nice and early, it can be a real problem for Amber Steel. I'm sure many of the fans are going to be really excited to see the name at the bottom there. Frank Karsten, the champion from Disney Lorcana Challenge, Bochum, Lille in fact, and we saw them in Bochum playing Emerald Steel. Well, they've gone back to what won them the event in Lille, and it's Amber Steel songs, and Frank has brought back the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain as well.
Love that Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. Quest for free as long as you've got 2 other characters on the board. It's also, I believe, it's a captain as well, so the really nice combo there with Mr. Smee.
Absolutely.
You don't take the damage at the end of your
clues in the name, Ross. Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain.
I know, I said it was a captain. But yeah, this is weird. The fact that we got one bracket where it's, this Sapphire Steel, and another bracket where it's, really heavy on the Ruby Sapphire.
Yep.
Now we've got a bracket that's really heavy on the Amber Steel. And just to be clear, the brackets, they're just put, there is a set order in which the players get put based on their finishing in Swiss. It's just a bit of a coincidence that we've ended up here. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we can take a look at the final of the 4 brackets here. And oh, look how great that was. And this seems to be
a real variety.
Yeah, real variety. We got another Amethyst Emerald there.
Yep.
Teo Marcom.
And they're going to be up against Ding Kong, who you guys just watched play. That looks like a really tough matchup. In their interview with Baker, they were saying, I just want to play Steel all the way to the finals. Well, bad news. They've got a Emerald and Amethyst matchup, which is probably one of the quickest decks in the metagame.
That is not ideal. And yeah, we've got 2 Amethyst Ruby there playing against each other.
Yep.
We've got 2 Emerald Steel. We've got 2 Ruby Sapphire. And then we've got your 1 Amethyst Emerald, and which one did I forget? Your 1...
Not certain on that one. It's really interesting to see all the different variety. I think we've got a total of 6 different decks that have made it through into...
1 Sapphire Steel, there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
6 different decks, I think we've got. So we've got the Emerald Steel, we've got the Sapphire Steel, we've got Ruby Sapphire, we've got Amethyst Emerald, we've got Amethyst Steel, and we've got Amber Steel. 6 different decks total have made it through to the top 32, which just shows you how diverse this metagame is.
Yeah, it really is, and of course the bracket makes a big difference, what you're playing against as you go through all of these rounds, and some of these brackets look very, very different. We've got one which is very heavy on your Sapphire Steel, one that's very heavy on your Ruby Sapphire, one that's very heavy on your Steel Song, and then that last one which is the most open bracket of them in terms of the different decks that people are going to be playing against, and then we wind it all the way down until we get through to the final.
Yep. I have to say, I think if you're one of the Amber Steel Songs players and you see that side of the bracket and there's very little Ruby Sapphire, we were missing one player from that bracket, but Ruby Sapphire is probably the toughest matchup on paper for Amber Steel Songs. So I think that the Amber Steel Songs players will be pretty happy if they can avoid Ruby Sapphire for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen that before. I believe it was Justin in Bochum had a really nice run. They're like, I just want to play against Emerald Steel. And I think they might have played Emerald Steel like multiple rounds in a row, just going through the bracket, playing against those decks they really want to play against. Of course, you want to be a top seed, because being a top seed means you get to choose to go first, and you've had a better day, your deck's working better, this is all good. But actually, the most important thing a lot of the time is what you play against in the bracket, and there is absolutely no way to plan for that. No. You just have to get put in the bracket, cross your fingers, and we've all had those tournaments where we look at the bracket and we're like, oh yes, and we've all had the opposite tournaments.
Yeah. And of course, the one thing that you do have going in your favor, if you had a better performance in Swiss than your opponent and you're a higher seed, you are able to choose to go to first in the first game, which is a nice advantage and a good reward for those players with the better record in day number 1.
And like we said, going first in game 1 gives you an advantage there. And even if you lose game 2, you will then be going first in game 3, which is honestly a huge advantage. Yep. It's where you want to be. It's what we saw from Din back in our top 64 game. So it's where you want to be, frankly.
Yeah. And the other thing to mention that's different from day 1 is, okay, it's a best of 3 instead of 2-game format, but it's also open deck list, which really changes things. You saw, when I was back there looking at all the players in the top 64, they get maybe 5 minutes or so to really study their opponent's deck list, see if there's any unorthodox cards in there. There were some judges on hand for some translations if there was cards players weren't familiar with as well. And that's a really nice different element and adds a different skill entirely to the game, because rather than in the first game mulliganing, not knowing what your opponent's playing, not only do you know what they're playing, you know what every single card in their deck is.
And then you got some things to track. You need to be looking, well, all right, then they're playing 3 copies of, let's say the full 4 copies to be prepared. You know that for a fact. Well, 2 got discarded, that's quite good. There's 2 available. Look at the size of their deck, and you can start working out the odds. If you see, 2 Maleficent Dragon being inked, but you know for a fact your opponent is only playing 3 copies, not 4, again, you look at the size of the deck remaining and you go, they've inked 2, I don't think they've got a 3rd available, and that's a 9-cost card. You know they're probably not stashing 1 in hand because it's way too expensive to stash for that many turns, and it means as you go through the game you can start going, right, it is really unlikely to have access to this card, let's go. Or you might know that they just don't play a particular card. So whereas in some matchups where it's where it's blind deck list, you're thinking, oh, what if they play this? If you know they're not playing it, you can start playing very differently. So yeah, it's a very different skill set.
Yeah, and it's also an interesting dynamic that rather than just having the deck list fully available in front of you for the period of the game, it is just a period of time that you're allowed to look at your opponent's deck list. So really rewarding players with that strong memory. And it's going to be really exciting to see which matchups we get to see next. I'm really interested in these Emerald Amethyst decks in particular, Ross.
Yeah, I am very interested by them. I think it's going to be ones that, we need to keep a little bit of an eye on. I believe we're going to have a little bit of a look at a deck profile here. We're going to be looking at Ruby Sapphire Control. This is a deck, like we say, it was the 5th most popular deck in day 1. It wasn't a huge deck, and yet seems to have converted pretty nicely. There are a bunch of them all over top 32. So it's a deck we need to be aware of. And what we're trying to mash together here is the control and the board ability of Ruby with the ramping and big endgame swings of Sapphire.
Yeah, absolutely. And the lucky dime is often the way that this deck is going to close things out. We saw with a player interview yesterday, one of the Ruby Sapphire players really liking the idea of playing 3 different lucky dimes. So that is going to be a really, really interesting option to see how many lucky dimes the Ruby Sapphire player goes for. Of course, Tamatoa also a nice option to pull back that lucky dime from the discard and into the inkwell.
I mean, it's a great option for
into the hand, not the inkwell. Sorry, into the hand.
It does go into the hand. You are correct. It gets an item when you play it. It gets an item when you quest. It quests for 1 plus 1 for each item that you have in play. And of course, Lucky Dime can copy. We did see some. I think it was in Bok, and we saw. I want to say there were maybe 8 or 9 items in play. So we were questing for like 9 or 10, and then using Lucky Dime to copy it in a massive end game swing. We've not seen anything like that in Bologna yet, but it would be something I would be happy about. What I'm not happy at, well, I'm very ambivalent right now, because on the one hand, I wanted to open some packs. I'm like, we've had a bit of a long break. We talked about the bracket. Let's reward ourselves with a couple of packs before we get into the top cut game. But it turns out the top 32 game is going to be happening in mere moments. The players are already over by the table, so, you know, we're not going to be cracking any packs. We've got too many games to get to, Joe.
Yeah, that's right. The players are now in the building, getting ready and getting settled down on the main stage.
Where were they before they were in the building?
Well, they were in the building. They weren't in this part of the building.
They're behind the curtain.
Yes, they were behind the curtain, but they've come into our part of the building now, and they're getting settled down on the stage with the bright lights and all the eyes on them. And of course, they are going to have that little bit of an opportunity to study their opponent's deck list as well. Now, I hope that their handwriting is nice, Ross, because it's going to be paper deck lists, which the players get to see. And so if there's any translation issues that need to be helped out with, we've got plenty of amazing judges here at Disney Lorcana Challenge helping out. So I want to give this moment to give a big shout out to the judges, Ross. They've done, what a glorious job they've done, making sure that all the rules are being followed. I've learned a lot of things from the judges. If there's ever a Disney Lorcana question, as much as I might like to ask Tim, the game designer, the judges are the next best people to ask, because they know so many interesting interactions about Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, the judges have come across everything. You know, we talked about preparation for the tournament. Well, for the judges, it's completely different preparation. Again, we can be lucky. Like, we know the rules. We get the interactions. But if there's super awkward rule interactions, we get to say things like, our judges will sort it out. Yeah. Unfortunately, the judges have to sort it out themselves. And one thing you find when you travel around mainland Europe, when you go into places like, you know, Germany, like we were, in Italy, it is surprising the amount of people and the amount of languages that they speak. There are so many multilingual judges that we have here who all speak English, but then they speak Italian and Spanish. You know, a lot of my European friends, you know, I've got a very good French friend who's also fluent in English and fluent in Japanese, speaks a little bit of this and that as well. I've got a German friend who's also fluent in English and Japanese. I've got a Danish friend who's fluent in Dutch and English, bit of Italian, a little bit of German.
What do you speak?
I'm learning Japanese. I speak a bit of Japanese.
Okay, that's impressive.
I think I speak enough. I'm going there in a week. I think I speak enough that I can get by if I find people who don't speak any. But it's actually a really important consideration. I'm making a point here, I promise. Because, of course, we're in Italy. There are a lot of players here who speak Italian. We don't expect them to speak English. That would be weird. We have a lot of French players coming in. We have a lot of German players coming in. Mainland Europe, in a lot of ways, is kind of similar to the United States in that you just drive around and you just train around. Like, we're flying everywhere because we live in the UK, but a lot of French and German players will just drive over. Yeah. And it means that we need these multilingual judges who are able to fix all of the problems, and we have them and they're brilliant.
They really are brilliant. So it's been so nice to get to meet a bunch of the judges. One thing I really enjoy, Ross, is when I go backstage to have a beverage or something like that, you see the judges also on their breaks. And what are they doing when they're on their breaks? They're playing Disney Lorcana, because they also love the game as well.
Yeah, it's all we do. We finish here, we go and have food while we talk about Disney Lorcana. Lorcana, and then we retire to the hotel to play some Disney Lorcana. Then we get a few hours sleep and come back to cast Disney Lorcana. We are somewhat obsessed. Is this a nice time to mention that, you know, we had a little present waiting for us.
We did.
When we got here this morning.
I'm going to try and put it on over the head.
Finally bugged. It's not working, mate.
It's not working.
It's definitely not working. What apparently did work was how many times we asked for a hat.
Yes.
So, you know, it's all coming up nicely. It's a very good day for Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, I was very unhappy when I was in Lille. In fact, Bochum, one of my friends had the hat, and I was like, wait, I want one of those hats, because it is a prize on the prize wall. And I think it might be a good time to mention, Ross, what the players in this game are playing for. Because not only, of course, are they playing to win the whole tournament, get their hands on a golden Mickey, but this next game for many players is even more important than that golden Mickey game. They're 2 games away from the golden Mickey, but if they win this next game, not only do they get that amazing Rapunzel foil playmat, but they also very crucially get access, an invitation to the European Championships.
And I'm right in thinking we've not seen the prizes for European Championships, have we?
No, we have no idea.
I don't think we've seen anything along those lines. All I'm telling you is we have seen the prizes for the challenge. They're phenomenal. Do you honestly think Ravensburger don't have better prizes for the? So I'm obsessed with trying to figure out what they are. There's a man just out of shot who knows what the prizes are, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to tell us. But here, every player has already got their Cinderella. Every player remaining has already got their Rapunzel.
I just saw the players actually when they sat down at the table giving their Rapunzels and big smiles on both of their faces. I also saw one of the Amber Steel Songs players using the non-foil version of Rapunzel in their Steel Song deck.
Oh, that is beautiful. Well, they're playing here for the playmat. And don't get me wrong, that playmat is wonderful. That playmat is beautiful. But if you don't get to top 16 without loving, top 32, without loving playing Lorcana, there's no way you can do it. You need to have that passion for the game. And if you've got that passion for the game, you want to come to the European Championship. It is not an open tournament. You can now. I believe there's going to be side events and such. I believe that I might be making that up. I believe something was said along those lines, but I might be making that up. I might have just. I watched the Lorecast, but I watched it a while ago, right?
Yeah.
What I do know about the European Championship is that if you want to play in the main event, you've got to have an invitation, and we've only got one more chance after this. So, if you lose in the top 32 here, maybe you can get back in Birmingham and have another chance. But, I mean, look, you can win one game, or you can try and get all the way back through the field in Birmingham to top 16. This is, for a lot of players, the best chance they're going to have to get that invite to the European Championships. It is a gigantic deal.
Yeah, I think a lot of people from home would expect that the Golden Mickey is the prize that people are chasing, and of course the Golden Mickey's great.
Yes.
But speaking with many of the players, the games they're really talking about winning is this one, getting into that top 16 and securing the invitation to Disney Lorcana Challenge, Disney Lorcana Championship for Europe. And that's the beautiful thing. A lot of these players, what do they want to do? Well, their best prize is an opportunity to play even more Disney Lorcana, because they love the game as well.
Yeah, but I think they're also thinking about the prizes.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
Again, like we don't know, we're not giving any information away, we don't have any information to give away, sorry. But there's a really nice participation prize for the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah.
So I think maybe there might be a participation prize for the championship. You kind of need to have an invitation to get there. And we were walking in with one of your friends this morning, and they went 2 more games.
Yeah.
And you were like, well, no, 3 more games for the Mickey. And they were like, no, 2 more games, European Championship. I want to play more Lorcana. Yeah. Exact quotes.
No, absolutely. Players are now currently sat down looking through the opponent's deck list. And I can tell you, Roz, what matchup we are going to be seeing. We are seeing one Ruby Sapphire player, but they are not going to be playing against something we're used to seeing. They're going to be playing against Emerald Amethyst. And I have to say, if I'm the Ruby Sapphire player, I am going to be absolutely terrified of seeing a turn 1 Cursed Merfolk. Any card which can quest for 2 in the early game is often a bit of a nightmare for Ruby Sapphire. But I also did spot in the Ruby Sapphire deck list a 3-cost uninkable Sisu, which is not something you see every day. This, when it enters the board, can banish a character with 1 strength or less. And then if you're playing the legendary Sisu, there could be an opportunity to shift that in for 6 to clear the board. So I didn't see if there was a legendary Sisu, but if I'm seeing a 3-cost Sisu, I maybe anticipate that there might just be. So it's going to be really exciting to see the different builds. I can see the Queen. Okay, so the Ruby Sapphire deck we're seeing is an item build of Ruby Sapphire control, a very different take. So we're seeing the Queen legendary card, which is a card from Ursula's Return. I think there's some Scuttles in the mixer. There's Maurice's Workshop. It's a really, really different take. Instead of going for cards like Dig a Little Deeper, they're utilizing lots of items and then just continuing to draw using the items and then the Flaversham. Whereas the Emerald Amethyst deck is going to be pretty aggressive. It's going to have lots of questing power while also utilizing maybe cards like Queen's Castle and Friends on the other side, those really powerful Amethyst cards that we are used to seeing. And there's some really interesting item cards that you get to play as a result of playing with this Ruby Sapphire deck, because you're also going to be getting access to some really good options like the Shield of Virtue and other things like that. There it is.
Is this the Sisu you were talking about?
So this is the legendary Sisu. There is a 3-cost Sisu in there as well.
Oh, yes, but you said, did they play this one? I couldn't remember the subtitle, but I'm like, I've got one in my bag. So I pulled it out. It's Sisu Empowered Siblings. I've also got the deck list here. Yeah. And I can tell you there are, in fact, 2 copies of Sisu Empowered Siblings. This card is in the deck. You got your wish, sir. That means that this is going to be available in this matchup. And, I mean, you have personally guaranteed that it's going to be the difference in this matchup. So let's hope you're right.
That's a lot of pressure.
There's a lot of pressure.
It could be a really big game-changing moment if you can play that Sisu on turn 3 to answer a Cursed Merfolk in a similar fashion to Queen of Hearts, and then on turn 6 with 6 ink, shift in and clear multiple threats at once. It could be a bit of a game-changer. Of course, a Be Prepared is also great, but Emerald often going to have access to Ursula Deceiver to discard that Be Prepared. Amethyst also has the power of Queen's Castle, which is often one of the best cards to mitigate the value of Be Prepared, because of course it's got that 7 willpower. Maui's not going to be able to clean it up, and locations are not removed by Be Prepared.
Yeah, there are 3 copies of Queen's Castle in the deck, as you might expect, and I'm just trying to flick through both of them as we go. The Ursula, I mean, I'm assuming it's in the deck. Why would Ursula not be in the deck?
Yeah, makes sense.
Pretty. Yeah, we got 4 copies of Ursula Deceiver and 2 copies of Ursula Sea Witch Queen.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, the Ursula Sea Witch Queen, imagine if they're using the promo cards from the set championships. Wouldn't that be pretty impressive? But the players have now looked at the deck list, and it is time for the top 32 of Dizzy Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. This is the match for the invitation to the European Championships. It is a big game of Dizzy Lorcana. Yeah. Emerald Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire, Ross.
Yeah, this one is going to be a big one. It's an exciting one. We get to see a matchup we don't see all that often, and we see there Eli is on 47 points and Faustin is on 45. So that is, you know, we can see who the highest seed are. Ely, we got Ely on 47 points and we've got Faustin on 45. So Ely there is the top seed with that Sapphire Ruby, and Faustin with your Emerald Amethyst on 45. And you told me yesterday, and I don't know if we ever checked this officially, but apparently only 3 players on 45 points made it. 45 was not safe.
Yeah, so just to confirm, this is Eli with the 47 points. This is their Swiss score. Ely, this is their Swiss score. This is not their seed, so it is going to be Ely as the higher seed who's going to be going first. And I think that makes for a more interesting matchup. I think the Emerald Amethyst player, when going first, is going to feel really, really confident. And I think the fact that we're seeing Ruby Sapphire have the advantage being the highest seed is going to make things even more interesting.
Yes, I think I said 47 points. If I didn't,
you did. No, you did.
I apologize.
I was just wondering if there was a chance. Look at that, Let It Go.
Oh.
They've got the foil Let It Go promo card, which you get for getting top 128. There's also Teeth and Ambitions in there. This is the Mulligan stage. Player going first.
Looks like they
Mulligan first.
Okay, so we're keeping 3, pitching 4 over on Ely's side there.
And Faustin does have that Cursed Merfolk on turn 1. The question is, when you go in second, do you keep a Cursed Merfolk? It can be a little bit risky to do so, but I think up against Ruby Sapphire, you're absolutely going to hold on to this. There's a few uninkables, such as Diablo and Peter Pan Shadowfinder. Really, for 14, they're going to be looking for as much early questing power as possible. They do keep a Diablo, they kept a Cursed Merfolk, and kept one other card.
Yeah, the Merfolk, I mean, it's still a great turn 1 play. Unless you can show me a better turn 1 play, then I want to keep the Cursed Merfolk. You're right, it's better going first, but it's still a good play going second. And worst case scenario, it forces your opponent to answer it. So sometimes it can be nice to just force your opponent to expend resources getting rid of it. And if they don't, then the questing power gets very, very good very, very quickly.
I'm so happy to see Eli with that Let It Go promo card in their deck. So it's going to, hopefully they didn't get rid of it in the mulligan. I imagine Let It Go is not necessarily a card you're going to hold on to in the mulligan unless you plan on using it for ink. But it's going to be great for our audience to see that card in the game. It is just an absolutely beautiful artwork, but with that special foiling, which you get for the Disney Lorcana Challenge cards, is just glorious.
And with 100, you know, top 128 out of 2,000 players, that is a lot we see. Is that a Queen getting it?
That certainly is. So this Ruby Sapphire deck really focused on items, which is not the usual way we see it being built, with an ice block down on the board. That could be great. And we see improvising. It's not a card you see that often. I've been talking about it a lot for set 5, but the Merfolk on 1 is exactly what you want if you're Emerald Amethyst.
You see Tamatoa getting inked there. And I was telling you about Queen yesterday and how I thought it was an underrated card. Love seeing it in top 32 here. So back over to Faustin here. We've got the Cursed Merfolk in the active. We'll be able to quest this turn. Going and getting 2 lore, getting him off the board, which is going to be lovely. What do we have for a turn 2 play?
Yeah, so there's the Ursula Deceiver as an option, but there's also a slightly unorthodox option, which could be to play the Snake and bounce the Cursed Merfolk back into hand, perhaps anticipating that there could be that turn 3 Sisu. But it is going to be the Ursula, and there is no songs available, so no discard available. Look at that double Sisu.
Double Sisu, double Queen, bearing in mind 1 got inks, that's 3 Queen in the opening hand, plus a Havisham there as well. I like that Queen card. I don't know if I want Freedom in my opening hand, but at least they do work as ink.
Yep, they can be inked. Very flexible card, and Eli's deck is very much built around this Queen and cards like Scuttle putting in big work. They have so many items in their deck, cards like Maurice's Workshop, Shield of Virtue. It looks like the Queen is going to be inked, and I think we're going to see the power of this uninkable Sisu here. It's going to be able to come in on turn 3, banish a character with 1 strength or less, which could be the Merfolk, it could be the Ursula, but it's going to be the Queen instead.
I love this.
That's really interesting.
Queen, you can exert it, and then you look at the top, is it 4 cards of your deck, you find an item card, and you can actually play it if it's, of course, 3 or less, I believe.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Eli here deciding that they're not too worried about Forstein's questing power and can afford to just develop their own engine first and then perhaps remove the Kerfolk the next turn. That is, of course, going to mean Forstein's going to get 2 extra lore, which they otherwise Eli could have denied. So could be a pivotal moment that we look back on at this game to see, was that the correct call from Eli? It's definitely a really, really interesting play, and surely they know better than I do. They've got a lot of experience with this Ruby Sapphire deck, but it could come back to haunt them. If Forstein's getting really, really close to that 20 mark, this 2 lore Eli could have denied last turn could be pivotal.
It absolutely could. That is something which always makes me nervous, letting that Cursed Merfolk quest, but that Queen does, it's going to give a lot of utility. We see a card being inked there. Now, we could play another Queen if we wanted to go a little bit silly.
Oh, my goodness. We see the Ice Block on Diablo, and the Sisu removes it with ease. The combo of dreams. Ice Block, Sisu, goodbye, Diablo. And the Queen is not going to challenge the Merfolk. It's going to exert to use its ability, and the Merfolk remains and lives to fight another day. Bad news. No items.
There is an item.
Maurice's Workshop. And it's a 3-cost item, played for free, absolutely maximizing the value of the Queen.
Yeah, I love that. You get to search an item from the top 4. If it's 3 or less, you get to play it. This is why the queen comes in, and we see maybe why the Sisu was being held there, because it actually was great up against the Diablo. We do still have Sisu in hand, so I still think there's a decent chance it comes down next turn, because that Merfolk, it's all, you know, Faustin's already up to 5 lore. Ely here does need to stop them at some point. A lot of flying things in Faustin's hand.
Yes. Yeah, it's such a fascinating start to this game. Eli on that turn 3 deciding to develop their own draw engine first. And Faustin just going to be able to get that extra questing power. If Eli was going second, I don't think they would ever be able to make such a decision. But the fact that they're going first, they feel like they can get away with it. Pegasus is shifted in. Merfolk and Ursula are now evasive and cannot be challenged. What a play by Faustin. This Pegasus is drying on the ink, so it's not going to be able to quest or anything itself, but evasive on the Merfolk and Ursula. But this Sisu on the board is also evasive, Ross, and that is going to be really important for Eli.
Yeah, it gives a challenging option. I'm just looking at Ely's side of the board here. 3 of the 4 cards they've got in play, we basically haven't seen in any list all weekend.
No, absolutely.
This is a very, you know, it might be Ruby Sapphire, but it is a very, very different Ruby Sapphire build. Now, we do have an ice block there. We have got a
Maurice's Workshop as well. So Maurice's Workshop is whenever you play an item, you may pay 1 ink to draw a card. And Ely is really relying on this Maurice's Workshop as their card draw engine. Don't have cards like Dig a Little Deeper. Don't play things like Grandma Tala, maybe not How Far I'll Go. Instead, going down that item route, which is really fascinating to see a Ruby Sapphire player with this approach and them succeeding so well.
Yeah, it's always nice to see people doing something a little bit different. Makes me rather happy.
Absolutely.
So we're using a couple of ink here. We're using an ice block. We're drawing a card with the Workshop. We are inking a card, and I mean, is it time for Sisu to take out the Merfolk?
It could even be double ice block onto Pegasus, and the Sisu could even take out the Pegasus. Of course, if you challenge the Merfolk, you are going to be... But there it is, the Sisu onto the Pegasus. Double ice block Sisu. And now this Sisu could challenge Merfolk, but it would force Ely to discard a card. We're seeing the Queen's ability now. Look at all those items. Shield of Virtue, Porpsicle, or Vitalosphere can be played for free, but they'll come in exerted. And really fascinating to see the Shield of Virtue picked over the Porpsicle there.
But it's interesting to note the other cards go to the bottom of your deck. There is now a Be Prepared at the bottom of the deck. We see a challenge with Sisu into the Merfolk, but that is one copy of Be Prepared, which is essentially out of commission for a while.
Yeah.
That's just not coming back, not anytime soon.
And let's not forget, that was an evasive Merfolk right there. Faustin shifted in Pegasus to give this Merfolk evasive, but Ely with that Sisu, it has been the absolute star of the show in this one. The 3-cost uninkable Sisu putting in so much work.
All I'm saying is, right, Ely's got a bunch of items being built up. You know who loves items?
Okay, I think I see where you're going with this.
I feel like we've not seen many boards that have really taken advantage of it this weekend so far, but I do feel like Ely is building up to a potential gigantic Tamatoa line, and that would make me very happy indeed. We're not there yet, but it's just something to look out for. A Tamatoa right now would be questing for 5. I know we don't have enough ink, we're not there yet, but Faustin does not seem to be playing much item hate, much item removal here.
No.
So it feels like Ely can, you know, and it's not like we're playing a Havisham build here where we're just constantly getting rid of all the items to draw. We could see a gigantic swing turn as we see a Merlin Fox being inked and a non-shifted Pegasus coming into play.
Yeah, one of the big weaknesses of Emerald Amethyst is you don't have access to a card like Benja. Most of the item removal cards are not great, and therefore items can be a real problem. We do see the Ursula Deceiver quest for 1, so Faustin is now at 9 lore, only 11 away, but Ely only at 0, but that's going to change pretty quickly as they continue to develop their board. This Queen play on turn 3 was just so heads up from Ely, deciding that they just had the time to stall out thanks to the power of the Sisus, the double ice block as well. It's just been a tremendous start from this series by Ely.
And keeping those ice block in play means you can just be constantly lowering power over and over again.
There's a Tamatoa. Tamatoa is in the deck confirmed. Ely with 4 cards, of course, from the Queen. So they're going to find a Porpsicle, and they're going to be able to play that for free. That is the only item they found. But this is the 3rd time that the Queen has been exerted to play an item for free.
It is, and Porpsicle comes down. There is a Tamatoa now towards the bottom of the deck, which is awkward. Although the more you play the Queen, the more the first cards at the bottom do get shifted up towards the top. But there's 4 Tamatoa in the deck. We will be fine. I think my big shiny crab friend might be coming around. Here we go.
Oh, the shift Sisu.
Legendary Sisu. And with the ice block there, lowering Pegasus's strength. Boom. Down they both go.
Wow, what a play. We're seeing the power of the ice blocks in this one. A lot of Ruby Sapphire players moved away from it, but this item-heavy build is absolutely taking advantage of them. The Diablo 1 cost comes in from Forstein, and it sees a Flaversham, and Flaversham means more cards where that came from. We see the Diablo Legendary as well, but Ely is just looking in an absolutely dominant position right now.
Yeah, this is going beautifully. Of course, we do have Havisham here. We're not seeing it in this game. It's why we're seeing the items build up, but we can play Havisham. Oh, we see a whiff on the Queen, but it does push things like that Be Prepared and Tamatoa towards the top of the deck. So it's not completely useless. And is that Havisham hitting the field, getting rid of that Porpsicle? Now we draw cards.
Yeah, there is a Scuttle in hand. There is also a Vitalosphere and a Fortosphere. A Scuttle?
No, it's Scuttle.
Okay, it is a Vitalosphere. I thought I got the
Vitalosphere.
The Fortosphere is the steel one.
Yes, I just know how you like Scuttle, so I just really wanted to.
Oh my goodness, the Shield of Virtue readies the Queen, and her ability has been used twice this turn. What a deck by Ely. It's absolutely glorious.
I love this Queen. I keep telling people, I literally told you on the way to dinner last night that I like this Queen. I think it's underrated, and I am very much enjoying watching Ely show us all just how underrated this card is. And between games, I've got a nice little story about Queen, but I'll save that. This game is too exciting. We've got Diablo coming in here, and we've got a Vitalosphere and Scuttle.
Yeah.
That is the hand. But there's so much draw available with Hiram Flaversham and all those items on the board, with Queen getting some items, and Maurice's workshop. There's so much potential here for draw on Ely's side of the board. That hand is deceptive.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Ross. I've been very critical of the card Scuttle being in players' Sapphire Steel decks in the past, for example. But when you've got this many items, Scuttle is going to be hitting an item very, very consistently, and it has the potential to be an amazing card. And Ely has clearly found the right home for it with this deck as we see another item come down. But where's Tamatoa, Ross? I know you're waiting for it.
I am. We've seen one so far, but it was from a Queen. It didn't work. We get Rush and the extra strength given to Sisu to take out the Diablo, of course. Sisu being evasive really helps, and I'm getting a hankering to watch Raya and the Last Dragon right now.
I think this is the 6th time or so we've seen the Queen exerted to play an item for free, and she's hit every single time.
No, that was one whiff.
Okay.
It was one whiff. But hitting 5 out of 6 is fine by me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. The Shield of Virtue still on the board as well. We did see Ely decide to play that instead of a Porpsicle, and I was surprised. But then we see the synergy that it can have with the Queen. It comes through again. You're paying a little bit of ink. The Queen's going to ready and now challenge the Diablo, and it's not even going to take any damage back thanks to that ice block. What a combo deck this is.
I am loving these combos. I really want to try this deck.
Yes.
I would stay away from Sapphire a bit, but I'm telling you, this seems good. And here's the thing. Ely has now got up to 11 lore. Kept enough characters on the board to just do a little bit of cheeky questing here and there while building up that well of items and controlling the board with Sisu and Queen. And it seems like Ely is completely in control of this game one. This is absolutely beautiful play here. And if a Tamatoa hits the board, it is over.
Yeah, and again, I just think that turn 3 play from Ely, I was so convinced they were going to go for the Sisu, but they felt confident enough to develop that Queen engine on turn 3, and then using the Sisu 3-cost uninkable to help control the board, those ice blocks, and really slow down Force Now. They were really starting off the game well. They got to like 8 lore very quickly, but since then it's been absolute dominance from Ely.
Yeah, it's been just taken out. Everything Faustin plays down just gets removed immediately. And Ely's doing the thing so many of these decks do when they're successful. Gaining lore here and there when it's convenient, but really shutting your opponent down and building your board. The lore kind of comes later. If you've got a much better board than your opponent, you're going to win. It is, let's get my board, control my opponents, everything else will come from there.
Absolutely. Currently, there is quite a lot of questing power. Flaversham and the Queen for 1, but the Sisu for 3. So Ely, without the dime, is still able to quest for 5. But Forsteno's now also only 8 away, so they're not so far away. They have 3 lore on the board potentially for themselves. But when you're up against Ruby Sapphire, I think you're fully expecting your cards to get removed pretty consistently.
We've got Gaston, Maurice's Workshop, there's an Ice Block and a Maui in hand. So we do see Ice Block lowering power. That Merfolk is a bit of a problem with evasive. We're using Queen here, and we are grabbing ourselves
a Fishbone Quill for nothing at all.
Another, oh no, we're changing our mind.
The Fishhook.
The Fishhook, and there is a Maui in hand to use the Fishhook if you want to next turn.
Yeah, so Maui's Fishhook, you can either give a character evasive or some extra challenging strength, and it's going to cost you. But if you've got Maui on the board, it's going to cost you nothing at all to do so. It is exerted for now, as the Queen plays the item exerted. But it could definitely be something that Ely could make use of. As a third Ice Block comes through.
8 items on the board here for Ely. And we do see Maui coming down, taking out the Diablo. Next turn, Maui's Fishhook can give it Reckless to take out the Merfolk. And we go up to 15 lore. I don't think we even need to take out the Merfolk next turn. Faustin can get to 17 here. But what we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're not actually there yet for Ely. There's not 8 lore on the board.
But there is a couple of dimes in the hand. Not 1 lucky dime, but 2.
Oh my goodness. I think we're good. I think we may, yeah. And then that Sisu questing for free. You quest, you copy it with the lucky dime. That is 6, and then we can just quest Avisham. And there we go. Ely wins game 1 in fairly dominant fashion with one of maybe my favorite deck I've ever seen on stream.
Yeah, it's got to be a contender, but I love that you just play that Diablo, look at Ely's hand, and then you're like, yep, double dime. Okay, time to go into the next game. Of course, that means the loser of game 1 is going to be going first in game 2, and that is going to change things. Emerald Amethyst wants to be the deck going first, so that Curse Merfolk on turn 1 could be pretty devastating. And if it does go to a game 3, Ross, it's going to be really interesting to see if Ely has a slightly worse opener, if they don't have access to those 3-cost uninkable Sisu cards, they can't remove as many characters early on. It could be a very different game.
Oh, it absolutely could be, but I enjoyed watching that, and we'll see, you know, sometimes you see one game of a deck, and look, they've made it to top 32. They're clearly a phenomenal player with a phenomenal deck, no argument there. The question is whether it is good enough to go further. So far, so good. But I was in Italy, I was in Bologna a few weeks ago, and I tried to buy an Italian booster pack of Ursula's Return. I thought I'd bought an Italian booster pack. Turned out I'd accidentally bought an English booster pack, and then I pulled a reverse legendary Queen, the one we've just seen here. And I felt very good about accidentally buying an English booster pack in Italy. Then, of course, I pulled the enchanted version of that card on the stream in Bochum, which is why I've been looking at that card a lot more. It's a card which is, that card is following me.
Yeah.
That Queen is after me, and now I'm watching Edie play this top 32 game at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, and I'm thinking, maybe I'm being shown how to play this card.
There's also a lot of new items coming in Shimmering Skies, which are going to give some other really interesting options for the Queen. We did see some players experimenting with the Queen in Sapphire Steel, but it definitely seems like it's got a slightly better home in Ruby Sapphire. Of course, Sapphire Steel, you can play a whole new world for card draw. Ruby Sapphire can really struggle for card draw, and this Maurice's Workshop Queen combo put in so much work there. It's so impressive to see.
Yeah, and you do have Havisham there, which can draw as well. It seems to be a deck that really wants to keep the items on board more than necessarily some of these Sapphire Steel decks we see. But Havisham there as an option to start getting rid of some of them and drawing cards is always a bonus as well. Ely's deck worked perfectly last game. If we can see that again, I think we're seeing them in the European Championships, whatever that might be. Faustin here needs a better start than last game. So we had the Merfolk, but very little else.
Yeah, that Merfolk on turn 1 was definitely nice, but when going second, it just gave Ely that opportunity to really get back control of the board. They were able to be greedy and play that queen on turn 3, but in this situation when Ely's going second, I would really expect them to be looking for that Sisu play on turn 3 to just answer the questing power as quickly as they possibly can. They're not going to have many characters on turn 1 and turn 2 either. Sapphire preferring to play items on turn 1 and turn 2. You can see Porpsicle, Ice Block. There's that Vitalosphere. We know they have Shield the Virtue as well. So many one-cost items for Ely. Might struggle for one-cost characters, which means that 3-cost Sisu on turn 3 could be huge. Now, Ely's put down the cards. Are they not mulliganing anything? Ross, what's going on here? Ely going second.
I mean, if they are going second, you do have the opportunity to make your opponent do their mulligan first.
Absolutely.
Whoever's going first has to mulligan first, and we see a lot of the time, people just don't worry, they just go for it. But there is extra information to be gleaned. How aggressive is your opponent mulliganing? The general rule is the more aggressively they're mulliganing, the worse their hand was. If they only put 1 or 2 back, you need to think my opponent has got what they want. They're playing on their preferred curve, 1 cost on turn 1, 2 cost on turn 2, etc. I need to be a little more careful. If they've kept 1 card, could that be the Cursed Merfolk?
Yeah, it could be.
That's what we're thinking if we're Ely here, but it's good, relevant information. It's very rare to see a player keep their entire hand pre-mulligan.
Yeah.
It happens, but it's rare.
Yeah, and also not only are you gaining more information about your opponent's hand from their mulligan, but you're also making sure that you're not giving your opponent any unnecessary information, because if Ely was about to mulligan 7 cards, Forster might feel a little bit more confident about keeping a few more. So definitely makes sense as the player going second to use every advantage available to you, and just waiting to confirm your mulligan until after your opponent has done it is something you can absolutely expect to see the very best players doing at this level.
Yeah, and we are 1 game away from Ely for getting that invitation to the European Championships, getting that Rapunzel playmat, and of course a shot at the Mickey next round. This is the first real, what I like to call, pinch point of the tournament. This is where we're going to separate the players who get the invite from the players who don't.
Okay, so I'm looking at Ely's hand, and I'm not seeing many 1-cost characters. In fact, I'm not seeing a single 1-cost character. And what's more, Ross, I'm not seeing a 2-cost character either. They mulligan 6 cards, so you can certainly imagine that they were looking for some more cheap characters to play down onto the board. No Cursed Merfolk on 1, and for Ely, that is going to be music to their ears.
That's basically an extra turn for Ely here. It's as good as, in some ways, it's as good as just going first. Your opponent, okay, they got the first ink, but no Diablo, no Cursed Merfolk. That is a huge win for you, because let's face it, you're going to jump ahead in ink. You're playing Sapphire. So this is just wonderful here. I love that we're doing this. Although I say that, is Ely playing any ramping cards?
There is the Fishbone Quill.
Of course there is. Okay, so yes, Ely will, and it's in hand as well. So Ely is going to be going ahead on ink at some point. Seeing your opponent with is huge. And again, no 2-cost card. So Faustin is just inked and passed. 2 Porpsicle from Ely here. 2 extra cards in hand. And next turn is where Ely really wants to start going with stuff like Queen. And why play Sisu when this has been your opponent's start?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm liking turn 3 Queen here.
There was an absolutely huge grimace from Forster when this second turn card draw came through, as it was not a playable character. There's the Cursed Merfolk. A little bit late for Forster's sake. Would have liked that on turn 1. Would have even liked it on turn 2. Could, of course, come down later on. On turn 3, it looks like it's going to be a Diablo. Not a quick questing card either. The good news is Ice Block not available for Ely, because Ice Block plus that turn 3 uninkable Sisu could have been curtains for Diablo.
Yeah, that would have been terrible getting that quite so early. Not there now, but as soon as we get this third ink down, we are going to potentially have a queen in play, and that is going to be a rather handy bonus indeed.
We could see the queen inked and the queen played. The other inkable cards are Maui, Fishbone Quill, Flaversham, and Maui's Fishhook. It is a queen inked, and surely it's going to be another queen play, but perhaps it could also be the Fishbone Quill here. Not too worried about the early questing power. Does decide to go for the queen as a potential engine. We saw how valuable that was in the previous game. Card drawn off the hop is friends on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking you could use queen and potentially get a Fishbone Quill next turn anyway.
That's very true. Very, very true. So Friends is sung by Diablo. 2 more cards in the hand. There is Queen's Castle, there's an Ursula Deceiver, Curse, Merfolk, Pegasus as options. 3 ink available. And of course, they are also still able to ink this turn to get up to 4 ink.
Could play the Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber, that could be fun.
Pegasus looks like the card that Forstein is considering to ink, but just having some second thoughts about that. No shift target available just yet. It's definitely a line that you're looking to do quite often with Emerald Amethyst, is shift in this Pegasus and give all your characters like Curse, Merfolk evasive. We saw Forstein go for that exact play in game 1, but the evasive power of Sisu and the ice block really shut down that line.
It absolutely did. Now we see the Ursula being inked. Here is the Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber, getting that 2 passive law return, basically forcing Ely to deal with it. And with 7 willpower, it's actually a very annoying thing to deal with.
I've got good news, Ross. Ely's just drawn Tamatoa.
Yes, we didn't see it last game. We might see it this game. We see Maui's Fishhook coming down.
Oh my goodness. We're seeing Maui's Fishhook. We're seeing the Vitalosphere go on to the Queen, and it's going to challenge the Queen's Castle for 5 damage. And the Maui's Fishhook preferred over the Fishbone Quill, which seems odd, but when there's a Diablo on the board, this Maui's Fishhook has the opportunity to give one of your characters evasive, and there's a Maui in the hand. So Maui can rush in, be given evasive for no cost at all by the Maui's Fishhook, and Maui's Fishhook and Maui combining to potentially remove an evasive Diablo.
Yeah, that will work. And then, of course, the Queen could potentially just finish off this Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber. And then your opponent's got nothing. And this is what we saw from Ely back in game 1. Let the law take care of itself when it's appropriate. Build up your items and shut your opponent's board down. Counter everything they do and grab law at convenient times. We had the possibility for a big law swing with Tamatoa.
We see improvise, a huge play. Diablo now with 3 strength until the end of the turn, and it could now remove the Queen as an option. It did also draw a card, so Diablo with 3 strength until the end of Forstein's turn here.
You've got to think that is to try and get rid of a second Queen's Castle. Queen goes down, and this is annoying. The Diablo does actually trade with the Queen, but Faustin here is just going passive law from the castle is too good. But it's Maui time, and there we are, taking out the Queen's Castle in one go with the extra strength you get from the Fishhook. Maui can't take down the Queen's Castle, but with his hook.
Yes. Absolutely amazing. I mean, these Queen's Castles are such a weakness of Ruby Sapphire. We see a lot of Ruby Sapphire players playing the Vitalosphere, but he's got not only the Vitalosphere, but the Fishhook as well. Even the Shield of Virtue can allow characters to challenge twice in a single turn. So Ely has so many answers to the Queen's Castle, which is often considered the biggest weakness of Ruby Sapphire. It is glorious to see the deck building on show here.
Yeah, I am absolutely loving this, making sure you've got answers to everything to which you need to have answers, and this is beautiful from Ely here. And once again, you look at the board, Ely's got some items down, you've got your Maui down. On the other side of the board, it's not looking so good. We do see the Merlin Rabbit come down, Ursula get inked, and a Curse Merfolk, a double Curse Merfolk. Now we might be talking.
Yeah, Forstein in an ideal world would have been playing like a Merfolk on turn 1 and then 2 more Merfolks on turn 2. So it's definitely late to be getting these Merfolks down, but it's certainly better late than never. Ely going to be really hoping to find that legendary Sisu at this point, because that would remove the whole board. It's going to be Flaversham for 4 ink, and the Porpsicle is banished. Ely drawing 2 more cards for their trouble. Scuttle and Flaversham were drawn.
And we're inking a Flaversham.
Time for Scuttle. Is Scuttle going to do the business? They're going to look at 4 cards, and an item is able to come into the hand. And Scuttle hits! So many items available. The consistency of Ely's deck is really paying off. Goodbye Queen's Castle as Maui trades into it. And Maui has now been given evasive as well, it seems, by the fishhook.
And now we've got 5 lore coming down from Faustin. We'll only put him up to 9. Not there yet by any stretch of the imagination, but is starting to get a little bit closer here. The double Queen's Castle was scary, but it was dealt with. The double Cursed Merfolk is scary. Hopefully they'll be dealt with by Ely here. Still no lore. Still in that phase of the game where you're really going after your opponent's board. And for Faustin here, it's just, I'm going to get some cards down. Can I get some benefit out of them before they inevitably go away? And if I can do that often enough, I can squeak this game too.
Faustin deciding to sing friends on the other side with the rabbit, so they can still quest for 4 here this turn with the Merfolk. Gonna have a peek at Ely's hand with the Diablo, sees that dreaded Tamatoa. Maurice's Workshop, Ice Block and Shield of Virtue are available. So knows that there's no threat of that Sisu coming through just yet, but of course lots of card draw available for Ely with that Flaversham on the board.
Yeah, Flaversham is a great option. It's nice building up a store of items, but sometimes using Flaversham to draw can be just as good and lovely. So, and if you're Faustin here, it's a really awkward decision because if you can just keep questing, but you know your cards aren't going to last that long. You know that Sisu is an option coming down. You know that Ely can give evasive to Maui to go after them potentially. Lots of draw to replace the cards lost when you challenge the Merfolk. And you've only got 4 cards in hand. You've got no draw engine on the board. So you don't want to get to like 12, 13, 14 lore and end up with no cards in hand and nothing on the board. So I believe what Faustin's thinking here is, look, I can get some lore here with the Merfolk. That's great. That's lovely. How am I going to get this working for the rest of the game? Yeah. Because I need to finish this out.
I think the line for Faustin that they're considering, they have a 5-cost Pegasus in hand. They don't currently have that 1-cost Emerald Pegasus. If they can shift in Pegasus, they can get evasive on all of their cards. And that could allow them to get that extra turn of questing they're looking for. The risk for that is, if you don't quest this turn with the Merfolks, there's a very good chance Ely's going to draw into that legendary Sisu. And therefore the Cursed Merfolks would be removed. But in this position, Faustin's maybe left with no choice but to take a risk like that at this moment in time. And I really like to see them really taking their time at a big moment. 5 ink going to be exerted. It's probably going to be the Cricky as the option, which can quest for 3. But it is, in fact, just going to be the Pegasus, deciding not to go for that shift Pegasus line and instead just questing instead. I love how Faustin really slowed down at this moment in time. It was a big decision. They could have gone for that risky line to try and draw into the Pegasus, but they decide it's just too risky and not worth it.
And sometimes that's where you've got to go, and it does seem to be working. We've got a Tamatoa hitting the inkwell here, so no Tamatoa in hand anymore. We see Maurice's Workshop being played, adding another item to the pile, and now it looks like we're paying 2 ink for a Shield of Virtue and an Ice Block. Oh, Ice Block's lowering the power of Rabbit. Maui's taking out Rabbit.
Yeah, so Maui only taking 1 damage back, and then Scuttle and Flaversham are going to challenge the Merfolks, which is going to force Ely to discard. But that Lucky Dime, while it's in the discard pile, it can be fetched pretty comfortably by our friend Tamatoa later on. Faustin at 8 lore, 12 away, can quest for 3 to get to 11, and that evasive Pegasus isn't going to be super useful with the power of the Maui's Fishhook on Ely's side of the board.
Yeah, having an evasive character questing for 2 is great because it's so hard to get rid of for a lot of decks. But Maui's Fishhook here giving the perfect answer, and it does feel like Ely's got the answer to pretty much everything in Faustin's deck here. It might not be this case for every matchup, but right now, you got your evasive cards, don't worry, I've got that. You've got your really good questing low power cards, don't worry, I've got an answer for that as well. And you're not doing so great at having an answer to my items. You don't have much item removal in your deck. Do you have a Rabbit though?
Yeah, Rabbit hitting the board, going to be a card drawn for Faustin. Has a few ink remaining, I believe 2 ink remaining. does find that one-cost Pegasus.
Just in time.
Yeah, probably a little bit too late, unfortunately. They decided to shift in that Pegasus, but I think because they played the Rabbit this turn, it possibly would have been too late anyway. They only have 2 ink available. If they played the Rabbit and drew into the Pegasus, they wouldn't have the 4 ink necessary to play the Pegasus and shift the Pegasus. So
fortunately not.
What they can try to do is quest, and then while their characters are exerted, they can be bounced back to hand and replayed readied with cards like the Madam Mim, Snake, and Fox. That could allow them to get that extra questing power. Ely doesn't have much questing power at all and has no cards in hand currently, but that Flaversham is on the board with Evasive and can draw cards very, very quickly.
Yeah, it really can. It works very nicely indeed. So a lot of decisions being made here by Faustin. Ahead in the board in terms of lore by having 8-0, but not as good a board position. And we saw what happened back in game 1. So your Madam Mim Fox comes in, takes out the Maui. There is a trade there. Both those characters go down. Maui was being a little bit of a pain. Gets up to 11 lore here. And now it's over to Ely to decide, you know, building your board is good and playing keep away is good, but you do at some point need to start, you know, getting some stuff rolling. We got 4 items down after using Hiram Flaversham to draw 2. With the questing, we've got an ice block down now.
Maurice's Workshop is going to be triggered to draw another card. So Ely started the turn with no cards in hand, drew for the start of the turn for 1. They've played an ice block, and they still got 3 more cards in hand. That is the power of this Flaversham and Maurice's Workshop, as we see the Scuttle combining with the Fishhook to remove the Diablo. And that Pegasus is still on the board, still with Evasive. But the Ice Block plus Sisu is going to remove it from the board. And the Grimace from Forstein tells you all you need to know.
And we are now getting to that stage. It's like a lot of Sapphire decks. You are going to fall behind. The question is, can you get enough setup rolling while you fall behind to bring it back in the late game? And Ely might be there. We got 3 characters and 5 items on the board. You have completely gotten rid of your opponent's board in its entirety. You are down by 10 lore, but you've got enough ink there that Tamatoa is now an option. And a Tamatoa Lucky Dime combination could get you to 20 lore very quickly.
Now, there is a go in Forstein's hand, and there is a snake as well, so this bounce potential can start coming through for Forstein and get them to that 20 mark very quickly. Let's not forget, Ross, this was a game where Forstein missed that turn 1 and turn 2 character,
yes,
but they're still in this game. It is not over yet. If you can get to 16 lore, it's only a goat and a few bounces away from getting to 20.
That is a worry when you're playing against any deck with a bounce engine. If they get, there's a lot of decks that'll get to 16, 17, sputter out, not win. But because you've got the goat, you can play it, bounce it, bounce it, etc. And then it goes away and it gets another lore and it finally gets taken down. And getting that last 3 or 4 lore with the goat bounce combination is so much easier than most other decks getting those last few lore. There's a few other ways to do it, like the super goofs that I won't shut up about, which still never actually sees a huge amount of play. But in terms of cards that you can play and immediately get lore to get you over the line, there aren't that many. It really is the goat that is, pardon the pun, the goat here.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is, I think, 7 ink available here for Forstein. They have a goat, they have a couple of Diablos, they have a rabbit, and maybe at least 1 snake, quite possibly 2. The problem with these Diablos is the card draw at this stage is just too slow. Yeah. They're only questing for 1, but they're also uninkable. In fact, it's only 1 Diablo and it's a Cricky. So 1 Diablo, 1 Cricky, who does quest for 3, could be a really interesting option for Forstein to try and get some questing power with. They're still deciding on exactly what to do at this stage, and it is going to be the goat. So they're up to 12, and it's going to be the snake as well, up to 13. And this is the power of the goat. That goat back in hand, Forstein can draw into some more bounce targets. That 13 lore mark can keep being bumped up, slowly creeping towards 20. It's on Ely. They have the Flaversham on the board for more card draw. Tamatoa and Lucky Dime in hand.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That is a combo. Ely right now sitting on 1 lore to Faustin's 13, but this gets big quickly. Yeah, you need to play the Tamatoa just to open up the questing the following turn, honestly.
The Shield of Virtue banished by the Flavisham. Gaston inked. Be Prepared was also drawn. I don't expect to see Ely playing Be Prepared here, Ross.
No. You've got your Flavisham, your Sisu, and your Tamatoa, as well as Scuttle. And your opponent's just got the Madam Mim Snake. And here's the thing. Next turn, Tamatoa is questing for a minimum of 6. Plus then Lucky Dime will get another 6. If you can play one item, it's game next turn. One item, Tamatoa quest for 7, Lucky Dime gets 7, and oh no, but you would need it. Yeah, because you need Tamatoa to quest for 7. Oh no, because then you've got Scuttle and Havisham. No, you've got game on board.
Okay.
I'm overthinking this, sorry. We've got Tamatoa will quest for 12... 16, no, you will be, no, you'll actually be 1 short. But yeah, so what you can do is you quest with Tamatoa, you will get yourself 6 lore, then you get an item back, play it down, and Lucky Dime copies for 7, that's 13, puts you up to 17.
Certainly does.
Havisham, Scuttle, Sisu, 20, boom! Game is on board for Ely right now. I like doing the Tamatoa maths.
Yeah, so 14 does therefore need to remove this Scuttle at very minimum, can do so with the Snake. They've got a goat, a rabbit, a Pegasus 1-cost character in hand as well. Now, the Maui's Fishhook did not give anything evasive this turn, so all the characters on Ely's side of the board, apart from the 3-cost Sisu, are not evasive. It is going to be a rabbit, possibly hoping to find a fox here, as this would allow them to quest with the snake, and they do find exactly the fox. They now, rather than having to challenge with the snake, in theory, they could take the risk and quest with the snake, rush him with the fox, and remove the Scuttle that way, because that's just going to allow 14 to get that 1 extra lore, and every lore at this stage is going to matter. They are going to be inking Cricky, it appears. That is the card they're hovering over. Of course, they'd love to use that fox on the Merlin down the line as well. That could also be an option. It's going to be 4. It's going to be for Pegasus Diablo. Are we going to see the snake challenge the Scuttle, or is the snake going to quest?
You've got to take that one. Unless I've made a mistake with my maths, I think game is on the board for Ely here.
It's a quest. It's a quest for 14 up to 14. 16 lore needed for Ely in a single turn.
We should be able to get this. So we are seeing the Brawl getting inked. So first we're going to play the Lucky Dime, I believe.
Yeah, and 14 didn't know that Dime was available.
And then so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yes, that's already it. So Tamatoa quest, Lucky Dime copies, quest with a couple of the others, and that is it. That is the game. We go from 4 to actually 21 at least.
Wow.
Because I forgot, with Tamatoa, you play the Lucky Dime, and you don't even need Tamatoa. Of course, Tamatoa could get more, but it doesn't matter. Ely gets all the way from 4 to over 20 in one go, moves on to top 16, and gets that invite to the Disney Lorcana European Championships. And you could have quested with Tamatoa, got an item, played it, then Lucky Dime. So I think you could have got to like 22, 23 there, but it's all irrelevant. Tamatoa, Lucky Dime, what a combination.
What a combination indeed, and it was great to hear the spectators in the venue really enjoying that as well. Lots of claps coming out from that one. What a deck, what a performance. I really thought Ruby Sapphire was going to have very little chance against Emerald Amethyst, but boy, oh boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? When you think about your Ruby Sapphire, there is a certain build you're thinking of.
Yeah.
That is not the build. It's a completely different deck. Technically, it is Ruby Sapphire, and you still got things like Lucky Dime, Tamatoa, Porpsicle, Hiram, Flavisham. There's elements you see in other decks, but things like the Queen, which didn't even really come down in Game 2.
No.
Game 1 was absolutely huge, and things like that free drop uninkable Susu that you keep talking about, as you should. It's great. Things like your Maui's Fishhook, things like your Maurice's Workshop. That was not a Ruby Sapphire deck like we would imagine it, and there were so many cards in that matchup that we haven't seen on stream here or in Bochum. First time we've seen them on stream, because they are unique cards.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see it. I have a real belief, Ross, that Disney Lorcana has such a high skill ceiling in terms of the deck building. I think there's so much potential within this game. A lot of players are going to play it safe. They're going to use the decks that they expect to play, that we expect to see, but some players want to go outside of the box and try and bring something very unorthodox, and if you can, strike gold and find something that really, really works, I think it can give you such a big advantage coming into an event like this, which is why I'm not surprised at all to see something just a little bit different to what we're used to seeing in the top 16. I wouldn't have said it was necessarily this deck, but I'm never surprised to see these really spicy decks doing well.
And there is, you know, there was a conversation where Ely goes to his friends and he's like, right, I've got this idea.
Yeah.
It's Sapphire Steel, but I'm playing a bunch of the Queen, and I'm going super heavy on items, and I'm playing the free cost on Inkable Sisu. And you know there must have been a couple of friends who are like, mate, I don't think that's going to work. That's not really the way we do things. Like, let me show you, son.
Yeah.
Let me show you this. And I mean, I love seeing a weird deck do well. Every time I ask you what you want to see on stream, you always tell me you want to see something different, something unique.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I really do love it. And hopefully we can find out more from an interview, Ross, which we're going to be going to shortly. So we're going to have a short break, and then when we're back, we're going to have an interview with one of the players.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ross, and I'm joined by the winner of my favorite game that we have seen on the stream this weekend. It is Ely, and I'm afraid I can't pronounce your name quite right, but you got your deck right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, we need to start with your deck, okay? You're playing Sapphire Ruby, but that is not what we expect with Sapphire Ruby. Can you just tell us how you came up with this deck?
I had the idea at the start of the chapter 4 because I wanted a deck that wasn't like the usual chapter 3 with a song like One Drop Ahead and mono song, and I wanted something like more punchy with Sphere and Mulan. I always wanted to play Sphere and Mulan, and after test, I cutted the Mulans, which were too slow, to play some Namaris, which were not the thing, and I said, let's go all in early game and just play Tamatoas and Preps in end game.
So one of the cards we love in that deck is your Sisu. It's a Sisu we don't see very much, a free cost uninkable, and it put in so much work. Is that happening every game? Is that a real key card in the deck?
Yeah, in every matchup is a key card. She's evasive, so she can catch Diablos and other threats, and with so much ice block, she can kill almost everything, like even a Tamatoa. I did it today, yesterday.
You took down a Tamatoa with your free cost Sisu.
Yeah.
Oh, that is absolutely amazing. Right, the Queen.
Yeah.
I love this card. Nobody plays this card, but you play this card. Why is the Queen so good?
It's so good because it can draw and generate mana, and even she can contest Flynn Rider in turn 2 against Ruby Purple.
I mean, that works pretty nicely for me. So we saw a huge Tamatoa at the end of game 2. You went from 4 lore to, I think it was like 22, 23. It was...
No, he made 2 times 7 with a dime.
Oh, but then you had a couple of other questers as well.
Yeah, there was 2 more. I could have picked an item in the grave, but...
You could have gone high, but you've got plenty there. You won the game nicely. What is the biggest Tamatoa you have pulled? Because it seems like your deck gets items out nicely.
Yeah, biggest one, I guess I did like 33 lore in 1 turn.
I've never seen 33 lore in 1 turn. That is absurd. So you're in top 16 now.
Yep.
You've got your European Championship invite.
Yep.
I assume that's something, you know, when you were coming in, what meant more to you? The top 16 invite or the top 8 Mickey? What was your main goal?
To have fun.
Oh.
I playing for fun. I came with TO Time, which won Bochum.
Yes.
So we trained together and...
I mean, that's the answer. That is absolutely the answer. So, you're in top 16, having a phenomenal run. What decks do you not want to face? What are you worried about?
Excuse me?
What are your bad matchups?
Yellow purple.
Are you expecting much of that?
I don't think so.
Okay, so what I'm hearing here is a lot of confidence. Do you think your deck is ready to go all the way here?
Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I can.
Maybe you can. I hope you can. I love seeing the Queen getting all the items. I love seeing the giant Tamatoa. I love seeing the Sisu that nobody else is playing.
You didn't even see the best 4 turn, which is shield on the Queen.
Oh, talk us through that play quickly.
Yeah, you play the Queen on turn 3, she grabs an item, then you play a shield, you untap her, and you grab another item.
Well, you did that in one of the games. You did the double Queen in 1 turn.
Yeah, but it wasn't on turn 4.
Oh, doing it on turn 4, that's the key.
Yeah.
I love it. There are so many little tricks and intricacies to your deck. I absolutely adore it. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
It was huge fun to watch, and good luck in top 16.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye.
And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have more wonderful Lorcana. I can't promise you the next deck is going to be quite as unique as that, but I can promise you that top 16 is fun because we're going to be playing for the Golden Mickey. But I think we can go back to the casters now.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. I'm joined by Baker. We've just watched an amazing game, Baker. Ruby Sapphire with items. Did you expect to see that in the top 16?
No, the Queen. What an interesting tech choice to fish those items. Not something we see many players utilizing, but clearly performing very well for that player there. I actually missed parts of the game. I was having to wander around the hall and finally getting something to eat and all that. But yeah, like it seemed to be quite an intense one.
Yeah, it was a really, really intense game. It was a very, very impressive performance. I saw Emerald Amethyst up against Ruby Sapphire. I'm like, okay, Emerald Amethyst has got this. This is their dream matchup. But no.
Didn't happen that way.
Not at all. I think, like, in particular, this 3-cost uninkable Sisu combining with the ice blocks. It was so good. Like, double ice block onto Pegasus, Sisu removing it. It was amazing.
Yeah, that Sisu saw a little bit of play at the beginning of the format. A huge shout out to Sailor, part of the Lorcana community, who kind of popularized the ice block and Sisu inclusion. But we've not seen them a lot throughout most of the meta, but certainly making an impact there and taking our player through to the top 32, earning themselves that Rapunzel gifted with healing. What a prize, but it's not over yet. I did love the comment that he made during that interview, like, what were you here for most, the qualification for Euros or Mickey? To have fun. That's what he said, which I think we could all learn a little bit from that.
No, I think that is the exact right spirit, and I'm really interested and excited. While I've been at this casting desk, I've not had a chance to peek back there and see what decks people are winning with and who's making it through. We've got some really big names still in the tournament from the top 32. We are going to be quite shortly having a look at the updated bracket so far. The round hasn't finished. There are still some games going on, but we're going to have a peek to see which results have gone through. People like Frank Karsten were still in the tournament at the top 32, of course, who won Lille. We have Jan Moy, who is well known within the community. So let's have a little gander. You can see Jan Moy has made it through, which, as many of you know, is a good friend of mine, so I'm a little bit biased and happy to see that. That means that they put their place forward into the Lorcana European Championships.
What a result.
I spoke to them at the start of the day. I said, he was like, I got 2 more games. I was like, what do you mean? You got 3 more games. You've got to get that Mickey. He was like, no, that Mickey's nice, but I want to play more Lorcana. I want to get into the European Championships. They've managed to take down first a Steel Song player, and then they take down Ruby Amethyst, which is considered a pretty tricky matchup for Sapphire Steel. And we also see Thomas Berger making it through. Ruby Amethyst taking down Emerald Steel in this side of the bracket. Jan Moy is going to have a Sapphire Steel mirror waiting for them, and then Thomas is either going to be up against an Emerald Steel player or a Sapphire Steel player.
Yeah, definitely not as many Ruby Amethyst lists as I would have necessarily guessed after its recent success at Disney Lorcana Challenges. But yeah, as you say, huge congratulations to Jan Moy, very well known and respected in the community, really knows the game well, and I'm thrilled to see him find success. I imagine he's not very happy about this Sapphire Steel mirror, though. If I know anything about Sapphire Steel players, they don't like playing the mirror match. What, can you maybe give us a bit of information about what that mirror match might look like? Yeah,
the player going first definitely tends to have a pretty big advantage, but we do also see, as you're not going to be surprised to hear, Baker, I'm quite excited to see Amethyst Steel still in the tournament, into the Octo Finals, taking down Ruby Sapphire. Now, that's the second Ruby Sapphire player that they've taken down. They do have those Maleficent 1-drops in the deck, which quest for 2, which can give them some really good questing power. Amethyst Steel was my outside of the box pick for the tournament.
You may be the winner this time.
We didn't see Amethyst Steel making it this far in, I think, any of the Disney Lorcana challenges so far. So Martin is really performing well, and we can see Ely is going to have, very interestingly, a Ruby Sapphire mirror. Now, Ely said that they didn't really fear any deck apart from maybe Amber, Amethyst, Hyper Aggro. But I am going to be really curious to see how that item version of Ruby Sapphire holds up in a mirror matchup, because both decks are very greedy. They've got lots of very expensive cards. We didn't really see Ely having necessarily cards like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and maybe that could be a more tricky matchup for them. I don't know. It's going to be a really fascinating game to see the outcome of.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's definitely going to, I think the first few turns are going to be very impactful in the game. Who's able to get their ramp the quickest, where you
just seen one more result go through there as well, Baker.
No, please, no, please.
Sapphire Steel taking down Ruby Sapphire. So Martin, they've played 2 Ruby Sapphires so far. I'm pretty sure they would have been hoping for a third, but Jarno's got other ideas as they book their place into the European Championships as well. Pretty tricky matchup for Amethyst Steel on paper. Martin does have some copies of Benja. They do have some copies of Maleficent 1 cost biding her time, which can be the difference in that matchup.
I agree.
But definitely one of Martin's most tricky matchups in the game.
Yeah, no, those first, again, similar to what I was saying for the Ruby Sapphire, those first few turns are going to make a big difference. The Sapphire Steels are Sapphire Steel lists are quite slow, so hopefully that Maleficent can help. But now we move over into the Elsa bracket. We see already Ricardo has made it through to the Octo Finals, also repping that Steel Song lid. Steel Song are really coming out in full force over this tournament. I said yesterday when I was looking around the top tables that there was a lot of Steel Song out there, and as we can see, a lot have converted into the top cut. And could it go all the way? Will we see a repeat of Frank Karsten's victory in Lille, where he was able to rock Steel Song? And of course, Frank Karsten, they're also still playing that Steel Song deck. They're going to be going up against Pierre Sapphire Steel. Who do you give the edge to in that particular matchup, Joe?
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. I think it's very, very even.
Yeah.
It really comes down to the Fishbone Quill difference. We can see that the dream of the full Amber Steel Octo Finals in the Elsa bracket has been shut down. Niels winning with Ruby Amethyst. This is like a weirdly populated area of the bracket with lots of Amber Steel songs, but there's still, we could see an Amber Steel songs mirror in the Octo Finals. Frank Karsten still in the mix, but we are going to have a look at the final part of the bracket, which of course all join together at the end. This is the Rapunzel bracket. We're going to have Emerald Steel up against Ruby Sapphire. Ding Kong still making it through. That does mean that both Ruby Sapphire players won their matchups against Amethyst Emerald, which means Amethyst Emerald is out of the tournament.
What a shame. There was a lot of people that are a big fan of that deck, but couldn't go all the way this time, but Ding going to be very pleased. Yeah, we saw his feature match earlier. He is, yeah, he already made the top cut at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Fort Worth and is qualified for the North American Championship. And when I was doing the interview with him, he said that it is his dream to be the first player in the world to qualify for both the North American and the European Championships. And that's history making, right?
He's done it. That is so impressive. Ding Khan not only qualifying for the European Championships of this, but did it a few weeks ago in Fort Worth. That is just tremendous. And we can also see Ruben Gutierrez has made it through into the octo finals as well. Ruben Gutierrez, if I'm not mistaken, was the runner-up in Bochum, losing out to Theatime in that Ruby Amethyst mirror. They've stuck with Ruby Amethyst again, and they are going to be up against Ruby Sapphire. So there's still a lot of decks in the competition. I think 5 different in total. We've got Emerald Steel, Ruby Amethyst, as you'd expect, quite a few Steel Songs players. We've got Sapphire Steel, and finally we've got that lone Amethyst Steel player holding it down.
I know you're going to be subconsciously supporting them. Yeah,
subconsciously, I'll be honest.
Outwardly, biased, full included, but
I've got the prediction down, so.
No, I love it, and again, I'll give you compliments. I do credit this man to my left with a lot of the reason that Amethyst Steel deck has grown in popularity and just has good matchups against so many decks. It's consistent, and I know that you'd be very pleased to see it go all the way. But going back to those Steel Song lists for a minute, super interesting that nearly all of them have ended up in the same bracket. Not sure what the odds of that are, and it'll be very interesting when we get those deck lists to see what differences are between these Steel Song lists. Quite often you see a lot of these variants running Sleepy's flutes, although a few players have moved away from the flutes and they're now utilizing that golden harp, which I'll fully admit I did not give enough respect to when I first said it. It's a 1-cost inkable. Is it 0-4 or 1-4? It's a 1-4 quest for 2, but at the end of your turn, if you haven't played a song, then the golden harp will be banished, so you can never play it on turn 1, but later on in the game, go on, how can you play it? Go on.
You play on turn 1 and it banishes itself.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. I sit corrected. You can play it, you shouldn't play it on turn 1, but still a fantastic card. It's inkable as well, so it's a bit more diverse than those flutes and can provide real aggression. But are we going to see flutes? Are we going to see golden harps? Are we going to see the Pride lands that are in some of these Steel Song decks that just give opposing decks just so much to answer? You've got to worry about my flutes. I'm going to be playing things like a whole new world and refreshing the hand, just coming at you from all directions. So I'm super interested to look at those Steel Song lists in detail.
Yeah, and a lot of the Steel Songs players, we saw Zach Bivens come out top of one of the North American challenges from Swiss with Pride Lands and Flute. That was right at the start of Ursa's return meta, where Ruby Sapphire was really popular. Now, coming into this weekend, I don't think anyone would have predicted Ruby Sapphire to have so many decks making it to this top 32 bracket, but there's a lot of them around. So those Sleepy's flutes, without them, it's going to be a really tricky matchup for Amber Steel into those Ruby Sapphire decks. So Sleepy's flutes could really come in clutch. We also saw Baloo, tournament winning, or sorry, the runner-up deck list for Fort Worth a couple of weeks ago, as a really interesting option. It's just guaranteed lore. If it's removed from the board, it gets you 2 lore. I would never have predicted to see Baloo in Amber Steel Songs, but we did see it. So lots of different ways you can build the deck. Frank Carsten is still rocking those Piglet.
Is he really? Excellent.
So we were waiting to see if Frank Carsten is going to make it through into the top 16. We did see them in Bochum playing Emerald Steel with Bucky, but they've moved away from that. And overall, there's not much Emerald Steel left in the competition at all, which I'm not that surprised by. I think the meta's developed so much now that players know how to beat these Emerald Steel decks, and ultimately, if your deck can't consistently beat Emerald Steel, you're not going to play it at an event like this if you're a top player. And I think that's why we're seeing Emerald Steel struggle a little bit more, because Bucky does have a bit of a target on its back. It is the best deck in the game, but as a result, all the other decks are kind of built in a way which allows them to consistently beat it.
Yeah, all the other decks have kind of teamed up to sort of bully Bucky out of any contention, but still, it is Bucky's swan song at this event for the European Championships. A little bit of representation, but no, I agree. I think just over time, players have worked out how to play around these decks. They've worked worked out how they need to tech out their decks to be able to beat it. But nonetheless, Bucky, it has been absolutely real. We wish you the very best in the future. But just to go back to this conversation about Ruby Sapphire against Steel Song, I think you're absolutely right. If they are playing those flutes, then they're going to be really important in that matchup. You mentioned Zach Bivens, very well-known and respected player in the community. I think more tops in Lorcana events than anyone else in the world, as far as data that I've seen. And yeah, has had 2 top cuts in previous DLCs in America. He was over here playing Steel Song in Bologna, and I did get a chance to chat with him yesterday. He ran into 3 Ruby Sapphire decks, and he just wasn't happy about that. He wasn't happy with that matchup. So stars didn't align for Zach this time, but there's plenty of time in the future. I'm sure he's not finished.
I've got good news.
Go on.
I've got pack stuff. Because I'm notoriously bad at opening packs on.
I noticed before.
I've prepped them all as well. He's
prepped them.
So I can speed run through some packs here. This is still the first box that I've opened.
Did Ross get another legendary Sisu? I swear I saw him getting something. Right, go on.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I got a Pico, Gunther. I think this is the first packs of the stream today. I've got a Transform Chef, Shempo, great card. I've got Sign the Scroll, Ursula Mad Sea Witch Queen. Oh, I've got the Sisu Daring. Now, this was the star of the show. It is uninkable, so a lot of Ruby Sapphire players not able to include it, but in this item-heavy build, combining with the ice blocks, an absolute menace of a card, and a great shift option for that legendary Sisu. I've got a rare.
Ooh.
How many wonders can one cavern hold? Is it Ariel? It's Treasures Untold. That was close.
You were pretty close. Good guess.
I got a super rare.
Ooh.
I got the Minnie Mouse. Now, this is a card which could make a splash with the more 5 strength characters which come into the game, the better it gets.
Agreed.
And I got a Farzo. You're up next.
Not bad. Okay, this is my first pack of the day. Let's see what we get. Can I get my second enchanted? First of all, we've got Dodge there, giving Ward and Evasive. We've got Aurora, 2-cost thinkable, 1/3 with Ward. Ursula Vanessa, this was the reveal card for Joe here. Super powerful card in many of those Steel Song decks. Just a consistent singer for things like a Long Came Zeus and Let the Storm Rage On. We've got a Brawl, which is an absolute 4-of staple in every single Ruby deck. The majority of that reason is because of Diablo, but could also help against things like Flavisham. We've got TikTok, super good in draft.
Really
for sure.
good draft.
Yeah. We've got Yao. We've got another Ursula Mad Sea Witch. Pegasus, the Cloud Racer, super powerful card in Emerald. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of. Well, you just love Emerald, don't you?
I do.
We've got some Imperial Bow. Isabel Madrigal. This is a card that I think is still waiting to reach its full potential. 5-cost inkable, 3/4 quest for 1, evasive, and yeah, if she is the only character that quests on your turn, then she gets an additional 3 lore, which is super aggressive. So big fan of Isabella. I'm also a big fan of this Lumiere, who gives +1 strength to all of your other characters, and I really think this is a meta that is built around the strength of characters, with cards like Medusa, with cards like Brawl, like that Sisu that clearly did very well in the previous game. Something like Lumiere or Ling that gets +1 to heroes could be super strong. We've got Magic Broom, the Aerial Cleaner. That is my foil. Right, your turn.
I think the Lumiere could be a really nice option for dealing with Daisy Duck. If you combine Lumiere of Ruby with either Steel for Captain Hook or Rafiki, then it could be a really nice option.
Yep, agreed.
To remove a Daisy Duck in a single strip. I've got a Cogsworth. I've got a Tong. TikTok. Gunther. Hans. Magic Broom. Prince Eric. Hercules. Flounder. We're getting onto the rares. I've got a Triton.
Oh,
I know who it is.
Yes,
it's
you do.
Legendary. It is the Sea Witch Queen herself.
Hey, is it foil?
It's not.
Oh,
I've got a foil still to go. Or is it?
That's
foil. Is it in fact an enchanted? No, it's not. It's Gunther.
It's Gunther. Still, that's not bad. That's not bad. If you fancy
beautiful art.
If you fancy running some EA tempo, that's normally included in there. Let's go on to another pack then. We've got Pegasus, the 1-drop 1/1 with evasive, super aggressive. We've got the Winter Camp. We've got First Aid. We've got Rhea, Guardian of the Dragon Gem. We've got Pico. We've got Ariel. Marshmallow here gets an extra 1 strength for each card in your hands. I find them a Platinum to banish all items. Pretty good against Sapphire decks, and especially Sapphire Steel. They like to play a lot of items. Beast Wounded, big fan of this card. Works really well with Rapunzel, and we're getting cards like a new Gaston that I had the pleasure of revealing in Shimmering Skies that you can play cheaper for every damaged character, so nice synergy there. We've got this Triton that Joe just pulled. Zeus, Mr. Lightning Bolts, and we've got a Pegasus 4. That's not bad. That's a pretty playable card. card. I love that foiling. Look
I've
at
been
that.
playing it in a Ruby Amber because it's a nice shift option for. Sorry, Ruby
Emerald.
Emerald.
Yep.
Nice shift option for the 5-cost Pegasus.
Uh-huh.
Prince John Evasive. Don't mind if I do.
There you go.
I'm starting off with a training grounds, which is a location.
Nice.
I've got another location. Can I have a full location?
All
pack,
locations.
please? With the Casa Madrigal. I've got an ink cast. This is my kind of card. I was playing that against Tim yesterday. 36 uninkable deck enabled by this. I've got an Arna. I've got an Argus.
Good card.
Nessus. I've got an Olaf. An Imperial Bow. Is this Gunther?
No, I think it's Prince Philip.
Prince Philip.
Yep.
I've got a Noi, and the
Noi.
foil is a Magic Broom.
Got the magic broom. Oh, snap.
That.
Very nice. Let's go on. Let's do it. I'm keen to get through the rest of this box before we move on to our next round of Lorcana. We've got that Gunther. We've got Hans. Ross is a big fan of this card. When you play this character, if you have a princess or queen in play, immediately gain 1 lore, which is lore's pretty good
There's
in
some nice
Lorcana.
synergies maybe in set 5 for princesses and queens.
Yeah, I agree completely. We've got Augustin Madrigal, the Plank. Gonna make him walk the plank.
Oh, the best card of the game.
He loves a bit of magic
I
broom.
say about lots of cards, but what a card.
You have converted me to appreciate this magic broom a lot more, to be honest. We've got another beast. We've got Bruno's return.
I like Bruno's return. I told you yesterday with the new Robin Hood and Ruby, it could be good.
Yeah. Have we talked about that Robin Hood in detail? We should soon. We've got Li Shang. We've got Sisu, Pepper Madrigal.
Oh, hello!
I will absolutely take a legendary Diablo. And that's not even my last card, is it? Okay, we don't have a legendary foil. We get a Louisa, but hey, I pulled a Diablo. I will absolutely take that.
You've got a lot of Diablo.
That's my 5th.
That is pretty good. Okay, I've got Augustine Madrigal to start things off. I've got the Plank. Oh, hello. The Magic Broom of Dreams. The Fates. An Ice Block. A Fortisphere. Those are some good items. Ursula's Plan. With both the crown and the trident together, we would be unstoppable.
It was a trick. She tricks her.
Pain. Chifu. Imperial Proclamation. Very interesting card next set because there's a new Cogsworth card in Amethyst which costs 1, and when you play it, it can give any character rush. So you can give your own Cogsworth, which costs 1 rush. So whenever one of your characters challenges another character, you pay 1 ink for the next character you play this turn. So you play the Imperial Proclamation, you exert the Imperial Proclamation, your Cogsworth costs nothing to play, you give your Cogsworth rush, you can challenge with your Cogsworth, and it banishes itself. Doesn't sound great. But if you have Dr. Facilier on the board from set 1, whenever one of your characters is banished, it goes back into your hand, and you can create an infinite loop with the Cogsworth. It's like a mini Be Prepared. It can just challenge all your opponents'
You've been cooking.
Characters.
You've been cooking.
I saw it somewhere else, so it's not my idea. I saw it on one of the community forums. So, an Aerial Sonic Warrior. Absolutely amazing. And a rare foil.
What could it be?
Whenever it's character quest, your other characters can't quest for the rest of the time.
Well, we know what it is.
It's Isabella Madrigal in foil.
Foil's pretty good as well.
Love that.
Yeah, going back to what you were just saying, you can leave it to the Lorcana community when the new set comes out to break the set as soon as possible. Find out, right, okay, how can we completely break this
Imagine
meta?
it with a Shere Khan on the board as well, Baker. You just gain so much lore.
That's a lot of lore, right?
Exciting deck.
We've got Gunther here. We have got the Transform Chef. This is Atlantis. Atlantica, well, close enough. We've got the Plank right there. We've got Jetsam, Ursula's Baby, with Louisa Madrigal and the Terrified Donkey, Petrified, Traumatized, whatever you like. Vision Slab, kind of an interesting card. Prince Eric, look at him, he's seen things, he has. We've got Heidi. Do you want to read this flavor text again?
I've done it about 7
That's why I was like, do you want to? Oh, this is a very good card.
Love it.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh, legendary Triton.
And the thing is, like, there are some legendaries in the game that aren't really doing a lot at the moment, but cards like this could always get better in the future. If it ever becomes easier to get this out and we play a lot of locations, then this could be a formidable card to deal with. And we've got a foil Aladdin. Not bad. 2 legendaries back to back.
Yep. I'm starting off with a Mirabelle Madrigal, which has support. The Vitalisphere, which we've been seeing quite a bit of. Swing into action. The Dodge. Aurora. Triton's Decree, which we saw Ross getting Sylvia played against
humbled by yesterday.
Medallion weights could be a really nice card with that Cogsworth Rush deck I was talking about.
Yeah, I love it.
Flounder.
And in Red Steel Heroes.
Yeah, Avalanche, onto the rares.
Onto the rares, onto the good stuff.
Philip, Galleon Defender with support, and whenever one of your characters is chosen for support, they gain resist.
Nice shift target for the Emerald one as well.
Ursula's
I think it's Ursula's Garden.
Ursula's Garden. Magic Broom foil.
Oh, you're going to foil out your playset of brooms, are you?
Yeah, please.
Love to see it. Nice. To be fair, I was going around the hall. I bought myself a foil Merlin Crab, a couple of Kuzcos. I want to start foiling out my deck. I see players with foiled out decks, and they are kind of impressive. Right, it's going to be the last pack, and then we're going to go back and have another look at that bracket. So
really updated now.
Oh, you love to see it. We've got Hidden Cove, which has been, for the Emerald decks, this is I think this has been an MVP over the weekend. We've seen so many games where this made all of the difference, putting things like Bucky and Diablo into the Cove can really mess with opposing things like Brawl and Medusa. We've got Tuk Tuk, Record Player, Benja, Dolores Madrigal, pretty interesting card, Fortisphere, a staple in the steel decks these days, Felix Madrigal, Camilo Madrigal, they're all here. We've got Medallion Weights, Goofy, another one of our Musketeers, Dang Hu, I haven't seen the film that she's from, and my foil is the one-drop Pegasus. Do you want that, mate?
Yeah, I actually was. Yeah, I'll trade you. Do you know what? I'm going to give you my Isabella Madrigal for that.
Oh, I'll do that. I'll take that trade.
You love a bit of Pegasus.
I know you do. Perfect.
Pegasus. All right, well, I think we are in a moment going to be able to, Baker, take a look at our updated bracket. Going to be really interesting to see if Frank Carsten has made it through. I know a lot of people are going to have their eye on that one.
Can he be a two-time champion? That would be history-making, right?
That would be very, very impressive. So we see Din Khan book their place to the European Championships and the North American Championships, the first player to do so. We haven't yet seen a player win 2 Disney Lorcana challenges, but let's have a look at the bracket.
Let's see what's happened.
Elsa bracket to begin with. Frank Carsten is out, baby.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to be disappointed at that, but we must say, well done to Frank for making it all the way to day 2. Like, we had 9 long rounds of Swish yesterday. All these players that have made day 2 should be really proud of themselves. And yeah, I'm sure he's a bit disappointed, but I'm sure we'll see him on the top stages again in the future. Yeah,
so Niels versus Ricardo. It's going to be Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel Songs. And the other game in the octo finals of the Elsa bracket is Luca versus Pierre, and it's going to be a Sapphire Steel Mirror. You would have to predict the player with the highest seed is going to be the very strong favorite there. Going first in that mirror matchup is really, really very valuable.
Yeah, being the first player to play things like a Shift Robin Hood and then get the whole new world going, or just be ramping ahead of your opponent. Yeah, going first is going to be a big difference maker in that game. But at the same time, I'm sure the player going second, they know what they're doing. They're a good player. They know how to come back from second place. Going second, sorry.
And this was the Elsa bracket, which was very, we could rename it in many ways. Just for this tournament, we could have renamed it the Amber Steel bracket. Amber Steel has only won 1 out of the 4 games in that Elsa bracket. Now there is this last game at the top here. Now Eli was victorious against Forstein, so it is going to be Eli versus Anthony in that mirror matchup for Ruby Sapphire, that item version of the deck versus probably, I would imagine, a non-item version of the deck. But who knows, maybe Anthony's got the same idea and is also playing the Queen and items. And I'm really excited for Amethyst Steel versus Sapphire Steel. I think the most unique deck left in the tournament, Baker.
Yeah, so if this was you piloting this Amethyst Steel when you're going into Sapphire Steel, what are you looking for early? What's your immediate game plan?
Maleficent on turn 1. Really need as much lore as possible. You need to try and get to like 10, 12 lore before your opponent can wipe the board. Benja is also going to be a really big deal to deny the Fishbone Quill. If your opponent plays Fishbone Quill on 3, they can play Tinkerbell very, very quickly if you don't answer it. So it's going to be really, really nice to see the Amethyst Steel player potentially getting that early lore with Maleficent, and then just stabilize later in the game with things like goats. If you can get up to 10 lore before your board's wiped, those goats and queen's castles can carry you just across the finish line. It's a tough matchup, but it's very winnable. It's very, very winnable for Amethyst Steel. No Amethyst Steel matchups are that bad. but this is probably the toughest one of the bunch.
Well, Martin has made it all the way through to the octo-final, so I'm sure they know the matchups, and I have just had it confirmed that that will be a feature match that we're going to be watching, Joe. So you are going to get to watch this Amethyst Steel deck go up against Sapphire Steel and see if they can win in what Joe here says is probably the hardest matchup overall. But yeah, looking like a really nice bracket. I'm excited to go into that match. Did we talk about Ellie and Anthony? Have you already mentioned those?
Yeah, Eli and Anthony is Eli we saw with the
item deck.
Sapphire, which was really, really nice.
Awesome.
And then we've got Anthony on a different Ruby Sapphire deck.
And I do see our players making their way in. As Joe said, there are, I think there's 1 or 2 games still out in the hall, still going on. But since those players are finished and we know that they're going to be featured, then we're going to bring them in, get them sat down. So hopefully when the round has officially finished, we'll be able to move on to that as quickly as possible and bring you more Lorcana action.
Yeah, so that is the Maleficent bracket. And in a moment, I'm sure we're going to be able to look at the rest of the bracket as well. And here is the Cinderella bracket. We've got Emerald Steel for Samuel up against Thomas on Ruby Amethyst. And then another Sapphire Steel mirror in the Octo Finals. Jan Moy up against Victor.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. So yeah, like I think the first few turns of that matchup are going to be huge difference makers. Who can get their ink ramped up nice and quickly. It'll be interesting to see if either of these players are playing any copies of Benja, so they might be able to immediately remove things like the Fishbone Quill, and that Lucky Dime, of course, is going to be such an important piece. And I think that that matchup is going to be more race-oriented than any other, potentially, because we know the big jumps that things like Lucky Dime and Tamatoa can make. So I think every lore is going to count in those early few turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a really interesting matchup, Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel as well. We know that Ruby Amethyst has found those ways to potentially win that, tried to get to 7 ink and be prepared. But Samuel, maybe they've got something up their sleeve, maybe something like a Prince John to try and improve that matchup in their favor. But we've got one more part of the bracket to go, I do believe, and that is the Rapunzel bracket. Of course, how could we ever forget about Rapunzel? We've got Thomas versus Ding Kong, and it's going to be Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. Ding Kong, in the interview with you, Baker, they said, I just want to play Steel for the rest of the tournament, and I thought they were going to have a really hard time up against Amethyst Emerald. They're going to be feeling a lot more confident in this matchup against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, no, 100%. And yeah, he seemed motivated. His eyes are on the prize, and yeah, great to see that he's still having a good run. Was able to, and will be going up against that Emerald Steel deck next, which I'm sure he's very practiced against. We saw him beat it in the feature match, so didn't probably feeling very confident, but Thomas did not come this far to just come this far. I imagine they are well prepped for this matchup. They will be familiar with Din's deck. Of course, everyone in this top cut is open deck lists. If you're a newer player and you might not know, day 1 is played under 9 rounds of Swiss, and of course you don't know your opponent's decks, but in day 2, just before the matches, they provide both players with a full list of all the cards, so they know what inks are going to be played, and they're going to know specific counts for these particular tech cards, and that makes a big difference in Top Cut.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, I mentioned it earlier, it's not where you just have that deck list available throughout the game, but it is just you're given an opportunity, I'm not sure how many minutes, roughly 3 to 4 minutes, to study your opponent's deck list and really try and memorize those subtle differences. A lot of the decks people are going to be pretty familiar with. You play against Sapphire, of course there's 4 Flavershams, there's 4 Popsicles, but then it's going to be things that, you know, if you're up against Amber Steel, how many copies of Bare Necessities do they have? How many Grab Your Swords? Those are going to be the really important things to try and remember.
Yeah, for sure. And like the Sapphire Steel decks as well, some of them opting to not play A Whole New World, which is a big difference maker as well, because if you're in that mirror and you can say, no, I'm just going to spend all my time playing cards, inking, you're going to be the one to play A Whole New World and give me a fresh hand, that can be a disadvantage. So if you know that your opponent isn't necessarily playing some of those normally staple cards, that's going to make a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really good point. The Sapphire Steel decks without A Whole New World, in a closed deck list format, you can kind of bluff and make your opponent think that you have A Whole New World. Well, that's not going to be an option in this open deck list format. And let's not forget, Baker, this is the big one. We've just had the game for European qualification, but this is the game for the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. It doesn't get bigger than that.
It really doesn't.
There it is. Look at this beautiful card the players are playing for. But of course, it's not just that, Baker. They can secure the Mickey, but then there's more prizes to be won.
More?
If they win it as well.
Oh, what more is there, Joe?
If you finish first, you get a whole binder filled with an enchanted card and each of the foil cards from Ursula's return.
Wait, every single card?
Every single card.
That's
more prize tickets available as well. You get a couple of booster boxes just for good measure as well. And those prize tickets can be spent on the prize wall, and you're even going to be able to spend all of those prize tickets and get yourself a nice foil Cinderella stout-hearted mat, as well as some other goodies as well.
To be honest, that is exactly what I would be doing. If I had been playing this weekend, whether in the main tournament or the side events, it's that Cinderella stout-hearted playmat that I would absolutely have my eye on. But as I said, yeah, plenty of side events happening here in Bologna. Some players that, well, all the players that didn't make it into day 2, there's still plenty going on. Side events, different styles. There's constructed, there's pack battles, there's, I think, sealed and draft going on, and tournament prize tickets are available for all of this. We've got a wonderful prize wall as well as the Cinderella playmat. There's also the non-4 versions of Rapunzel Gifted with Healing and Cinderella Stout-Hearted. You can get the Disney Lorcana t-shirts and caps, which are absolutely top tier. So much to play for. I want to give a huge shout out to Ravensburger for giving us this beautiful game. I want to give a shout out to everyone involved back. There's such a huge operation going on here. So many people are walking around, so many moving parts. I want to thank everybody for all the work and effort that they've put into making this happen. But almost more importantly, thank you to the players, because if you're not here, we're just sat in a hall just talking about nothing really, aren't we?
Big thanks to everyone watching at home. Yeah. Well. It's really great to have the Lorcana community. We're a big global community. Of course, we've got our local communities with our local game stores, but it's also great for these kinds of events to just come together as a community and celebrate the game we all love, because Disney Lorcana, it's a very good game. It's a very, very good game. I love it.
It's my favorite thing nowadays. But yeah, just to go back to the point you just made, I think that's probably my favorite part of getting to come to these events. I'm very active, as I know you are, on social media and communicating with the Lorcana community, and it's so nice to spend a few months in the early stages of the game, like following people on Twitter or watching their content or whatever it is, and then you finally get to meet them at events like this, and it's so great. I've met so many people over the weekend. It's been a pleasure to meet the best players, the best people. If you are considering getting into Lorcana, if you've not quite committed, maybe you've tuned into the stream for the first time today and you've gone, oh, this looks sort of fun, come and join us. We want you to come, play Lorcana, come to a Disney Lorcana challenge, win yourself a golden plated Mickey.
And if you are going to come and you're interested, don't forget to check out Disney Lorcana on the social channels. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X as well. And let us know, what deck do you think is going to be winning this event here in Bologna? Do you believe in the Amethyst Steel, or do you think it's going to be that item deck from Ely with Ruby Sapphire? Lots of spicy decks still in the tournament, lots of variety, a wide open meta, and we'd love to know what deck you think is going to be winning. Maybe also let us know which card from Shimmering Skies you're most looking forward to.
Yeah,
I had to pick one card from Shimmering Skies, which is coming pretty soon, Baker. What's your one card that's not called Daisy Duck? Because I think Daisy Duck is going to be our top pick each, probably.
It's kind of a basic answer, but...
That's all right. I like basic.
Can I give you meta and then just because I like it?
Yeah, okay.
Meta, it's Pete.
Okay, Pete.
3 cost, Inkable Pete. Referee, I believe, is the sub-name. Stats are kind of irrelevant. The effect is all you kind of need to know. When you play this card, your opponent can't play actions until the beginning of your next turn. Songs are actions. Putting this down and saying, you don't get to B-prep, you don't get to Whole New World, you don't get to grab swords, you don't get to sing anything, you don't get to brawl me, all of these things. This card is going to be so influential in our meta. I actually think it's the most influential card we've had since set 1, and we got Be Prepared and Whole New World, which I call the most meta-shaping cards in the game, personally, and I think this is absolutely up there. It's going to warp the meta, and if you play it with Amethyst as well, and you can keep bouncing this Pete back to your hand and keep reusing it, that is potentially game-breaking, so I'm very interested to see what Pete can do. And from a fun side, the other Pete, the one that's got the repeat ability, because I really like that bad joke. What about you?
I think the thing I would compare the Pete referee card to, in the way it might impact the meta, is how in set 3, into the Inklands, we got Ursa the Deceiver, and we got Bare Necessities. And here you can see a couple of the cards which Baker has been mentioning. Lots of Pete Games referee with that 3/3 stat line, which is a really nice stat line for such a powerful ability. And it's inkable as well. And talk to me about this Pete Wrestling Champ. You can exert it and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character named Pete, you may play it for free. And imagine if you hit the Steamboat Rival, Baker.
Oh, what a thing that would be. I feel like this page has been made specifically for me since we've been here. I absolutely love this. Of course, the games referee on the far right, that's going to be the most impactful one. And then, yes, the Wrestling Champ. I am a big fan of the sport of professional wrestling. And Pete, say his name, and he appears from the top of your deck. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character named Pete, you may play him for free. I believe in Pete. And yeah, this Steamboat Bully or Brawl. I can't quite see that second name.
Steamboat Brawl.
Steamboat Brawl, yes.
Steamboat Rival.
Rival, there we go. Another one of these cards that connects the art with the Mickey Mouse that we got from Chapter 1, which I absolutely adore. And yeah, 7-cost inkable, 6/6, quest for 2. And when you play this character, if you have another character named Pete in play, you may banish chosen opposing character. So again, I completely understand you can't always guarantee that you're going to have that Pete, but if you do, this is just a cheaper Maleficent, and it's got 1 more willpower, one less strength, which can be good or bad. You're not one-shotting the Queen's Castle, but you're not being taken out by a Long Game Zeus either.
Baker, I want to point out a bit of an Easter egg potentially in some of the artwork.
Please do.
The Games referee is in the ring, and there's a couple of other cards in this Disney Lorcana set. I think the Gaston you revealed, and then there's another one with Aladdin and Genie, and it seems like they're maybe having a boxing match, but then Pete, the Wrestling Champ, potentially just changes the mind. And look, the Pete referee card text is like, it ain't cheating if you make the rules.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Pete turns in to the champ, just rips off the shirt, and just, I'm the boss now.
Raises the Lorcana Championship. Absolutely love it. I'm so excited to try out these Pete cards. And of course, I'm a little biased. He is the original bad guy, and I kind of like a villain.
Yeah, I noticed. There's also quite a few other Pete cards that have already been in the game as well. So there really are a lot of Pete cards.
Give me more. I want a 1-drop. Give me a 1-drop. Everyone was asking for a 1-drop Broom. Give me my 1-drop Pete. I believe in Pete.
Players are now having a little look at their deck lists as well. So players are looking through the deck list. I know the Amethyst Steel deck list quite well, Baker, because I was watching the player in the top 64 when you and Ross were casting, keeping a very close eye on their game. It is pretty similar to the deck list which I won the Content Creators Championship.
Playing that bell?
Yep, there's the bell in there. I'm not sure how many copies. There is maybe 2 or 3, maybe even just 1 copy of the Maleficent biding her time 1-cost character. There's even the 3-cost Tinkerbell, which gives you the opportunity to shift in. But there's definitely some differences compared with the lists which I played. I think most notably, there's at least 1 copy of Grab Your Sword in there. There's also at least 1 copy of Lawrence as well, as a nice aggressive questing threat potentially. But this is a deck which is very flexible. It can go for a long game with the Amethyst card draw, but it can also take that more aggressive approach with Maleficent on 1, Mr. Smee on turn 2, Benja on 3 can be a really good opener.
That is really aggressive. And speaking from experience, that's very aggressive and hard to deal with. Just in case you're wondering, by the way, I'm using my phone because I have the deck lists here. I'm not just browsing social media. But yeah, we're going to go over to our player tables right now and see who we will be watching for this feature match. Oh, a lovely bit of camera work there from our production team, top tier. And here are 2 players having a browse of each other's deck lists. Again, I'm not sure exactly how long they get, at least a few minutes, to identify what color inks the opponent is playing, and again, specific counts of specific cards. I'm just going to have a brief...
So both players with 48 points in Swiss. So we're going to get it confirmed to you who is the highest seed. They both got 48 points on day 1, and therefore it's going to go down to some tiebreakers to decide who was the highest seed. And of course, the highest seed then will be going first in game number 1. So that is going to be a nice difference maker. Sapphire Steel versus Amethyst Steel. Benja is going to be a really important card for Amethyst Steel. So Martin will be going first in this one.
Yep, he is the highest seed, so Martin has the pleasure of getting to go first, and that can make a huge difference, as you said, things like this Maleficent biding her time, 2 copies of that, 1 copy of Smash as well in the deck, which can answer a lot of prominent threats. And going back to what you mentioned earlier, the 2 copies of Tinkerbell, Tiny Tactician, this creates mind games, because as soon as this comes down, you know that there's a potential for a shift from turn 4, and then Tinkerbell is a very good card if you didn't know, so you have to respect the Tiny Tactician all of the time.
No, absolutely. I think one thing that I did see that didn't quite go right for Martin, and Martin will be the player going first in this one. They did get the better tiebreakers, and therefore they are the higher seed. One thing that they are going to be looking out to avoid is a situation where they end up with grab your sword stuck in their hand. They only have 1 copy of it, but what I saw in their top 64 game is they drew grab your sword off the mulligan, and then it just stayed in their hand the entire game. So that's going to be something they want to avoid for sure. So there are 2 copies of that Maleficent, as you mentioned, and there are 4 copies of Chernobogs, 4 copies of Magic Brooms, only 3 copies of Madam Mim Fox. That is not something you see very often, Baker.
No, it is not. That is extremely curious. I'd be very interested to talk to him about what led him to that decision. Madam Mim Fox has been an absolute staple in the game since its release in Rise of the Floodborn. Such a diverse character. That 4 strength, it checks a lot of characters, and of course this bounce mechanic of having to return a character to your hand, which some people may have looked at as a negative, but it really isn't. It helps to protect characters, reuse come into play effects. But we're going back over to the table now. They're just going to do a little pile shuffle, make sure that they've got all the cards they need. And shall we go over and have a look at this Sapphire Steel deck and see if we can find some interesting counts? I'll just get that up.
Yeah, so Martin going to be going first. And again, when I was watching their top 64 game very closely, they did have a couple of games where they inked a card on turn 1 and played nothing, and then they inked a card on turn 2 and then played nothing. They are going to really be wanting to avoid that. So if they don't see those Magic Brooms, those Chernobogs followers in the opening hand, expect to see a pretty aggressive mulligan from Martin. The Sapphire Steel player then, Baker, you're looking through their legs.
I am, yeah.
Catch your eye?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things to say already. So for a start, we are seeing 2 copies of the 1-drop Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. Now, these Sapphire Steel decks don't tend to run 1-drops very often. They'll run 2-drops, like we are seeing 2 copies of Argus in here, which is absolutely there for against the Ruby Amethyst matchups. It helps you against the Flint Rider. The 4 strength is really good for taking out Queen's Castle, but they don't normally play a 1-drop, and of course, because the Amethyst Steel player is going first, if they do get that Maleficent biding her time, then the Sapphire Steel player really wants that Captain Hook down early to be able to remove it, otherwise it might just start to run away with the game. 3 copies of Grab Your Swords in the Sapphire Steel decks, 2 Let It Go, 2 Lucky Dime, 1 copy of that Rise of the Titans, which will absolutely be relevant for Martin's Queen's Castles.
There's Fishbone Quill in the opening hand for Yana. That's a really good start.
Yep.
Martin's going to be going first. They do have that Smee for turn 2.
Nice.
But I don't think there is a Chernobox followers as well. So Martin has a card to play on turn 1 and a card to play on turn 2. Now, Baker, you talked about what are you looking to do in this matchup with that Amethyst Steel?
Against it.
What you can do, as Amethyst Steel, what you're looking to do is you're looking to get as much questing power as early as possible, but then you want to play around the potential board wipe. So the Chernobogs followers is a great option. You can quest with the Chernobogs. If Yano doesn't have a character down on their board on turn 1, you can then keep questing as much as you can possibly risk, and then at the last moment you want to draw with that Chernobogs followers. It's 4 cards mulliganed for Martin.
Yeah, definitely want to utilize those cards as well as possible. Get as much as you can out of your Chernobogs followers before you trigger that draw. Super powerful 1-drop in the game.
Absolutely. So Yano had Fishbone Quill, had Mickey Mouse in hand. When you're up against Bengers, you're probably going to prefer the option of Mickey Mouse on turn 3.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be interesting to see if Yano did hold on to that Fishbone Quill or did mulligan. Would be really interested actually just to see how many Bengers are going to be in that deck list. That would be really interesting to see. Baker's helping me out here. My phone's miles away, but he's taking a look at the deck list.
You are all good, but I've got some very interesting information for you, my friend.
Yep.
None.
Is there really not any?
There are no Bengers in this list unless you can see something I'm missing, but I'm not seeing
the list. That one's the Sapphire.
Oh, am I on the wrong list?
Steel,
am I on the wrong list? I apologise.
No Sapphire Steel Bengers, which we'd probably expect.
We're seeing 3. We're seeing 3.
That seems like a nice amount.
My apologies for that previous misinformation. Yeah, 3 copies of Benger. So as you say, yeah, that will be really important. And just to clarify, our Sapphire Steel player is on 4 copies of A Whole New World. Just to clarify, because not all of them are. So we see a turn 1 ink. Down comes that Chernobog's followers, as you said, can put on a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, and we do see Jarno mulliganing away that Fishbone Quill, preferring the Mickey Mouse. Not usually what you see, but again, when you know your opponent's got 3 copies of Benger, it's definitely going to be of interest. Now, the other thing is Martin even using Benger on a Fortisphere or a Porpsicle is going to be nice, as it's going to deny the potential card draw from Flaversham later on. Jarno's still, of course, going to play the Porpsicle. Why not? It draws you a card. And it's going to be back on over to Martin. And Martin's going to be very happy. No Captain Hook down on the board. This Chernobog's is going to be able to quest here and stay down. Now, another thing Jarno doesn't have access to is Fire the Cannons. 3 Baboons in the deck, but no copies of Fire the Cannons. And that is going to be music to Martin's ears. Friends is inked, perhaps expecting A Whole New World, and in comes the bumbling mate for Martin. This is the opener they were looking for. Maleficent biding her time, probably better than Chernobog's, but Chernobog's is still able to replace itself by banishing and drawing a card when the moment is right for Martin.
Yeah, super aggressive opening, and as you say, because Jarno wasn't able to get down that 1-drop Captain Hook, the Chernobog's followers is quite safe to just sit there on the board. He can get another quest out of it next turn and won't draw off of it until it's absolutely necessary. In Jarno's hand, we do see that Argus. He's flicking a copy of Cogsworth, probably going to make its way into the Inkwell, and we already see that copy of Grab Your Swords in Jarno's hand as well, which could be a difference maker.
And Argus is nice. It can remove either Smee or Chernobog's, but the problem is it's then going to be banished when it does so. Jarno didn't find a Baboom on this turn, and I think Martin is going to be really happy with the start. Interesting option to go Magic Broom and Mr. Smee this turn. They're going to double quest. A big decision on the Chernobog's followers if they draw with it. I would anticipate that Martin is going to leave it on the board because Mr. Smee could be removed by the Argus anyway, and they need as much questing power as possible in this early game, and that is what they decide to do.
Yeah, in this instance, going to make Jarno choose between the 2 characters rather than just basically conceding it.
Such a good opener from Martin.
Wow.
This is how you play this matchup. You get as much questing in as early as possible, and Jarno, without that Baboon, without that Fire the Cannons, is starting to struggle a little bit here. This is going very well for Martin so far, but it is going to be very easy for Jarno to remove many characters in a single swoop in a few turns. Yeah,
100%. And let's not forget, it's been kind of the story of Sapphire Steel over the weekend. They have very slow starts. Quite often we see them fall well behind in lore, but that combination of Lucky Dime plus Tamatoa can just help them make insane jumps and clutch out the game. So yeah, a slow start from Jarno, but do not call him out of this game yet. It's still time for him to bring it back. And we pass back over to Martin. He's going to re-ready his characters. Ready, set, draw. Our Sapphire Steel player also playing 1 copy of Aerial Treasure Collector, just as a note, which is another really aggressive character that can work with that Lucky Dime, potentially questing for 5 if you've got more items than your opponent, which I imagine they're going to have more items than the Amethyst Steel player, Joe. Yeah,
I think you could be right. And this is a great time for Martin to use that draw of Chernobog's. Because the Mickey Mouse is now down on the board with that 1 strength, it would be able to challenge into Chernobog's followers and remove it. But there's also the threat potentially of Grab Your Sword. So Martin picks the right moment to banish the Chernobog's. We didn't see them do it in the previous turn, and they got 1 lore extra as a result. And we see the Madam Mim, and is Mr. Smee back? It certainly is.
This is
ready to go
aggressive. Again. Yeah, sorry, cut you off there. This is super aggressive, man. And like Jarno has a lot of catching up to do. Martin already on 8 lore with another potential 4 lore already on board. This Mickey Mouse will not be able to take out this Magic Broom, who has 2 willpower. But yeah, this is looking like a really nice start for Martin. Jarno gets down the Grandfather Clock Cogsworth, who has Ward and is going to give Resist 1. Questing up with the Mickey Mouse, getting the first lore on the board for Jarno. So what does Jarno need to do now here to kind of combat this early aggressive stage from Martin?
Well, I think Jarno is still in a position where they can win. A Whole New World might be a bad idea because it's going to give Martin access to more goats and things like that. Just try and keep removing as many cards as possible and deny as much card draw as possible. The Magic Broom quest first, and we're going to see the rabbit. You can draw off the rabbit first. It goes into the bag, and now the Magic Broom can be banished to draw a card for Martin if they so decide. So they're now deciding if they want to banish the Magic Broom or leave it on the board, and they decide to leave it on the board for now as they quest with everything. Martin is kind of taking the risk that there might be a grab your swords coming, because the broom could have been banished to draw, but Martin instead decides, okay, well, if you don't have grab your swords, I'm probably winning the game. And the question is, does Jarno have it? Well, they do.
Certainly does. He's had it since the beginning of the game. So, but I still think that was a good play from Martin. And he's finding that mid-stage between Cogsworth's on the board. He knows that Jarno could potentially whole new world. So you want to find this sort of happy medium in your hand where you have enough resources, but you don't want to overdraw to the point where Jarno just gets far too much value out of the whole new world. Because see Tinkerbell come down, and Cogsworth does exert to sing grab your swords, grab your bow, and remove all of these characters from the board. Martin's going to draw off the rabbit. Nice board clear.
Yeah, and this is kind of how this matchup tends to go, and Martin's done a good job of getting to 12 at this stage. If he's down at 8, it can be pretty difficult to recover from this position, but the rabbit's drawing cards, finds a goat. I will say, Baker, I would have liked to have seen Martin draw from that Magic Broom in the previous turn.
Okay.
It was a risk, it was a calculated risk, I'm sure they have their reasons, but the grab your swords then comes through, clears the Magic Broom. It could have been an extra card in hand potentially. So it was definitely a big decision from Martin, and it didn't work out in their favor in this particular instance because the grab your swords was there. Having said that, if Jarno didn't have grab your swords, Martin would have been very heavily rewarded for doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I think there are points in the game of Lorcana on like the big stages where sometimes you just have to take the risk, or you have to be a little bit greedy, and that's not always going to pay off, but I absolutely respect it. We're in the top 16. Martin wants to go all the way, so he took a calculated risk, didn't pay off, but I respect his fort trail. We're going to see another Mickey coming down for Jarno, who's going to ramp the top card of the deck straight into the Inkwell. And yeah, Jarno's just sitting with quite an oppressive field here. And what can Martin do to sort of subvert this? Obviously, he's got access to things like Tinkerbell, but if you're Martin, what are you looking for to kind of stabilize here?
You're just looking for questing power. You're just looking for goats. You're just looking to cross the line. You have to accept that the Sapphire Steel player now has the board control.
Gotcha.
And that's where that early questing power, that early curve was just so important. Smash is the card found, most likely just going to be going into the Inkwell here, and Martin just going to be looking to quest. The Tinkerbell is a bit of a concern though, Baker, because it could remove the Madam Mim and deal 2 damage to another character, so you're not going to want to play any character on the board here for Martin with 2 willpower or less. But then of course there's also the worry that there could be something like another Tinkerbell or a grab your swords. There is no items on the board yet for Jarno, and only 1 card in hand. So Martin can start trying to win a bit of a battle for the card draw as well. As the goat enters the board, the snake is going to quest, 2 ink still remaining, and a smash is going to be going into the Inkwell, it seems, and there is a fox available to bounce that goat back into safety.
Yeah, that's pretty good, because obviously next turn, as you mentioned, this Tinkerbell will be able to challenge and take out this snake, and the Puny Pirate ability will put 2 damage. Well, it would have put 2 damage, but it's going to be bounced immediately back to the hand. And it's like you say, Joe, Martin just needs to accept the fact that I'm not contesting the board here. I'm at 12 lore or 15 now. I just need to race the game, and that goat in hand is going to be making Jarno sweat.
Baker, I love this play by Jarno. Had the option of rushing in with the fox and removing a Mickey Mouse, but deciding instead to leave the fox ready because they just value that protection and that ability to quest with 1 lore next turn. Every lore matters in this game, so while you could deny 1 lore potentially for Jarno by removing a Mickey Mouse, it also, more importantly, might mean that you miss out on 1 lore, which is why Martin decides not to rush with the fox, but leave it ready. There is the Tinkerbell, 2 damage counters onto the Madam Mim, but with that 3 willpower, she is safe for now. Jarno did not draw that Tinkerbell or grab your swords.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Super smart decision to just use the fox as another character to quest on the following turn. He's already at 15 lore. He's got a Merlin goat in hand and more in the deck, and we're just a couple of goat bounces away from game. So yeah, I really rate that decision. Jarno coming down with the Tamatoa, big 8-cost Inkable, who's going to return an item from the discard to the hand, which I believe we took a Porpsicle. Rise of the Titans into the Inkwell, and I expect this Porpsicle is going to come down, draw Jarno an additional card, and of course items are exactly what cards like Tamatoa, Aerial, and Flavish and want to see. That's an along came Zeus. That's a pretty good pickup.
It's a really interesting option for Jarno, because now Jarno has the option of exerting this Cogsworth to sing the Zeus and remove the Madam Mim from the board. Now that might seem like overkill, and it certainly is, but every law matters, and Jarno might be forced to remove this Madam Mim, but decides to hold on, it seems, for this Zeus for a rainy day, and they're going to be trying to use this to remove a bigger threat down the line. Now Martin's going to draw, finds a Baboom off the top. There is a Rabbit, a Goat, and a Queen's Castle, I do believe, in the hand. Jarno is 11 away. Tamatoa on the board, only one item on the board currently, so it's only questing for 2, Baker.
This Baboom probably not going to help too much to influence this field, but Rabbits get you draw, Merlins are going to get you lore, and Zeus may be able to help to potentially get this Tinkerbell off the field. This is something that Martin's worried that is going to prevent him from getting to the game. We're getting 2 game. We're going to play the Rabbit.
Oh, it's a snake off the top.
Was it a snake?
It's so big for the Goat. Now, Martin's in an interesting spot here because they can go for 4 for the Goat, but then it's going to leave it on the board at the end of the turn, which is going to give Jarno an opportunity to use that Zeus they held onto to remove it from play, denying the snake bounce in the next turn.
Yeah, no, that's huge. And Jarno, let's not forget, has 2 more copies of Grab Your Swords in the deck. Could be a huge top deck as well to assist. But yeah, being able to remove that Goat is big. Most players want to return it to their hand so that it's safe to be able to continue to bounce it. But again, Martin, 17 lore now after putting that Goat down on the board. He's very, very close. Can Jarno stop Martin from getting
Whole New World is not what you want to find at this moment in time, because of course, if you go for a Whole New World, Martin's got 7, in fact 8 opportunities to draw into some more Goats. Now, Jarno can quest for a total of 4, 6 plus the Tamatoa. So Tamatoa currently questing for 2, so they can get up to 15 without the Tamatoa. If Martin could get down 4 items, then they would, in theory, be able to get across the finish line. But of course, that's pretty unlikely to happen. They are going to use the Porpsicle to heal nothing, as now Tamatoa just quests for 1, but it is going to be able to get that Porpsicle back into Jarno's hand, and an opportunity to find 1 more card off the top, and it's another Porpsicle. Guess what, Baker? That means they can have another card off the top.
Another one.
And it's going to be a Grab Your Sword. That could be big. Is it good?
That could.
Don't know if that's what Jarno's looking for. Whole New World, Grab Your Sword, Zeus in the hand for Jarno.
Could play this Grab Your Swords, but the Goat and the Rabbit down to 1 willpower, meaning that if Tinkerbell takes out this Fox, it will be able to finish off. The Goat is really what Jarno wants to go. Jarno's going to be aware that Martin has a big bounce package, and that Goat is a key to victory. So some options in the hand here, but yeah, Jarno not in the best position. Just Martin has done such a good job of racing to gain those early few stages, being able to just quest freely and not be threatened, were huge. The Mickey Mouse, I believe, making a trade there with the Madam Mim Fox makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so the Madam Mim Fox is removed. There is the Zeus onto the Goat. No surprises there. Martin now up to 18, and that Rabbit still down on the board. Cogsworth is going to quest. Tinkerbell's going to quest. And now Jarno is in a position at 16 where Martin really needs to win this turn. Do they find the Goat? Goat would win the game for Martin here. They quest for 1 with the Rabbit. They're up to 19. All they need is a Goat to win the game. They bounce the snake.
And we find it.
Goat off the top. It's a Friends.
Do we have enough ink?
7 ink total to be able to get there. Friends is played. 2 cards drawn, it's a Baboom, and it's a Fox, and I don't think Martin can cross the finish line. Jarno being able to remove that Goat with the Zeus, denying the Goat bounce. Now, Baker, Martin potentially could have not played that Goat the last turn and gone Goat bounce this turn. But then the Zeus, instead of removing the Goat, would have removed the Rabbit. Jarno gets there just about. Jarno, the winner of game 1.
Wow.
What a game. I also, Baker, want to just mention that Magic Broom card draw. Could that have made a difference as well? There was the opportunity for Martin to draw with the Magic Broom. It was then removed by Grab Your Swords. Fine margins indeed when you get to 19 lore.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That one card dig could have made all the difference. As we said, a risk was taken, saying, hey, if you don't have to grab your swords, then I have a huge board here. I'm going to continue to just race far quicker than you. Was punished for it, but again, I respect the decision. But yeah, the first game taken by our Sapphire Steel player. Again, we are in 2 out of 3, so the Amethyst Steel player will get to go first again this time. So maybe they can play it a bit differently. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. That Merlin Goat coming down was really a big decision, but was kind of punished for it. It was removed by the Zeus, so wasn't able to make that Goat bounce play.
Yeah, and the problem is for Martin, if they didn't play the Goat, then they had 4 ink left. They could have played the Snake onto the Rabbit, but then you really want to save the Snake for the Goat. If they played the Goat, if they didn't play the Goat, well, that Zeus would have just been used on the Rabbit, and then they still would have been 1 short anyway.
Yeah, no guarantee that it would have changed anything.
I think the big decision from Martin, which they're probably going to be regretting in hindsight, is not drawing with that Magic Broom when the Grab Your Swords came through. If Grab Your Swords didn't come through from Jarno, they're probably winning the game on the spot. But I'm not sure if it was a risk that they needed to take. I was anticipating them to draw with the Magic Broom. What a game it was. Really, really exciting stuff. So Martin is going to be going first again, and Jarno going to be going second. Look for a kind of similar play pattern. Worth noting as well, Baker, a Maleficent biding her time on turn 1, it gains 1 extra law compared to a Chernobog. That's the kind of difference maker you often need in this matchup. That Maleficent could be really, really big on turn 1 for Amethyst Steel. Yeah,
100%. And as we said, our Sapphire Steel player, Jarno, does have those 2 copies of Captain Hook. Wasn't able to find one in the first game, but didn't make much of a difference. Our Amethyst Steel player was able to race really efficiently, but Sapphire Steel catching up, able to control the board. And yeah, we're going to be moving into game 2. Our players drawing their first 7 cards. If you're new to Lorcana, there is a mulligan stage in Lorcana. Both players will be able to look at these 7, throw as many as they want back to the bottom of the deck, and then draw back up to 7 before shuffling again. And this part of the game where you curate your hand is one of the biggest skill tiers in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like Zeus, Grab Your Swords, and Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician being gotten rid of by Martin for now. They're certainly going to hold on to that Chernobog's followers, and it looks like they're going to hold on to Lawrence. They're going to be looking for Mr. Smee on turn number 2. Maleficent biding her time would also be great. Now, Jarno doesn't have access to any ramp this time, Baker. They do have Mr. Smee for turn 2, but they don't have that 1-cost Captain Hook, which they might like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're going to be throwing 4 cards back into the deck.
Looking for that ramp. They only play 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, interestingly, and it does seem as though they missed the ramp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, and of course the 4 Fishbone Quill, but as you mentioned earlier, Martin does have access to these Bengers that could immediately punish that. I thought we missed 1 drop. We do have a Porpsicle, so that's a start, but you got to imagine the Captain Hook would have been the preference.
Yeah, Captain Hook would be nice. Also Babooms to try and answer those aggressive questing threats. They don't have Fire the Cannons. Interesting that they did also get rid of Grab Your Swords Tinkerbell. Maybe if they had the Fishbone Quill or the Mickey in the opening hand, those cards could have been kept. Now, Martin has not got that Maleficent, but they do have a Chernobog's for turn 2, and a Chernobog's for turn 1, rather, and potentially a Chernobog's for turn 2 as well. So they're going to be really hoping to find, off the top, either a Mr. Smee for turn 2, I would be surprised if Martin inks the Chernobog's here, because if they top deck another 1-drop, they're going to be able to go for that triple 1-drop by turn 2 play, and they do decide to ink the Baboom as a result, which I really like to see. Yeah, and you saw when Martin was mulliganing, he was considering the idea of keeping that Queen's Castle, which I get the temptation. Sapphire Steel can really struggle to deal with them, but draw, it's a rabbit. It is a rabbit, but no, prioritizing wanting to find those 1-drops, and yeah, as you say, this could be just a aggressive collection of 1-drops hitting the field on the next turn. We're going to ink the Madam Mim Fox. And I expect it will be that Chernobog's followers coming down. The first one's going to quest. I expect it will stay on the board because Jarno's not going to have a way of dealing with it efficiently. Of course, things like Baboom could make the difference, but the Chernobog seems pretty safe. Yeah, and if Martin draws with this, Chernobog's followers, the other one can get Baboom. So really good to see that Martin made that decision to ink Baboom on turn 1. They did have the option of playing the Madam Mim Snake on turn 2 and bouncing the Chernobog's followers back to the hand. But the game plan for Amethyst Steel in this one is just get as much lore as you possibly can in the early game and then regain the board. Interestingly, the Chernobog's comes off the top now, just 1 turn too late. They would have loved to have played that down as a double Chernobog's play on turn 2. Now the Chernobog's followers, it seems like Martin is going to be an option to draw with.
Going to keep it on the first one on the board.
Yeah, I actually like this decision because now the Smee can challenge a Chernobog's followers, but the Smee would get removed from the board as well, as there's no captain. Now, what Jarno can do is they could challenge the Chernobygs with Smee and then use the Porpsicle to heal Smee to keep the Smee on the board.
Yep, absolutely. Or alternatively, the captain hook could come down, and of course, Smee's ability, if you have a captain in play, does not trigger. So that could be a way of saving it as well. But yeah, this is going to be a really tense game. Amethyst Steel with a nice start there with a double Chernobog. Still haven't seen that Maleficent biding her time come into play yet, which I think that could be, like you say, that first game just coming down to that one lore, that could be the difference maker. And we've already seen that Sapphire Steel player Jarno can be really behind, but still just equalize and catch up with that Sapphire cards.
Yeah, and don't panic, you're not missing any action. Judge just interacting with the players, making sure everything's okay. We'll have an update for you. You're not missing anything, don't panic. The Lawrence was played down on the board for the Amethyst Steel player before that Judge has come to chat with the players. What
do you think of Lawrence and Amethyst Steel?
Really interesting.
Yeah?
It's a nice option.
You didn't play it, right?
No, and I do think it's a nice play on turn 3 that Quest for 2. A lot of the time, otherwise, I had like the Tiny Tink Tactician, I had the Fox. I think only playing 3 Foxes is very surprising, but what Lawrence does give you, it gives you a more aggressive option on turn 3.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it. It doesn't get removed by Medusa.
Yep.
It's a nice card.
Yeah, no, it's a very aggro option. Like we say, these Amethyst Steel is actually just super low to the ground. You should always get to play the game. You should never be like hard. I'm sure it can happen, but I imagine hard bricking is rarer with these sort of decks.
No, absolutely. And Lawrence is a really interesting card. I believe it's a set 2 card.
Yep.
Didn't really see that much play, but the more Medusas we've been seeing, there isn't as much steel like Tinkerbells anymore. Like, there's a lot of steel decks, but not necessarily with Tinkerbell, which can be a big counter to Lawrence. It's a really nice card.
Yeah, for sure, especially because these steel decks can struggle with locations as well, so it's an extra way to help deal with the Queen's Castle. And of course, that dreaded Flynn Rider Frenemy. I haven't seen it. I think I've missed all the Ruby Amethyst matchups over the weekend. But
you did one, because I was the other side of the hall on my break yesterday.
Oh, when I say be prepared. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I'm yet to see a Flynn Rider Frenemy, which is such a powerful card. Just an extra 3 lore at the beginning of your turn if you have the character with the most strength. So people utilizing these things like Lawrence and Argus to just counter it because they know that they're used to having really slow starts.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't panic, everyone. The action has not yet resumed. As soon as it does, we're going to be back watching the table. Both players just waiting for the all clear that we're good to go. The current board state is 2 Chernobog's followers and a Lawrence down for Martin. And on the other side, Jarno has that Mr. Smee bumbling mate. And it could be that turn where they challenge a Chernobog's and maybe draw with a Porpsicle. Heal with the Porpsicle could be a really interesting option.
Yep, absolutely. This I don't expect the Smee to challenge unless that is then the follow-up plan, because that wouldn't be great value. This Smee is so well statted with its 2 lore, 3/3 stat line. I really do think it's the best 2-drop in the game, at least from a stats perspective. I think the other argument would be Ursa Deceiver, but this Smee so incredibly strong. So yeah, it's a couple of options, as you say. Could challenge into the Chernobog and pop this Porpsicle to heal it up, or if we can get down a Captain Hook to protect him, and that might be quite nice as well to like help deal with the other Chernobog's followers. Would trade, but if we can get a 2 for 1, then great.
Absolutely. And the thing is as well, from Martin's perspective, they're probably fully aware this Porpsicle play can come in, but that Porpsicle in the discard pile is going to deny potential card draw from Flavisham, which could be a really big deal. We saw in the previous game, Jarno with just grab your swords, whole new world, and Zeus in hand, somehow just managed to cross the finish line by finding that Tamatoa in time, but you can be left in a position where you just don't have that many cards, especially if your items are getting removed. So while the Chernobogs might get removed and Smee remains on the board, the Porpsicle being banished is still going to be a nice thing indeed.
Yeah, for sure, but these Porpsicles can certainly help with cards like Tamatoa, as you said, and the 1 copy of Aerial Treasure Collector, and yeah, they're pretty much guaranteed to always have more items than their opponent as long as they've got 1 down. So yeah, super interesting. I can't wait to see how the rest of this match is going to play out. Just having another quick look through the deck list while we're waiting for the players to come back in. 2 copies of that Beast Hard-Headed, also going to be irrelevant in this matchup from an item perspective, but it is a 5-cost character that quests for 2, so that could be super aggressive.
Nice option in Amethyst, in Steel Sapphire, to sing a whole new world and grab your swords, but we're going back on to the players. Everything is sorted, everything's good to go, so it is going to be moving on to Jarno's turn. They haven't yet inked. We saw Martin quested those 2 Chernobog's followers, not not drawing with either of them and putting that Lawrence down on the board. So there's now 2 ink available for Jarno, and it looks like that Beast Hard-Headed might be going into the Inkwell.
Quite possibly. We may play this Fortisphere first to draw and then ink, but we will find out. No Mickey Mouse Detective in the deck, sorry, in the hand, which would be a nice play here. Ink, play the Detective, ramp up for 5, but that's not going to be an option. We do have Flavisham, won't be online until next turn, but that's another reason why he may be tempted to keep this Porpsicle on the field. You mentioned that there's a nice play that would help keep Smee, but then the Porpsicle's gone for the Flavisham on the next turn. But there is a Fortisphere in hand. It depends how desperate Jarno is for card draw, really, but at the moment, they seem to have some cards. There's that Lucky Dime in the hand, not great at this point in the game, but later on that could absolutely be a difference maker.
Yeah, there is that Captain Hook, and it is going to go into the Inkwell, so there was the option of playing the Captain Hook, and it's going to be Smee Captain Hook. Are we going to see that Porpsicle healing the Smee to keep it on the board? Because there was, of course, the option of playing the Hook, but going for the Fortisphere instead, and the Porpsicle is going to heal the Smee.
Like it.
Chernobog's followers into the discard, and there's another Chernobog's followers still on the board.
Brilliant play, and yeah, then Smee just taking 1 damage for the end of the turn for not having a captain on board, and we move over to Martin, who is holding 2 copies of Merlin Rabbit, I believe that is, 1 Fox and 1 Snake. The pretty much all the bounce package in Martin's hand. He is going to take that quest with Chernobog and dig for another card. It's a Queen's Castle, which is a very strong card in this Sapphire Steel matchup, but with 2 Mr. Smees on the board, can't quite deal with the Queen's Castle, but I think you want to wait to play the Queen's Castle until you are more guaranteed it's going to get more longevity out of it. But Jarno is running 1 copy of Rise of the Titans, so these Queen's Castles are going to be really important potentially. We're going to quest with Lawrence up to 2.
And this is a really good example of how Lawrence, or why Lawrence is such a powerful character. With this 4/4 stat line, it may have 0 strength, but if it's got no damage on it, it is a 4/4. And those Mr. Smees are not only not going to be able to remove it, if they did, they would be banished themselves. So this Lawrence is going to continue to quest for quite a while longer. Flavisham's going to banish the Fortisphere, draw 2 cards. Of course, Jarno could challenge the Lawrence with both Smees, and only 1 would be removed from the board. So that is an interesting option. The Rabbit on Martin's side can't be challenged. That is going to happen. So 1 Smee is removed by Lawrence, but then Lawrence has 0 strength when it has damage, so the second Smee is able to remove it and not take any damage, but it does take 1 damage as there's no captains on the board, as it's now Martin's turn.
Yeah, super nice play, being able to take out that Lawrence, as you said, as soon as it takes any damage.
Oh, but boom, hello.
Boom! I did that for Ross, he's been saying that all weekend. We're going to see the Rabbit singing Friends on the Other Side. We draw 2 cards.
It's another Friends and another Goat.
Very nice.
Good options to have if your name is Martin right now.
Absolutely, already at 6 lore, still quite a way to go, but this is certainly going to help. We're going to see that Snake, and this is the Amethyst package doing exactly what it wants to do, recycling these rabbits, obviously drawing a card when it enters and exits play, also just protecting the rabbit from being taken out. Obviously there's nothing on Jarno's board at the moment that can take it out, but that could very quickly change. So loving this. We're going to ink that Queen's Castle, and down comes that Chernobog's followers.
Yeah, and while Martin's had a slower start to this game, we saw them getting to around like 12 lore in the previous game. The other thing that has happened is that Jarno has not ramped. So Jarno is not going to be able to get that kind of explosive questing power that we saw in the previous game, where they got that Tamatoa down, and with a couple of quests, they were able to get to 20. That is not going to happen this time. So Martin's got more time to work with.
Yep.
And therefore that bounce package of bouncing the rabbit back and having more cards in hand is definitely going to be relevant, because it's going to be a longer game. It is going to be the Beast hard-headed onto the board. Not exactly what you're looking to spend 5 ink on, Baker.
Not really, no.
Can sing Grab Your Swords next turn, which is going to be a big threat for Martin.
Yeah, and that 4/4 stat line should compete with most of the cards in Martin's deck, should be able to deal with them, and of course it does just quest for 2. But yeah, Martin's in this weird stage of when you're playing the Amethyst package and you know you're long came Zeus onto the Beast hard-headed, immediately removing that tempo that Jarno was trying to build. But yeah, if you know your opponent's playing a whole new world, you need to find that mid-stage. You don't want to have no cards in your hand, but if you overdo it, you really tempt them into that whole new world. And just throwing down a Smee here on Martin's side of the board, just super low-pressure characters. Low-cost, high-pressure characters, absolutely. I meant to say.
And I love this play by Martin. It might seem a bit odd. Why are you using Zeus on a simple Beast hard-headed? Well, the threat was that Jarno could sing Grab Your Swords, get to 6 ink and play Tink, which was exactly what Jarno was probably planning on doing, and then this Madam Mim Snake and the Smee would be removed, and that is 3 lore lost for Martin. So deciding, instead of developing another character, just paying 4 to play Zeus. Of course, ideally, you get that 4-cost character down and you sing Zeus, because it costs you nothing to do so. But Martin realizing that wasn't going to help him in that situation, and I really love that play. There is the Tink. No items for Flavisham right now yet either, Baker. So that healing of the Porpsicle we saw earlier is now denying Jarno potential card draw.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. I still I agree with the play he made to protect the Smee, but you got to imagine he wanted to find some more items to work with this Flavisham by now. Hasn't happened as of yet. We're over on to Martin, who
Martin's
has
a goat, Baker.
A couple of goats in hand now. He's eyeing up a rabbit. The rabbit on board, working out what he wants to do with that, potentially questing. But yeah, go back to your previous.
Another goat, Baker.
Is that 3 goats?
3 goats in Martin's hand right now.
That is pretty crazy. That's going to really help Martin close out the game. We're at 11 lore now. So yeah, these 3 goats are like super online at this point and going to provide a lot of pressure. And yeah, just a quick note to say, being able to exert characters to sing songs for no ink cost is one of the most powerful things to do in Lorcana. And Sapphire Steel player in particular definitely always wants to be singing those songs with a character so that you can still continue to apply pressure to the board. So removing that beast hard-headed with the Zeus on the previous turn, I think has really changed this game for Martin. Otherwise, he'd have had a clear board at this point.
Yeah. So Jarno can sing Grab Your Swords with Tinkerbell, play another Tinkerbell, for example. That would clear the whole board again, but might instead decide to challenge with Tinkerbell. That is what they do. And then the 2 damage counters are going to go onto the rabbit, and in comes the second Tinkerbell, clearing the Smee and the rabbit. Martin's going to draw, though, from the rabbit, entering the discard. Martin is not going to be too happy about that, but you know what they are going to be happy about? 4 goats in the hand.
4! That's a lot of goats, Joe. That's an awful lot of goats. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure if you can just chain these. But you know what he really wants is some bounce cards to be able to return them to his hand. We're also seeing a Benja, but no items on Jarno's side of the board. Hasn't been able to utilize that Flavisham. But yeah, these 4 goats are huge.
Now, I say that Martin's going to be happy about the 4 goats. However, I believe they're not too happy, because I think they're currently at 6 ink, which would mean that they can't play double goat this turn, if I'm not mistaken. Now, what they could do is they could ink a goat and play Benja plus goat, because you need as much questing power as possible. So it is going to be a goat, 2 ink remaining. Now, does Martin ink a goat to play Benja? Do they ink Benja to hold on to the goats? It's a really big decision for Martin. I would wager we might see a goat getting inked to play the Benja, because you need as much questing power as possible. Now, next turn, if Martin finds an inkable, they can go double goat.
Yep, for sure. And plus, again, if we find these bounce cards like Snakes and Fox, we can continue to bounce them back to the hand. Yeah, I imagine Jarno was quite surprised to see that goat go into the inkwell, but it does make sense. As you say, you want to fully utilize your inkwell, and Benja questing for 2 is quite big, even though wasn't able to remove an item. So, yeah, nice play.
In is going to come Aerial Treasure Collector, currently questing for 3.
Yes, no items on the board at the moment. Are there any in hand?
There is a dime.
There is a dime.
So dime could come down for Jarno next turn.
As you said, Jarno hasn't been able to ramp efficiently in this game. We normally see these Sapphire decks able to make these huge moves by this point in the game, but Jarno missing the Mickey, missed the Fishbone Quill, and of course, playing Quill would have been risky against the Benja anyway. We're going to quest up with everything.
Yeah, lots of questing from Jarno, bumps them up to 6. Now, they can quest next turn if they play the dime with the aerial for 5, but they won't have enough ink to also exert the dime to get 5 more lore from aerial. So Jarno currently can get 8 lore next turn. It's a goat. It's another goat.
Oh,
and the crowd has loved that one here. Triple goat, all on the board. 1 in the inkwell as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, this seems like the route to Martin bringing this to a 1-1. And yeah, this game is being shown on a screen in the main hall. We can't see them, but we can certainly hear them. I imagine there's a big crowd around there. But yeah, we're definitely reaching the later stages of this game. Jarno has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink on board. Potentially can play that lucky dime. So I think Jarno is on a 2-turn clock here. But Martin with 3 goats and 1 Benja is already, it'll be game. If Martin goes into his turn, he has brought it to 1-1. Can Jarno interrupt?
Yeah, and while Martin had a slower start this game, they didn't have that Smee on turn 2. It was just a Chernobog's followers. Jarno just didn't find that ramp, and they are only playing 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, and we saw how impactful that Mickey Mouse was in game 1. In fact, they mulligan Fishbone Quill to keep that Mickey Mouse in their opening hand. Now, Flaversham could, interestingly enough, banish the Lucky Dime to draw 2 cards here. They're not going to do that, though. They are going to quest of everything, but 14 lore is needed, and it's not going to be 14 lore. Jarno is taken down by Martin, but we're going to game number 3. Martin, though, going to be going second for the first time in this series.
And I think that is going to make a huge difference if on turn 1 Jarno can get down a Captain Hook, immediately checking things like that Maleficent biding her time, who we're still to see hit the board. But yeah, going second, it's a very different game for the Amethyst Steel player. And yeah, super good game. He was he seemed disappointed with the multiple goats, but it allowed him to make that big extension onto the board and just guarantee game next turn, because of course goats give you extra lore just for leaving and entering the board. So super good game. We are going to game 3. Which of these 2 players are going to be proceeding to the top 8 and winning themselves a Mickey Mouse BLT? They're both already qualified for the European Championships. They've got the Rapunzel playmat. They've got the Rapunzel card, the Stout-Hearted card, but they want more.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Martin tries to maneuver what is a pretty tricky matchup, even when you go first, but going second. I think Benja on turn 3 could be a really big deal. If Jarno doesn't have access to that Mickey Mouse, of course it's open lists, so Martin's going to know there's just 3 copies of Mickey Mouse in the deck. So Jarno would go Fishbone Quill on turn 3, and then bam, turn 3 for Amethyst Steel. Benja to shut that down could be a really, really big deal. If you can deny the ramp options of Sapphire Steel, the deck becomes slightly less intimidating. I can see a couple copies of Tinkerbell. There's a lot of rabbits. Martin could also kind of take the approach to really just try and outdraw their opponent. There is Fishbone Quill and Mickey Mouse in hand for Jarno, which is exactly what they're going to be looking to see. Looks like Fishbone Quill's getting mulliganed again. Mickey Mouse the preferred option on turn 3 for Jarno, fearing those Benjas.
Question for you, Joe. If you are on the draw going second like Martin here, how aggressively are you looking for this Benja? Do you think it's that important?
Good question. I think that in an open decklist format, you probably anticipate your opponent to have the Mickey, but you just want to really be able to punish them if they don't.
Right.
If they don't have the Mickey and they end up playing that Fishbone Quill, you really, really do want to be removing it from the board as swiftly as possible. I think for Martin, it might not seem like it's exactly what you want, but the Chernobog's followers on 1, and then on turn 2, like Magic Broom Chernobogs again, and then you just try and draw with all of these cards as much as possible before the board wipe can come through, could be a very nice approach. Also, maybe that Maleficent biding her time on turn 1 into something like a Madam Mim Snake on turn 2 to bounce it back and replay it later. It could be a good option. We didn't see Jarno find that Captain Hook on turn 1 yet, so Martin might be able to quest with the turn 1 play uncontested. Of course, a Smee on 2 or a Baboom on 2 would be a great option for Jarno as well. So I think if Jarno finds those early game cards, it's going to be a real struggle for Martin.
Yeah, 100%. Only 2 copies of the Captain Hook in the deck. We are yet to see it, but it still may make an impact, and even if it's just protecting Mr. Smee because of the Captain on board, we're going to be cutting each other's decks. I think our players are very, very similar coloured sleeves. Maybe a twinge more purple from Jarno. We see the fist bump, and we move into game 3. Who will be going on to top 8? Will it be Jarno? Will it be Martin? Let's find out. Jarno's going first.
Jarno has lots of cards to play on turn 2. A Smee, a Baboom, and an Argus, but nothing on turn 1. Not even a Porpsicle or a Fortosphere.
Okay, so definitely going to be pleased that they are going first, because going second with no 1-drop is huge.
It's going to happen.
Are we seeing it?
Finally time. Maleficent has been biding her time here
Nicely done.
in this series. Is this the moment, or is Martin going to decide to maybe try and play this Maleficent down a little bit later, because it could get baboomed? It is uninkable, of course, so you're going to have to play it at some point. You would imagine it's going to come into the play. Martin really just taking the time on what to ink. It's going to be the Broom, and Maleficent biding her time.
Here she is.
Enters the board. A card which is uninkable. It only has 1 strength and 1 willpower, but it can quest for 2.
And Martin is holding this Madam Mim snake, as you said, so does have that option available to him to be able to quest with this Maleficent and then just bounce it back to his hand, put the snake on board, which has the exact same strength and willpower as Mr. Smee. So that's a nice little check there, and of course leaving Maleficent to bide her time in the hand for another day. I appreciate that pun.
Nice.
Top marks for that, my man.
It's going to be the Fox, which gets inked. It is going to be a Chernobog's followers and another Chernobog's followers.
Okay.
I love it. So many one drops down on the board, and Yano is going to be pretty spooked about this.
Yep. We'll be able to take out this Maleficent with the Mr. Smee. We'll only take 1 damage, and then he'll take an extra 1 damage at the end of the turn if there's not a captain on board, but then at least still survives, and next turn will be available to take out something else or quest. And if you can get a 2 for 1 out of Smee, that feels pretty good.
Now, what's interesting for Martin is they do decide to quest with the Maleficent. However, if they had gone for a Chernobog's followers on turn 1, this Mr. Smee, if it was to challenge the Chernobog's followers, would be removed from the board.
Yep, good point.
So I'm wondering if maybe Martin could have sequenced this differently, gone for a Chernobog's on turn 1, and then on turn 2 played this Maleficent and then maybe bounced it back into the hand. The Smee is going to remove the Maleficent.
Taking that 1 damage. No, I think you make a really good point. The sequence in there could have changed everything. We're going to draw into a Long Came Zeus, the second copy. Not really what Martin wants to see. There's a Merlin Rabbit in hand, a Snake. Only 2 Inkables in the hand. We are going to be questing with Chernobog's followers, taking that draw. We find a Madam Mim Fox, which is a good pickup, especially in combination with the Rabbit in hand.
Yeah, it certainly is. The concern for Martin as well now is the fact that Yano has ramped, even though this Smee has 2 damage counters on turn 5 or at 5 ink, you're very much anticipating Yano maybe to play that Cogsworth. Now, if this was a Maleficent, right? So you play the Maleficent, for example, on turn 2. The Smee removes the Chernobog's followers potentially. It would then be banished, and then you could have bounced back this Chernobog's followers. So I'm really thinking that this Maleficent could have come down on turn 2 instead of turn 1.
Yep, I respect it. Definitely an interesting sequence to think through. We're going to be inking a Tamatoa on Yano's side of the board. He's holding a Cogsworth, a Porpsicle, and I think that's a Baboom, and an Argus. So this Cogsworth definitely going to put in a lot of work. That
so much.
That Resist 1 is going to be the ultimate protector of Mr. Smee.
Yeah, Mr. Smee, while it does not have a captain on the board, it does have Resist 1, thanks to Cogsworth, so that 1 damage which comes through at the end of the turn is going to be negated by the resist effect from Cogsworth. But the Smee does not exert to quest, which is really curious. Yano clearly valuing this Mr. Smee on the board instead, and I'm surprised by that. Martin's going to quest with the Chernobogs and draw.
Finds a Bell, that accomplished mystic, I believe. Yeah,
so Bell can move up to 3 damage counters from any character to any other character of your choice. So those 2 damage counters of Smee could be moved elsewhere. Now, I don't believe, Baker, that Resist is impacting Bell's ability. I'm not sure on that. Because it's moving damage counters, I have a feeling that Resist doesn't impact that. So that's something to look out for.
Yep, I think you might be right. There is a difference between moving damage counters and doing damage. We find a whole new world for Yano. Could sing it with the Cogsworth. Not likely to be the immediate instinct. We're going to play Porpsicle, paying 1. Draw ourselves a card. We find the lucky dime off the top. And again, like you say, Yano in this game compared to game 2 has been able to ramp courtesy of that Mickey Mouse, and that does make a big difference. Also went first, but they did miss their turn 1 drop, which was a shame for sure.
I think Martin now in this position with that Tinkerbell in hand is going to try and get back this board control. We haven't seen them have board control at all in this series so far, but this is a different game. They're going second. We've seen a lot of card draw come through off the Chernobog's followers. If they can start to get rid of this Cogsworth and whittle down the board, then they might just be able to cross the finish line. No Fishbone Quill ramp, so it was the Mickey Mouse ramp, but that's the only ramp that Yano's had access to.
I don't think we've seen the Fishbone Quill hit the board the entire game. Clearly, Yano realizing that it's not always going to be the most beneficial play going up against Avengers. This Cogsworth is going to be exerting. Is it going to be having a sing-song Oh, yes, it is. I thought he changed his mind halfway through there, but we do play a whole new world. And both players are going to discard their entire hands, draw 7. Martin just doing a quick check to see what's in the discard. Does have that lucky dime, but it's perfectly happy to be in the discard. Tamatoa can grab that when it's needed.
Yeah, Martin going to be looking for some goats, you would imagine. It's a little bit early for the goats, but you never really say no, would you?
No.
I mean, Martin managed to draw all 4 in the last game. Doesn't seem like they have access to any just yet. There is a Benger in there as well, which could deny the Porpsicle healing something up. Are we going to see maybe a double Cogsworth? We most certainly are. Every character on the board now has resist 2, with the Cogsworth themselves having resist 1. We see the Smee remove the snake, and it has resist 2, so only 1 damage taken back.
Great value, and maybe we now see the explanation behind the decision to just keep the Smee ready on the previous turn, seeing that if he could find that second Cogsworth off of the whole new world, then would enable this play to take out the snake and to completely survive. This Smee has really outstayed his welcome for Martin. Tons of gas, tons of questing, tons of challenging. Martin putting down a second Merlin Rabbit to draw.
And again, it goes back to that turn 1 play to play the Maleficent, right?
Yeah.
You play the Chernobog's followers and you quest, then the Smee would be getting banished if it challenges. Whereas only 1 strength on the Maleficent meant the Smee could stick around for longer, and then the Cogsworth would have gotten there. Now, of course, Jarno might not have even challenged the Chernobog's followers, but that would have meant Martin could have a little bit more lore potentially. The Magic Broom enters the board, 2 rabbits down. Martin can definitely keep trying to gain back some board control. The problem is that resist power from Cogsworth makes it very difficult to clear if you don't have a card like Be Prepared, Under the Sea, or Sisu.
Yeah, very much so. This ward keyword, incredibly powerful. Only a small handful of cards can get round it. Jarno, quite a few options in hand. We have that Bell, who will be able to quest for a lot when we get to 10 ink. We're not quite there yet. Copy of a Boom in hand.
Yeah, both players with a lot of cards available thanks to Jarno singing A Whole New World. Jarno only on 1 lore as it stands, still 19 away. Martin is at 7, so from this position, Jarno's just going to be looking to deny as much questing power from Martin as possible. So things like Grab Your Swords, Tinkerbells are going to be really very valuable. We see another Porpsicle come through, and it's going to be a Smee this time drawn by Jarno. I think it was A Whole New World. Do we ever see Bell? Bell is going to do some extra ramping because you can ink 1 extra card per turn with Bell.
Yep, the read a book ability basically acting kind of like a mini fishbone quill built into the body of Belle, and yeah, she's going to be a very aggressive quester. Jarno only at 1 lore at the moment, so a lot of catching up to do, but as we keep saying, these Sapphire Debts can make huge jumps, and Martin's going to reach this point where, like, you come to that decision of, am I going to continue to try and challenge the board, or am I just racing to game?
Yep.
Smee coming down.
Bumbling, mate. You know you've got a good board when you have to start playing cards on top of it.
Yes,
unless you're
sure.
shifting, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that Smee is able to shift onto Bell. I'm not sure.
You know what? I've got a feeling not, but never mind, maybe in the future. But yeah, this is a huge wide board from Jarno, and worth pointing out yet again, these 2 Cogsworth blanket resist 2 to every character that isn't named Cogsworth. Cogsworth gets a resist 1 from each other, but yeah, this is going to be a hard board to deal with, like you just said, Joe, without access to things like Be Prepared that just ignore damage completely. So yeah, Martin definitely has a hill to climb to be able to equalize this field, so might not even bother, might just continue to race. He's got quite a few cards in hand. We find a Queen's Castle, which could distract some attention from Jarno's board away from questing, but at the same time, Jarno may reach a point where he can just race to game.
Yeah, and this Mr. Smee just able to remove a rabbit and not even take a single bit of damage back thanks to that resist 2 from double Cogsworth.
Didn't even feel it, mate. Not a thing. This Cogsworth is keeping him well protected. Martin's still, of course, drawing a card off the rabbit, and yeah, has quite a few cards in hand. Weighing up options here. Of course, we are in the top 16. It is all to play for. The winner of this game will win themselves a Mickey Mouse. We pass back over to Martin finally, who's going to ready, set, draw. Finds a Merlin goat off the top. Okay, this is the start. This is how you start building a board and just chasing that lore. Of course, preferably you always want to try and bounce these goats back to your hand with the likes of Madam Mim Snake and Madam Mim Fox, but at the same time, this is a nice wide board that Martin's building here. Played 4 for the goat, 3 for the Mr. Smee. This is a little bit more like it. Still doesn't have quite the dominance that Jarno has with that resist 2 and just pure amount of characters, but now that Martin has a wide board, he could potentially quest very aggressively. We are going to remove that broom, drawing a card off the top.
Yeah, all characters on Martin's side of the board with that 3 willpower means it's going to need something like a Tinkerbell and a Grab Your Swords to clear the questing potential from them. So Jarno is going to be hoping to have access to that. No Tinkerbell currently available on the board. No Tinkerbell in hand either. The hand is Rise of the Titans, Mr. Smee, Mickey Mouse and Baboom. So Jarno, as wide as the board is starting to run out of removal options.
It's a bit underwhelming really, isn't it? Unfortunately, I think Jarno really needs to put a lot of faith in this board that he's built up.
5 lore from Bell, however. If there's 10 ink in the inkwell, this Bell is going to quest for 5.
Still weighing up options here. Again, we've still got another 22 minutes. This is the last game. By all means, take your time. We're potentially moving on to the top 8 here, so really think it through. Make sure that you are considering all the lines, considering the options. We're seeing 2 Babooms hit the inkwell, 1 just for inking.
It was Rise of the Titans.
Oh, it might have been, but 1 card just from normal inking, and then the other one, I believe, was Bell's Read a Book.
Bell questing for 5, Cogsworth for 2, Smee for 2, Mickey Mouse for 1, Smee for 2, and Cogsworth for 2 as well. That is a lot of lore, which Jarno is adding up for us. I'm not
is
even...
that 14? If Bell's questing for 4, sorry, for 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, there you go. That was one heck of a turn. Jarno going all the way to 16. Going to play another Mr. Smee and a Mickey Mouse Detective. Just full extension of the board. A bit more rampant, saying, have an answer to this or I am going on to top 8. Can Martin interrupt this board?
Martin needs 10 lore. They're not going to be able to clear everything. Nope. They do have a goat available. They've got some questing power on the board, as well as a goat on the board. So they're going to quest with everything. That's a quest for 4. Martin's now up to 14 lore with a goat on the board and a goat in hand. 6 lore more needed. It's going to be a magic broom for 1. That's not going to gain any lore.
Nope.
Goat is going to come through, bumping them up to 15. The magic broom's going to draw. They find a Grab Your Swords, but it seems like it's too little too late. The Benja's going to get inked. The Smee's going to hit the board, but Jarno is going to be victorious and has got themselves a golden Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor.
What a game, Joe. I'm super fascinated that not once was Lucky Dime utilised, and we saw Tamatoa once, and I believe it only quested for 2. So incredible games from both of these players. Yeah, unfortunately, just our Sapphire Steel player were able to just develop too much. I think that double Cogsworth was just way too much board pressure to deal with. And I'll go back to the point you made earlier. Maybe the decision between playing that Chernobog or Maleficent on turn 1 made all the difference in that game.
Yeah, and I think going back to game 1 as well, there was some really interesting moments with the magic broom not drawing, for example. It was really fine margins. Martin got to that 19 lore mark in game number 1. I think they would have really been looking to make use of their higher seeding there, being able to go first twice, but it's a really tough matchup. Sapphire Steel, it's a very tough matchup for Amethyst Steel, probably the worst of the bunch, and Martin got so close in both games that they got taken down. Yeah,
nothing to be ashamed of. Again, of course, it's perfectly understandable that players will be disappointed to be knocked out, but you made it to day 2, then you made it to top 16, you qualified for the European Championships, you've won a bunch of prizes, no shame whatsoever, but it will be our Sapphire Steel player that is going on to top 8. They've secured the Mickey. Can they go all the way? Do you think Sapphire Steel can do it?
Oh, absolutely.
You reckon? We're still waiting for Sapphire Steel to win a DLC, right? I don't think it's done it. This could be the day that it finally happens. We have a couple of very good Sapphire Steel players. I'm sure we'll get our updated bracket in a little while. I think we're going to be doing an interview in a little while, I do believe. Both
players also now just been given their Rapunzel foil playmat, which is such an amazing prize. I might see if I'm doing an interview, if I can get them to show it for us. That would be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
See it up close. Love that. But yeah, great game between our players. And the Captain Hook didn't come in play, didn't seem to offer much in that particular game. We saw one whole new world played, but that was a big difference maker in that last game because he was able to play that Mickey on 3, had that ink advantage and was just able to extend, singing with Cogsworth, Cogsworth singing a whole new world, meaning that he had all his ink left to play with and just these huge extensions, more Smees, more Mickey Mouses, keep up with me or I'm going to game. But that game 2 with those multiple goats, that was a bit of a goated moment.
Goats in hand.
Yeah. Our crowd absolutely loved that outside, and yeah, it's great to see that the players that aren't even playing are all just here watching the game, supporting, wanting to watch Lorcana, same as you guys at home, watching on Twitch or Facebook or whatever it is that you might be joining us on. Tell us what you think of the action here at DLC Bologna. It's been a great day. It's not over yet. We've got top 8 still to come.
Yeah, we're going to head on over to a short video, but when we're back, I'm going to be doing an interview. So don't go anywhere,
Awesome.
and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back to Dizzy Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, and I'm joined by the winner of the last match, Jarno. You've just won a golden Mickey. How are you feeling?
It's unbelievable. I'm like still shaking. I can't comprehend it. It's an absolute amazing experience. I was coming to this event hoping to make day 2, but it just went perfect, and yeah, I don't know what to say. It's really an amazing experience, and yeah, I'm just perplexed when I say that.
Were you expecting to get this far?
No, not at all. I do have some card game experience, but mostly online, but nothing like insane or just for fun, playing with friends, playing with family as well. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this.
Have you played in any other Dizzy Lorcana Challenge events, or is this your first time?
I played at the event in Lille. Didn't go that well there. I had a lot of draws, so yeah, that was kind of sad. But
were you also playing Sapphire Steel in Lille?
Yeah, also Sapphire Steel.
So is it your go-to deck?
It's my go-to deck. I always play it. I also played in set 3 and 4, a lot of set championships, always blue steel. It's my favorite deck. Yeah, I know it by heart. So
what is it about Sapphire Steel that you like so much? Is there a particular thing?
I think you have like a lot of options. There's not like one game plan. It depends from your opponent, from the cards you draw as well. So I think it's just really a lot of variety in it and a lot of options.
Amazing. So talking about your deck list a bit more, there's a few things that we don't always see. I think a couple of copies of Captain Hook are in there. What's the thinking behind that? I know Argus as well is an option on turn 2.
Yeah, indeed. So the Argus was actually to counter the Ruby Amethyst.
And you only have one Rise of the Titans, is that right?
Yeah, only one. But that's because I also added the Captain Hooks. That makes it I can also challenge the locations with that, and I don't always need more than one Rise. But the Captain Hooks, I just play them because if you come against aggro players or even in the mirror, it's like a good card to play. You can quest, yeah.
Did you ever have any thought to play without a whole new world?
No.
Not at all?
No, absolutely not, no.
Do you think that there's any argument for these? A lot of players do quite like playing without a whole new world. What is it that you love about a whole new world so much?
The thing I love about it is it's most of the times makes it so you can ink more, so you can ramp faster because you can get more cards. And I also just like it can be that you're like totally down in the game, and if you then can sing or just play the whole new world, it can totally change the match. Also in favor of the opponent. So sometimes you play it and you think like, oh, I shouldn't have played it, but yeah, kind of it.
And obviously with Fishbone Quill, you've got the option to ink it essentially as well, which is quite unique.
Indeed.
So talking about the matchup you just had, you played against Amethyst Steel. Is that a matchup you've got much experience of?
No, actually not. I didn't play against one in the whole tournament. I played against a few on set champs. I think personally it's a hard matchup for the Amethyst Steel player because of the Cogsworths, the Tinkerbells and the Grabber swords. So also congrats to my opponent because he played really well. I have to say it. Yeah.
No, it was such a fun matchup to watch. It is a pretty tricky matchup for Amethyst Steel, but of course they were the highest seed. I think you were both on 48 points from Swiss.
Yeah.
You finished as the 10th seed and your opponent was the 7th seed. So are you feeling like your 10th seeding is going to put you in good stead? Are you expecting to go first much for the rest of the tournament?
I don't know the results of the other games, but I expect not, but it could be, right? You never know, and a lot of people say that going first, you have the advantage, but against some decks, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion.
Amazing. And you've come from Belgium.
Yeah,
what's the local scene like over in Belgium? Is there anyone you want to shout out that you play with?
It's actually pretty active. I have my local game store, the Hermelijn. I want to shout them out. They do really good tournaments. But yeah, there are like a lot of local game stores in Belgium. I know a lot of people that play, so it's a really fun community to play in.
That's really, really amazing. So you mentioned set championships.
Yeah.
Did you play in many? Did you win many Ursulas?
Yeah, so for set 4, the Ursulas, I played 3 set championships. I one time went first. One time I lost in the semi-final. And then one time I lost in the quarterfinal. So 2 Ursulas and then 1 not, but yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, you've also got this lovely map, which we're going to hold up to the camera.
Yeah.
After we've done that, we're going to say goodbye. Perfect. So is there any last words you'd like to say before we do that?
Yeah, I just want to shout out Ravensburg and Disney for organizing this. It's a really fun experience. It's also not only for really competitive players, but also to play at home. So I'd like to shout them out, I guess.
Amazing. All right, let's hold up this mat, and then we're going to go over to either a break or our casters. This is the top 16 prize. Are you going to play with this, or are you going to keep it stored somewhere?
I'm going to keep it stored.
All right, let's show the camera, and then we're going to go. I am in love with that playmat, Ross.
Oh,
well, God.
I see what Joe's doing there. Joe's just like, I'm going to hold the playmat. I can tell everyone about the playmat. We're on to you, Joe. We are watching.
We are on to you. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker, and I'm rejoined by my co-host, Ross Gilbert, who's just come back from a break, and we just came off the back of a really close-net game. Sapphire Steel, piloted by Jarno, who we just saw being interviewed by Joe, versus the Amethyst Steel. And yeah, Jarno saying in that interview that he was aware that the Amethyst Steel matchup was pretty hard for them because of things like Cogsworth. But I do want to give a highlight to just that moment where he just took the time to say, can I just say congratulations to my opponent? They played really well. Like, a moment like that, I think, is underrated. I think moments like that in our community are like what make it special and just make it a more welcoming environment. And make no mistake, competitive trading card games are for everybody. You are all welcome to come and get involved in Disney Lorcana, and we very much want you to. If this is your first time finding the game, please come and join us. How are you feeling about the rest of the event, Ross?
I'm feeling pretty good about the rest of the event. You know, I keep saying there's 2 pinch points in the event so far. You got top 16 where you get your invite to the European Championships, top 8 where you get your gold Mickey. So we now have 8 players who have hit those 2 points. And now, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are still prizes available for every other win. That binder at the end is great, but you want to be the champion. Oh, look!
Oh, look!
It's the bracket, the Cinderella bracket. We've gone all the way to the quarterfinals here with Thomas Berger's Amethyst Ruby and Victor's Sapphire Steel.
Yes, the first thing I will point out is Jan Moyen, who is a friend of mine as well, but has known Spessy Joe for a long time. Obviously, he's been very honest about a slight bias there. Very pleased for Jan Moyen making it this far. He's very well known in the community. Was not able to take out Victor in that mirror match. It was Victor that is moving on to the quarterfinals, and they are going to be going up against Thomas Berger piloting Ruby Amethyst. What do you think about that matchup, Ross?
I think I love the fact that the victor was Victor. I also like the fact that we've got pretty classic matchup there. We've got the hold on, now I win of Sapphire Steel, and the you can't do anything of Amethyst Ruby. It's a matchup we've seen a lot before, and I really think that one could go either way. It's going to be interesting. We saw it on the bracket earlier, of course. Jan Moy against Andrea Ferroni, and of course Jan Moy did come through there, so I don't know, guaranteed win for Sapphire Steel?
We could see. I think it's really dependent on what sort of build the Ruby Amethyst player is using. I think if they have a high count of things like Bee King Undisputed and Lady Tremaine, that really helps to favor the Ruby Amethyst player, because Sapphire Steel, don't get me wrong, they can make big extensions. In the last game we saw lots of Mickeys, lots of Smees, but if you do a good job of controlling the board, you get them to this point where they can go, okay, here's just a Cogsworth, okay, here's just an Aerial, here's just a Tamatoa, and I can Bee King, I can Tremaine, and just remove these threats. But some Ruby Amethyst players are moving away from these cards like Bee King Undisputed, opting for more cards like the 8-drop Sisu. So it's going to be very dependent, I think, personally, on what sort of build the Ruby Amethyst player is using.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're moving from the Cinderella bracket over to which one comes next.
What'll it be? It is the Maleficent. Oh, there we go. We're twins.
Oh, and I got to say, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump over you on this.
Please, please talk to me.
Ella, who I'm really sorry sorry, I'm trying. There was a slightly ridiculous moment before the interview I did with them where they would say their name properly, and I would repeat it in a way which I thought was correct.
I see.
And it was not. So I apologise. My British mouth is not good enough at pronouncing that name, but I'll tell you what.
Tell me.
That is my favourite deck I've seen at the tournament so far this weekend. That completely unusual Sapphire Ruby deck with the aggressive Queen going and getting all of those items out, the free drop uninkable Sisu. Oh, I was enjoying watching that.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, it's a shame I missed a lot of that game because I was taking that as my opportunity to go get food, but I saw as I was walking by, you guys seemed very excited. I hope I get the chance to see this Queen in action. Super interesting card that doesn't see a ton of play, but cheating items in it can be really, really good. So we've got this bracket is going to be the Ruby Sapphire up against Varno's Sapphire Steel.
I like Ella's chances on this one. I really do. I think they could be on a bit of a run. Hopefully we can pop to another one of the brackets here. We've seen Cinderella, we've seen Maleficent, let's see Elsa. I tell you what, Sapphire is all over this bracket. We've got Pierre Gilmo, Sapphire Steel, and Ricardo Picchiafaricci's Amber Steel. Look, I tried, all right? I tried.
This is very much, as Joe just donned it in the last round, the Steel Amber bracket. Yeah, it seems like nearly all of them ended up in this bracket. And none of them even had to face each other, which is wild. All of them in a different part of that bracket. Only one, well, two made it through to the octo final. No, only one. Sorry, I can't count. Three of them taken out. Only Ricardo proceeding on to the octo finals managed to take out the Ruby Amethyst player and is moving on to the quarterfinals to go up against Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, that is interesting seeing we had three of them in this side of the bracket, or this quarter of the bracket. Only one of them made it through. That's a couple Sapphire Steel we've got, plus a Sapphire Ruby. So that is something I have got my eye on. And if we flick to the last part of the bracket here, there is another part of the bracket.
There is.
It's Rapunzel. And oh my word.
It's happened.
We got 3 Sapphire Ruby in top 8. And it was the 5th most played deck in day 1.
That is amazing. Clearly, the deck was not happy with its less than stellar performances at previous DLC, so they have come out in full force today. And I do want to make a note, Ross. We do see that Din Can, who we watched earlier, going up against Emerald Steel, and then I had a little interview with them. They have officially made Lorcana history. They are the first ever player in the world to qualify for both the North American and the European Championships. What a feat.
I would quite like to see them having a great run at both of them. That would be awesome. We have also had to say goodbye to Ruben Gutierrez, who was, of course, our 2nd place finisher back in Bochum.
Yep.
So another, I mean, getting all the way to the octo finals on the back of a final appearance, that is a ridiculous pair of results.
Yeah, that is no shame at all. Clearly a very good player. They've stuck with the same deck choice. I don't know if the list is exactly the same. May have been some changes, but yeah, they very clearly know exactly what they're doing with that particular matchup. But yeah, the Rapunzel bracket will be ending with that Ruby Sapphire mirror match. And isn't it interesting, Ross, how little Emerald Steel seems to have made it this far?
There's not too much. There's not a huge amount Amethyst Ruby either.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not writing it down as we go. From what I could see, it seemed to be a lot of Sapphire, and 3 of them being Sapphire Steel. 3 in top 8 is really not something we were expecting. There's only been 1, I believe, in top 4 of all of these set 4 Disney Lorcana challenges. To see 3 of them in top 8, that is wild to me.
Absolutely. I love it. I love these decks that haven't been really the top contenders at the last couple of events, at least. Getting their moment in the sun. Sapphire Steel, I feel like, is kind of the crowd favorite at the moment. There are a lot of very good players that love that in combination. They're very committed Sapphire Steel players, in my experience. Most Sapphire Steel players, once they start, they struggle to stop. And you think about some of the best Sapphire Steel players in the game, the likes of Harlan Sweet, the likes of DeCandio, Sky, the list goes on and on. I'm sure that these guys and the other Sapphire Steel stands out there would love to see this be the day that they take home the championship.
One thing I find really interesting, we have Sapphire Ruby, right? It's not really been quite good enough up to now. It's not been getting and winning these.
Great deck, but just hasn't had that success.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's been kind of a top 5 deck rather than a top 2 deck. And yet we got 3 copies in top 8. But two of them are the kind of build we generally expect, and one of them is wildly different. So on the one hand, I'm like, oh, well, you know, Ella comes in here with this wildly different build. Of course, that counts a better chance of getting top 8. But then there's two more traditional builds that also go and get top 8, apparently, and that's what I picked for Bochum. But I went off it in Bochum. You look at Bochum, you look at Fort Worth, and the deck was not performing well enough, and I was like, oh, I'm not picking that again.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that trick again. Yeah,
I'd go Sapphire Steel, to be fair.
You did. That is true. But yeah, like you said, the Ruby Sapphire deck, it's a weird one because I do think it's one of the best decks in the game. It just hasn't really been represented by the success that they've had in like big tournaments, but today could be the day. Are we going to see Ruby Sapphire versus Sapphire Steel, the competition of, no, my turn, get out of here Ruby Amethyst, get out of here Steel Song, we're having our time in the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to confirm, of the free caster predictions, Joe has officially come last.
Yes, unfortunately, the lone Amethyst Steel player is gone. And let's take a look at the top 64 metagame. I know a certain Knive the Nerd that will be very pleased to see this screen. 28% of Emerald Steel represented by 28% of the field. 18 players were repping that in combination. I imagine the vast majority of them included Bucky. We have 25%, 16 players rocking the Sapphire Steel. Amber Steel, 14% with 14 players, and also Ruby Sapphire with that 14%.
But if we think back to the day 1 metagame, it was a clear 1 and 2 for Emerald Steel and Amethyst Ruby. We had a very obvious 3rd place for Sapphire Steel, Amber Steel at 4th, Sapphire Ruby in 5th. But the differences between them were much greater. The conversion rate of this Sapphire Ruby, and then 14 of them enter top 64, 3 of them still going in top 8. It is converting across the board in this tournament. It is really doing very, very well. Also, got to give a shout out to lone Amber Emerald player who made top 64.
Absolutely. We watched one feature match yesterday for the Amber Emerald player. Unfortunately, that matchup didn't go the best for them. We weren't able to see like these big Under the Sea and Muses players that I was really hoping for. So there is a little part of my little villainous heart that hoping that this Amber Emerald deck continues to do well. Unfortunately, we've seen the bracket. It didn't happen.
Unfortunately, did not happen.
One day
it's going to happen.
Do you know what surprises me, Ross?
How much steel is in that bracket?
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I feel like Steel is... I feel like some of the best players in the game naturally gravitate to Steel a lot of the time. What surprises me is that seems like a low amount of Ruby Amethyst. I'm not going to lie. The deck has always been good. People thought it was falling off. It was a complete lie. Ruby Amethyst has performed so well at the last couple of DLCs. Only 8 making it through, which is still a lot, don't get me wrong, but vastly outmatched by the Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel, Amber Steel, and Ruby Sapphire decks.
Oh, we're going to see how that converts to the top 32. And look, we see a bit of a seed change there. And there, Amethyst Ruby is there, Sapphire Ruby is there, Sapphire Steel is there. And then it drops off a little bit from there to your Emerald Steel, your Amber Steel, and a couple of stragglers. But yeah, you say Sapphire Steel's a crowd favorite. 8 of the top 32, that's 1 in 4 decks. But just that conversion rate of Amethyst Ruby, Sapphire Ruby, can't be stopped.
No, it seems that way, and Amber Steel seemed like it was so set, like all of them going into that same bracket, the Amber Steel bracket, essentially, as Joe was donning it. But only 4 of them have been able to, were able to go. Only 1 of them is now still in the tournament, but yeah, 4 of them in the top 32, 13%. EA Tempo, we had 2 versions, which I know there's some very dedicated EA Tempo fans out there, and of course our one Amethyst Steel player who is now done. Their journey has come to an end, but fantastic players, all of these guys that have made day 2, nothing to be ashamed of. You've played some amazing Lorcana, you've won some awesome prizes.
Yeah, I feel like I was maybe a tournament too early on the Sapphire Ruby train, but Sapphire Steel is having a great tournament as well. And look, we've had 2 tournaments in a row that were won by Amethyst Ruby. And I know it's maybe not in as big numbers as we might have expected, but I'm still saying it's probably there as the deck to be. It's not the one I picked.
Yep.
I think it's kind of had its time. I think it might be time for another deck to win. I'm going to need some convincing first.
Right, well, if anyone can do it, it will be the pilots that are using those decks. But our players are currently sat down. They're not even shuffling yet, so we've got a few minutes at least. I believe they're starting to look through the opponent's deck list. So, yeah, just always want to be friendly to people that might only recently be joining the stream. Welcome to DLC Bologna. This is day 2. Yesterday, we had 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format, and then today we cut to a top 64, 2 out of 3. There's so much to play for. The higher seed gets the choice to go first, and we are in open deck list format as well. Both players are given a copy of their opponent's deck before they start. They can look through all of the ink, they can look at the unique counts of cards, and that makes a big, big difference.
Let's go to the table.
Let's do it. Love that camera work. Big shout out to our production team here. I know I keep saying that, but really they're working so hard to make these events the best they could possibly be. Both our players have finished looking through the deck lists, and I believe that Ross has been sent the list and is having a little look through. Anything interesting in there that you can see, Ross?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not there yet. I've literally just had a first little bit of a look.
No worries.
Right now I'm looking at Pierre on 48 points and Ricardo on 47. That 1-point difference means that in this crucial top 8 game, Pierre is going to be able to choose whether to go first or second. I think there's a decent chance we'll choose to go first.
Super interesting list here, Ross. So I was having this conversation earlier about the different variants of Steel Song lists, and a lot of them traditionally have been running those Sleepy's Flutes that give you fantastic reach for lore. No copies of Sleepy's Flute at all in this particular deck. Instead, we're seeing 3 copies of that Golden Harp, which is a 1-cost inkable, 1/4 quest for 2. But if you didn't play a song at the end during your turn, then it's banished at the end of your turn. But a lot of players suddenly enjoying this, and we see the Aerial Sonic Warrior in Ricardo's hand, which, if you're not facing Ruby, is really hard to remove.
Yeah, it really is very hard to get rid of. There's a couple of Perdita in the list as well.
Yes.
It's a card we see in these lists, don't get me wrong, but it is not ubiquitous. It's not something we see in every list. I don't know if I've casted a game yet at these 2 events where we've seen it hit the table. We do see Lawrence in the steel, the steel... Sapphire Steel.
Sapphire Steel players
Sapphire
list.
Steel, yeah, we do see Lawrence, which is not that unusual, but really picking up steam, that particular card. And
I think I've got 2 Steel Amber lists in front of me here.
yeah, I think one of these might not be the...
Yeah, we may have been sent one of the wrong lists, so that information about Flute might be wrong, but nonetheless, we saw the Golden Heart being inked. Down come the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation for Pierre. Inked by Ricardo, down comes the 1-drop Queen, and we pass back over to Pierre.
Yeah, we confirm Steel Amber with Pierre here. Mr. Smee comes down on turn 2, and it looks like we're singing Strength of a Raging Fire, which is going to get rid of that Queen, I believe.
Yep, so we are a Steel Song mirror match, which I thought there was only 1 Steel Song left in the bracket. Apparently that was wrong. So yeah, a Steel Mirror, and we see the Pooh Pirate Captain coming down on turn 2. Really aggressive character. Will quest for 3 if there are 2 other characters on board. Going to be super interesting to see how these players maneuver this mirror match. But yes, it seems like we do have the right list, but it's a Steel Song mirror. We thought it was Steel Song versus Sapphire Steel. So Ricardo is running those Sleepy's Flutes, but we're not seeing the Sleepy's Flutes from Pierre. So that is a big difference in how you build this deck.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 wildly different builds here, but we're still going to see a lot of the same stuff. We got the Piglet down on the board.
The Baritone Bully. Sorry to cut you off, Ross. I'm a big fan of this villain. 3-cost inkable, 3/3 with Singer 5. Super interesting, but it hits the inkwell. We exert 3, and down comes the Spectacular Singer.
Yeah, we got a 3-cost card that can sing a 5-cost song, which makes a big difference. Lets you play these cards not only without paying any ink, but also faster than you should be able to. They're slightly lower statted so that they can have that great singer combination as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Cinderella Ballroom Sensation is threatening things like Storm Rage On and Strength for a Raging Fire always. That's something that Ricardo's going to have to be on the lookout for. We're inking our Robin Hood, the 1-drop. We're going to be exerting 4, and down comes the gifted with healing Rapunzel, that alternate art. You could win yourself one of these if you come to a Disney Lorcana challenge. You get the foil one for coming in top 16. Is it the foil? I think that's the non-foil version.
I believe it's non-foil from the prize wall, but it still looks beautiful.
Beautiful.
Ricardo here has drawn for turn, is inking the Shift Queen. That means 4 ink available, and 3 of them are being eyed up here.
Yep, looks that way. And we're going to put down another aerial spectacular singer. Look at the top 4 cards of the deck. We fight to grab your swords. That's going to immediately be added to the hand. And the rest of the cards are going to go to the bottom of the deck. Man, that Rapunzel really stands out on the board, right?
And I think we are actually singing it immediately to get rid of the Mr. Smee.
Sounds good.
And with 2 other characters available, Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain will quest for free lore.
And is now perfectly safe because this Rapunzel only has 1 strength. Of course, there could be a something like a Let the Storm Rage On or whatever to remove it. But for challenges, this Piglet is safe and could potentially quest for 3 again next turn. Let's see. Well, potentially not anymore. That Storm Rage On, Pierre knowing that would have been just far too much quest pressure, just paying 3 for Storm, get that Piglet off of the board.
Had to be done. Get the Piglet off the board with a Let the Storm Rage On, because any character that quests for free lore, you have to get rid of him as soon as possible. That is 15% of your total. You cannot let them have it. And we see an enchanted Robin Hood hitting the board here. That is a character we have seen a lot over these past couple of tournaments. One of the best cards in the game. Big threat in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to shift on turn 3 and just a really nice stat line. We do see the Sleepy's Flute coming down from Ricardo. The first one is down. We're going to be singing Let the Storm Rage On with Ariel, putting 2 damage onto Rapunzel. We put down a second Sleepy's Flute and a second Let the Storm Rage On to take off this Rapunzel, and then these 2 flutes will be exerting for 2 lore. Great turn, Ross.
Yeah, Ricardo doing everything in 2s that turn, and it worked out beautifully. We see Ariel hitting the Inkwell. You couldn't put a 3rd Ariel down. No. We work in 2s here. 2 Ariel to sing 2 Let the Storm Rage On, so 2 Sleepy's Flute can get 2 lore. But with those 2 established, Pierre, do we see things like Aladdin or anything now which can remove these items?
No, not that I'm seeing.
You don't generally see them in Steel Song decks.
No, generally Aladdin is great for Bucky matchups because just being a 3-drop Floodborn, the ability is good as an extra, but I don't think you'd play it just for that.
That's my inkling. So along came Zeus, came and got rid of the Ariel, and my point I'm making is, I don't think those Sleepy's Flutes are going anywhere.
I don't either, Ross, but it's shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, Princess, would you like a new card hand of 7? Which is exactly what happens as Ricardo plays a whole new world, filling up both players' hands, and now he's going to have a little bit of ink to still extend. We're putting down a Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation. Not a lot of ink, but at least we can get that down. And I believe we're passing back up to Pierre, who's going to ready, set, draw.
But when you play that, when you play the one song, you can activate, I believe, both your Sleepy's Flutes off the same song, because they both just say, if you played a song,
you are right.
Play one song, get 2 lore, probably for the rest of the game. And yeah, we might be seeing why the Sleepy's Flute version, at least in this first game, I do think is given a big advantage, mostly because Ricardo got 2 of them down really early in the game. Oh, but it is the bare necessities of life. They will come to you, and what's going to come to Pierre here is going to be a non-character card. We've got Let the Storm Rage On, we've got Sleepy's Flute. I believe they're the 2 options.
Does get rid of that Let the Storm Rage On. Could have got rid of the flute there, which I imagine was a temptation, but at the same time, flute is just gaining you lore. Storm Rage On will interfere with Pierre building a board state, so I respect.
Storm Rage On, Ricardo building a board state, getting rid of that Cinderella, drawing Pierre a card.
Yep.
I am kind of obsessed with the idea that maybe Ricardo plays a 3rd Sleepy's Flute and gets free lore every time they play a song. But right now we see double Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain with a Cinderella.
That is a lot of Pooh Pirate Captain. I'm a fan. That's potentially quested. They could potentially questing for 6 next turn and 7 with the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella. Ricardo now picking up his hand. I quite like that, actually. You've had to reveal your hand to your opponent. Just leave it face up on the table until the end of the turn. Why not? Like, again, unless you would have to draw for something. But yeah, I respect that very much. Both players having a little smile to each other. Good to see. Great vibes in the room.
Yeah, we saw a third Sleepy's Flute come down there from Ricardo along with the Robin Hood. So from now on, when Ricardo plays a song, there are going to be free lore being gained. That is a huge advantage, but you need to have a bit of a board as well. Pierre is threatening to build up too much of a board here with the Robin Hood, the Cinderella, and the two, and an Ariel as well. And that's the thing, 3 characters you can quest for free with Piglet, but if you can get 5 out, your opponent removes 2, and you still get to quest for free.
Absolutely right, yeah. These Piglets, if they've got a lot of friends on board, they're offering a lot of pressure. This Ariel had a little dig for a song, and we see 1 copy of the Cinderella Stout-Hearted in Pierre's hand. He is running 2, and he does take that shift line. 6 ink exerted. We go into the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, and we're questing for 3, 6, 9, 11 Loros.
That's quite a bit.
That's a lot of lore. That's a whole lot of lore. We got 17. This is the pressure now. Ricardo needs to answer this field. I'm not sure how much Steel Song can do to, like, we can definitely remove these Piglets potentially if we've got the cards to do so. I can only see a Zeus in hand for Ricardo. Can't see anything now.
And the problem is Cinderella's questing for 3, Robin Hood's questing for 2. They are harder to get rid of. So Ricardo picks up his cards, and Pierre takes the first game in this crucial top 8 matchup.
Yes, a huge turn there. Yeah, like I said, we could have removed the Piglets, but there was no way we were getting rid of that Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Such an oppressive character with those 3 lore, 5/5, resist 2, and the singing sword. Whenever you sing a song, you can challenge ready characters. Really well played by Pierre, and I feel like a little bit of momentum was building up from the Sleepy's Flutes, multiple on the board. There was another one in hand, but those double Piglets followed by the Cinderella Stout-Hearted was enough to just close out that game quicker than you like, and our players are going to shuffle up for game 2.
When you can build a board that can quest for 11 in 1 turn, and your opponent isn't playing a deck like Ruby that can drop a Be Prepared or lots of challenges, etc., you're probably going to win the game. And that was a difference there. With those Sleepy's Flute, it really seemed like Ricardo was in a very, very good position, and he was in a good position, but then we saw double Piglet come down 1 turn, and then the next turn Pierre put down all the rest of those characters, and that really was the game at that point. There was no turning back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we're hanging on to a Queen there, I think is one of the cards I saw Ricardo hanging on to, which is a great choice. Getting that shift line early, being able to sing big songs with the big Queen. I like it. Pierre, a few options. He does have that 1-drop Robin Hood, which you've got to think he's going to be interested in.
And just to confirm, the Kellogg is counting up, not down. That is not a technical issue. We are in top 8. We are untimed. We will be here for as long as this match takes. And I mean, hopefully not too long. We have places to be after the tournament. Top 8, top 4, and the final are untimed. So you don't need things like early concessions. If you've got a 5% chance to win by your own estimation, just play it out. You never know. You might get lucky.
Yeah, you never know. Right, our mulligan seems to be done. Our players drawing up to 7. Can Pierre go 2-0 and progress into the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, or is Ricardo going to pick up this dub and bring them to a game 3? We see an ink, and down comes that 1-drop Queen that Ricardo held on to. A great hold, really great character, the Floodborn Queen, as well as being a singer. That ability to manipulate strength is very, very strong. Pierre going to ink, and no turn 1 play. Interesting, because Pierre threw back 2 copies of Robin Hood.
Oh, which is not ideal. It's weird. It's not your ideal turn 1 play, but then you give up the chance of any turn 1 play. We do see the early Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, one of the coolest cards in the game. I'm just putting it out.
Oh, I'm right there with you, Ross.
The theming, the skill, everything about this card is awesome. It's another one that doesn't work that much because your opponent will really go after it if it hits the board.
Yep.
But it's still an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of pressure as well. We see Pierre inking his own copy of Pooh Pirate Captain. Down comes the Ursula Vanessa, 2-cost inkable, 4 willpower, which is great, really hard to get over. And of course, that Singer 4, meaning she can sing that Storm Rage on, Strength of a Raging Fire, Bare Necessities, and then along came Zeus.
Yes, absolutely. And if you sing it, that means I don't have to. Speaking of singers, here comes Ariel searching the top 4 cards of your deck for a song, but it is a
Oh, that is not fun. But I love to see the smile from Ricardo, like little moment between the players, like, that was fun, wasn't it? But still, a nice board from Ricardo. He is able to quest with that Poo Pirate Captain to take him up to 5 lore along with the Queen. And that Poo Pirate Captain is safe from the Ursula Vanessa. She only has 1 strength, but I imagine that Storm Rage on may be put to work.
Yeah, we saw the Storm Rage on take out more than 1 Piglet in the previous game, and I do feel like that could be the play here as well. Deals 2 damage, perfect for taking out your Piglet, and you get to draw a card for your trouble as well.
Absolutely.
Actually going after the Queen here, of course. Very nice shift target is the Queen. So it's not that you want that Queen gone away, it's that you want to take away the shift ability for 2-ink.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the Floodborn Queen is very strong. The ability to give +4 to one character and -4 to another, and she's just a great singer. So, yeah, no, fair enough. There is, of course, also this Ariel already on board that has Singer 5. So, interesting choice. I think I might have gone for the Piglet, but there's a reason that Pierre's in the top 8 and not me. They absolutely know what they're doing. Let's see where they take it from here. We're inking over Ursula Vanessa, so we're at 3, and we're going to play our own Ariel Spectacular Singer, and they're just going to point each other and look for and Pierre also whiffing the songs. Nice moment between the 2 players, like, oh, well, that evens it out, I guess.
Yeah, both players play Ariel and both players whiff, that's fine. If one player gets a perfect song and the other player whiffs, that feels bad. We do see... Is that...
I think that's
a whole new world.
Yeah, we're going to be playing a whole new world, singing with Ariel, turning her sideways, and drawing a fresh 7 cards.
Yeah, sometimes you see the foil version, if the light catches it just right, it throws you off. You're like, I think that's what it is. Like that, but it is. Both players get a new hand of 7, and we do see a Rapunzel gifted with healing, but no healing to be done, unfortunately, as it comes in. But you'll notice Ricardo's been questing quite aggressively this game.
Sure.
Going first and questing at every opportunity. We just got free from the Piglet, up 8 lore to 0 right early in the game here.
Yeah, you're right, but again, we could see a game similar to last. Pierre could absolutely still crawl it back, but yeah, a point I wanted to make, Ricardo did draw into that 2 copies actually of that Floodborn Queen off of that whole new world. So the fact that Pierre used the Storm Rage on the 1-cost Queen may be potentially huge, because I think Ricardo would have absolutely taken that shift line if he had it open.
Oh, I agree. We see Mr. Smee hitting the ink here, and that's going to leave 4 ink available for Pierre to do with as he wishes, although we've changed our mind.
Yeah. Hadn't quite fully committed to it, didn't take his hand off the card. We are going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Ursula Vanessa. We're going to get rid of that Poo Pirate Captain. Oh, he's still not sure. Okay, he is going
into Mr. Smee now to play a Robin Hood.
And that's super nice. Opens up that shift line potentially into the Champion of Sherwood. We're going to be singing along. Oh, so we paid for Storm. Oh, no, Ariel sang Storm.
Yes.
Either way. We have the Singer 5 and the Singer 4, so we can long game Zeus. And suddenly Pierre has cleared Ricardo's board completely, but he has a full hand. I'm sure he'll be able to rebuild.
Yeah, we had Strength of a Raging Fire as well with 3 characters down. That does 3 damage. So all those characters go away. Ricardo ended his turn with 3 characters, starts his next with none. He does play that Queen, but not with shift, and that is the entire turn passing back to Pierre here.
Yeah, a little bit passive for sure. Not exactly what Ricardo would have liked, but hey, this Queen could set up the ability to make some favorable trades with Pierre's characters. We shall see.
Yeah, always nice when you can quest and get +4 strength for one of yours, -4 strength for one of your opponents. Really helps small characters take out big characters to lead to gigantic swings.
Absolutely, a second spectacular thing. Is that a second whiff? What are the odds of that? Right, let me count these songs quickly. I am very intrigued. How many songs is Pierre running?
I tell you what, if you tell me how many songs are in his deck, how many songs, well, I need to know how many he's playing, I need to know how many are remaining and how many cards are remaining in his deck, and then I'll work out the odds of it. We saw Strength of a Raging Fire take out that Shift Queen. We saw a Cinderella come down. We're questing with Ariel and with Robin Hood. So Pierre's saying, you know what, Ricardo, I see you doing all this questing, in. I'd like in on the fun. So Pierre now, previously no law, now built up a big board and on the way, and has done a great job of limiting Riccardo's field here.
Yeah, 100%. So Pierre is running 19 songs, but unfortunately I don't know the exact number he's already gone through. We've seen at least 2 Storm Rage on. We've seen at least 1 Strength for Raging Fire, but that's just a discard. So not sure on the accurate number, but yeah.
And along came Zeus that got the Rapunzel.
Yeah, very true. So we have worked through a few of them, but still, a double whiff from Ariel can't feel good. We're going to ink the Rapunzel gifted with healing, and here is Ariel with her brand new hit single, A Whole New World. Both players going to discard all of their cards and draw a fresh 7. And Pierre hopefully will be able to take advantage of this, the fact that he was able to sing this song with Ariel. He has all of his ink to utilize. So hopefully this hand will be able to do a combination of controlling Riccardo's board while continuing to build his own.
Yeah, we are eyeing up, and along came Zeus, which I believe may be sung. That is taking out Robin. No, it's Storm Rage on.
Yep.
Taking out the Robin Hood. There isn't a long game Zeus, which then takes out the Rapunzel. Second time we've seen that interaction coming from Pierre. And I mean, look, Pierre's up 1-0 in this top 8 match, and we see them with, oh my goodness, that's 5 characters on the board, and a much better board. We are not ahead with 6 ink behind, but it looks like we are shifting into that Cinderella, and things are looking good for Pierre here.
Yeah, in terms of board state, we are absolutely all the way ahead. Even a Grab Your Swords would take out the Robin Hood, but everything else lives, and it does nothing to the stout-hearted Cinderella. I'm wondering how many answers Riccardo actually has to this stout-hearted Cinderella. I mean, one would be the Big Queen, who could raise the strength of something. If we could raise strength to at least 7, then we could one-shot the stout-hearted.
We could. What we've done right now is Riccardo has gone, all my characters, Robin Hood, Cinderella, Mr. Smee, Piglet, let's get them all down. Big turn, next turn, if Riccardo, and still up by 4 law, won't be at the end of this turn, but is for the moment looking to try and make a comeback. But Pierre, I mean, even if you just start questing, but of course, we know that's not going to happen. This is Steel Song. Let the Storm Rage on, takes out the Piglet before it gets to do anything. And we see a smile there from Riccardo, but I've been in this position.
Yes,
as I'm sure
I recognize that smile.
Everything you do, your opponent's got a better board than you, so they can use all of their resources to just undo everything you're doing while keeping their board.
Yep, you're absolutely right. You can see it on Riccardo's face. I think he can see that this is not going his way particularly. It's not over yet. He could still bring it back. We believe in you, Riccardo, but Pierre has built an incredible board, and this stout-hearted Cinderella put in so much work. Down comes the champion of Sherwood, Robin Hood, shifting onto the small one. I think we're just a couple of turns away from this game being over.
Yeah, we might not be long for this game. We see so many characters down from Pierre. Only got 4 law now, but this is about to start increasing exponentially. And yeah, we see Quest of Robin Hood for 2, Request of Cinderella for 3. Now we've evened it up, and we've got a Harp questing for 2 next turn as well. There is so much to get excited about here if you're Pierre and if you're Riccardo. This is a mirror match, and the mirror is not showing you what you want to see.
Yep, 10 law on board there, Riccardo. And he just offers the fist bump, and that's it. Pierre goes on to the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Bologna. Congratulations to Pierre.
Yeah, Pierre Guillemot there with a fantastic victory, and it was all about the board. In both games, it was just set up the board, and so your opponent is constantly playing catch-up. And when your opponent is playing catch-up, you can use Let the Storm Rage On, you can use Strength for Raging Fire, you can use an long game Zeus, stop all your opponent's characters before they get rolling, and then there's just, once you're behind, we saw it in both games, it is easy for your opponent to just derail you. And then when you've got time to spare, quest of whatever you've got, and that's the answer. Do we think there might be an element here of not playing Sleepy's Flute, giving more space in the deck for other things which made a difference in that mirror match?
The Sleepy's Flute is obviously a very big difference there. I've been told by a lot of Steel Song players that they're actually more and more actually going over to that Golden Harp, really just appreciating the fact that it's inkable as well. What an incredible game, a Steel Song mirror match. huge congratulations to Pierre, and I just wanted to point out, I don't know if you guys at home could hear, but there was a huge cheer out on the floor. Clearly a big fan club here for Pierre, friends that have probably travelled with him and helped him play test. Great to see that support for him. What a game between Steel Song players.
Not just a cheer, there was actual full-on chanting when that happened. People were very, very happy to see Pierre go through to top 4. Of course, top 4 gets you another couple of boxes, and it gets you 100 prize wall tickets in addition to the ones you earned on day 1. So you can go and absolutely take your pick from the prize wall when you're finally done with the tournament, which might be a while, unfortunately, when you're this good at the game. And yeah, get a couple of boxes to, you know, enjoy them as well. And of course, moving on to the top 4, closer and closer to that title of champion.
Oh, closer and closer to being the official reigning, defending, undisputed champion of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. These players have already booked their ticket to the European Championships. They've already got their golden Mickey, which means they've got a complete set of promo cards here. You win your top 4, you still get a couple more boxes and another 100 prize wall tickets.
Yep.
If you get all the way to winning, you get that binder with a complete foil set of Ursa's Return and all of the Enchanted, which does then beg the question, what do you do with the boxes you won from top 4 and top 2?
You open more Enchanteds for the playset. There you go. Happy to help, Ross, whatever you like. I do believe we're going to be having a little chat with a Steel Song player, which I believe will be my responsibility. Definitely interested to pick their thoughts about some of the specific cards they chose to run, see how they're feeling after an incredible game. What a day it's been. Just want to say thank you to you for joining me. Thank you to you guys at home for joining us, and what a day it's been. Please, if you've ever considered coming to a Disney Lorcana Challenge, just do it. If you're in a position to, come and join us. We'll see you very, very soon. Welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, and I am joined by the victor from the last game that we just watched. We have Pierre. First of all, congratulations. You're in the top 4. How do you feel?
Thank you. Hard to realize, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't expect to get this far?
I think 24 hours ago, I was 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draw.
Wow, so you have crawled your way back through Swiss to make it this far.
Yeah, I lost 8 or 9 wins in a row.
Wow, that's a fantastic achievement. Tell us about how that affects your mind state and how you sort of crawled out to that to say, no, I'm going to make day 2. Was that a big factor? Did that demotivate you, those early losses and draws?
Honestly, I was demotivated, and friends tell me, no, it's not over until it's not over. And and the win, it's like, if I think it's the same for everybody, every time you win, confidence come back. And
yeah, so you should be a perfect example to people who maybe come to a challenge and they don't have the first couple of rounds go quite the way they wanted, but don't give up. You can still do it. Yeah. Pierre is sitting here now in the top 4. He's earned a qualification to the European Championships. You've won the Mickey Mouse gold-plated. Some amazing prizes, right?
And I beat Frank Carsten, which is like one of my idols in Mirror, so I was very happy. So,
oh, fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit about your deck. You chose to bring a Steel Song. What led to that decision?
What we thought about Steel Song, I used to play Ruby Amethyst, and I think it's too much draw and bad matchup against Green Steel. So with my team, we thought up that Steel Song was good, and I had 2 options, like the options my opponent just had with the flutes, and other one which came up from fourth challenge with harps and piglet and really low uninkable. So we thought that this version was better against Steel.
That was
because you have big bodies. Yeah.
That you made the choices based on what you think was going to be most prevalent in the room, and that was a big difference between your list and your opponents. They were using those Sleepy's flutes, which a lot of Steel Song players consider this staple. They consider that's how you win certain matches, like the Ruby Amethyst matchup with the leaps you can get. But you opting to cut them completely and instead going for the big fashion icon at the moment, the golden harp. Tell us about the golden harp.
Honestly, most of the time it's a turn 1 ink.
Fair enough.
But sometimes, when you're set up, it's really good because nobody wants to remove it. I just keep low, get some low every turn, and sometimes I had to brawl it, so it's a turn 1. It's a 1 loss, so it's really cool.
So you much prefer that to the Sleepy's flute?
Yeah.
What do you think of the Pride lands that we see in some?
It's
not for you?
You can't ink it, so...
Not for you?
No.
No, that's fair enough. Are there another one I want to single in on is the Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Super strong card, and that I feel like that was a big contributor to your winning both those games, right?
Yeah, it was pretty useless on day 1, and day 2 it was amazing.
So it went from meh, I don't know how I feel about this, to this just won me top 4.
Well, I was really lucky there, getting it, can't say.
Well, some luck, but you have certainly proved your skill to be here. Of course, we all have that element of luck in a TCG, but let's not take any credit away from you. You went through 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format. You've played 3 matches so far in your Top Cut, or 4?
4, I guess.
4 Top Cut matches, and you're still here, so super awesome. Tell us where you're from. Tell us about your how long have you been playing Lorcana? Do you have an LGS? Just tell us your story a little bit.
I've been playing Lorcana since the beginning. I'm from next to Paris, Nanterre, with the Olympics. Right now, the swimming pool is here. I'm living just next to here. And so I was playing LGS here, and we set up a team, like an in-class team. We have 2 other dudes did top 64 today. Right. And so I'll try my best. Honestly, it was supposed to be my last challenge. I said, okay, I failed a little, failed a room. So, okay, Bologna, I love Italy, I love food and people. Okay, let's go to Italy. And went well.
You've done it. Yeah. You're qualified for the European Championships. We'll be looking to go, I assume.
Yeah, of course. And I hope it will be in Disneyland Paris, but we don't know yet.
If it's up to me, it would be, but unfortunately it's not up to me, but we could dream. That's awesome. At least you will be attending, you'll be competing. Yeah, amazing. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Any sort of your LGS or your testing group, anyone by name that you'd like to give thank yous to?
No, it's the team is in-class from France, and local store is La Compagnie des Jeux.
Okay, and a shout out to you guys, and thank you for helping to bring us this top 4 competitor. competitor, but it's not over yet. You want to go all the way, right?
Yeah, I don't know what's waiting for me after, but we'll see.
What's your final seeding place?
I was 12.
12th. Okay, so you might still have a shot of being able to go first.
It was really useful there.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, you've done really well with this deck list. If you were going to play again tomorrow in a different tournament, do you think there's anything you'd change?
Maybe I went to 4 Ursula.
Okay.
It's good against Steel, but it's bad against Ruby Amethyst. So and I faced 6 Ruby Amethyst, so maybe a bit less and more Smee.
And more Smee?
Yeah, Smee. Smee is really strong all time.
That's fantastic. You used to be a Ruby Amethyst player, but yeah, switching to Steel Song to answer that squirrel, I imagine, more than anything else. How do you feel about Bucky? I say leaving us. You can still play Bucky, but he's going to look very different. How does that make you feel?
Well, as a Steel Song player, I love to see Bucky players because it was a really good match, but now I think it's a good idea.
Good thing for the game.
For the game, yeah.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. Well, you've got, you've made it all the way through. You've got a couple more games left to go. I wish you the absolute best of luck. Congratulations. Went to Lille. Went to Bochum, haven't been able to taste that victory yet, but third time's the charm. You started off on a really, not the best start. Did you say 2 losses? What, 1 loss, 2 draws?
1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws.
1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws. And here we go. Pierre has come back all the way from that, crawled his way out of Swiss, made it into top 64, and now he's here in the top 4. Pierre, congratulations. I wish you the absolute best of luck in the future. We're going to be going back to the casters in just a moment. In fact, you're going to get a very quick flash, and then I'll be back there with Ross, but we'll be back very soon for more Lorcana action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Baker has been running. You have no idea how far it is from the interview area to here, but you made it just in time. How are you feeling?
I've got long legs. I make huge strides. I ain't wasting time. No, that was great to have a chat with Pierre. Really interesting to hear. Started his Swiss run off yesterday. He said this time yesterday, or around this time yesterday, he was on 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws in his first few rounds.
So 2-1 in it, 2 in his favour, 2-0 against him, and 2 1-1s.
Yeah, exactly. So he was feeling really demotivated. Thought that was it. His tournament was done, and he was just playing for prize tickets, which of course are worth continuing to play for because you can get some great prizes. But he said his friends took him aside and said, no, it's not over until it's over. If you go this score, you can do it. And he absolutely did it. And now he is not only qualified for the European Championships, he's not only won himself a golden Mickey Mouse, he's in top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. That is an incredible accomplishment. Great to talk to Pierre about that.
And after 2 top 4s, we haven't got confirmation of the whole bracket yet. You know, games are still going on. That was pretty quick. But after 2 top 4s for Steel Song in Fort Worth, we've got at least one. I think it probably is only one in the top 4 now. But yeah, Steel Song might be a bit more legit than I was giving it credit for. The question is it actually going to end up winning the tournament, or is top 4 as far as it can go?
Still a great run for the deck, and definitely should you know, put it back on some players' radars. But yeah, because that game didn't take too long, it was over quite quickly with that 2-0. We're going to fill the time with a little showcase game that we've got being prepared at the moment. I'm sure we will take you over to that in a moment, but you're going to see Joe Curley, the ultimate specimen, going up against one of the Italian broadcasting team. We know that Joe is playing that Emerald Sapphire deck with the Emerald Inkcaster. Not a fan I'm a huge fan of. I know Joe's a fan.
36 uninkables. He's going to be playing against Erica, but I don't know what Erica's actually playing.
No, me either. We should find out.
We're going to see that. We've ended up in we've almost ended up paired with the Italian casters because one of us is off every round. I tend to be off at the same time as Sylvia, hence we had a show game. Joe's off at the same time as Erica, and hence they get a show game. Hey Joe, do you want a bit more time away from the desk?
He only had like a 20-minute break, so I was like, I'll stay on a bit.
Joe decided to give up the rest of his break to play more Lorcana, just like I did yesterday, with 0 regrets.
Absolutely can't blame you. We're just waiting for our character players to shuffle up, so I'm just going to do a speed opening. It won't be zoomed in because the person that's doing that has stepped away. He wasn't expecting me to do that. I'm just going to do it quickly.
So many more packs than me.
We've got Max, Pegasus, we've got Belle, we've got Thor, I think, we've got Rapunzel, we've got Ariel, Donald, Flotsam Jetsam.
My boy.
Pirate's Life. What are you talking about, Bruno?
Oh, come on, mate.
Go on, give me
a speed opening.
Mate, I am a Diablo catcher.
Although,
hey, the Legendary Triton.
Legendary Triton.
Not as good as this one, mate, but...
Oh, and foil largest card I revealed. Cool. I love that card.
Mate, I'm opening Diablos for days, and we've got a foil Dolores. Right, just the one, and then we're going to move over to our showcase game. Joe Curley Specimen up against Erica from the Italian broadcast team. Again, we know that Joe is running that Emerald Sapphire, 36 uninkables Emerald Inkcaster deck, and I believe... Is that a red? Is that a ruby card I just saw at the bottom?
That is a ruby card.
Maui's fish hook.
Yep, that is Maui's fish hook.
Love that.
You pulled 2 Diablo on stream today.
Yes, sir.
I pulled 1 Diablo in total.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah. And I've opened quite a few boxes.
Sorry, that was a bit harsh. I'm sorry.
I've opened up quite a few boxes of this set by now. I think I'm up to 5 boxes total with 1 Diablo.
Yeah, get good, I guess.
Yeah, get good.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else to tell you. But opening Diablos is a skill, mate. But yeah, here we have Erica. We know that she is running Ruby. We saw that Maui's fish hook, and I can see a Be Prepared at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so we're definitely Ruby. We see a Brawl there. Please show me another colour. I'd love to see another colour out. There's the Maui to go with that Maui's fish hook. Oh, I think it's Sapphire. I think I just saw a little blue. I'm blue, double D, double die.
It is blue indeed. We've got Erica on Ruby Sapphire and Joe on Emerald Sapphire with 36. He really wants us to know. It's very important that we know he is playing 36 uninkables in this deck. He's very keen to tell us that.
Yep, no.
I told them, Joe, you can stop telling me now.
That's him just, can you just remind the casters I'm running 36 uninkables?
I can read his lips. I think he's saying, no, seriously, 36 uninkables.
Yeah, Joe is utilising that Emerald's Hidden Inkcaster, which is a 2-cost uninkable item. You do draw a card on play, and the other ability being reads that all cards in your hand read as having the inkable flourish. So Joe is hoping to turn those uninkables into resources. I think that's a lost dice roll from Joe, and he looks devastated. Oh no, he hasn't lost it yet. She's just got a high number. Here's the lucky roll. Can he do it? Can he do it? He gets a 7. Was that enough?
Erica's going first. We saw the hand, and look, no pressure on Joe here, but
I bet he does. I bet he taps it. Hold on. I bet he doesn't shuffle when he taps it. Hold on. Hold on. There you go.
Oh, good guy, Joe. But it's important to note, Sylvia beat me on stream yesterday, so Joe is fighting for the British casting team here. The Italian casting team already up 1-0. I don't know if you're going to get a chance to play.
Probably not.
Against Julia, but that would be nice to be able to complete the set.
It would. Of course,
if Erica wins here, it's all for nothing. We believe in you, Joe.
Look at his eyes, my man. Look at all those uninkables. Yeah, Joe, we see you, mate. I see it, mate. I see it. We got 2 genies on the job. They're going straight back into the deck. 2 lucky dimes going back into the deck, which is holding on to a Porpsicle, and I do think that was the other Inkcaster.
That does make sense. We see, and also Joe would very much like us to know that the artist, Julia Reaver, is in the building this weekend signing cards. All 4, his entire playset of Genie are signed. I went a bit more variety. I did get one of the Genie signed, but I also got a Sudden Chill and an Olaf signed.
Very
ironically,
nice.
given how hot it is in Italy this weekend. But Joe went for the full playset.
Oh, I totally respect it. See, I met Julia at the Disney store in London for the release of, I can't remember if it was Rise of the Floodborn or Into the Inklands, one or the other. It was Into the Inklands, but I met her then, and it was very special actually, because my mum's favourite card is Peter Pan Shadow. She doesn't play, just to confirm, but like she sometimes looks through my cards, and she fell in love with the art on Peter Pan Shadow. So when I met her, I was like, look, this is my mum's favourite card. Can you sign this for her? And she just has it up in her room, just leaning on the side. So yeah, very grateful for Julia for bringing a smile to my lovely mum's face. But we move into a game time now. Erica is going to ink that Mouse Flavisham, playing the Porpsicle to draw and passing back over to Joe. Did he find some ink?
He found another Genie.
Another Genie on the job.
He's got a Porpsicle in hand, we know, because he saved that from his initial mulligan.
Absolutely, and we also see Milo Thatch in the hand of Joe. This is an uninkable card. It is a Floodborn, so it can shift, and it has the ability of, when he is banished, return all opposing characters to their player's hand. So that could be a nice tempo shift if Joe can find a point to utilize it. And we do see the 1-drop Milo being inked so that we can play the Porpsicle and we draw into Under the Sea.
Not too bad. So Erica's got the Porpsicle. No, was that Porpsicle? Yeah, got Porpsicle down from turn 1, looking to establish a bit more of this board. Like we see, we got Maui being inked there, going into the inkwell, and so we can play a Flynn Rider. And you see the face from Joe there. If you do not get a more powerful character, you are giving Erica free lore to begin her following turn.
Yeah, Joe is cringing. He knows what this Flynn threats. Look at this hat. Spessy, that is the worst hand I've ever seen. You can't hear me, but
he's got to ink. He's got to ink. His Porpsicle.
He does have a Flavisham, so like it could absolutely be worse. And down comes the hidden Inkcaster, drawing 1 card, and now all of the cards in Joe's hand are officially inkable. Does Erica have the Judy hops? That would be heartbreaking, right?
If by heartbreaking you mean hilarious, then yes, it would be heartbreaking.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, and that's the thing about this hidden Inkcaster deck. You are basically saying, look, I'm playing 36 uninkables, but it's all right because I've got hidden Inkcaster. But if your opponent gets rid of the hidden Inkcaster, or you just don't draw into it, then you just actually have 36 uninkables. Not ideal. Flynn Rider, quest for 1, putting Erica up to 4. And Joe is only 1 turn away from playing Hiram Flavisham, who, for the record, does have less strength than Flynn Rider.
Yes, you are absolutely right, but may still need to come down. We're going to see a Morph instead, who does have that 2 strength, so we'll stop this Flynn Rider from gaining a 3 lore at the beginning of Erica's next turn.
Yeah, it is a 2-1, the Morph, 2 cost, 2-1, quest for 1. We see 1 going into play and 1 going into the ink. Oh, do you reckon Erica can do 1 damage?
Erica is running a super spicy looking deck here. We've got Jim Hawkins. I'm seeing 2 copies also of the enchanted RLS Legacy, 4-cost uninkable location, 2 passive lore gain, 8 willpower. It costs 3 to move there, and all characters there gain evasive. But Ross, if you have a character there, it only costs 1 to move there. I love that theming that one man on the ship helps the others on. Beautiful.
I do like that very much indeed. We saw some questing with Flynn Rider, putting Erica up to 5. No passive lore with the Flynn Rider, but Hiram Flavisham did banish the Porpsicle, draw a couple of cards, and Erica is doing the thing that Sapphire tends to do, starting to draw a bunch of extra cards. Joe gets a Milo Thatch down. Is that in play?
Yep, that is absolutely in play. We're shifting on top of the Morph for 4. Pretty big turn, and so far this is going all right for Joe. Quests for 3 with the Milo, 7-cost uninkable 4/4. And of course the ability, as I already said, when it's banished, it will bounce all opposing characters to their player's hand.
But until that happens, you're just getting free lore a turn from questing, which is frankly not too shabby.
I'm just trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've looked at this Milo. I'm pretty sure it's on banish. I hope it's not on leave play. Because if it is on leave play, then this let it go that Erica's holding.
Definitely banished.
Well, okay, it is banished. Okay, that being the case, then this let it go, it could be a really strong play. We're not at 5 ink yet, but it could be a way to get rid of this Milo without giving up our own board tempo.
Which would always be an advantage. That's what you're looking to do, get rid of your opponent's characters without giving them any cheeky advantages.
We do have enough ink. I missed one.
Let it go, and Joe is not happy about that. He's just asking if both the characters go into the inkwell here for an extra 2 ink.
Come on, Joe, you can't keep it there anymore. Put it there in the discard.
Is that how it works? I mean, I assume it is. That's what Joe seems to think.
No, it does go into the inkwell. I'm just quoting the song lyrics.
Oh, no, I know. I mean, if it's a shifted character, Let It Go puts 2 characters to the...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, that is how it works, because...
I've never come across that somehow.
Yeah, that is how it works. Even if it was bounced to your hand, then you would pick up the character that was shifted onto.
Oh, I know you pick up the character it's shifted onto. Yes, absolutely.
But the Let It Go interaction,
just let it go
before.
And of course, that's how it works. It's just the idea of getting 2 extra ink from your opponent's Let It Go.
Pretty cool.
Too good.
It does. I still think it was the right move, though, from Erica, because this Milo was just going to sit there, keep questing for 3. It's obviously got the 4 strength to outpace the Flynn Rider. So, yeah, it hasn't ended up being the worst thing for Joe with that extra ink, but I still think it was the right play from Erica.
Oh, I agree. 2 extra ink is very, very lovely.
You're right.
So Erica then starts her turn. She's got a Flynn Rider down, but that is all she's got right now. So the question is, what can she do to try and bring this round? Joe is still behind on ink, but he's got the Genie down. He's got the Inkcaster in play, and it... almost unbelievably, his deck is actually starting to work.
The Jim Hawkins coming down onto the board, who has the ability that when you play him, you can play a location 4 cost or less for free. And then his second ability, when you play a location, he can move there immediately. So this Jim Hawkins now has evasive. The RLS Legacy is going to be 2 passive lore game with 8 willpower. What a play.
Yeah, the RLS Legacy is a beautiful card, both in terms of the aesthetics here and the fact of what it's actually doing, and that is putting Joe under a lot of pressure. He's got a lot of ink, which is lovely, but he is under a bit of pressure there from that Jim Hawkins and Flynn Rider combination.
Yeah, inking that beast Relentless, which isn't uninkable, but we are seeing the hit
There's a lot of ink.
The Cheshire Cat, Lost in Shadow, is an 8-cost inkable character. Has the ability when he quest. I need to double check if it's on quest or just exert, but he can banish a character with damage. It is exert. Yeah, banish chosen damaged character. Words are hard, Ross.
Yeah, it's just you just exert it. Banish a chosen damaged character. Words can be hard sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. But not only that, being an 8-cost character, it can do a solo of Under the Sea.
Yes, it absolutely can. You can sing together, but you don't have to sing together. And yeah, there's so much about Joe's deck that just confuses and scares me. Cheshire Cat seeing play, 36 uninkables.
I respect the spice, I really do.
Oh no, it's a fun deck, don't get me wrong. If anyone wonders,
scary.
Joe did take this to a set championship.
He did.
Finished 3-2, didn't get the Ursula.
I think it's the only set championship he hasn't topped. Medusa coming down, removing that genie on the job, which is good because that alongside the 5 strength of the Cheshire Cat would potentially be able to take out this RLS legacy if that's what Joe wants to do. But Erica already at 10 lore, so the race is on. Down comes that ice block. And Jim Hawkins questing very safely because, again, he is currently evasive while at the RLS legacy.
He absolutely is. We've got Cheshire Cat for Joe, but not much else. Looks like Cheshire Cat is just taking out the RLS legacy here, causing too many issues, but not before Erica gets to 12 lore.
I must have missed damage going on to the RLS legacy beforehand. I assume it happened, but Cheshire Cat taking it out. And Genie on the job, returning the Jim Hawkins back to Erica's hand, I believe was what had just happened there. Yes, it was. And now she goes into her turn and draws into the Maui's Fish Hook. An item that saw a lot of play when it was first released has absolutely fallen off. You don't see it very much anymore, but I absolutely respect it. The surprise factor, just that alone could be cool.
And we saw from Ella's deck game earlier where they were able to just, you know, use that in combination with Maui to take out a bunch of evasive characters that were not safe. We see questing from Madame Medusa, questing from Flynn Rider from Erica here, already up to 14, and no pressure, Joe, but you've only got 3 lore, mate. You need some more lore.
You've got to catch up for sure. Yeah, no, I think on the previous turn, the Genie on the job had already done some damage to the RLS legacy, so that's how the Cheshire Cat got rid of it, and now it's going to go into the RLS legacy, doing 3 have been put on. I think it should be more than that.
Doesn't really matter.
No, it's gone
here with that beast with Rush. Takes it out right away. Erica has played RLS Legacy twice. It has gone away both times. And Genie is taking out the Flynn Rider. And this is where Joe is trying to come back into the game, trying to get rid of all the good stuff on Erica's board so he can set up a big game-winning play for himself. We start with Hiram Falavasham.
Yeah, great start. Just to correct myself, I think I called this Beast Relentless earlier. It's absolutely not. It's Beast Wolfsbane, just to confirm. But yeah, Joe definitely building a much more dominant board, but Erica is still at 14 lore, and we're going into her turn, and she has 3 lore on board, courtesy of Jim and Medusa.
That puts her up to 17, makes it very close to the end of the game. Does have Hiram Falavasham in hand. Potentially could use that to draw some cards, especially off of this ice block. And then the other one there is a Brawl, which could take out... could at least take out the Hiram Falavasham. Oh,
yes,
now
nice
it's taking out the Genie in combination with the ice block.
Yeah, super nice play from Erica, lowering the strength of that Genie by 1 before playing the Brawl, and then putting down the Flavisham to remove the ice block and draw 2 cards. Down comes another Flynn Rider. Of course, Erica does not control the character with the highest strength. That Cheshire Cat is sitting there with 5, but once Flynn can still sit there and quest. She's at 17 lore.
Yeah, 17 lore with 5 on the board. Joe needs to take out a minimum of Cheshire Cat and 1 other character. Excuse me, Jim Hawkins and 1 other character, or it will be over. I mean, between them, they've got 20 lore. Problem is, Erica's on 17 and Joe's only on 3. And I want to remind you, Joe, I lost my game yesterday. If you lose this, we are officially, well, we are not the best casting team in this city right now.
Let the tide down. What is wrong with you? But yeah, that Beast Relentless, I did it again. Beast Wolfsbane.
There we go.
Trading into that Madame Medusa. A little bit of questing. Flavisham going to give us a little bit of draw.
And we've got a Fishbone Quill in hand, but that's not coming down.
Nice.
It is going to be a Hades, which will get rid of the Hiram Falavasham, putting it into the ink, but at least it's off the board. So Joe's good for now. He is going to be able to last 1 more turn. Erica's not getting a passive lore from Flynn Rider. She can only quest for 1 next turn, but she will still go up to 18. Erica is so close to winning this game. Joe started to build up a bit of a board now, but is it going to be too little too late?
And I think she just found another brawl, which is where it's a real shame that ice block is gone, because we could have reduced Hades down to 2 strength and taken him out, but it made sense. We needed to draw some cards. And also holding a Let It Go.
Yeah, here we go with Brawl taking out that
nice.
Hiram Flavisham. Always a card you want to get rid of because the draw power you get from that is just too good.
Sure. I'm anticipating a trade here. She may quest. Yeah, I think the trade is their better here. Take that Cheshire Cat off the board. Or can she not? Is it evasive? It's been so long since I've seen this Cheshire Cat.
I believe it might
Is it evasive?
Doesn't matter. We've got Let It Go that will put it down into Joe's Inkwell.
Yep, that'll work. I am going to check, though.
A lot of ink, but there's not much on the board. I said he was finally building up a decent board, and this is what you do. If you're Erica, you're ahead in the game. Just stop your opponent coming back. But it's that Gaston with the overdeveloped brain, the one that's becoming very trendy this weekend in Bologna.
Yep, he is. My apologies to people watching. I must sound like I haven't got a clue, but in my defense, who's playing Cheshire Cat lost in from the shadows, should I say? Yeah, Joe, to be fair. I'm certainly going to remember now. Yeah, 8 cost Inkable, 5/6, quest for 2, shift 5, evasive, and Wicked Smile. Exert to banish a chosen damaged character. To be fair, it was just the evasive that I missed, but yeah, that made all the difference. Flynn Rider not able to make that trade. That would have been pretty good.
But we still got it with the Let It Go, so it was not the end of the world. We still got it off the board, but Gaston coming out is a huge advantage here, questing for free and also giving you that, you know, look at the top 3 cards, find the best one. Genie comes down and gets rid of Flynn Rider, taking away what little questing power Erica had, and Joe is very much on the comeback trail, getting those characters down.
Look at the smile on his face. You can see it. He's feeling pretty good about himself.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling good about himself because his deck is working this game.
The McDuck Manor.
Love that.
There is, yes, the Gaston 4, 5, 6, 7 from the Hades, and then 3 from the Genie. So Joe would have to invest his entire turn into taking out this McDuck Manor, but it can absolutely be done.
It does look like it is Joe's turn. I mean, you kind of have to. If your opponent's on 17 lore, you do not let them get 2 passive lore from a location card. That is a great way to lose the game.
Yep. Does opt to make that trade into the McDuck Manor with all of his characters. And down comes the lucky dime for 7. I can't believe how well this has worked out for him. I really can't.
Oh, use it to copy Gaston to get free lore. That is the best quester on the board. And then we've got... Oh, that's a what?
That's Milo Thatch.
Yeah, Milo Thatch, a 1-cost Milo Thatch.
Yeah,
there we go.
No, I'm stoked for it. Yeah, look at the smiley's face. Like it's actually working. Oh, the Super Goof! And the Super Goof, and now the Flynn Rider's going to quest. Is that game?
Flynn Rider's not going to quest.
Yes, it is. It's been on the board since the previous game, and she gets to 20. Oh my God!
Gets the win with Erica. What do I keep telling you? Super Goof is amazing.
Super peanut powers coming all the way through there. The Super Goof off the top. Joe can't believe it. I've just seen a mugging.
Oh, and I thought the Flynn Rider was down that turn, but it wasn't. It was down the previous turn. Erica put down the McDuck Manor and the Flynn Rider, forcing Joe to put all of his resources into getting rid of the McDuck Manor, so she could then come down with a Super Goof and the Flynn Rider. And unfortunately, that leaves the Italian casters 2-0 up against the British casters. And yeah, I think we might be off the team at this point. I think we might be replaced.
Oh, that was absolutely incredible. And they're just coming back. Yeah, she's thrilled. The Super Peanut powers. Joe looks demoralized. He's not on it. You're going to see his face in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge from the lovely city of Bologna in Italy. My name's Ross and I'm here with Joe. Let's face it, you probably deserved it. Curley, who just played a very fun game. So, talk to me about Super Goof.
Super Goof. Not really familiar with that card. What does it do?
Well, apparently it beats you on stream, Joe. That is mostly what it does.
I was feeling so confident right there. I thought I'd finally stabilized a bit, but no.
You were, I mean, I'll give you your due there, mate. You were coming back beautifully in that game. It was a really fun game. I loved watching it. You got the early Inkcaster. Your opponent, you know, Erica, she had no answer to the Inkcaster. So your deck actually started working.
I know, could you believe it? It actually worked.
Oh, you got the Gaston down. You actually used Cheshire Cat more than once. You had the Milo Fatch coming in, doing its thing. Reminded everyone, including myself, someone I not really thought about for a while, but the Let It Go, putting it in the ink, put it shifted will get you 2 ink.
Yeah, it was quite nice.
And your deck seemed to be working, and then Erica's like, Super Goof.
Super Goof. Yeah, and I had the Under the Sea, which I could have used on the Flynn Rider to deny 1 lore, but I was like, 1 lore doesn't matter. It's not going to be able to get 2 lore out of nowhere, but Super Goof had other ideas. I feel like you willed that one into existence.
Well, no, I was rooting for you because I let the side down yesterday, of course, in my match against Sylvia. Ironically, I used Super Goof myself. It just didn't do enough. So I kind of needed you to even the score because even if we get time now for Baker to play against Julia, and even if Baker pulls off a convincing win, we still lose as a team, and it's our fault.
Okay, well, we did lose 2-0 overall, didn't we, to the Italians so far? I lost to Tim as well. So
You're having a shocker on stream.
I've not done well. I've not done well. But I've had a lot of fun in all the games. They've been really spicy games.
Is there an argument, I'm just putting this out there, don't get mad at me, all right? Is there an argument that 36 uninkables is too many, even with hidden Inkcaster?
No. I don't think so. I think 36 is fine. I would play more, but cards like Flaversham and Popsicle are just too good not to play. I would be tempted to play more. You saw my mulligan. I just kept the 2 inkable cards and got rid of the rest.
I did see that. I did spot that. That was not lost on me. Okay, here's a question. What if you play against somebody who plays item removal?
Well, the big problem, and I found this out at a set championships I played at recently with this deck, is I played against Zoe, who we actually saw on the stream in Bochum. I think you cast one of her games. She was playing Amber Steel Songs. And she was playing Amber Steel Songs again. She goes Queen on 1, shifts Queen on 2, and then sings Bare Necessities to discard my hidden Inkcaster from my hand. I just had a hand of uninkables. A turn later, I was at 3 ink. I just go, pass. Nothing done. I had just a hand of uninkables.
I mean, yeah. I get nervous playing Sapphire decks because you have to survive a few turns and then you get rolling. I think that might be a step too far for me. I mean, I genuinely do. I applaud you for trying something very, very different. I love the idea of the deck. And look, I've started throwing my deck ideas at you as we're wandering around after the event. So you hear where my thoughts are at. They're not necessarily much better.
They're mainly looking towards Simba or Pinocchio. Ross's deck ideas, I've got this deck idea. I'm going to play Pinocchio, or I'm going to play Simba.
Yeah, they're great cards. I don't know what we're talking about. They're 2 cost and they quest for free, but they never work. Every game I'm like, yay, I got double Simba down yesterday. And Sylvia was just like, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. I played 3 Simba and quested with 0 of them. Yeah. And then lost by like 6 lore, so I mean, yeah.
The most serious match you and I have ever played against each other was a Stitch set championship.
It was.
And I was coming off the back of a pretty good tournament performance, feeling very confident. I was literally just off the plane.
We literally just met. You got top 4 at a tournament in Poland, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, right, so we've got this Lorcana villain dude who I've heard of him. He's pretty good. Oh, and some dude who's just got top 4 at a tournament in Poland. So I played you round 1, obviously. Baker round 3. I got paired up round 2. That literally the hardest possible route through that tournament. Still got my Stitch. Pretty proud of myself. But yeah, I did grief you a little bit hard on that with Maleficent and Befuddle.
Yeah, it wasn't just Maleficent Befuddle. It was Maleficent on 1 and then turned to another Maleficent and a Befuddle.
Yeah, it was a pretty good opening.
Really good opening.
I'll be honest with you.
And you were showing me your Inkwell, let's not forget.
Yeah, you told that story on stream yesterday. Yeah, there was 6. There were 3. Was it Prince? No, the Prince. There was 3 The Prince and 3 Hercules. Yeah. And, you know, 6 turns in, my ink was literally Prince, 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 Bodyguard, Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. I thought that was really interesting. And I thought, you know, here's a nice guy guy. We're having a friendly game of Lorcana. We're literally inside the Disney store. There's Disney music playing. I think this is, even though it's a set championship, it doesn't matter. We're quite relaxed. I think you'll find this fun, and you're like, oh, you're not allowed to do that.
I mean, to be fair, I was like, not going to be that guy going, judge my opponent's cheating. I was just like, bit of a warning, probably shouldn't do that again.
Oh, I think you and I remember this in very different ways, my friend. But I feel like now we're kind of on this casting team together. Yeah. The problems of our past are left in the past.
Well, maybe not.
I mean, you brought it up both days on stream this weekend.
I'm still salty. I can't believe that you got me with the befuddle on turn 2 Maleficent. I was so confident. And I got paired down, didn't get to play against Baker, and I never got to win the first ever set championships.
Yeah, but I did
thanks to your befuddles.
Yeah, but I did get paired against Baker, and I didn't get to win the first ever set championships. And now we have to hear it from Baker every time we see him. Come down the hotel in the morning, I'm like, morning, Baker. And he's like, won the first ever set championships.
I won the second. Well, the first Ursula won.
I do feel like if there's another one of these that we're all invited to for Shimmering Skies, I kind of have to win it.
A lot of pressure. We are going to take a quick look at the updated bracket in a moment. The players are in this part of the building, and they are seated and ready. I'm seeing some shuffling going on, so pretty excited to see what decks have made it through into the top 4. It is the top 4 now, right?
It is the top 4 now. This is my last game of the day. We've got Victor with your Sapphire Steel against Pierre with your Amber Steel. And then we've got Ella, with that, his name, I'm really sorry, I'm pronouncing that name badly and I know it, with Sapphire Ruby. And here's the thing, that's the Queen deck. So far, we don't have any Emerald Steel, and we don't have any Ruby Amethyst. Now, there is one still to be confirmed. That could change, but the 2 best decks are not in top 4 right now, and I'm sorry, but Ella's deck there, I love that deck so much. I want to see the Queen winning.
It is so much fun. It's such an impressive deck. Also, a friend of Theatime, who we saw win the Bochum Challenge, so that is a very strong prep group. What a deck that is with the Queen. If you haven't seen it yet already, you are not going to want to miss that one. But because we've got the first semi-final ready, we are going to be watching Victor versus Pierre. I believe the second semi-final is still not quite ready to go, as there's another match ongoing.
Can you imagine going to their locals and being like, you sit down, you're like, wait, that's the Bochum Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, and that's a Bologna Disney Law. Like, how are you supposed to play at that locals with 2 of the 3 challenge champions? I mean, that does not seem fair.
No, that seems like a very, very stacked local scene, that's for sure.
Imagine Frank Carsten walks up and then it's just like everyone else just leaves the building. There is no point. You can't win.
No, absolutely. Players are now getting ready to put their headphones on. They're having a nice little chat. I can see one of them's got one of the T-shirts available on the prize wall. Let's not forget, there's lots of other Lorcana going on in the building. It's not just the semi-finals. There's also a bunch of side events taking place where you can do all sorts of fun things like pack battles, earn yourself some prize tickets, and that is going to be pack. Did somebody say pack?
I heard packs coming out.
Yeah, packs
so, you know, figure we might just open a nice little pack here. Our poor director has been getting it from me all weekend, like an opens packs now. When do I get to open packs? I might need to stop asking in a minute for fear of not being invited back. That's my boy Prince Eric. Made me look very good in the guest of flavor text yesterday. We got another Prince Eric heavy pack.
One more Prince Eric.
We got Jasmine. We've got the Super M Minnie Mouse and Benja coming out to say hello. Since Bochum, have you got any better at opening the packs?
I have. Look at me go.
Nice, proud of you, mate.
Megara. Farley. Daisy Duck, Tong, Magic Broom, the Lively Sweeper.
Nice.
Lively Broom, the Aerial Cleaner. Okay, can we get 3 Magic Brooms in a row? Never done before. Aladdin.
Yeah, that's a good card, that Aladdin.
Hercules. Scuttle, which is in the top 4.
I know you love some Scuttle.
Ruby Sapphire deck. Never underestimate the... Wait, one sec. Let's just pretend this card isn't in there. I'm just going to... We never saw that. We never saw the Super Goof. Minnie Mouse. And the Plank. Super Goof, of course, that card which just put me down in the most dominant of fashions.
Super Goof made you look like a super goof. Had to do it. There's one more for the pun. If anyone's counting out there, there is one more out there. Oh, we've got Seldom, All They Seem, we've got First Aid, we've got Farzo, we've got Yao, Ursula's Trickery, Felix is here. Oh, I love the art on this Olaf with all of the carrots. Oh, we've got a super rare Aurora, super rare Aerial Sonic Warrior, and a rare Elsa Storm
really nice
Chaser.
art.
Get to exert it to give a chosen character, challenge +2, and rush for the turn.
I've got Diablo, Ana. Look out for a shift option with Ana in Amethyst. 7-cost Floodborn. Could be a nice Sapphire Amethyst deck brewing. I've got a Pluto, a Hercules, Poor Unfortunate Souls, Triton's Decree, Flotsam and Jetsam, Megara, Mulan, Rapunzel.
Oh.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Don't talk about it, mate. Don't talk about it.
Ana. Two Anas in one pack?
I like that Ana, so that's the one.
I like it too, hero.
If you have a hero in play, you get +1, but there's some other hero cards I really like and some Queen.
Like Super Goof.
Like Super Goof, and we got things like the Hans. If you've got a Princess or Queen in play, when you play it, you gain a lore, not unlike our friend the Goat. And I'm just saying, there is a deck in there somewhere. I am sure of it.
I agree.
We got ourselves RLS Legacies Cannon. Oh, that's a card we like very much indeed. And a Megara as well.
Yeah, in this show match, when the Flynn Rider came down on turn 2, I was panicking because I just inked Milo Thatch and played Popsicle. And I was not convinced I was going to be able to stop that Flynn Rider anytime soon, but I got very lucky to draw into Morph.
Oh, no, I noticed that.
I've got, is it Jacques or is it Gus? It's Jacques, which we saw at the first round, didn't we?
Yeah, that's a good card. Gives the character Reckless.
Hogsworth, Li Shang, Magic Broom, Triton's Decree, Lost in the Woods, Nessus, Iduna, Hercules. I got another one before the foil. I got the Elsa Storm Chaser.
We like the Elsa
After
Storm
Elsa
Chaser.
dispersed Ursula's Storm, Ana was nowhere to be found. Argus as well.
See, I like that. I like the Arges. I think I heard one last pack in my ear.
Yeah, I think maybe one last pack.
I think I heard one last pack. Sometimes it's a bit hard to hear. There's a lot of noise in the room. I think we heard one last pack. We will be incredibly quick. Oh, we could do the duo pack here.
I'll be quick. I'll catch up.
Catch up.
Pegasus, Bell.
There's Prince Eric.
Beast, Camillo.
There's your medallions.
Contract, Imperial Bow.
Hercules.
Treasures Untold.
We got Elsa.
Aurora.
And Olaf.
And Pete.
Nice, okay. And it looks like I think we might be getting round. Of course, there was a couple minutes of break while we were waiting for the players to have a look at deck lists, a very important part of this day 2. But I think the players might have had enough deck list action, and that means we can get into some playing action. I think that is what we are going to be looking at here, because of course one of the important things about the top 64, it is open deck list. Not only are you allowed to know what your opponent is playing, we'll literally give you that deck list and let you have a good old look at it.
But not during the game. You get to look at it before the game, but not during the game, which I think is a nice thing, because otherwise I think the games would be quite slow, especially in untimed rounds. You could really just be analysing, let me look through every card in your discard pile and see exactly what's left. So I think it's nice that it's just available for the game, plenty of time to try and get that memorised.
And there's a little bit of skill there as well, but I think we are ready to be heading down to the table here for our top 4 game right now.
That was good. Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. This is the first semi-final of the day. The player who wins this, of course, will be getting into the final. That is how this works.
Well, yes, generally the player who wins the semi-final does get into the final. Thank you for that confirmation, Joe.
In case anyone was unaware.
Oh, but this is going to be a very fun game. I'm also going to see, hopefully when we get confirmation of our final semi-finalists, somebody will send us a little bit of a message and we will be able to share that with you, because that is a very important note. We've got Victor here on your Sapphire Steel and Pierre on your Amber Steel, and then of course we've got Sapphire Ruby on the other side of the bracket. We're still waiting to hear what their opponent is going to be. But we've got Steel Song. There were 2 of them in the top 4 of Fort Worth, if I remember correctly.
Yep,
they played a mirror match. We had one in the final. Could we see, after really not making much noise, pun intended, are we going to see Steel Song in the final of 2 challenges in a row?
So Victor is the highest seed. Both players on 48 points from day 1 in Swiss, but there's some tiebreakers, and Victor came out victorious on those, so he's the highest seed, slightly, and will be going first. We saw in the last game I cast as well, both players were on that 48-point mark, and they were pretty high up. They were like 7th and 10th seed, so it's going to be that kind of ballpark. So very strong Swiss performances from both players, so no surprise to still see them in the tournament at this stage.
Absolutely. We have gotten down to the 4 best players in the field. I think it's 4. There might still be one of the top 4 games going on. Sorry, one of the top 8 games to go to the top 4. And I do actually think we might have had a little bit. I'm going to check here. We might know the other top 4.
Now, Pierre, I saw in the Amber Steel Song deck, has a slightly unorthodox card in the shape of Perdita. It's a 6-cost uninkable legendary, as we see Victor ink a legendary card in Bell and play a Fortisphere. It's a common card. You're inking a legendary, but that's the beauty of this in Lorcana. Sometimes you need to ink those legendary cards.
Sometimes you absolutely do, and no, unfortunately, the top 4, the last to decide the final top 4 is still going on, but we are going in our top 4 game. Looks like we are inking a...
Was that a golden harp? It was.
Was a harp, and Cinderella comes down. Pretty classic turn 1 as we draw a Cogsworth over on Victor's side of the board.
Yeah, and a big thing for Victor here is they have access to that Fishbone Quill. One thing that Pierre might try to do, as we see the Baboon remove Cinderella, is they could on turn 2 go for bare necessities. I'm not sure if it's an option, and potentially discard that Fishbone Quill. They do have it, so the Baboon for Victor is removing the Cinderella, stopping her being able to sing bare necessities. But Pierre could still spend that 2 ink for it, targeting the Fishbone Quill. That's exactly what happens.
And you do see the Fishbone Quill. Now, there is another option there. We've got an long game Zeus, and I believe there's a Fortisphere there as well. But no, going straight for the Fishbone Quill. That had to be the case. Get rid of that. Really slow your opponent down. Get rid of their extra ink. And, you know, when these Sapphire decks get too high on ink, it opens up way too many options for them.
Yeah, and Victor no longer has a ramp tool in hand. Doesn't have Mickey Mouse, no other Fishbone Quills. And we know that Sapphire likes to ramp. Victor with the mulligan was kind of targeting getting this Fishbone Quill down on turn 3. But that's the power of the bare necessities. Unlike Ursa the Deceiver, it's not just song cards it targets, it's any non-character card, including locations. And in this case, importantly, it includes items like Fishbone Quill as well.
Very nice. We got the Fortisphere down there, and we pass over to Pierre, who's going to ink a Robin Hood and just pass straight back over. Nothing else to be done. No good free cost card. Really not what you were looking for there. You'd like to try and get some characters on the board, but that's what happens when you play too many songs. You don't always get the characters, but Victor inks and passes just straight back.
Yeah, 4 ink on the board for Victor. Without that Fishbone Quill, Pierre's really slowed them down. Rapunzel, not how you usually use her.
Nope.
Of course, this Rapunzel gifted with healing is an alternative art available as a promo card, both on the prize wall as a non-foil, but both players have already secured their Rapunzel playmat and foil card as Victor responds with a Cogsworth.
Yeah, inking the Baboom and then putting down the Cogsworth here. That lovely 5-cost quest for 2 with Ward that gives all of your other characters resist 1. That is a very good card, one that sees a huge amount of play. So if you're playing these Sapphire decks, there's a very good chance you're playing old Cogsworth or Big Ben if you're in France.
So Pierre's singing Let the Storm Rage On and damaging their own Rapunzel because they have a bunch of cards in hand they don't want to ink. They can't target Cogsworth with Ward, but this allows them to find the Ursula Vanessa, which was drawn from the Let the Storm Rage On, and allow them to play the Robin Hood. Otherwise, the Robin Hood was the only inkable card available. 2 Perditas in hand for Pierre, which I would imagine are probably the only 2 in the deck, and a whole new world as an option.
We do see the Tinkerbell coming down, being inked to play another Tinkerbell. That puts a third damage on Rapunzel, and it puts a damage onto that Robin Hood there. This would be a great time to play a Rapunzel gifted with healing.
It sure would. Now, Cogsworth could be challenging the Rapunzel, but instead it's exerted to sing. Grab your swords, which is going to put 2 extra damage counters onto the Robin Hood, as well as removing the Rapunzel. Strength of a Raging Fire, and it looks like it might be a signed copy, is drawn by Pierre. So it's Strength of a Raging Fire, 2 Peditas, and a whole new world. Pedita can bring back a 1 or 2 cost character from the discard pile and play it onto the board. Is there any available? Well, there's
Cinderella from right back in turn 1. And you need to remember, the Let the Storm Rage On, the damage from that onto the Rapunzel is what opened up Victor being able to take it out with a Grab Your Swords. We'll see if that has a big effect as we go later on through the game. But Pedita getting Cinderella feels like a very good win. Fishbone Quill gets inked to play a Lucky Dime, and I am liking this. We could get, no, we're out of ink for the time being, but next turn that can start getting a minimum of 2 lore per turn.
You might be liking the Lucky Dime, but Pierre is certainly not liking the look of that. A big grimace on their face when the Lucky Dime hits the board. If they don't have cards like Benja or Beast Hard-Headed, that Lucky Dime is going to remain on the board for the rest of the game, and those are not usually cards Amber Steel Songs has access to. There's another Pedita in hand, there's the Whole New World, but Let the Storm Rage On has been drawn, which could of course be sung by Cinderella.
It could, and you can get some damage down, but it would have to be onto Tinkerbell, and it would not be enough. Of course, we've got resist on that Tinkerbell now as well from the Cogsworth. Cogsworth's got wards that can't be chosen by effects, so there is quite a lot of protection on the board here right now. Victor might only have a couple of characters, but they're quite beefy, and Pierre, Cinderella's all right, Pedita's all right, the Robin Hood's pretty good. No one's got any lore yet, but it does seem like Victor's set up. I'm preferring it right now.
Yeah, Pierre's hand is a little bit awkward because whenever Pedita quests, it can also put a character from the discard back into play, and the Pedita in hand as well, but there's no other 1 or 2 cost characters available for Pierre to bring back with either Pedita.
That is not ideal. If you've got a bunch in the discard, you can start flooding your board really nicely, but not an option right now. I mean, you can still use your Cinderella for singing. It's nice if she's on the board, but you really don't want to be getting full value, and that's what's not happening. You're playing Pedita, but you're not recovering a character. You played Rapunzel, but you didn't draw any cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Pierre's not getting full value out of his cards in this game, and it's turning into a problem.
That is true, but Victor's also in top deck mode. Finds the Flaversham, though, off the top, and that's
Beautiful.
A huge moment, because suddenly the draw engine is available for Victor, down to 0 cards, but now with the Flaversham on the board, that is going to be very difficult for Pierre to stop Victor drawing cards.
Does have a whole new world if you really want to go for it and get a lot of new cards, but I do think we're at the stage where Pierre would quite like a new hand of cards, frankly.
Well, both players have the whole new world now, so we're in a bit of an interesting spot where whoever goes for the whole new world is maybe putting themselves at a slight disadvantage because you're losing out on lore potentially to do that if you're singing it. The Lucky Dime is going to be the first lore on the board for Victor, and in fact the first lore on the board in this semi-final at all. Nearly 8 minutes in, and we've finally got some lore, Ross.
I mean, it was going to happen eventually. It's nice that we finally get some lore. Now my big question is, who, if either player, is going to be playing Whole New World? Of course, both players know the other plays it. Both players do not know the other has it. And we are inking here, a Rise of the Titans. And it seems like a pass.
Yeah, the Whole New World's still in hand for Victor. And interestingly, Pierre has that Bare Necessities. So while they might decide to ink it, they could be tempted to make a read that it's maybe like another Lucky Dime or some kind of song. They do ink it though, and Pierre's going to exert it to play the Golden Harp. Now, if this banishes itself at the end of the turn, it could be pulled back by Pedita. So Golden Harp, if you're not singing a song or not playing a song, the turn that it's on the board, it will banish itself into the discard pile.
But Pedita being able to bring it back to a bit of a win. Here we see the Whole New World, and both players there getting a look at, oh, my opponent also had only one card, and it was Whole New World.
And Pierre, another grimace when they see that the one card was a whole new world. They were probably hoping for something like a Tamatoa or something along these lines. Finds another Bare Necessities, which is an interesting option, and it is going to be sung. After a whole new world, I always really like Ross being able to play either Bare Necessities or Ursula Deceiver. Just seeing what's in your opponent's hand, getting all that information is really crucial.
It is, but all you hit there was a single Porpsicle, and look, we like Porpsicle. It's a one-cost item, draws a card when you play it, can be banished with Hiram Flavisham to draw cards, but it's really not what you were looking for there. You were looking for something a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, and the other thing for Pierre is, as the whole new worlds go through, if they can manage to discard any 1 or 2 cost characters via a whole new world, then suddenly these Peditas, every time they are questing, is going to be able to bring a character from the discard into play. And that could get dangerous very, very quickly.
Yeah, it really could. We see some questing here with Perdita. No, we're singing with Perdita. We're singing out a long game Zeus to get rid of the Tinkerbell.
Now, just to make clear, on the board for Victor, there is a Flavisham and a Cogsworth. The rest of the cards on the board are actually Victor's hand, which was seen by Bare Necessities. They could pick it up if they want to, but Victor's just, he's not really feeling like it right now.
That would be a great board. Like, if that was an actual board, that would be amazing. Unlikely, but would be amazing.
It would be pretty good. In comes Mr. Smee, only going to cost 2, but it can quest for 2. And speaking of questing for 2, it's the Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain. And this is the power, Ross, of that Bare Necessities, because Pierre could have discarded Grab Your Sword there if it was in Victor's hand, but Victor could draw it. It's Rise of the Titans, but Flavisham, 2 more cards for Victor to find the Grab Your Swords. Can they do it? I think they did it, Ross. I think it's Baboom, and is it a Grab Your Swords?
I think it might be a whole new world. No, it's a Fortis Sphere.
Doesn't look like it's happened. I'm sure someone caught that.
I'm not. I didn't see it in his hand personally. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I saw Fortis Sphere. I saw a Baboom. I mean, I definitely want to Baboom the Piglet, if nothing else.
Even the Fortis Sphere is going to provide another card draw opportunity. So you could go for the Fortis Sphere, then maybe draw another card, and that could be the card that Victor is looking for. Let's see what they go for. It is going to be the Fortis Sphere, probably looking for that Grab Your Swords. It's a Tinkerbell, which is certainly not the worst idea at a moment like this, where there's lots of characters on your opponent's side of the board. But is Tinkerbell going to be enough? Because Pierre is questing for an incredible amount, Ross, with the Robin Hood, the Golden Heart, the Piglet, the Smee, the double Perdita. They all quest for 2, and there's a Cinderella just tucked at the top of the screen, which I do believe is still on the board.
12 is the total we're going to be questing for next turn. Assuming all those characters remain on the board, I believe Pierre is questing for 12 next turn.
Just 12 in a single turn. Not bad, eh?
I mean, to be fair, Ella in the interview earlier told me they got 33 lore in one turn with Tamatoa so far, so I'm going to be honest with you.
There's the Tinkerbell. It removes the Robin Hood with the help of Cogsworth. 1 damage onto everything, but everything else on Pierre's board remains. Robin Hood banished, but no card drawn, Ross. It's only when Robin Hood is banished in a challenge that Pierre would draw a card.
Yes, correct. So lots of damage on the board, but there's still so much questing power. We do see the Baboom coming down and getting rid of the Piglet. So that's at least 1, but we've still got 2 from the... Remind me what's on the left-hand side there. Oh, the Golden Harp. Yeah. We've still got 2 for the Golden Harp, 2 from the Smee, 2 from each of the Perdita, and 1 from the Cinderella. That's still 9 lore. That is not too shabby. NTS.
Pierre as well now has got that Cinderella back in the camera shot. The board was so wide that it was easy to almost forget about Cinderella being there for a moment. Of course, if they have Cinderella stout-hearted, that could be a really interesting shift option as well. Now, this Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain got banished by Victor, but guess what, Ross? When Perdita quests, that Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain can be coming back down onto the board. Interestingly, the Smee could challenge Cogsworth as well, banishing the Smee, and then it could be pulled back by another Perdita. So Pierre's got some really interesting options here. They're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Cinderella. damage their own Perdita. I think I see where this is going.
I think I see where this is going as well. I think we might be seeing a Rapunzel gifted with healing.
There it is.
Now that is full value. You are then getting 3 extra cards from the Rapunzel here. That is exactly what we're looking at. There's another signed card in the deck there as well.
Whole new world. Amazing.
Very nice indeed. Lorcana does allow you to play with signed cards, and that makes me very happy.
Agreed. I was playing with some as well in the show match.
I mentioned it.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
How many uninkables are you playing again?
So Smee, definitely considering that option to challenge the Cogsworth, banishing the Smee, bringing it back with Perdita. I do believe the only 1-cost character in the discard is the Piglet, and the Smee is now joining Piglet into the discard pile, but I don't think that's going to be for very long at all.
No, your quest with both the Perdita bring both of those characters right back, and Pierre is navigating this wonderfully. Early in the game, Pierre was not getting the proper value from their cards, but now they are, and crucially, their opponents only got 3 lore, and that's the key.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you have a slow start, if you're not using all your resources as efficiently as you want to, as long as your opponent doesn't have a ridiculous start. And right now, that has not happened.
Pierre still with 3 ink remaining. He's going to spend all 3 of that ink on an aerial spectacular singer. They're going to look at the top 4 cards of their deck. And if any of them are songs, they can go into the hand, but none of them are. And look at Victor. Victor loves it. Victor's very happy about that.
We've seen a lot of whiffs off aerial on stream today. People are not having the best of luck. But look at Pierre's board. Cinderella, Perdita, your Golden Harp, your Aerial, your Rapunzel. Looks like we've just inked a Lawrence as well. So we could be seeing another character. Here we see questing with, well, both the Perdita and the Golden Harp. That is 6 extra lore. And we're also going to be bringing back 2 characters, which is going to be Mr. Smee and Piglet.
It's Mr. Smee, the bumbling mate, and the captain supporting them in Piglet as well. It's just glorious to see.
Yeah, and of course, Mr. Smee takes the damage if exerted at the end of your turn, but that is not the case if you've got a captain down, and Piglet is very much a captain. So it looks like we're back over to Victor here. We are questing, I believe, with Hiram Flavisham, getting rid of that Fortisphere, drawing a couple of cards. Is it what they need, though?
Tinkerbell still ready and waiting. Of course, can challenge a character and then deal 2 damage elsewhere. So that's going to be a really nice control option for Victor to just slow down the questing potential of Pierre. The problem is they got rid of that Piglet the last turn, but with a simple quest from Perdita, it came right back. We're really seeing the power of Perdita from Pierre here.
And that's the thing. When you've got Perdita down, your opponent can't just take out your Piglet and be like, yay, job done. Yep. You've got to take out the Piglet and the Perdita, or else the Piglet's just going to come straight back. And it makes it really frustrating. And at this point, I think Pierre is in a really commanding position because his deck is now set up. Those 2 Perdita are recovering characters. And Victor, you know, if this was a Ruby deck, a Ruby Sapphire deck, well then, you know, player be prepared, get rid of all of those characters, and then you can feel really good about making that comeback. But Sapphire Steel does not have those kind of cards like Be Prepared. Clearing this board is going to be a Herculean task, and if you don't clear the board quickly, you are not going to win the game.
And Pierre is threatening around 14 or 15 lore here in a single turn. 15 lore in a single turn.
Only needs 12.
Victor really needs to remove as many characters from Pierre's side of the board as possible.
Yeah, we've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Might just be, oh, plus the 2 extra from the Piglets. So yeah, it is 15 here. So you need to take away, I mean, absolute minimum 4 lore worth of questing from Pierre. And that's just to only put Pierre on 19 lore next turn.
Yeah, and that is definitely doable for Victor with that Tinkerbell being able to challenge into the Golden Harp, and then the 2 damage onto the Piglet, which is exactly what happens. But that means there's 2 more characters for Pierre in the discard, which Perdita can bring back. But
well, one Perdita goes down from the, and along came Zeus.
Yeah. It wasn't sung, but doesn't matter. Still getting rid of Perdita, but for Pierre, it's another big turn of questing, and Victor is still 16 lore away, although that lucky dime is still on the board for Victor.
It is still on the board, but Pierre can go from 8 all the way up to 16 this turn just by questing of everything if they so wish, and then could even, but instead we do want to use Cinderella for singing, dealing 1 damage to Cinderella. Remember, Cogsworth is lowering that down. Pay a bit more ink here. Looks like we might be playing a character of some description.
Looks like Ariel's being hovered here by Pierre. They're really leaning towards that. Having some second thoughts, though, potentially. Of course, Ariel as a singer 5 is a really nice option to have down on the board to sing those powerful Steel songs. It's a big reason we see Amber and Steel pairing so well together because of this Ariel card.
Yep, Steel have the good songs. Well, so do Amber, to be fair. But Amber have the good singer. Steel have the good songs. Whack them together, and you have this Steel song deck of which so many people are fond. Now, we've quested up to 14 with Pierre here, so we need to try and preserve 6 lore worth of questing. So we're just going to try and get more characters. Of course, Perdita's going to recover 1. Is it going to be Harp, or is it going to be Piglet? Going for the Harp here. Piglet would get 1 more lore.
Yeah. Piglet 1 more lore, but that 2 extra willpower on Golden Harp means that it's not going to be removed by a Grab Your Swords. And in comes the Smee and the Robin Hood. This is what Amber Steel songs can do so well, utilizing the whole new world card draw and then just developing a really wide board with big questing power.
Yeah, and if you're Victor, you need to try and end the game quickly. We're eyeing up a Tamatoa with a lucky dime already on the board, but that's the only item on the board. So you wouldn't get enough. Now, if Victor had 6 items on the board, then we can talk. But unfortunately, I think 6 is the minimum you would need to win the game this term. And I'm not sure, and Victor is looking, and it does look like Victor is conceding the first game. Pierre is too far ahead with too good of a board, and we are heading to game 2.
And there was a big reaction from the crowd here, watching the games along with us live here in Bologna. Big shout out to all of those people, as well as the people watching from home, enjoying the very best of Disney Lorcana action.
We showed Pierre's top 8 game, and there was a big cheer and chanting when Pierre made their way into top 4. We saw a big cheer there when Pierre won the first game. Pierre, clearly a very popular player in the room. Can they win 1 more here and get themselves towards that final? They've already got their invitation to the European Championships. They've got all of the promo cards, including the Mickey. What they don't have yet is a title of champion, or a binder with every foil card, including all the enchanted from Ursula's Return.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? I wouldn't mind one of those, that's for sure. So, very interesting to see Pierre's different take on the Amber Steel song deck. Many of the staple cards we expect to see, Ariel, Whole New World, Cinderella, but the Perditas, the Golden Harps, doing really very well. And the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain really almost becoming close to a staple card in this Amber Steel songs deck. We saw Frank Carsten win with it in Lille. Pierre looking to do the same thing.
Absolutely, and it's awkward because you watch these games and you're like, but Piglet never works.
Yeah.
You never actually get to quest with Piglet. The thing is, if you do, free lore on a 2-cost character is absurd. And secondly, you don't get to quest because your opponent sees it and goes, I have got to get rid of that right now. And they start using resources to go after the Piglet, which means they're not using their resources to do other stuff, and you're basically forcing your opponent to play the game that you want them to play, and that's a bit of a win.
I think a really big moment in that game was that turn 2 bare necessities discarding the Fishbone Quill. So maybe Pierre here with the opening mulligan might try to learn from that, and maybe even try and get 2 Fishbone Quills in their opening hand. Maybe a Fishbone Quill and a Mickey Mouse. We saw the Fishbone Quill getting discarded, and then Victor having no more ramp to fall back on.
Which is not what you wanted. You ended up without getting that ramp, which means that this Sapphire Steel does not work as intended. Of course, this was my pick for the weekend, Sapphire Steel. It's a favorite deck of a lot of players in the room, so Baker was telling me. But right now, it is in trouble of going out in this top 4 match.
Yeah, Victor did have a Mickey Mouse in their opening hand, possibly even 2 Mickey Mouse, or Mickey Mice. And looks like there is still a Fishbone Quill and a Mickey. So this time, if Pierre is to go for that same bare necessities play, Victor will at least have that Mickey Mouse to fall back on.
which is always a bonus. Mickey Mouse, your free cost uninkable that ramps up when you play it. Get an extra ink into the inkwell there, which is a bit of a win.
Yep, Victor going to shuffle the deck, of course, after the mulligan. Pierre is ready and waiting, presenting their deck to Victor to give a little cut, maybe a little shuffle, to make sure that everything's all okay with both players. There's our lovely table with some very big dice. I need some big dice as well. Big die, I suppose, is the correct phrase.
No, one big die, 2 big dice.
Oh.
1 die, 2 dice.
I was so close.
You were right the first time.
I was. And also you can see the first chapter Mickey Mouse deck box there. I think that belongs to Pierre. A pretty nice deck box to have indeed.
Yeah.
I've got the Captain Hook one with me.
I've got the Mickey Mouse one with me.
Oh, look at that.
It's beautiful. I love it. Gifted by Ravensburger, I should say, which was very kind of them to do so. So here we go into game 2, and it looks like Victor is going first. We play the Fishbone Quill into the inkwell, and then the Fortisphere comes down onto the board, drawing a card, and we pass over to Pierre, who's there's 3 Tinkerbell and an aerial in hand here.
Yeah, they all cost 6. With the Fishbone Quill, you can get those 6 cost characters down on turn 4. With Mickey Mouse, it's not going to be until turn 5 that you can get those 6 cost characters down. So Victor's going to be hoping to draw into some characters they can play soon. Robin Hood for Pierre. Victor does have a Baboon, which can remove the 1 cost characters. Pierre's going to be looking to try and maybe sing A Whole New World nice and early. But that is denied by this Baboon coming through as Bell goes into the inkwell.
Yeah, absolutely does. Fishbone Quill got inked, but hopefully next turn we can still have a Mickey. We've got at least 2 Strength of a Raging Fire in Pierre's hand. We've got a Lawrence, we've got a Rapunzel gifted with healing. So we've got a few options here. A lot of inkable cards. Question is, where do we want to go? Do we have a good 2 cost?
It's the Mr. Smee, the Moosh, I believe it is.
Well, he's been inked, so was there a second Mr. Smee?
I'm not sure. I think there is right at the front of the hand.
Yeah.
There's also an Ursula Vanessa as an option. So Ursula Vanessa, not going to be questing for as much as Mr. Smee, but is able to sing 4 cost songs and 3 cost songs as well. So able to sing Strength, Storm Rage On, as well as And Then Along Came Zeus.
Which is not too shabby at all. Back over to Victor, and we see inking one of those Tinkerbell. There were multiple in hand, and here is the predicted Mickey. Just a reminder that that Mickey Mouse inks the top card of your deck. It is done blind. You don't even get to see which card you put in your inkwell, which does actually mean you then start losing that tiny bit of knowledge of what is available for you for the rest of the game.
Very true indeed. It's going to be back on over to Pierre. Mickey Mouse on the side of the board for Victor with a Fortisphere. Pierre with that Ursula Vanessa. Baboom in the discard for Victor, and that Robin Hood in the discard for Pierre.
Yeah, we see another Mr. Smee going into the inkwell. That's 2 now. And Lawrence comes out, a card that a few weeks ago was seeing very little play, but is now coming out a lot in these Steel Song decks. When it's undamaged, it's a free cost inkable 4/4 that quests for 2, and that is a very nice stat line indeed.
Yeah, so if Pierre went for the Smee on turn 2, they'd have 1 law more at this stage. But look at the hand for Victor. Those Tinkerbells and the aerial are still not able to come down. Remember, if this was Fishbone Quill on turn 3, Victor could have gotten to 6 this turn, but instead is going to ink a tink and then pass play on to Pierre.
And it must be quite frustrating because game 1, you're relying on the Fishbone Quill, it gets hit with a Bare Necessities. Game 2, you're like, I'm not falling for that again, I'm going to put it in the inkwell, and no Bare Necessities comes down. You could have had it.
And speaking of frustrating, the aerial has missed again. Ross, do you remember what Victor inked on turn 1 this game?
Mr. Smee.
It was Fishbone Quill, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry. So Pierre inked Mr. Smee.
Yes.
Yes, Victor inked Fishbone Quill. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Inked it, and then no Bare Necessities came down.
Absolutely.
So you've had the worst of both worlds. The turn you keep it, it goes away. The turn you give it away, you could have kept it.
Yeah, so even though Bare Necessities wasn't available for Pierre, Victor was so worried about it, and I do believe that only the discard target in hand was going to be that Fishbone. Victor ends up inking it to make sure that that Bare Necessities is getting no value, but then ends up having to skip a whole turn where the Fishbone Quill would have allowed them to have a whole Tinkerbell on the board by now, which would be such a different board state.
It's all about decisions. Made that decision going, I tried to use it game one. It didn't work out. I'm not falling for that again. And unfortunately, it would have worked this game, but it's one of those things you're never to know. You know your opponent's playing it. You know that they can search it with aerial and sing it early. It's annoying, but it's one of those things as Tinkerbell comes down and puts 1 damage on each opposing character.
Yeah, and that's particularly important in the case of Lawrence because of the card text reading. If this character has any damage, if it has no damage, it gets +4 strength. So that +4 strength has been removed, and it is now just a 0/4 character. Witch Quest for 2. In comes, and then along came Zeus. Tinkerbell removed, and the crowd loved that one, Ross.
And Pierre is doing exactly what they managed to do in game one. What have you seen?
Zeus was sung by Ursula Vanessa with that Singer 4. Pierre had that option, I believe. Did they sing it or did they just play it? Because now play's passed on over to Victor, and I don't think Pierre played anything there.
I think it's the same result in the end, except one more law because you quested with Vanessa, and Pierre is eyeing this up. I am hearing that in the other match that Ile is 1 up against Ruben.
Okay. Very, very fascinating. So Pierre is still only at 3 ink. Didn't ink the last turn. The hand, there's an Ursula Vanessa, there's a Rapunzel. So they could have inked Rapunzel, Pierre, in the previous turn, but decided not to. And this has now allowed them to Rapunzel this turn to add an extra card into their hand. But Victor is really in the ascendancy in terms of ink available. Pierre at just 4. Victor's at 8, I believe.
Not too bad.
7 ink for Victor right now.
Just confirming that was the other top 4 games. So both top 4 games, we've had one concluded. That means we should be in the final before too long. Although I have to sit down for the final, so it's a little bit sad. But then I get to watch you and Baker tell me all about the final. But first, we have to decide which of these players is going to be in the final. Right now, it really looks like Pierre has got the inside track here. Up 1 game to 0 and really doing a good job with the ball. But that aerial is questing for 5 right now by virtue of having more items in play.
Yeah.
So I would love to see a lucky dime coming down here so that you could do it twice.
Yeah, and the Rapunzel healed the Lawrence. A whole new world sung by Ariel. And the Lawrence now is back down with no damage counter, so it's back up to that 4 strength, 4 willpower stat line.
Not too bad. Rapunzel healing is good for drawing cards, but it is also good for actually healing sometimes. Yeah. And that can give a big advantage to Mickey for potentially ramping Don. Tamatoa has come out here. No lucky dime yet, but there is a Hiram for Lavasham for draw if you want it, and a beast as well, and a Baboom.
Yeah, Victor with no access to anything like Grab Your Swords either, which can be a really nice card in a spot like this to try and clear multiple threats at once. Pierre is at 9 lore, Victor still on 0. So Pierre 11 lore away, currently can quest for 6 if Victor doesn't remove any of their characters.
So here we see a lot of ink being used, and we are playing Hiram for Lavasham, getting rid of that Fortithia, going and getting a couple of extra cards here.
And the draws were another Porpsicle and a Mr. Smee.
I don't mind just playing a bunch more items at this point, getting ready. We know there's a Tamatoa in hand. We know that Hiram for Lavasham is working as a draw engine. So I'm honestly not opposed here to just playing as many items as you can, as fast as you can.
Yeah, the Porpsicle going to also be drawing a card. That Flavasham is going to be able to quest next time, and Victor might also want to just try and develop some more singers, but only 3 ink available right now. It does look like it's going to be the Porpsicle, so 1 more card draw available. There's the Tamatoa.
I think he already had one in hand, didn't he?
I think you might be right. I think it's the second Tamatoa in hand.
2 Tamatoa in hand confirmed now.
Baboom is looking like the option for Victor for 2 ink. Probably going to be targeting that aerial to deny that 1 lore, but Victor might also decide to sink 2 damage in elsewhere, maybe into Lawrence, and then if they draw that Grab Your Swords, both Ariel and Lawrence would be cleared.
Yeah, they absolutely would. Of course, we have already seen 2 Rapunzel gifted with healing going down. Sometimes damaging your opponent's characters when you're worried about a Rapunzel can backfire as they get maximum value and draw a bunch of cards. But with your opponent having already benched 2 of them, you know they can play more, but you know it's much less likely at this point.
It is still Victor's turn. They still have 2 ink available, I believe. They did exert that 2 ink for the baboon, but it hasn't yet actually been played. But there it goes through, and it is going to be aerial decided. I think they were considering their options there to go for the Lawrence as mentioned, and then hope to draw a grab your swords, but this does deny the aerial Singer 5 ability for the next turn, or just Pierre simply questing for 1, because at this moment in time, every law matters. But look at that, Ross. Perdita was the star of the show in game 1, and Perdita is back for Pierre. But somehow Pierre's only at 4 ink, so Perdita's still at least a turn away.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We need to pop an ink down, and then we need to get another ink next turn, and then Perdita can come in. Great card, but it is a 6 cost on inkable. But now we have the bare necessities of life. They will come to you, but what will come to Pierre here as we have a look at the hand? And it seems like Fishbone Quill is the only option. After that, we got Mr. Smee, couple of Mickey, couple of Tamatoa.
Yep, so again, that is the hand for Victor. The only cards on the board for Victor are the Flaversham and the Aerial. Victor just presenting all the cards in their hand for Pierre to see. And it's really interesting that Pierre only has 4 ink, but spent half of that on a simple bare necessities. But if Victor had something like a grab your swords in hand, Pierre would have absolutely wanted to remove that as quickly as possible. It looks like Robin Hood or Robin Dubois is going to go into the ink. I'm not sure if the pronunciation of the French there was spot on, but we'll take it. Okay, Ariel's missed a few times already today. Surely not again, Pierre. It's a whole new world, which he's not too happy about.
Plus whole new world. If you know your opponent's holding whole new world, that does give you a lot more information. It means that if there's a card you really want, you know to play it down nice and early. One important thing for Victor, has 2 Tamatoa in hand.
Yeah.
So a whole new world, getting rid of both of those Tamatoa could hurt in the end game. Victor's on no law whatsoever right now. You need some big swings at the end. Now you've got Aerial down on the board, admittedly, but I want to get a Tamatoa down at some point, and I'm worried if Whole New World gets rid of too many of them.
I think Pierre's going to be wanting to remove this Aerial with that 5 questing power. So Aerial removed. Lawrence now with those damage counters is now going to be a 0-4. 0 strength, that is, and 4 willpower. Of course, just going to take 2 damage from Victor to remove. Victor almost forgot to pick up the hand there, but they have now remembered.
Always a bonus when you remember to pick up your hand of cards you're playing. Was that a Fishbone Quill top deck?
It was Fishbone off the top. There's 2 Porpsicles on the board, so a couple of tasty snacks for Flaversham. Victor has got a law on the board. 19 more to go, Victor.
Yeah, Pierre unfortunately only needs 8 more, so it's going to be a little bit of a rush at this point to try and make sure we can get there. We know we can get big swings with these Sapphire decks, but we need to actually start working towards them now. We need to get Lucky Diamond, Tamatoa, or another Aerial, or Bell we've seen in this deck already. Something along those lines where you can just quest for 5 or more at least twice. You need to be trying to build a 10-law return, because Pierre has got a bunch of characters down, and right now questing for 5 next turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of law potential there. Yeah, Rapunzel and Lawrence both questing for 2, the Vanessa and Aerial for 1, so 6 law quest potential.
And 6 will get you from 12 to 18, but there's nothing like the Super Goof or Goat or anything in Pierre's deck that will get that 2 out of nowhere, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. We did see one of the players in Fort Worth playing with the blue cards, but I'm pretty sure Pierre's not on the Super on the blue. Blue's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, Blue's good. Blue gets you, it's a bodyguard that when banished gets you 2 law. The problem is you got to play it down and then got to wait for it to be banished. Great in the early to mid game, but in the late game when you want that last 2 law right now, your opponent can potentially ignore Blue, and that can be
We did see a really cool play in Fort Worth, Ross, where the player quested with their Blue and then spent 4 ink to Zeus their own Blue to win the game. That was quite spectacular.
I love that. I saw that play. It's always fun when you can can pull that off, because of course the vast majority of cards just let you target any character, as long as it's out of ward of course, and that will include your own as well. So it's not always the way you want to go. The way you do want to go, though, that is Tamatoa. And again, you know your opponent's holding a whole new world. You don't want to lose all of your Tamatoa too quickly.
Oh, okay. Now, Victor almost forgot to pick up the Porpsicle from the Tamatoa, but then inks the beast, plays the Porpsicle, draws a card. That is the power of Tamatoa. Not only is it a big body on the board, but it's also recycling your Porpsicles, and Porpsicles draw you cards. So Tamatoa, if you spend 9 on it, it's often going to draw you 1 card as well. 1 for the Porpsicle, 8 for Tamatoa.
Yeah, absolutely. Get the 8 to play the Tamatoa, the 1 to play the Porpsicle after you recover it with Tamatoa, but get an extra card, and now Tamatoa is questing for free. Minimum.
Now Pierre is going to ink a Robin Hood, which is going to finally put them up to 6 ink. I can't believe they're in such a strong position, despite taking a whole turn off from inking way back when they were at 3 ink. They could have inked that Rapunzel, but they decided to just ink nothing, stay at 3, and then find a worse inkable card to put into the inkwell and use Rapunzel for some card draw.
And it's working right now. It is working for Pierre, up 12 lore to 1. Nice board of characters, going to get a bunch more lore this turn. And at this stage, Victor needs that gigantic Sapphire swing at the end of the game. That seems to be about the only thing that's going to save him now. But he does have Tamatoa down. If we could see, it's a lot to ask, but Lucky Dime and a couple other items could get you quite close. As it is, Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain comes down, and this is what I was talking about. You are now...
Oh my goodness, the strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 6 damage to Hiram Flavisham. What a play.
Deals 1 damage for each of your characters in play, and with a really wide board, that means 6. And is Victor even going to be able to get rid of Pooh Pirate Captain right now? Right now, Pierre has got so much lore on the board.
Big card off the top. Is it the Grab Your Swords? I think it is. I've thought this before, though, and I've been wrong. Victor needs the Grab Your Swords right now to clear this Piglet from the board. But even then, the Lawrence would get removed, but the Rapunzel, the Ursula Vanessas, and the Ariel will remain. It looks like it was a Fortisphere, not a Grab Your Swords.
Oh, and right now, if we look at the board, we've got 3, 4, 5, like at least 10 lore there from Pierre, and we only need 3. We need a board wipe from Victor. We need, like you say, a Grab Your Swords. If we were playing Ruby, we would go Be Prepared, but we're not prepared for that. We're not playing Ruby, and it really is starting to look like Victor might be out of luck in the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Already 1 game down, staring down a 17-1 lore deficit with an opponent who has got a very impressive board, and I've seen this face before, Joe.
Yeah.
This is the, I'm pretty sure I've lost. Let me think through everything before I concede.
And I want to go back to the very first play from Victor after the mulligan, which was to put the first card into the inkwell. It was the Fishbone Quill into the inkwell, and it just ended up meaning they skipped turn 4. Pierre's been able to get this big board presence down on the board, and Victor just hasn't quite been able to ever claw back that board control.
We just drew 2 from Hiram Flavisham.
And the Grab Your Swords is now there, Ross.
Definitely there. You're 100% sure?
I am very sure this time, for once.
So Grab Your Swords will get rid of a lot of cards. Will it get rid of enough cards? It'll get rid of the Piglet. It'll get rid of the Lawrence. Would it get rid of the Ariel?
The Ariel will remain on the board with just that 1 damage necessary more to remove it.
And the Rapunzel will stay, and the Lawrence will stay. So that's 5 lore potential on the board, sorry, 4 lore potential on the board, which you only need 3.
It's very possible the Grab Your Swords is not enough. Those 4 willpower on the Ursula Vanessas, the 5 on the Rapunzel, the 3 on the Ariel means Grab Your Swords on its own is not going to be enough. You're going to need something like a Grab Your Swords, well, maybe 2 Grab Your Swords. That would probably be enough.
Double Grab Your Swords. Now that would do it, Joe. That would absolutely be enough here. Deal 2 to everything, and then deal another 2 to everything. Completely wipe the board and go from there. That would be an option, but well, I mean, it would be an option if Victor had the cards. Does Victor have the cards?
Victor just making sure they're taking all the time that they need to make sure that there's nothing else they can do. Of course, once you play a card, you can't take it back. So it's absolutely worth using all the time. Victor's going to play 1 ink to play a Fortisphere and draws into a whole new world.
Okay, and the whole new world is interesting. If you're able to sing it, you can draw a bunch more cards. But here's the problem. You need to be working towards the end game.
Yeah.
When your opponent's on 17 law and you're on 1, just buying a couple of turns isn't going to be enough. Now here comes Grab Your Swords, and that's going to do a bunch of damage. Going to get rid of Lawrence, going to get rid of Pooh Piglet Captain. Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, there we go. But there's still enough lore on Pierre's side of the board, and even if you get like another Grab Your Swords, right, and you get rid of all of these characters, you're still not that close. And there we go. Pierre is going to be in the final of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. That 2-0 victory with Amber Steel Song, as we tend to call it. Too many characters, too many options.
Amber Steel Songs made the finals in Fort Worth, to many people's surprise, just a few weeks ago. And here over in Europe, in Bologna, Italy, it's done the same. Pierre with a really, really strong 2-0 performance.
Yeah, very nice performance there. I'm just looking to see if we've had an update on the other games so far. We are still looking at Eli 1 up against Ruben. So, I mean, that does... And that is, remember, the interesting Ruby Sapphire deck.
Yes.
And I don't think many people came into this challenge going, well, I think the final is going to be Ruby Sapphire against Steel Song. That's my prediction.
No, that would be really quite amazing to see. I mean, historically, Amber Steel Songs has had a pretty tricky matchup into Ruby Sapphire, but this is not the standard kind of Ruby Sapphire deck that we're used to seeing. It's got items, it's not got necessarily as much control, it's got the Queen and Maurice's workshop, but it's not necessarily going to be Ruby Sapphire in the finals. I think, is Ruben the opponent, are they on Amethyst Ruby?
Oh,
We'll find out soon.
We'll find out soon. For now, we're going to have a quick look at the Amber Steel Songs deck. And this is the one we just saw in action, doing a big old win. Low-cost singers with powerful songs, quick shift options, refilling your hand after playing many low-cost characters. And we saw there, you don't play as many characters as a lot of decks because you're playing a lot of songs.
Yeah.
But when it works beautifully, as we just saw, you use those songs to control your opponent's board, so they have a harder time taking your characters out. So even though you're playing fewer of them, you can have more of them staying on the board, and that Perdita tech, better in game 1 than game 2, but still fantastic. Lots of fun things going on in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different ways you can build these Amber Steel Songs decks, and it's really fascinating to see how they adapt. And really, it's a deck which can just adapt to the rest of the field. Earlier on in the meta, when Ruby Sapphire was more popular, we saw Pride Lands and Sleepy's flutes. I don't think there was a single flute played in that last one at all, so it doesn't look like Sleepy's flute is an option there.
No, Sleepy's flute was absolutely not what we saw coming out in that. But then again, when we saw the mirror match, then that was, again, the same player back in top 8. The Sleepy's flute didn't do very much in the mirror match. There was 3 of them down, or 2 of them down on the board. And they got a couple of lore here and there, but I'm concerned about the fact that maybe playing that then meant that you were playing fewer other cards, which actually made your mirror match a little bit worse, because the Sleepy's flute wasn't doing enough, and it wasn't, you were spending free lore to put them down, and it wasn't hurting your opponent's board or establishing your own board. It was free lore for a nice little bonus, which didn't come through well enough there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how these decks adapt for Shimmering Skies as well. Amber Steel Song's definitely getting some interesting support with cards like Prince Naveen, Legendary. I can see that I do believe we're going to be having an interview quite shortly, which I'm quite excited to hear from our winner as well.
Well, we're not going to have a winner from our interview, Joe.
Okay.
Oh, did you not hear the briefing?
I didn't hear the briefing.
We had a whole briefing about this, Joe.
Okay.
No, we're going to do something a lot more fun. What we're going to do, rather than having an interview interview with our winner. We're going to have an interview with both of our winners. I'm going to go and interview in a little bit both of our finalists in advance of the final. We're going to bring 3 chairs out. We're going to have me, we're going to have both our finalists, and we're going to be asking them about the final. And to that end, I can tell you that Eli has won 2-0 against Ruben. So we do have our final set. It is going to be Sapphire Ruby against the Amber Steel.
And it's not just Ruby Sapphire, it's Ruby Sapphire with the Queen, with Maurice's Workshop, with the Shield, the Ruby Shield, all sorts of cards you don't see every day. And I'm so excited to see this final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the final as well. And it turns out our co-caster Baker, villain by name, villain by nature, has usurped my interview of our 2 finalists. But I know he is going to do a phenomenal job with it. And I think we're actually ready to go now and hear from both our finalists and Baker.
Maybe not just yet.
Oh, no, and Baker's literally walking past us. So. A little bit too early for the interview, but we will get to the interview very quickly.
Any opportunity for me to open a pack.
Let's get rid of my embarrassment with that poorly timed throw by opening a pack. That'll make me feel better.
We've got some Shimmering Skies. Oh, Ross.
Oh, this is my slide, this is. Okay, so before the event happens, the production crew go, right, what do you want to see? What slide should we make? And I said, I want to talk about Taffeta Mutton Fudge. Now, there's actually 3 characters of this character in the set, and what we've got is a 1-cost Inkable, which takes a lore away from your opponent, a 2-cost Inkable that quests for 2, and a 4-cost Inkable with shift 2, bearing in mind we've got a 1-cost to shift onto, that then once per turn, when you move to a location, you gain 2 lore. Why do I love that so much? The 1-cost location Sugar Rush Speedway that you can move to for free. And the thing I love about this, it's kind of like a better version of Super Goof, although it is a bit combo-y. You play down Taffeta Mutton Fudge, either shift or play normally, either's fine, and immediately rush over to the Speedway, and you get those 2 lore now. You don't have to play and wait a turn to quest, and I adore this. I think all 3 of the Taffeta Mutton Fudge are really interesting cards. I think the Sugar Rush Speedway is great, and I love the idea of having a good turn 1 option. I love the idea of taking my opponent's lore away. I love the idea of being able to move to a location and grab a lore. Best case scenario, play the 1 cost, they lose 2 lore. Pay another 2, lose 1 lore, sorry. Pay another 2 to shift it up, drive over to the Speedway, 3 lore swing for 3 ink in 1 turn. Tell me that does not sound like fun, Joe.
It certainly does sound like a lot of fun. I also think a few of these Ruby cards are available in the Ruby Amethyst starter deck as well, so that's definitely something to look out for Shimmering Skies. There's a Ruby Amethyst starter deck, which is very strong, and there's also an Emerald Steel. And Emerald Steel, Ruby Amethyst starter decks, those sound like some pretty powerful color combinations.
They do indeed. What else is powerful is our cast of players who have made it all the way here, and we now can confirm our final there with Pierre on that Sapphire Steel and Ely there with your Sapphire Ruby. Not the 2 decks we were expecting in the final, and you'll notice confirmation of the final bracket there, semi-finals onwards. No Ruby Amethyst, no Emerald Steel. The 2 top decks, the 2 most played decks, both absent from not just the finals, but from the top 4 as a whole.
And you know what, Ross? Bucky has been eliminated from the tournament, which means Bucky is not going to be played in its current form in a Disney Lorcana challenge again, because it's getting errated in a week. Toronto is going to be Ursa's return, but it's not going to be with Bucky in its current form. So Bucky can now be said goodbye. Goodbye, Bucky. Bye, Bucky.
Oh, he had a good run, did that little squirrel, and a very good card. In fact, so good, we kind of had to deal with it. So, yeah, Taft and Mutton Fudge, very, very excited. And look, maybe I'll test it and find out it's rubbish, but looking through Shimmering Skies, that is the #1 like suite of cards I'm excited about right now.
Yeah, I do not blame you. You've been telling me a lot about it, and I'm excited to try
I won't shut up about it.
I've got a pack. I've got Gus. I've got Ice Block, Augustine Madrigal. I got Training Grounds, the Rose Lantern, Triton's Decree, Julieta Madrigal, Mulan, Olaf, Namiri. Last time I did this, I got it. I know what it is. It's a legendary. It's
Ursula.
Ursula, Sea Witch Queen. The second one I've got today, and the foil is going to be Ursula Vanessa.
Hey.
I can play my Ursula Vanessa, shift my Sea Witch Queen on. Job's a good one.
Job is a good one. Right, let's see if I can beat that. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have Pascal, and who doesn't love Pascal? We got Vitalisphere. We saw that in the previous game used to great effect. We got Mickey Mouse. We've got Daisy Duck, but not Friar Duck, a different. We've got the Hercules, which is replacing or at least teaming with Maui in some decks. That's 7 strength, crucial for taking out the Queen's Castle. Your favorite card, Scuttle. We've got Tuk Tuk. Ooh,
nice.
Aerial Sonic Warrior, and a foil Raya. I do love the artwork on that Raya.
Right, I'm not wasting any time, Ross. I've got another one ready to go. I've got Tor the Florist, an amazing card in a sealed format. Sell them all they seem. I've got First Aid, Farzo, Louisa Madrigal. I think she's your favorite Madrigal, right?
Oh, she's got the best song, and she literally juggles donkeys.
Beast Wounded, Miracle Candle. I've got one more card in here before the foil. It's a rare. Mystical Rose, and the foil is a Duna.
Very nice. Okay, I pulled 2 enchanted on stream in Bockham. I've not managed one. Only Baker has so far. Can we fix this? We've got Cogsworth. I want to play more with this Cogsworth. We've got Tong going through what I think is a bamboo. We've got TikTok. We've got ourselves Aladdin. If you're going to shift into Aladdin, that is your base. Donald Duck with the bodyguard who lets your other characters quest for more. Great Stone Dragon with some good meta cards here. Lumiere that buffs your other character.
Oh, hello.
Ursula Sea Witch Queen, Snap, and Yow.
Yeah, we've both got an Ursula Sea Witch Queen. But I've got the card I was playing in the show match, the star of the show in that one, the Hidden Ink Caster.
Oh, that is a card you like.
The more uninkables that get printed, which of course is going to come with every set, the better this card gets. I think especially in Emerald Sapphire with that Flaversham, it could be really nice. I love a bit of Pegasus, Bell, Thebes, one to keep an eye on. The Mob Song, another great card in Sealed. Medallion Weights is one of the best draft cards around. It is incredible.
Yes.
Flounder. John Silver.
You got a legendary.
It's Mulan.
I know it's Mulan.
Nice.
We could see the bottom bit of the text.
That's what I was trying to do. And Tuk Tuk.
All right, we're going to do one more pack, and then I think we might have a little bit of a look at Ruby Sapphire. Although, remember that the Ruby Sapphire we have in the final, it is not your ordinary everyday Ruby Sapphire. It has a bunch of cards in common, not quite the same. Can we get an enchanted before we chat about that deck? I hope so, frankly. That would make me a very happy bunny. There's your Pico, there's your Aladdin as a shift target. There is Pain, there is Flounder. We've got an Avalanche, Bruno,
nice.
Madrigal, Prince Philip, and Namari. And that is the other card from this set I revealed. I now pulled both of them as foil on the stream
nice.
today.
Let's go.
Makes me happy.
That
Let's talk some more.
Really very exciting. Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire.
Tell me about this deck, Joe.
Ruby Sapphire, very, very control-heavy deck. And look at that, I think we've updated the graphics to see Ice Block and this 3-cost uninkable Sisu as 2 of the really important cards in the build that Eli's playing. You can use the Ice Block on 1. On turn 3, then the Sisu can come through and it can remove a Diablo. And it's got Evasive, which can make it quite difficult to deal with. It can shift on the legendary Sisu. It's a very item-heavy build using cards like Scuttle, the Queen, and Marisa's Workshop. to rely on its card draw, not really using maybe things like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, which we're used to seeing. A really fascinating build, which we absolutely loved watching earlier on.
Oh, it was so much fun watching the Queen go and get all of those items. And, you know, when I spoke to Ely after the game, they told me, well, you didn't actually see the best turn 4 play.
Yes.
The best turn 4 play is we play the Queen, and then we use the Queen on turn 4, play Shield of Virtue, ready the Queen, get 2 items from that Queen on turn 4, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, that does actually sound like a really good turn 4 option.
Especially if you hit the Fishbone Quill as well, because the Fishbone Quill can then start ramping you up more. If you hit a Porpsicle, the Queen is essentially drawing you a card. Now, the items of the Queen do come in exerted, so you're not going to be able to use them the turn that you find them, but the turn later, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, it is really, really good. I wanted to see that Queen in a good deck, and, well, we've got our wish, has made it all the way to the final, and whatever happens, we're going to have a slightly surprising winner here.
Yeah.
Amber Steel, less surprising, because, of course, made the final in Fort Worth, so, of course, that makes sense, but still not the... I mean, who was really picking that? Actually, I think did one of the Italian casters
pick Ruby Sapphire?
I think one of them picked
Amber Steel.
I think one of the Italian casters picked Amber Steel. I did pick Sapphire Ruby
in Bochum.
In Bochum, so I can kind
No, you can't.
No,
you
I
can't.
can't. And to be fair, the deck I was thinking of when I picked that is not the deck that actually is made the final here. Tell us what you think about the final. Use all of the usual channels, Facebook, Instagram, and X with /Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, what deck do you think is going to win the final? Ruby Sapphire or Amber Steel? Let us know on the social media channels below.
And this, I'll be honest with you, this final we're going into, it's not exactly a matchup I've thought about very much in this form. How do you see it rolling? Have you got a bit of an inkling here?
I think it's going to be a real uphill battle for Amber Steel. Historically, Amber Steel can struggle against Ruby Sapphire, especially without cards like the Flutes. Having said that, this is a very, very different build of Ruby Sapphire. Maybe cards like the Queen could be removed quite easily. You play the Ursula Vanessa on turn 2, exert it on turn 3 to sing, and then along came Zeus to remove the Queen.
Yes.
And maybe that's going to really, really disrupt the game plan, even singing Bare Necessities to discard the Fishbone Quill. So there's a lot of really interesting options that Amber Steel has. A big problem often is, as a Amber Steel player, is if you sing a whole new world, you're giving the Ruby Sapphire so many good cards, but with this heavy item build, maybe that's not the case.
No, maybe not. It is going to be interesting to see. I think we should play some Guess the Flavor Text.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. I think we should
would
guess
be
some
very down for
text.
that. Guess the flavor text. That sounds like, okay. This time, nothing. Not even Basil can stand in my way. Not even Basil. Okay, sounds like a baddie. Sounds like a villain. That's my first prediction. Basil standing in the way, the Great Mouse Detective.
Correct.
Okay.
So who was the baddie in the Great Mouse Detective?
Well, I know that Hiram Flavisham, the toy maker, was the toy maker in the Great Mouse Detective.
So that's what...
Oh, Ratigan. Am I right? Ratigan is the baddie in the Great Mouse Detective?
I mean, it makes sense because, you know, Rat's a bad guy in the mouse film. Look, I told you guys I was going to watch The Great Mouse Detective.
I think I'm pretty sure Ratigan is,
I think Ratigan might
the baddie. So...
But here's the thing, I was going to watch it, but I want to watch it with my kids. I want to see what they think, and we almost watched it, and then we just watched Moana for the 74th time instead, but I'm working on it. I'm working on getting that film.
So, Ratigan does have a couple of different cards currently in the game. We're getting a new one out in set 5. There is an evasive one in Emerald, I believe. I think it costs 4, and it's like a 4/1 that quests for 2. And there is also a Ratigan in Ruby, which is a 5-cost uninkable. So you going Ruby or Emerald? Which Ratigan do you think it's going to be?
I'll go Ruby, but I think Ratigan is enough, frankly.
No, you got to name the card properly. I'm going for the Emerald Ratigan with evasive.
Okay, name the card properly.
It's a Ratigan Emerald Evasive. That's the official name, apparently.
Well, that is the official name. Okay, we'll check with Tim later. Just double check on that one. I think Ratigan, Hiram Flavisham it could be, but I feel like Basil doesn't really get in his way. I feel like they're mates.
Yeah, I think so too. There's also a really interesting new Basil card coming in set 1. It's a 2/1, 1-cost character in Sapphire. But what's great about it is it has support. And that is one of the, I think it's the first one-cost character in the game with 2 strength and support. We've seen Hey as a 1-2 with support, but of course the more strength you have, the better that support ability is going to be. So definitely a card to look out for, that Basil in Sapphire for Shimmering Skies. I'm ready to see what it is, Ross. I'm really, really keen. Do you think it's Ratigan, Ruby Ratigan, Emerald Ratigan? You got it right, Ross.
Ruby Ratigan, that's 1-0. And if you'd have just let us say Ratigan, that would have been a tie.
Yeah.
Instead you lost. How do you feel?
Well, I will say, I did say Ratigan before you.
You did say Ratigan before me. I was kind of letting you go. It was obviously the Great Mouse Detective, so the baddie from the Great Mouse Detective. I mean, this was one of the easier ones we've had.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
And I also presented you with the Ruby Ratigan as well, but you can take it. You can take it.
I am, frankly.
I could have done with the win after I got super goofed on stream earlier, but you deny me from that as well. I understand.
All right, do we have another one ready to go? We have another
flavor text, perhaps. I mean, if not, you don't need to tell me twice. I can always open a pack.
We never rob. We just sort of borrow a bit from those who can afford it.
Okay. Instant feeling is it's something to do with Robin Hood.
Yeah, it's got to be Robin Hood.
So, could be Robin Hood themselves. Of course, some of the other characters, there's a Friar Tuck, but I believe the Friar Tuck card text is get out of my church, out, out, out. In fact, look what I have in my pocket, Ross. An Italian Friar Tuck, which I was given to by somebody outside. Just pretty cool.
That's kind of awesome. I think you'll find the flavor text is Fiore dalla mia chiesa. Fiore, fiore, fiore.
That's impressive. That's very good.
You're probably terribly wrong, though.
That was pretty good. So there's a few different Robin Hood cards. Which one do you reckon? There's Robin Hood Daydream and Emerald. There's the 1 cost. There's the 5 cost.
I could see it being Little John. Ooh. I could see it being Robin Hood, I could see it being Little John. Now, this is a film I've watched many times in the past few months with my kids. Oh, I kind of want to say Little John, but it feels like Robin Hood is so obvious.
Yeah, I think Robin Hood 1 cost from Steel is my shout. Maybe it could even be the 2 cost Robin Hood that's uninkable.
It's definitely not the 6 cost inkable. It's definitely not that one.
I would agree. All right, I'm ready to find out.
We're ready to find out.
What are you locking in? I'm going to lock in the 2 cost uninkable. Oh, it's the 6 cost inkable in Sapphire. One that you can often forget about, but the Disney Lorcana dev team really like this. Steve Warner's a big fan of this card, and Tim used it against me yesterday as well.
He did. It was one of the original D23 promos, but less about that, more about our finalists. Let's run over to Baker and Tia from both our finalists in front of what I think is going to be a rather lovely final.
Hello and welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, Italy. And I am joined by both of our finalists for this Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have Ellie and we have Pierre. Gentlemen, congratulations on making it this far, first off. Yeah, this is quite interesting. We're having it's kind of like the showdown before you go into the finals. You're in the finals, you've come a long way, 9 rounds of Swiss, you made it into day 2, and now you've gone through multiple best of 3s to get all the way here. Now, we already spoke to you a little bit, Pierre, but for the sake of people that might have just been joining the stream, let's just start again and act like it's your first interview. So I want to ask you both, first of all, where you're from and what got you into Lorcana. What's the story?
Yeah. So I used to play TCG when I was young, and I came back to Lorcana because my girlfriend loved Disney, so that was a good occasion. And I live next to Paris. Yes. Like I said, the Olympic Stadium for swimming is like my town. And so that's all. And my family is in Normandy, so it's like something to give the mic to Ellie.
Yeah, no, there's a familiarity already. And yourself?
Yeah, I was playing some TCG, probably mainly online before, and I like the gameplay of Lorcana more than other ones. Right. So I dig into it, and now I'm here.
Perfect. And you both started right from the very beginning in the first chapter? Yep. Yes, awesome. So what is it that you find unique about Lorcana? What is it that keeps you playing after all this time?
What is unique, it's a simple game. You have a few little text on the card, but it's really complicated to know what to do exactly and play well. So that's everybody can play simply, but it's really hard to perform well. So that's what I like. I hate the TCG with many texts, and Lorcana it's simple.
Yeah, the simplicity. And how about yourself? What keeps you playing Lorcana after all this time?
Yeah, like you said, like it's easy to play, hard to master, and there is so much integration between some cards like my deck, obviously, and it's the most fun.
Awesome. So you've both kind of done what a lot of people think couldn't be done, and that's bring Ruby Sapphire and Steel Song into the finals. Now, these are two very powerful decks, but in the recent Disney Lorcana challenges, they've not been performing overly well. Obviously, Steel Song won in Lille in the previous format, but really the meta's been dominated by Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel. So I think the people at home are going to be thrilled to be watching this particular matchup, something that we don't see all the time. Yourself, we'll start with you. You're running Steel Song. You are not running the Sleepy's Flutes, correct? Can you just give us a brief synopsis of your deck, what you think it does well, some of the unique things that you've done with it?
So I play the list with, I would say, big bodies. So you have Ursula, Harps, Perdita, so it's really low rounds, so it's really strong bodies. And against steel decks, it's really hard. Like maybe if you watch the semifinals, it's really hard for a steel deck to clear the board. So you repair full body, you can draw with Rapunzel. So yeah, really, and you can always recover. That's just with all one new world and thing for free. So yeah, it's the classic steel stone, but with stronger body. A lot of cards we get too low, so it's really strong.
Yeah, the Cinderella Stout-Hearted that you're running in particular is particularly hard for a lot of decks to deal with, and in your previous feature match, that looked like a really key piece in taking that victory. And the Golden Harp's obviously also doing very well for you, so that's something for Steel Song fans. Maybe take a look at this list and maybe consider running it slightly differently. But I would say perhaps even a more unique list from my friend on the left here. You're playing Ruby Sapphire, and you are running the Queen. Please talk to me about your deck. What led to some of these choices?
Yeah, I think the Queen is actually the best blue card in the game.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. yeah, it is, because she's the only one to cheat Morris Workshop on turn 4, and Morris Workshop is the best card draw engine in the game.
Wow, what a statement!
I already played Morris' Workshop in Chapter 2 with Pabi's deck. That's why my deck's called Papabi, which means not Pabi. And I played OTK Pabi in Chapter 2, and this list is exactly the same, but more powerful because Queen and Scuttle enable the gameplay even more.
Amazing. I did have the pleasure of, while I was on my break, I did a little scout around when you were playing against the Ruby Amethyst player, and I think it was 11 items I saw on the board at one point. Absolutely wild. And just so people at home know, that might be thinking, oh, why are you telling each other the decks? We are in open deck lists. Both of these gentlemen will be able to look through their opponent's entire list and know all the unique counts. I'm so thrilled that you've both made it this far with like different versions of decks that, from what we would normally see from players. It's going to be an incredible final. Last question, is there anyone that you would like to thank, any shout outs that you'd like to give to anyone in the Lorcana community?
Like before my teaming class, which would come together since we have to play offline now, and so they really helped me for this.
Yeah, and you said that you think you might actually miss your flight tonight, but because you've made it this far, so it's worth it. So we've got you for one more night, which is fantastic. And yourself, anyone you'd like to thank or shout out?
I would like to say my partner, which is which bring me luck to me today, and all my team, obviously, meta makers, will make a new meta.
Absolutely love it, and you heard it here first. Maurice's Workshop is the best card drawer in the game, and the Queen may well be the best Sapphire card in the game. Gentlemen, I'm really excited to watch your game. Can I ask for a just pre-match handshake just as we go in? And there we have it. Can't wait to watch it. We'll be back very, very soon. Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker and I'm once again joined by my co-host Joe Curley. I just had a very interesting interview with our two finalists, with Pierre, who is on the Steel Song list with golden harps, no flutes, and Ellie, who was playing that deck that Ross seemed particularly excited about. I actually missed that game, so I'm so excited that I get to watch this deck in action now. But during my break, I stepped outside and I actually watched his game against the other top four player, the Ruby Amethyst player that came second in Bochum. 11 items on the board at one point. Whoa. 11 items. Incredible looking deck. It is running the Queen that can exert. Look at the top four cards of your deck, put an item into your hand, but if it's 3 cost or less, you can play it for free. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Ross and I got to see it in action earlier, and it was so impressive. We saw it take down Emerald Amethyst, which on paper looked like a nightmare matchup for Ruby Sapphire, but it was really, really glorious. This uninkable Sisu that costs 3, a really nice option when combined with the Ice Block as well. And that's the thing, we saw a lot of the Ruby Sapphire decks at the start of the set be very heavy on cards like Ice Block, but then Ruby Sapphire deck started dropping the Ice Box. Well, a nice way to get the Ice Box in the deck is if you play lots of item synergy with cards like Scuttle and the Queen. You know, I've always been a bit critical of Scuttle.
Yeah, for sure.
If you've got a bunch of items, then the Scuttle maths checks out. The more items you play, the more consistent Scuttle is. The more consistent Scuttle is, the better it is. So I think it's a really exciting deck. I love to see players thinking outside the box.
For sure.
Really, really investing time into preparing something spicy and unorthodox, and it's clearly paid off here.
Yeah. 100%. What I think is super interesting as well is, as you just said, the Ruby Sapphire player playing the deck a little less conventional to what we would expect these days for Ruby Sapphire. And I think the same is kind of true for the Steel Song deck. It's probably a bit closer to what we consider the core Steel Song deck, but not playing those Sleepy's Flutes, which I do think is a rarity in Steel Song these days, but playing those golden harps, which are slowly growing in popularity. I do want to share a couple of hot takes that I got from that interview there from Ellie on the Ruby Sapphire deck. He says that Maurice's Workshop is the best draw engine in the game.
Wow.
What a statement. Not something I would have ever previously said, but I suppose if you're going through a tournament where it is you've got this many items and you're getting the advantage off of it that much, it probably does feel like it is a very powerful draw engine. And he also believes that that Queen, the one that can exert to find an item, he thinks is the best Sapphire card in the game.
Wow, those are some hot takes. You're right.
They are.
Some hot takes. But I mean, look, they're in the final.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting. These cards kind of all work together. I mean, if you're playing a Maurice's Workshop on turn 3, it's a 3-cost uninkable item. It's going to be pretty slow, but if you can play the Queen on 3, exert the Queen, and then get Maurice's Workshop exerted and play for free. It doesn't matter if Maurice's Workshop is exerted. It doesn't matter at all. It's just every time you play an item, you can pay 1 to draw a card, and you can play multiple items per turn and trigger Maurice's Workshop multiple times. But look at that, Baker. Ruby Sapphire in the good matchups. Amber Steel is listed as a good matchup. So that could be a pretty bad sign if you're Amber Steel, especially without those Sleepy's Flutes. Sleepy's Flutes usually very good against Ruby Sapphire, but let's be fair, this is a very different style of Ruby Sapphire deck than we're used to seeing. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. You would very normally give the advantage to the Ruby Sapphire player, because while they are able to just continuously ramp and have a much bigger inkwell than their opponent, the Amber Steel player, 9 times out of 10, they want to play that whole new world. So if our Ruby Sapphire player is just emptying their hand, then the Steel Song player is just replenishing their resources. But that might not be the way it goes this time. If we are able to get that Maurice's Workshop off early and just keep drawing a lot of cards, maybe throw a Flavisham in there, then maybe the Ruby Sapphire player isn't as keen to have the Steel Song player play a whole new world. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think like the Amber Steel player is going to be really looking to shut down that Fishbone Quill nice and early. And then if you can answer the Fishbone Quill, you might be able to get that whole new world and get a really wide board. I mean, another threat you've got to be considering is that Shift Sisu legendary potential. We've seen that Piglet Poo Pirate Captain, the Smees, very hard to remove from the board with something like a Grab Your Swords. But with Ice Block combined with Sisu, you can get a very big board wipe, including cards like Mr. Smee.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, when I popped out and watched the top 4 game, there were 4 Ice Blocks on the board. So that if you can do it 4 times, a lot of characters now are just instantly removed by that 3-cost uninkable Sisu. And like I said, I love it. That, as Joe said at the beginning of the format, Ice Blocks and that uninkable Sisu, the Daring Visitor, pretty popular. Shout out to Sailor, who kind of originated that idea, but it's very quickly fallen off. Ruby Sapphire players have gone a different way, but here we see it in the finals. Maybe Ruby Sapphire players need to go back to that way of building the deck, and we will see very shortly. I'm so excited to get into this game, Joe. Again, I said to the players, it's so nice to have 2 ink colors that are very good, obviously, but haven't been getting those dubs in the DLC lately. It really, it's been Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel that have kind of been stealing the spotlight, but here we have Steel Song, Ruby Sapphire. I think the people at home and the people out on the floor that are watching on the screen are going to absolutely love this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little idea to take a look at the bracket so far. The players are currently sat down, but they're looking through the deck list. Here is the Elsa bracket. You can see in the quarterfinals, it was an Amber Steel Songs Mirror, which Pierre came out victorious. Let's look at the run Pierre took. Look, knocking out Frank Karsten in the mirror matchup there is so impressive. Then taking down Luca on Sapphire Steel. Another Amber Steel Songs Mirror in the quarterfinals for Pierre. That has got to feel very, very good, knocking out Frank Karsten in an Amber Steel Song Mirror.
You are absolutely right. And when I did my first interview with Pierre, that was actually one of the first things he said. He was like, oh, I beat Frank Karsten. I'm paraphrasing, but the message of it was like, this is a player I respect. I was very nervous going into this match. So very proud to have beaten a very, very talented player. And as you say, beating Luca with the Sapphire Steel, and then now he finds himself, then beating Ricardo in the mirror match. We actually watched that. That was kind of the Golden Harps versus Sleepy's Flute matchup. The Golden Harps came up on top, and the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, 2 copies in Pierre's deck, put in an awful lot of work in that particular game. But now he finds himself in the finals against our Ruby Sapphire player. We'll be going on to our next bracket, and abracadabra, here is the Maleficent bracket. And walk us through Ellie's journey, Joe.
Yep, so they've had a really nice run, starting off against the Amethyst Emerald player, which we watched earlier on in I think it was a 2-0 in the end. It was a really, really impressive win. Then there was that Ruby Sapphire Mirror, which I was a little bit concerned for them, thinking that maybe the more traditional Ruby Sapphire deck might come out on top. But as it turns out, Maurice's Workshop is going to be really powerful in that match as well. I mean, they've said that they think it's the strongest draw engine in the game. Those Ruby Sapphire Mirrors can often just really be a battle for resources. You've both got big cards, so if you can end up with significantly more cards in your hand, I can certainly see how they came out on top there. But then also taking down Sapphire Steel against Jarno, that was very, very impressive. Also want to give a shout out to some of the unorthodox decks in this side of the bracket. We saw Forstein with the Amethyst Emerald. We saw Martin with that Amethyst Steel. They were so close, weren't they?
Yeah.
Taking down Jarno. It was a 2-1 loss. They got to 19 on one game. And of course, with Goats in the game, that's even more close. So very, very strong performance. But we're going to take a look at some of the other brackets just about now. And this is the final bracket. The Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. We saw Victor versus Pierre, which was Sapphire Steel versus Amber Steel. Pierre out on top. And another Ruby Sapphire Mirror, which Edie came out on top of.
Just a quick correction, actually. Fabian is on Ruby Amethyst. That was a Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire match. That was the one that I went out to double check. So yeah, that looked like a really close net game, and Fabian coming second at DLC Bochum. So already a very established, talented player, but Ellie was able to take that dub, and now they find themselves in the final against Pierre. Ruby Sapphire with the Queen and Maurice's Workshop versus Pierre with his Golden Harps and Cinderella Stout-Hearted. What do you think, Joe? We've already said that Ruby Sapphire quite often is the favoured matchup here. Do you think that this Queen build against this Harp build may take it a different way?
It's going to be really interesting. You mentioned that in one of the mirror matchups for Amber Steel, it was the Harps that came out on top. of the Sleepy's Flutes, and that makes sense that the Golden Harps in the mirror matchup are going to be better. But if I could only pick one coming into this game, Flutes or Harps, I think I would rather have the Flutes against Sapphire Ruby. Ruby Sapphire can just get to that late game, and every time you play a character, it can often remove it, whereas those Sleepy's Flutes can rack up the lore. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Amber Steel, but if anyone could do it, it's going to be Pierre. They took down Frank Carston already. That's already a really, really big challenge. They've got another one on their hands here, and I'm just so excited to see this Ruby Sapphire deck in action again, Baker.
I can't wait. The first time that if that Queen does get to exert, come down and exert, that is it's going to feel like Mufasa that rips off the top. It could be super important. But yeah, Maurice's Workshop, who knew? Like, we've seen a little bit of rogue play here and there, but what a statement. The best draw engine in the game. But like I said, if you're running all those items, then it certainly feels like it. And I want to go back to the point you made not too long ago. I know you've, and quite fairly, I think, been kind of critical at Scuttle, and I absolutely see your points, but you're saying that if you've got that percentage of items, then you think it's a much more reasonable play. Yeah,
I think that this Queen item package just makes a lot of sense. The more items you play, the better Scuttle gets, and the better the Queen gets as well. So it just makes sense to just have an absolute abundance of items available, and yeah, it's really cool to see this work. I think, again, if you're playing the Maurice's Workshop on 3, it's very, very slow. You'd rather play a Fishbone Quill. But if you're putting the Queen down, exerting the Queen, and then playing Maurice's Workshop, it's going to be really very impressive. Now, the players are ready. The hands have been drawn, and the mulligans are about to begin for the final of Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. It all comes down to this.
I'm ready, Joe, and I know you are. The players have already had their deck checks. They have had a look through their opponent's lists, so they know what the other person is playing. Also, these guys are kind of familiar with each other. I think Pierre said that his family lived quite close to Illy, so they have met in the past. So nice little story there that they have crossed paths in the past, and now they find themselves in the final of Bologna.
Now, Pierre did get 48 points in Swiss, whereas Ely 47. So Pierre, due to having that slightly superior Swiss record, is the highest seed and therefore is going to be able to go first in game number 1. Now, while they might have the disadvantage in terms of matchup on paper, that is definitely going to swing things back into Pierre's favor with the fact that they're going to be able to go first in game 1. So I think we've got a really exciting final here. Let us know who you think is going to be winning. This is the final, and of course, so much to play for. Not only the pride, but also a whole binder filled with enchanted and foil cards from Ursula's Return.
What an incredible prize to go along with everything they've already won. As you say, here we go. Don't go anywhere. This is the grand final. Stick around. You don't want to miss it. And already I see that Gaston, Arrogant Hunter, in the hand of Ellie. 2 cost, 4-2, Reckless.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 cards mulligan for Ely, it seems like. Maybe 4, in fact. Of course, going to be looking for some ramp options, maybe a Fishbone Quill. Pierre going to definitely be aware of the threat of Fishbone Quill. We saw in the semi-final them utilizing bare necessities to discard the Fishbone Quill from their opponent and therefore shutting down the ramp option. Sapphire, of course, looking to get lots of ink early in the game. And it's interesting that both players, no overlap in terms of ink color. Ruby and Sapphire for Ely, and then Pierre on Amber and Steel. So a real big variety of inks in this game as the fist bump comes through, and we now are ready. Pierre with the highest seed will be able to go first. There's a Robin Hood which can be played on turn 1, and there's a potential Robin Hood shift which could come through on turn number 3.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a pretty nice opening hand. We've got that 1 drop. We've got the Ursula 2 drop if we desire it on turn 2. The Aerial Spectacular Singer. There's the Grab Your Swords as well. This looks pretty good. I don't know how useful that Grab Your Swords is going to be early, but the rest of the hand looks pretty darn good. And Illy with a Popsicle in hand. I'm also spying that Queen, a Tamatoa at the back there.
They do also have that Maurice's Workshop, which is an uninkable card, so it's not going to be able to go into the inkwell as the Popsicle comes through, card drawn. But Ely definitely could consider going for that on turn 3. Might just want to try and go for the Queen on turn 3, though. Now, Pierre does have ways of removing the Queen while it's ready before it can exert. Something like a And Then Along Came Zeus, which could be sung by a character with Singer 4. And there is a character with Singer 4 in the hand of Pierre that goes by the name of Ursula Vanessa. And there she is, Singer 4, so, and then along came Zeus could be an option. Also, Strength of a Raging Fire, if there's enough characters down on the board for Pierre, could remove the queen. It's going to be the Scuttle, going to be looking at 4 cards off the top, and an item can go into the hand, and look at that. There's 2 to choose from. Ice Block or Fishbone Quill. Ice Block uninkable. It is going to be the Fishbone Quill, and Pierre gets to see that working in a similar way to Aerial.
Yeah, that's a great move. And also, I want to draw some attention to the Teeth and Ambitions in Ili's hand, which can be sung by this Scuttle and could be able to put 2 damage on this Robin Hood. Of course, it may well be too late. Pierre going into his turn 3 is going to ink. He's going to ink that Champion of Sherwood.
Yeah, really interesting. I was expecting that to be shifted in this.
We have another. We have another.
Of course you ink the normal and you play the Enchanted. I wouldn't have it any other way. Imagine if Pierre inks the Enchanted to play the non-Enchanted Baker. There would have been riots.
Yeah, then be the rules. We want to see the Enchanted. And this is potentially the first example of going first benefiting Pierre, because if it had been the other way around, then Ili would have potentially been able to play Teeth and Ambitions to remove this Robin Hood before it shifted. So, yeah, already we're seeing the difference made by going first. I think we're inking that Teeth and Ambitions. No, it's still in hand.
Yeah, Teeth and Ambitions and Brawl, some removal options, and Pierre also just taking that opportunity in the previous turn to quest as much as possible. Another Robin Hood into the Inkwell, and it looks like Lawrence is going to come down that 0-4 stat line, but remember, when there's no damage counters on Lawrence, it's getting +4 strength. So it's a 4 strength, 4 willpower character, which quests for 2 right now. More questing from Pierre, who is making an amazing start, up to 7 lore already. Ili's going to be really looking to clear this board as quickly as possible, which that Fishbone Quill can certainly help them do. There's a Be Prepared in their hand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but it is kind of the story of Sapphire over the course of the weekend. Really slow starts, their opponent racing away with that early lore, but Sapphire's potential to catch up is incredible with the combination of Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. That Maui's going to come down, hero of all, and take out that Robin Hood. That's going to allow Pierre to draw a card, because when Robin Hood is banished, that's what you get to do. You get to draw. So really versatile cards. We're going to see the Brawl hitting the Inkwell, and we pass back to Pierre, who does still have that Singer 4 available to him.
Yeah, Scuttle quested as well here. Now, you might be wondering, why is there only 1 damage counter on Maui when it challenged the Robin Hood? There's no ice blocks around, but it was actually the Porpsicle which was used to heal Maui by 2. And there's now the Porpsicle in the discard, but only 1 damage counter on Maui. Now, Ursula Vanessa is going to sing Bare Necessities, and the Be Prepared is available in the hand for Ili. There is the Workshop, there is the Brawl. They're all actions, or non-character cards rather. They're all options. Surely Be Prepared is going to be chosen by Pierre here.
Yeah, it seems like it's probably the safest choice. The Brawl there could remove the Ursula Vanessa, and of course this Maurice's Workshop could come down and start generating value for Ili, but he doesn't have any other items, so it might be a while before he could get that advantage, so he does choose the Be Prepared.
Yep, there is Lawrence, which is going to consider challenging Maui. It's actually going to challenge the Scuttle instead, and then Rapunzel healing Lawrence back up to that 4-4 stat line, and a card drawn for Pierre. Now, Ili is at 7 ink, which is why that Bare Necessities came through from Pierre at this moment to discard it. Gaston into the Inkwell, Brawl onto Rapunzel, and 3 ink spare, which is just enough for the Workshop. Now, Maui can challenge either Vanessa or the Lawrence, but if it challenged Lawrence, the Maui would be removed. So Vanessa is the card chosen. No cards in hand right now for Ili, but an item off the top with that Maurice's Workshop would be tremendous, and there's a lot of items in this deck, Baker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The likes of Fishbone Quill, Porpsicles, there's a Maui's Fish Hook in there as well. Lots of very unique items that we don't see all the time, and yeah, as you say, any item off the top, as long as he's got enough, 1 more ink than the cost of that item, then that Maurice's Workshop will be able to draw a card. And hey, how about Maurice's Workshop into Maurice's Workshop, and let's really start to flood our hand.
Let's see what it is, Baker. It's a Let It Go. It's a lovely, wonderful, not set championships, a
DLC.
DLC, there we go. Promo card, which is so great to see. It removes the card from the board into the inkwell, but it's not a card draw tool. Cinderella, the only character standing right now. Perdita has just been drawn by Pierre, and that could be a game changer. Rapunzel into the inkwell, Perdita down onto the board, and Ursula, Vanessa, Robin Hood are options to be putting onto the board. When Perdita enters play, a 2-cost character or less can be played, and whenever it quests, Pierre is in a really good position. Big moment off the top. It's a scuttle.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Scuttle moment. There's 3 to pick from. So the fish hook, the fishbone quill, or the dime. Going to be the fish hook.
Yeah, makes sense to potentially turn our characters evasive and keep them safe, because Ellie doesn't have a whole lot going on, but this workshop could lead to a lot of card draw in a row. We've got 3 items on the board at the moment.
Pierre's workshop was also triggered there, so another card for Ely. There's 1 card in hand for them right now. I think it might have been Tamatoa, Baker.
Oh, that's a pretty good piece. I think we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 6 ink we're at the moment? So, or maybe 7. So we're nearly there. And that Tamatoa, of course, can recycle items, let us play them, and keep drawing off of Maurice's workshop. So it's not over.
Triple quest for 4. Perdita is going to trigger her ability again, and Robin Hood comes into play. This Perdita is putting in big work for Pierre. Now, at this moment in time, they have a few options in hand. I think there's a grab your swords, a Rapunzel. Do you play further into a potential Be Prepared, or can you risk just holding on to this Rapunzel? And then if a Be Prepared comes through, then you play Rapunzel. It's a big decision for Pierre here, and decides to play nothing at all, which I really like. They're only 6 lore away.
Yeah, they're closing in on game already, and yeah, you saw the power of that Perdita on play and on quest, just playing another character from of 2 cost or less from the discard, just +1ing every turn. Down comes the so shiny Tamatoa. We do have enough ink. He's going to return the Porpsicle to the hand, but I don't think there's enough ink to play it immediately.
There is not.
No, and even if he had 1, he might not have done it, just because obviously you want to trigger the Maurice's workshop off of that, so he'd preferably like 2 ink.
Yep. Pierre now questing again, surely, with all the characters available. A Robin Hood shift here would have given them an extra lore. They are 6 away, currently questing for 5. So a Robin Hood shift would have won Pierre the game on the spot, Baker, but it's not an option.
Yep, he did.
Cinderella Stout-Hearted as well would have been a game-winning draw there.
Yeah, for sure. We saw that Stout-Hearted closing out games and when we watched Pierre's last match. But yeah, bearing in mind, Pierre did ink a Robin Hood champion of Sherwood right at the beginning. But them's the breaks. You've got to play the hand you've got. You don't know what situation you're going to be in 3-4 turns from now. But yeah, you've got to assume that we're going to be questing heavy here and then just be 1 away.
Now, we had Amber Steel down as a good matchup for Ruby Sapphire, but based off game 1, Pierre has got other ideas.
I don't think anyone told Pierre that that's the case. Yeah. Of course, this Perdita on quest could potentially grab another 2 cost or less character. I'm not sure if there are any left. Yeah, he took the Robin Hoods and the Vanessa, so won't be able to take anything else just yet. Pierre knows he's within grasp of that game 1 victory.
Yeah, and of course, untimed rounds here, so definitely worth them taking their time. They go for the grab your swords, which is going to deal 2 damage to both Scuttle and Tamatoa. And then I think we're just going to see the Cinderella challenge the Scuttle and then questing with everything else, which gets them up to 18 and within touching distance. Again, holding on to that Rapunzel, Baker, just in case Ely finds that Be Prepared. They've then got a character to play down on the board, which can quest for 2. In comes the Porpsicle.
Be Prepared off the top of it. You see the look on Ely's face. That Porpsicle immediately finding it. Yes, we're going to exert the Maurice's workshop to draw another card, find a Gaston Arrogant Hunter. That's going to be inked. We're playing another Porpsicle. Does he have enough ink to trigger the Maurice's workshop?
And it's sung by Tamatoa as well. So this costs no ink at all to play Be Prepared. And a Scuttle comes through, and the items are now being developed, and there's many to choose from here. 3 items and the Queen off of the Scuttle. Of course, an item can be added to hand. It's going to be the Vitalosphere. But this decision from Pierre to hold on to that Rapunzel is looking really good right now. Pierre's going to be hoping to find something like a Mr. Smee. Rapunzel and Smee onto the board this turn could be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Try and force maybe another be prepared from the opponent. Just keep asking the questions, make them have the answers. But yeah, this queen hasn't put in any work yet, but I believe there is still time. But Pierre is within touching distance of 20. Laura is sitting at 18. Illy has a lot of catching up to do. Can he snipe it away from Pierre?
Now, Pierre has some interesting options here. They can go for Rapunzel and Vanessa, but they could just go for Robin Hood and Vanessa instead. Now, what Pierre's saying here to Illy is you have to remove one of my characters at least, whereas if they played just the Rapunzel, then you would still have to remove just one character but Rapunzel. So if Illy can remove one of the characters, Pierre's still going to have that Rapunzel to fall back on later on. The ice block comes through and is exerted. No, changing at the mind from Illy. Ice block is going to come down.
Yeah, worth saying as well, Pierre knows.
Queen.
Oh, it's off the queen. There you go. Pierre knows that daring visitor Sisu is in Illy's deck, so maybe that was part of the motivation behind not playing the Rapunzel, who would be banished by that.
Wow, look at this card draw tool from the Maurice's workshop. It's so good, Baker.
You heard it from Illy, the best draw engine in the game, and he's showing us how good it can be. Down comes that Sisu, removing the Robin Hood, who has lost one strength from the ice block. Illy has really turned the board state around. He's got a lot of catching up to do still, but could he do it?
Well, this Sisu would have removed Rapunzel, so I think Pierre made the right decision to hold on to that Rapunzel.
For sure.
And it is a Smee that's been drawn, so Pierre could go Smee, Rapunzel this turn, and risk another board wipe. With all those ice blocks, there's also just the simple potential of a giant legendary Sisu coming through to clear as well.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. This Sisu, this ice block could lower the strength by 1. Just trying to get a look on that.
6 ink available.
Yep, so it could lower Smee's strength by 1, take it down to a 2-drop. That would be enough for the Floodborn Sisu. This has got to be an intense decision. Do you extend here? Because if you do extend into something like a Be Prepared, although that wouldn't necessarily be the best move from Illy, but if he's going to lose the game, he'd have no choice.
Decides not to go for it, and with the amount of card draw potential off a simple item, and there it is, it's the Porpsicle. Now, there is a Brawl available in Illy's hand as well, which usually can't remove the Smee. But with that ice block, the Brawl is going to be able to remove Smee.
Look at the work this queen is putting in already. It has cheated 2 items onto the board. This has just completely turned around. Illy was topping. He had barely anything. And look at the advantage he has generated courtesy of this Maurice's workshop. Of course, that Be Prepared off the top was really good. But again, he's drawn quite a lot and his deck's built consistently. There are 4 copies. You can't hold it against him.
Yeah, and this is where those Sleepy Flutes can be so good in this matchup, because you reach a state where Ruby Sapphire just takes over and they can potentially remove every character card you play. Now, considering Illy to put that Maurice's Workshop into the Inkwell, but maybe deciding to hold on to it and use it. Imagine a double Maurice's Workshop on the board. That would be even more card draw potential.
Yeah, and one Maurice's Workshop triggers the other Maurice's Workshop. I can certainly see why it's put in work.
And it's going to remove the Smee as well due to the ice block. Big questing power as well. Suddenly, Illy's at 7.
He is at 7. He has 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. Pierre drawing into a Pooh Pirate Captain.
Rapunzel and Piglet, both cards need to be removed, Baker, for Illy to stay in this game.
There is I think that's a Madame Medusa in Illy's hand, I do believe. No, it's a Brawl. Okay, well that still helps us deal with one of the characters. We do have that Be Prepared, so if there is no other answer, then we will see the Be Prepared just to stop Pierre winning the game. But can he do it any other way? We see the Maurice's Workshop coming down. He's going to draw a card.
Ambitions can deal with the Piglet. The Brawl can deal with Rapunzel.
Oh, this is just what Illy wanted to see. He's going to be able to do a complete board wipe of Pierre's side and then just keep asking the questions. And Pierre now has got to be feeling the sweat.
The Queen is going to exert again, looking for another item, and yet again it finds one every single time. The consistency of Illy's deck is absolutely tremendous. Maurice's Workshop enters the board exerted, which doesn't matter. You never even need this item readied.
This is incredible. Pierre with such a big head start, but Ely has just completely turned it around, and now he has Laura on the board and could potentially be on a 2-3 turn clock.
Maurice's workshop. If I was playing on this board, Baker, I would need about 7 tables. It is tremendous at how organized Ely is keeping this table.
11. I'm going to count one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 items in play. Goodness
Ely up
me.
to 10. Ely is 10 lore away. It's an Ursula Vanessa, which crests for 1. Well, guess what? Pierre only needs 1 lore. So Ely has to answer Ursula Vanessa. Ursula Vanessa is the final boss here for Ely. There is a be prepared, but is there going to be a more efficient way for Ely to deal with it?
I'd love to know how much ink Ely has to see whether it's worth the Flavisham. Because obviously if you miss, you need to play Be Prepared.
Yep, worst case, you can always sing it with the Sisu.
That's true. That's a very good point. That Sisu is an 8-cost character, so that would work fine. We're going to play the Vitalosphere. We're drawing courtesy of Maurice's workshop. Lots.
Now there's a dime. Now the lucky dime Baker could add 3 lore this turn for Ely with that Sisu down on the board already. It is going to be prepared though, and it is going to be a lucky dime as well. So I think Sisu singing the be prepared, and then the lucky dime.
I think this is a great play because this is check. He has a Tamatoa in hand.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Tamatoa in hand who will be questing for more than 10, but this, well, obviously won't be able to quest, but this lucky dime will take that 10 lore and immediately give Ely game. Look at Pierre's face, the smile there. I don't think he can believe what's happened. He shows him the Tamatoa and he takes game 1. Wow. Goodness me, the Maurice's workshop and the Queen putting in the absolute business.
This was the most incredible comeback I have ever seen in a game of Disney Lorcana. Amber Steel songs at 19 lore. Well, that's great. 19 doesn't matter. You have to get to 20.
Holding him off turn after turn, constantly had the answers. How much more Queen and Maurice's workshop are we going to see after this event? I think a lot.
I think you could be right, Baker. Absolutely incredible. Every lore really does matter in a game of Disney Lorcana, because that one more lore, something like a goat, of course you can't play it in Amber Steel, but we did see in Fort Worth the Amber Steel songs player playing Baloo, which is some guaranteed lore. We see things like Sleepy's flute. Pierre's deck has done tremendously well to get to this point, but you can see why those cards are so useful in a matchup against Ruby Sapphire.
And it's kind of worth mentioning, he was at 19 lore. There was a turn where he had 4 characters on board and chose to quest with 3, but the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella took out the Scuttle. If that had been a quest, that could have changed everything, because that Scuttle, it wasn't, I don't think it was changing the game too much.
That's a really good point.
So maybe a mistake there on the quest. Obviously, you know, you play to the best of your ability at the time. You don't know how the cards are going to fall, but yeah, worth bearing in mind, just to add to your point you just made, every lore counts.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point. There was that decision from Pierre to challenge the Scuttle with the Cinderella. I think the Rapunzel then came through and added an extra card to Pierre's hand shortly there afterwards, but definitely was an opportunity to take that extra lore, and it really could have mattered, couldn't it, Baker?
Yeah, for sure. No guarantee, obviously, but certainly something to think about. Maybe, well, every lore counts, but we're going to be moving into game 2. Pierre will get to go first again.
Yeah, Pierre, being the loser of the previous game, is going to be able to go first in this one, which means, of course, if Pierre is victorious, it's going to mean that their opponent, Ely, will have an opportunity to go first in the 3rd and final game. So it's looking like an uphill battle for Amber Steel songs, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Pierre. They were so close in the last one. Can they just get that one extra lore necessary in game number 2 to take it to a game 3 in the finals? Remember, these players are playing not only for the pride and the credit of being the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion, but also a full set of enchanted cards and foil cards from Ursula's return. What a prize that is.
What a prize on top of everything they've already won. The Stout-Hearted Cinderella, the Rapunzel playmat, the Mickey BLT, the invitation to the European Championships, and now we are playing for the crown. Ely already throwing 3 cards down. He's interested in throwing a well, that's probably what he's keeping, I dare say.
Yeah, the Fishbone Quill being held onto. Also looking at holding onto that Sisu, 3-cost uninkable, maybe to just try and negate some of the early questing power that Pierre is looking to pull off.
Sure. Yeah, especially if you combine it with Ice Block, you'll be able to pick off things like the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain, but already can take out the Ursula Vanessa, the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. This Daring Visitor Sisu is putting in so much work in this particular matchup.
Yeah, Ely could also hold on to the Ice Block here, which could be a nice turn 1 play to then set up that turn 3 Sisu.
Sure.
Sisu can banish characters with 1 strength or less. So if you play the Ice Block, exert the Ice Block, suddenly a 2-strength character like a Piglet Poo Pirate Captain could be removed by that Sisu. And that is the card which Ely is really considering if they hold on to or not. And it looks like they decided to get rid of it. So really interesting, only 2 cards kept by Ely.
Little smile there from Ely to the crowd, and there does appear to be a big crowd out on the floor watching this on the screen. We can hear them. They're hyped. They're motivated. I hope this goes to game 3 just because I don't want it to end, but I'm sure if Ely has his way, he will take a 2-0.
Yeah, so Pierre will be going first. Of course, before they're able to play a character, they're going to have to ink something. It's going to be a Strength of a Raging Fire, and there is a Cinderella as a turn 1 play for Pierre. Can, of course, sing songs that cost 3 or less. Flavisham into the inkwell for Ely, and in comes the Ruby Shield of Virtue. It is called the Shield of Virtue, isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Chapter 1 card, 1 cost, inkable, and you can exert it and pay 3 to ready a chosen character. Really nice combination with that Queen. You could have multiple triggers of that effect to find items. And we saw in the last game, this Queen hitting an item every single turn. So, Lorcana fans, sleeve up your Queens, sleeve up your Maurice's workshops. They're pretty good.
Well, Ross managed to pull one in the Dizzy Lorcana Bokum stream, so he's going to be a very happy man.
He is.
The Queen pop off in a big way here. Now, Ely has a Gaston as an option for turn 2, which could be a nice way to just try and slow down any questing power from Pierre. We saw the way this one's going to play out. Ruby Sapphire, the longer the game goes on, the more dominant it's going to become. So Pierre's going to be really looking to get as much lore as possible in the early game here.
Yeah, I do think that's absolutely the game plan, exactly as you just said, Ely. We just saw once Ely starts to build up that big item count, get those Maurice's workshops onto the board, once he's got those ice blocks, he just has so many ways of controlling the board, especially in combination with Brawls and things like that. We see the Poo Pirate Captain Piglet coming down, and the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation going to quest for 1. Every lore counts. We learned that in the last game.
We certainly did.
We see the Lucky Dime in Lily's hand, not something you really want to see early, but better to have it than not. If it's discarded with a whole new world, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, that Tamatoa could bring it back. We're considering inking. No. Obviously, this is untimed. This is the finals. Players are free to take as much time as they want to think over these moves. The Flavisham's going to be inked, the Vitalis Sphere's played, and back over to Pierre. That slow start where Ely starts to build up those items on board.
Yeah, and Ely, of course, in the mulligan had the option of keeping that ice block. If there's an ice block down, then the Sisu could come through, remove the Piglet. It is going to be Smee, so some nice questing power. Piglet now questing for 3, with the fact that there are 3 characters on the board, and Cinderella quest for 1 for the 2nd time in this game, which puts Pierre up to 5 lore. They're a quarter of the way there. Ely with a bit of a slower start, I feel like, compared to the previous game, but there's the Sisu. It's going to banish the Cinderella. And Ely now kind of threatening that shift 6 legendary Sisu in a few turns' time.
Yeah, for sure. But this Poo Pirate Captain will most likely be able to quest for 3 again, as long as Pierre can get another character on board. He is holding a Lawrence that I've seen. He's got a Storm Rage on and a Along Came Zeus in the hand. Yeah, we're going to play that Lawrence. Questing with Smee and Piglet for 5, and very similar to the last game, Pierre taking a very early lead, but we just learned the hard way, this game is not over.
No, certainly not. Gaston is in the hand for Ely, as well as the Queen as the inkable options. Ice Block, Sisu, and Lucky Dime are uninkable, so it looks like it's going to be the Gaston into the Inkwell, and it's going to be a decision between the Queen or the Sisu. It's going to be the Queen, and it's going to be given Rush by the Fortisphere here.
And +2.
+2 strength as well from the Vitalisphere, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
So it's now going to have Rush and 2 extra strength. and the Sisu. In fact, it was just the Sisu with that extra 2 strength taking out the Smee, wanting to preserve the queen on the board, which makes a lot of sense. So the rush wasn't useful, just the +2 extra strength.
Yeah, for sure, especially since Illy doesn't have a fishbone quill. That might be a nice hit off of the queen, but you got to think he wants to find that Maurice's workshop so we can start to build a hand. We're seeing that Storm. Is that Storm Ray John?
Storm Ray John.
Yeah, Storm Ray John in the hand.
In there as well.
Isn't enough to take out the queen, who has a 3/3 stat line.
Yeah, so remember this Lawrence, 0 strength, but when it has no damage, it's going to get 4 strength. So right now, it is a 4 strength card. Storm Ray John is sung by Lawrence, 2 damage into the queen. Can Pierre finish the job and remove the queen from the board? But also, they want to try and develop another character down so this piglet starts questing for 3 instead of the 1 it's currently questing for.
Yeah, Pierre at 10, Law. This time it could go differently. He could make that race to game. We are able to get the Robin Hood down, so Piglet does quest for that 3, bringing to Pierre to 13, and another Pooh Pirate Captain coming onto the board. So that's 6, 7, that's 8 Law on board. So Illy does need to answer this. Of course, the Queen will be able to take out one of the Pooh Pirate Captains, but still, that's a lot of pressure that the Pierre's starting to build up. We did find the Maurice's Workshop, I believe, off of that top.
Yep, there's also an ice block available for Illy with that Sisu around in the mix as well. So could be using the ice block to lower the power of the Piglet, for example, and keep the Queen on the board. Instead, could use it to lower the power of this other Piglet, and then the Sisu comes through, removing it from the board. So Illy's managed to remove 2 of the questing threats from Pierre, but still able to quest for 3, getting to 16 this turn. Which is getting pretty close, Baker, to that magical 20 mark.
You're right, absolutely within touching distance. We're going to see that Borum Sensation Cinderella be inked. The Long Came Zeus is going to get rid of the Sisu. Pierre respecting the ability to shift into the Floodborn. If that happened, that would be devastating. The Flavisham is going to come down. I do believe that was off the top, because I did see the Workshop and the Lucky Dime in his hand previously. So very nice. And which item does he want to remove? Obviously, it's the choice between the shield and the ice block. It is going to be the ice block, finding us Porpsicle and Maui really nice, is going to help to control the board a little bit more, and of course Porpsicle thinning our deck and more items on board for Flavisham. Yum, 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 yum.
And Illy's going to ink the Porpsicle. Could have inked the Maui and played the Porpsicle, but of course that Maui is going to give them that little bit of board control that they so desperately needed this time. Big moment off the top for Pierre. They've got a whole new world in hand and something else which I didn't quite catch. It's a quest. It's a double whole new world right now. That is not what you're looking for if your name is Pierre. They could go for the whole new world if they have enough ink, but I'm not even convinced they've got 5 ink yet. They're at 19 again. Surely not. And Pierre is going to go for the whole new world, I believe. No. Illy seems to have called the game right there. Pierre does take it. Pierre has made it 1 game apiece.
Wow. What a game. It went very similar to our first game, with Pierre taking a really huge lead, but Illy was able to still take game 1. But game 2, Pierre, he was able to finish it.
Pierre has taken it, and we're going into game number 3, and it's all gonna come down to this. Remember, Pierre, having lost that game, won that game, will be going second in the 3rd and final game. Pierre's been able to go first in both games so far in this best of 3, but they're now going to have the biggest uphill battle of them all, because they're going to be going second against Ruby Sapphire, and Illy is going to be really looking to ramp up as quickly as possible as the Sapphire player.
Yeah, and definitely wants to get that Queen down early to try and start building up those free items. She seems to hit all the time, so I'm not expecting anything to change. But if you're just joining us, first of all, you've missed a lot, but don't go anywhere, because this is the 3rd game of the final match of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. We have Pierre versus Illy. Pierre running the Steel Song deck, no Sleepy's Flutes, instead opting for the Golden Harps, and Illy playing Ruby Sapphire with Maurice's Workshop, which he calls the best draw engine in the game.
Amazing.
And if you watch game 1, it's hard to argue with him, and the Queen, which he just calls the best Sapphire card in the game, full stop.
Okay, Illy has got no ramp in the opening hand here. Of course, we're now looking at the Amber Steel Songs hand. They're going to be mainly just looking for a nice curve, maybe try and shift in the Robin Hood and get a whole new world through, possibly. Ely's going to be really looking to try and find some ramp options, that Mickey Mouse or the Fishbone Quill, the main ways. Now, I don't think Pierre's playing the Queen, so often what you might be able to do as the Amber Steel Songs player going second is play the Queen on 1, shift the Queen on 2, sing a whole new world, and discard that Fishbone Quill. That's not an option.
No.
But what could be is Pierre playing Bare Necessities on 2 and trying to discard a Fishbone Quill from Ely to disrupt the ramp.
Yeah, that'd be a really nice play, but we've seen before, if Ely starts to get these Maurice's Workshops on the board, it can just get carried away. But here we go, our players have finished their mulligan. The final shuffle, this is the final match of this DLC Bologna, a cut from both players. And here we go. Ely will be going first. We're going to be inking that So Shiny Tamatoa, and I expect the Porpsicle is going to come down, drawing a card for Ely and passing over. There she is, Joe.
Queen into the hand. That's a nice foil Queen as well. So really nice. And no turn 1 from Pierre, which is not ideal. They did ink a card, but didn't play anything down onto the board.
No, they inked the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, but nothing to follow up with. Not the best start. Double Sisu in Ely's hand, isn't...
Scuttle has missed.
Oh, that was off Scuttle. I thought that was his hand.
You don't see that too often in Ely's deck. Scuttle missing. It does happen sometimes in a similar way to the aerial. Bare Necessities, Bare Necessities played, hoping to find that Fishbone Quill, but Ely doesn't have it right now, but could find it by exerting the Queen in a couple of turns' time. Now, the Teeth and Ambitions or the Porpsicles are options to discard. Which do you expect Pierre's going to go for here?
I think there is a bit of an argument for the Teeth and Ambitions, as he does take that choice, because Pierre is running a lot of characters with 2 strength or less, such as the Pooh Pirate Captain, Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. So I think Pierre, that's where I'd have gone personally, just a bit more of a guarantee that your characters are going to stick, but not a good start from Pierre, who hasn't been at, obviously, the Bare Necessities on 2, but you would much rather be singing it with a Ballroom Sensation Cinderella. The Queen makes her way onto Ely's field, so next turn we will get to see the top 4 cards of the deck and see if we find an item to cheat into play.
Yeah, so many uninkables in the hand for Pierre, which is why they had to do it. But here's the Queen, top 4 cards, an item that costs 4 or less can be played for free exerted. It's the Vitalosphere, not exactly the Fishbone Quill or the Maurice's Workshop they would have been hoping for, but certainly not bad, as the Porpsicle enters the building, Scuttle enters the Inkwell, and another Queen enters the board.
And you've got to think, Joe, missed on that first Scuttle, but with every miss and you put those cards to the bottom, you increase your chances that you are going to hit with these other Queen exerts or potential other Scuttles. So the first miss may have been quite hard, but I think that's increased his odds of getting better hits throughout the rest of the game.
The good news for Pierre is they found an inkable card in the form of Cinderella.
Excellent.
3 copies of Let the Storm Rage On, 1 copy of Grab Your Swords, and a Lawrence in there as well. Ely currently at 2 lore. Pierre hasn't got a lore on the board yet, and they're going to need to start getting lore as quickly as possible. Lawrence could remove the Queen here that's exerted.
Of course, there is another one waiting to follow up. We're going to be singing Let the Storm Rage On with Lawrence, putting 2 damage counters on the Queen.
Okay, Baker, this is big. So there's another Storm Rage On coming from Pierre onto the Queen, and they have the opportunity to maybe Zeus this Queen in the future. Of course, they had to pay 3 for the second copy of Let the Storm Rage On. But if they can start removing these Queens and disrupting the card draw engine for Ely, Pierre could claw their way back into this one. There's still no ramp available for Ely.
But a much slower start from Pierre. Yeah, I think that was a heartbreaking start, to be honest. No turn 1, turn 2, played the Bare Necessities, which is not awful, but if that Cinderella had been down a bit sooner, we'd have been able to sing Storm Rage On, draw more cards. So Pierre definitely coming back from behind this time, but he's made it all the way to second to the finals. I'm sure he can pull it out.
Now, really interesting here from Ely. We saw the Queen get exerted, but if I'm not mistaken, it actually quested or challenged into Lawrence. So the Scuttle damaged Lawrence down, which then reduced its strength by 4, and then the Queen challenged the Lawrence to remove it. Now, the reason for that is, as much as Ely loves the Queen drawing them cards, their job here is just keep Pierre as far away from 20 lore as possible. They know the longer this game goes on with their lucky dime, they're going to win. As long as they stop Pierre getting to 20, Ely will get the board into a position where they can win the game. So that's why they just decide to make what might look like a bit of a weird decision to remove the Lawrence, as grab your swords removes the queen.
Yep, just wants to draw the game out to those later stages where Ruby Sapphire really starts to take over after we've developed those Maurice's workshops and we can get lucky dimes down. So, yep, Ely, the longer the game goes on, Ely does seem favoured. He's holding a be prepared for if Pierre is able to mount a bit of a board. We're going to play another Lawrence.
Yeah, in comes Lawrence, and Cinderella is going to get one law on the board for Pierre. 19 more needed, though, for that victory.
There's a Scuttle.
Yeah, Scuttle, a nice option. Just going to be a 2-cost character for Ely to play down, but it also could simply go into the Inkwell if Ely wants to develop the lucky dime this turn. Now, I think the Scuttle is going to be the option for Ely.
Yep.
If they're confident they hit an item, but if you miss an item, it could be a disaster. And maybe that's why Ely's decided to just play it safe and develop the lucky dime.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I think that there's an argument that you could have gone with the Scuttle, try and find that Maurice's workshop so that you can start to build your resources, but playing it safe, I completely respect. The dime is now on the board. We really need a workshop though, so that Ely's top decked items just turn into card draw.
The thing is, if Ely goes for the Scuttle and misses, they are spending their whole turn on playing a 1/3 character, which quests for 1. That would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, and wouldn't have inked in the turn, which is not what you want. So, no, I totally respect it. We are seeing that golden harp coming down for a cost of 1. So, I assume we have a song. We do. Strength for a Raging Fire. Doing 3 damage to his own golden harp. Absolutely stellar. Because, of course, if you don't play a song by the end of the turn, golden harp is banished. So, that allows it to stay on the field, and it will be able to quest for 2 next turn.
You wanted the Maurice's workshop. Well, there it is now. Ely just looking for any sort of item, and they're going to be able to utilizing the card draw potential of Maurice's workshop. It's a 3-cost uninkable item, and whenever you play another item, you can pay 1 ink to draw another card, and you can use that multiple times per turn. Ely also sat on a be prepared, kind of just waiting for Pierre to develop the board a little bit further and walk into a huge be prepared, which I'm sure you're getting ready for, Baker.
Oh, obviously, you know me too well.
So big quests come through, Cinderella, Lawrence, and the Golden Harp. So Pierre's getting up there at 9, but the Golden Harp is going to banish itself at the end of the turn, as Pierre did not play any songs. And it's another Maurice's workshop.
Oh, oh. No, he didn't play. He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Didn't?
No,
oh my goodness.
He didn't do it. I nearly got carried away there. Joe even set me up. He was like, "This is your moment, Baker," but it didn't even happen. Don't worry, we're getting there.
I think Ely might have shown Pierre that it was in the hand as well. Decided to go for the Maurice's workshop instead.
Yep. No,
develop a bit more card draw.
I respect it. These Maurice's workshop are what
And now the whole new world is going to discard the be prepared. But the big problem is, Baker, Ruby Sapphire has a lot of very powerful cards, and it suddenly got 7 in hand. Soon to be 8 when Ely draws for turn.
Yeah, Pierre still is in the lead concerning Law, so that is a good thing. But the same has been true of, the same was true of game 1, and was still able to have it robbed of him by Ely. We're going to be inking the Ursula Vanessa.
This is a big quest coming through from Pierre. The Golden Harp is sticking on the board, but look at the left side card in Ely's hand.
And we see it. Be prepared.
That's the moment you've been waiting for. The Be Prepared clears the board and all the characters are banished, but the items remain on Ely's side of the board. And with that lucky dime, they can go from 2 law to 20 in record time, especially with a Tamatoa and an abundance of items.
Yeah, how many items do we have? 2 Maurice's Workshop, 1 Ice Block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 6. Oh, and the Vitalosphere, I missed that, so 7. So this Tamatoa along with Lucky Dime could put a 2-turn clock onto the game if he's able to develop it.
Yeah, 7 lore away. Robin Hood Enchanted, Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. That is potentially questing for 5 next turn if Pierre can get down a 3rd character for the Piglet, which would put them at 18 lore. So Ely is really going to be looking to remove as many cards from the board as possible. They have a Let It Go, they have a Brawl. Let It Go onto Robin Hood is decided.
Yeah, Robin Hood running through the inkwell, courtesy of that Robin Hood. Now comes the brawl to clear the Poo Pirate captain as well. So Ely finding a lot of answers off of that whole new world, but Pierre still has a hand. We see a couple of copies of Rapunzel, one strength of a Raging Fire. Is that a Lawrence as well? Yep.
Double Rapunzel enters the board. 8 ink spent. These Rapunzels questing for 2. If Pierre can quest with them both, they're going to be at 17 and within touching distance. Ely, though, Tamatoa time.
Here is
Tamatoa with the lucky dime is getting an insane amount of lore. Ice block for a little bit more. Every item on the board gives Tamatoa 1 more lore pip, and that lucky dime plus Tamatoa could end things very quickly indeed. But the Rapunzels remain on the board. This game could be over in just a matter of moments. It is neck and neck.
This is check. There are 8 types of 1 to 3, 4, 5. Yep, 8 on the board. Tamatoa will be questing for 9, and then the lucky dime would pop him up the other 9 to 18, and that would be exactly 20. This is check. Pierre needs to answer either this dime or this Tamatoa.
Well, Sing Zeus.
That's a start.
Rapunzel.
That's a start. Can you do another 3 damage to this Tamatoa? You have to remove it. He does. Oh no, it's not quite enough.
Raging Fire, and then play a whole new world. So there's still 3 ink left for Pierre, and they're looking for something to damage this Tamatoa.
Yeah, we need a strength.
Pierre knows that Tamatoa has to go right now.
He's got nothing.
I can't see.
He's not found anything. He's found nothing, and he can play the aerial, but then there's no ink left to play the song.
Tamatoa plus the dime is going to get Ely from 2 to 20 in a single moment.
Yep.
Pierre just making sure there's nothing they can do. They've got 3 ink left.
Yep.
They could play the aerial to try and find a song, but there's going to be no ink left to do it. That's what they go for, aerial. I don't think there's any one-cost songs. The Storm Matron is there, but there's no ink. There's no singers available.
Pass is over. And that's game.
Lore.
And that is game. Ely is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion.
What a final, Baker. Absolutely incredible games from both players. Ruby Sapphire Items is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion. It was supposed to be the tournament all about Bucky, but it turned out to be all about the Queen.
All about the Queen and the Maurice's Workshop. You heard the take from Ely in the interview. Maurice's Workshop is the best draw engine in the game, and the Queen is one of the best Sapphire cards in general in the game, and he has definitely backed up that.
Absolutely incredible final. It was so close. Pierre got to 19 lore in game number 1. And even in the second game, very, very close.
So close.
To remove that Tamatoa. That double Rapunzel on board, we thought it was going to get them to around 18 lore. But just the power of Tamatoa with all those items. Tamatoa is good with not that many items. When you're playing a whole deck focused on items, the Tamatoa is mind-blowingly powerful.
I love it. I'm a little bit in shock that we are going to be saying your champion deck list had the Queen. I think Maurice's Workshop is maybe a little more common, but the Queen, I can't remember the last time I've seen that in a deck. Absolutely incredible. Sleeve up your play sets. Absolutely amazing. And you're right, a lot of people thought this was going to be all about Emerald Steel, or Ruby Amethyst was going to bully its way into the finals, but nope. Ruby Sapphire Steel Song, what a healthy meta game. I love it.
Absolutely. So many prizes are going to be handed out pretty soon, so don't go anywhere. Of course, the top 8 players are going to be getting their hands on their golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, which is just amazing. And of course, our winner Ely is going to be getting a binder filled with an enchanted card from every enchanted, including an enchanted Queen, which is going to be able to go into their deck, I'm sure.
I would love to see that. As soon as he gets the prize, just sorry, 1 minute, I just need to sleeve this. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, we're going to be having a whole prize ceremony. You're going to get to see all these players that have made it this far get their prizes. And yeah, I actually already saw Tim, part of the Ravensburger development team, one of the game devs. He's going to be presenting the prizes, so I'm excited. I'm so proud of these players, and I just want to say a huge thank you to you guys at home, whether you've been with us for just the last hour, whether you've been with us today, or the entire weekend. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time. Thank you for watching the games, and I hope that you, if you're not already a Lorcana player, you have been tempted to come and join us.
Yeah, and absolutely. Don't forget then to get in contact on our social media, Facebook, Instagram and X, Disney Lorcana. There we go, almost. And what a tournament it's been. I also want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the staff working
100%.
really hard behind the scenes to make this thing happen. The judges have been putting in so much time learning all these very complicated rules and making sure everyone's safe and happy. It's just been an absolutely wonderful tournament, and there's so much more to look forward to with Disney Lorcana. We're just less than 1 week away from the release of Shimmering Skies, and there's more Disney Lorcana challenges ready to come. This is not the end of Ursula's return meta, because we've got up next Toronto, the final tournament, which is going to be played with the set 4 meta. But a big difference is it is by Bucky. Bucky has been now errated for the rest of the Disney Lorcana challenges, and then it's going to really shake things up. And now there's also a certain Ruby Sapphire deck, which I think a lot of people will be bringing to Toronto.
Oh, I guarantee some people have watched that and gone, all right, that's my mind up. That's absolutely what I'm playing. Yeah, Toronto, the next event. After that, the 21st
of September.
Thank you. I went blind for a moment. Yes, we have Las Vegas, which is sure to be an incredible event, and that
Birmingham's
will
on the same weekend.
Yeah, that will be played the same weekend as Birmingham, which we certainly hope we'll get to be at. And then later on in the year, one that I know is quite special to you, Joe, we have DLC Seattle, which I believe you are very interested in watching.
Yeah, I've bought some plane tickets. I'm going over to Seattle.
Oh, there we go.
Why not? It'll be rude not to. So I'm gonna really excited to see what it's like over in there. Obviously been fortunate enough to attend all the European challenges. Really excited to see all the people over in Seattle. Of course, Toronto up in Canada is going to be a really interesting one to keep our eyes on as things develop. With the end of Bucky, it's going to really open up the door for some other Emerald decks, I think, to make a real splash. And Las Vegas and Birmingham, of course, going to be the first events which are played in the Shimmering Skies metagame, and then Seattle is the final one. But let's not forget, we've also got the European Championships and the North American Championships after these events conclude. So definitely be on the lookout for announcements about those.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, the disappearance of Bucky, I think that definitely changes the way Emerald Steel can play, and it was a very good deck before Bucky was the way to play it, just with Prince Johns, Friar Tucks, Curse Merfolks, things like that. But not just that, it's the snowball effect it's going to have on all these other decks, because if Bucky can't be played anymore, do we still play Diablo? Do we still play that shift line of Diablo? Is it as prominent a threat? If it's not, do we still play as many brawls? Do decks change? Like, sometimes, can they take out some of these specific answers and make room for other things? And that's going to have a snowball effect on the entire meta, and I, for one, am so excited to see what it's going to bring.
Yeah, I think there's so many decks in the game, Baker, which are kind of been kept out a little bit of it by Bucky. We did see a couple of Emerald Amethyst decks making it into the top cut, but even those decks are kind of having to include some cards which are a little bit slow in order to try and deal with the Diablos and the Buckies. But if there's less of them, I think you can definitely see the return of some more aggressive, quick questing Emerald decks, which, as you know, I do like a quick question Emerald deck.
He loves a quick deck, he does. But yeah, I also want to make the point of saying we are less than a year old. We're so young, Joe. We're just a baby, and this game has captured people's imaginations. It's captured their hearts. It's given them memories for some of childhood times watching these Disney films, and experienced TCG players have been able to bring two loves together. I love this game. I know you love this game. I'm excited for more people to fall in love with this game, and I want to give shout out to, again, Ravensburger for bringing it to us, and the game devs. Like, I think we have such a healthy meta for year one of this game. So it's an absolute credit to the team, and just to echo what Joe said, a huge shout out to the production team. There is so much going on here, so thank you to everyone that's been involved.
What we're going to do quickly is we're going to go over to a quick interview, and then we're going to have a bit of a reward ceremony soon as well. So we're going to go over to a quick interview now, I do believe.
And
not just yet. We're going to an interview soon.
I'll tell you what, can I? Oh, maybe we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Pierre, who just finished second at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, in Italy, and I mean second place finish at this huge Disney Lorcana Challenge. How do you feel?
Really happy. Well, it's been an amazing weekend, and I'm really happy that Ellie won. So,
coming into this tournament, what were your goals? What were you trying to achieve? What would have been great for you this weekend?
Meg, just like let it go would have been great, honestly.
So you're aiming for top 28, you get top 2. Tell me about your deck. Why did you choose Steel Song for this tournament?
I wanted to beat Green Steel and Blue Steel, so I like the Steel Song with, like I said, big bodies and who can beat Steel. So that's why I expected in the top to have a lot of Steel deck, and that's what happened, so that's why it went good for me.
It went very well for you indeed. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any thanks to give for your second place finish this weekend?
Yeah, my Inkless team, which is yelling outside, so they will help me all weekend, so that's thanks to them.
We heard the cheers every time you won on stream. We heard the cheers. Well, I know you got a flight to rush to, so all we're going to say is congratulations. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the organization.
And we'll throw it back to the casters for just a minute. But don't worry, we have got an award ceremony. We have got some prizes to give out.
Welcome back. I've got my Disney Lorcana hat. I'm very happy with it, I'm not going to lie. I've been waiting a very long time to have this.
We have. This is our third event now.
I had to put it on, didn't I? I'm going to be wearing this for the rest of the evening. You can expect to see it. Yeah. If you see me in Bologna tonight, you're going to see me wearing this hat, Baker.
I will tell you, though, this is the first time he's not wearing Crocs. He's actually wearing dress shoes, so well done to you, Joe, for that. But, yeah, what an incredible event.
Apparently it's not even my hat. Apparently it's Ross's hat.
Oh, right.
Absolutely fuming.
He's got the Penny. He's certainly got the But, yeah, we were finally able to get some hats. They also gifted us some T-shirts. Full thank yous to how we've been treated. And, like, yeah, it's such an honour to be here. It's great to work with you, Joe.
Yeah, it's been a
great
pleasure
to work with Ross and just be part of the team. And every time I've had the chance to go out there, it's been so amazing to meet so many Lorcana players, see the excitement from people in the game. But yeah, we are building up to that awards ceremony where players will be handed their golden serialized Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Super exciting, a very a piece of history in Lorcana.
Absolutely.
When we're doing the DLC in 30 years, that Mickey Mouse will always be the original. So shout out to everyone that has managed to attain one. I'm jealous.
Yeah, we've got all the players now in the backstage area, in the little studio area, ready to receive their prizes. So we're not too far away from that at all. Yeah, so this hat, I want to talk a bit more about the hat.
Please, talk about the hat.
On the prize wall, there's lots of really cool prizes. Of course, we've had the main event happening over here, Baker, at Disney Lorcana, but there's also a bunch of side events going on, and you can use your prize tickets from both the main event and the side events to purchase some really cool prizes, such as this pretty cool Disney Lorcana hat. There's also a Lorcana t-shirt. There's a non-foil Rapunzel and Cinderella stout-hearted, but also, most impressively, there is a Cinderella stout-hearted playmat.
That's exactly what I would be going after. I think it's nearly 100 tickets, so obviously
90,
so there were 100 prize tickets given to the top 4 and the top 2, but of course all these side events that have been running today have been allowing players to build up those prize tickets so they can take home hopefully either that Cinderella stout-hearted, or I know I remember when we were in Bochum, there was a young girl that was desperate for that Rapunzel gifted with healing. I think she was only 7 or 8 with a family, and she was desperately trying to find enough prize tickets. And that story got around the room, and it got to a point where so many people came up to her, "Are you the girl that's desperately trying to get here? I have my prize tickets."
So cool.
And that is my favourite story from the Lorcana community so far. Joe, I'm opening a pack.
Do it.
I'm opening a pack. Here we go, nice and quick. We've got Tor, we've got Aurora, Prince Eric, Farzu. Yes, I'm getting there. I'm finally learning some of the characters I didn't know. Swing into Action, Luisa Madrigal, Marshmallow, Avalanche, A Pirate's Life for Me, Jasmine, you can have that. Raja, and my foil is Field of Ice. Nothing too impressive, but I do like a shiny.
And there's just so much to look forward to, Baker, of Disney Lorcana.
Yep.
Shimmering Skies comes out on Friday.
Very close.
204 new cards. In fact, if you want to be particularly particular about it, 205 cards, because we're also getting a Sec 6 card released, which is going to be Oswald, which is part of the D23 promo, also coming out next week. So much to look forward to. So many new decks going to be on the horizons, and of course still 3 more Disney Lorcana challenges this season to look forward to, and then we've even got the European and the North American Championships as well.
And then you've got to think that after this year is through, the Lorcana team have got big plans for next year. I'm sure we're going to hear all about it in due time, just a little bit of patience, but we're kind of spoilt really. Like, it's the first year we've had so many events go on, such incredible prizes. Lorcana is the TCG game.
It's a really, really amazing game. And also we've got set championships not too far around the corner. We had some last month in July. The whole of July was set championships. So don't forget, if you're looking to get into the game, go to your local game store, get involved. It's a great time to do so with the new set coming out. Everyone's going to be learning the ropes on the new set. We did see some really great stories. We saw Reese, who finished second in Lille. They started at the beginning of set 3, and then they finished second at a Lorcana challenge at the end of set 3.
Yep, absolutely. So it just goes to show that you don't need to have been around from the beginning. If you come into the game, you commit yourself to it, learn the cards, then you too could be a Disney Lorcana champion.
Yeah, and the set championships coming up in Shimmering Skies, a little bit different as well. 8 players from those events will be getting their hands on the promo card, which is that new Mirabelle Madrigal from Amber. Previously, it was only the top 4 players, but now it is the top 8. So really, really good opportunities for people to get some amazing promo cards for Disney Lorcana, and the artwork is just glorious.
It really is, and that Mirabelle, the first character we've ever had with 5 lore. Is that going to be a contender that we're going to see in Top Cut deck lists? Only time will tell.
I don't think so.
He doesn't think so. But I'm sure you want one, just because
maybe one day. Oh, it's an amazing card, and there's some really interesting synergy in there.
I want to play it with the peddler. Yeah, I think the peddler queen is absolutely the way to go with that. But yeah, set championships, just to go off the point you just made, I'd like to credit Ravensburger for that decision. I think a lot of the community, that was the feedback that I was seeing more than anything else, that they would like this promo to be top 8. Definitely. Ravensburger have listened to the feedback and they've said, bet, there you go, top 8 can have it. So huge credit. They're clearly listening to us, guys. They've got their finger on the pulse of the community, and they're doing everything they possibly can to make this the best game it can be and give its players the best experiences. So one more time, huge credit to Ravensburger. Yeah, and we are going to be very soon starting this reward ceremony. We've got Ross and Tim ready and waiting. We've got Tim, who is a great game designer. Big shout out to him. It's been a pleasure. It has. Thank you so much, Baker, for joining me. It's been a really, really fun weekend. We are going to be heading over now to the reward ceremony with Ross and with Tim.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a lot of games this weekend. We've had a lot of winners, but we have 8 players who have won above all others, and we need to be giving them some prizes. We've got Tim here from Ravensburger. He's going to be handing over some of these gold serialized Mickeys, the most sought-after card in the Lorcana trading card game, and then I'm going to see if I can get some highlights from the players. So please welcome in your first top 8 finisher, Ricardo. The number is very important. I won't keep you very long, but give us a highlight from the weekend. What was your favorite part of the weekend?
The location was perfect. Was perfect for playing, because we have a lot of paces, a lot of quiet people. It's all perfect.
It was indeed perfect. With your head on through, we will see our second top 8 finisher. We have got Thomas. The number is very important here.
Number 188.
That is a very good number, so I'm going to ask you the same question. Give me a highlight of this weekend for you.
I wanted to play Bucky first, but at the player meeting, the guys told me, oh, there's so much Bucky, don't play it. So when they collecting deck list in the last second, I switched to Ruby Amethyst. Because I had a deck list from a set championship in my backpack, and I took it out and said, go for it, and it works very well today.
That sounds like it worked very well. Well, congratulations. Head on through.
Oh, thank you.
Just into the next little area there, and we will welcome in our next top 8 finisher, Din Kang. Congratulations. Show the camera, show us what number you got there.
99.
Oh, that's a very nice number. So, other than the Mickey, of course, give us a highlight for the weekend.
My highlight is, of course, getting the Mickey, and I'm the first person right now who got to both continentals, like invite to both continentals, and I hope Ravensburger will let me play both, so I can compete like twice. But yeah, that was my highlight.
If you weren't going to say it, I knew that I was definitely going to say it. Congratulations. That is a phenomenal achievement. Go join our other finalists. Okay, and our final top 8 finisher here, we have got Jarno. Congratulations. 256. Very nice round number. I like that one. So, give us your highlight for the weekend.
Well, I think the highlight is just being here with friends, playing with them, and meeting new people. I think that's the most fun part there is, and playing a game I like. So, yeah, that's kind of it.
No, I agree entirely. Playing Lorcana is absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay, and introducing our semi-finalist, Ruben. One to add to the collection, so give us congratulations. Do you want to give us a highlight for the weekend?
Even in Spanish is fine.
España.
That's fine.
Pues, ¿qué tal el torneo, no? Bien, todo bien el torneo, en plan, es que no sé qué decir, en plan, nada. Muy contento de estar aquí y nada, pues nos vemos en el siguiente torneo de Inglaterra.
Gracias, thank you very much. And our other semi-finalists here, we have Victor. Congratulations. Thank you. 49. So give us your highlight for the weekend, if you'd be so kind.
Came here with all my friends. It's the best thing I won on this tournament.
Tournament weekends with your friends take a lot of beating. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Go and join the others. And we do have our second place finisher here. We have Pierre. And I didn't ask for your highlight earlier, so give us your highlight now.
What?
Highlight for the weekend, best part of the weekend.
Maybe I really like the final, like we were playing like in-outs and like a friend, it was really cool.
It looked like a very fun game. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You'll join the other finalists. And we will say congratulations to our Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, Ailey. Not just a serial Mickey, but a binder with the entire Ursula's Return set in foil with all of the Enchanted as well. I think that is a very good page to show us. So I'm going to start off. You might get a couple of questions. You won the whole thing. So give us your highlight for the weekend.
Yeah, I think all my games from yesterday and today were highlights. They were really fun games. Opponents read my card every time, so it was really fun.
How much do you attribute your success here? How important was the surprise factor of your deck?
Maybe 20% of the success.
Okay, do you think there is one card in your deck that everyone else is underrating that you think is so much better than people think?
I think that's Sisu 3 cost.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And any shout-outs, you come all the way, you've won this. Any shout-outs you want to give to your friends and family?
Yeah, thank you for my team and my partner, which is here. So thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to our Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Let's go and join the other finalists, and we'll see out the tournament. Here from the people in the arena, in the tournament here. So give a massive shout out, a massive congratulations to all of our top 8 finishers at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. It was a very difficult tournament. We had 1,900 people joining us at the start of this tournament. We pared it down to a final 8 who really earned their space. We had some real big surprises. We said goodbye to Bucky. And, well, before we say goodbye, I think it's only fair we give the last words to the lovely Tim from Ravensburger.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us at the challenge in Bologna. It was really, really great seeing all of you. Congratulations to all of you. That's an amazing achievement, and like you're all so great and so good players. I enjoyed watching that the whole time. And if you also want to be part of that, and if you also want to try to compete, join us for the next Lorcana challenge. And yeah, see you soon in Birmingham, or if you're on the other side, or if you want to do the same and try to get multiple slots there. There are more challenges coming up in North America as well. So yeah, see you soon, and thank you for playing.